we have the World Champion rematch from the last year's World Championships. And Ryan, this is what everyone's been looking forward to ever since the preseason, where everyone was like, oh, we're probably going to get maybe this match in the finals, but then VP not making it. Na'Vi, on the other hand, have just been consistent.
Yeah, and when you look at the results for like Na'Vi, just internationally, right? Mid-season finals win, not even as the first seed coming out of stage 1 of last year. And then a second place finish in the grand finals, despite having a 20% win rate in scrims. It could not have been worse when it came to the preparation, but these guys just have the ability to turn something from nothing consistently. And now the fact that everything seems to be going well, they've been played dominantly, they have a good read no matter what kind of curveball ideas come out in the band draft phase.
Good morning.
It seems that they just have the best characters available for the best players. Nothing
Good
looks
morning.
uncomfortable, whether it's going to be triple
morning,
strategies,
chat.
2-2-2 dive, which is where the Virtus Pro would have looked a stronger team.
Good
Na'Vi
morning.
just look undefeatable right now, and that's a very scary thing going into an international event for any other team that might face them, whether it's a seeding game or not, because we saw from mid-season finals, obviously we don't know much about the event this year, but last year first seed managed to like qualify and actually get past this like group play stage and go straight into a playoffs, right? That could be the case here again. So actually seeding might matter a lot, and Na'Vi just don't want to drop a beat here.
Oh shit, they're already starting.
Whereas
bro.
Virtus Pro, Boxy, your most recent World Champions, they've had to fight tooth and nail to get here, which does mean they have had more reps to get here.
Yeah, but you heard for a month, right, that all of the teams currently leading the regions, there's a huge skill divide between them and the team in both second and third. So for us, especially looking at the last time Virtus Pro did match up versus Na'Vi, it was a 2-1 dominant fashion. We don't talk about Central Park. Central Park did not happen. But when we saw Na'Vi beating Virtus Pro, a lot of it was off of like smart ban drafts. And I think my main concern for Virtus Pro is the weakness that Heretics exposed from them yesterday, a reliance on Captain America. When we caught up with them afterwards for the interview, they confessed that they were not thinking about having to use a save slot on the cap because they were getting free access to it in all of their scrims. So I would imagine, since Na'Vi were more than happy to let Fi get his hands on Black Cat in the past, you're going to let the Daredevil through and try to target out the cap early instead. So we have to see the adjustment from Virtus Pro so that it doesn't go the same way of stage 1's groups matchup. Well, we see here Na'Vi pulled off the 2-1.
2-1 in that group stage, 4-1 in 2025, but that was a year ago, or in this case a half a year ago. But still a significant amount of time. We've had several new characters, we've had several patches, we've had massive amounts of alterations. Na'Vi have been looking like the strongest team in EMEA for this year, Ryan. Whereas Virtus Pro, it does feel like they have gone from like the most struggling position, where they didn't even make it into like that far in the playoffs when it came to the preseason, but they've slowly been building up from strength to strength. But Boxy's brought up a good point. That Captain America was kind of a consistent factor in a lot of those wins.
Annoyingly so, I would say, for Finzi, because there was some, you know, like even just like that first map I remember on Domination, you've got Finzi coming out on like the Deadpool, building up the banhammer as soon as he possibly can. He went down first.
Okay, chat. We have to whisper again because Emily's sleeping. But before we get into the game, I just want to say, I didn't circle them yet.
So it's like Finzi, yeah, his Captain America is amazing.
Okay, we didn't circle it yet, but we have Na'Vi against Virtus Pro.
That we typically want to see him playing, because his role on the team is important. He's like one of the
between Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, I think Navi's gonna win.
He has to be relied on when things get a little bit tough. What I have liked from Virtus Pro as well,
Team Heretics against Shikigami, I think.
Non-mirrored, like mirrored essentially. That teams are playing the exact same characters. The same characters are banned out. There's no differences of Daredevil being available on one side and not on the other.
I think everyone on the left side is going to win. So it's going to be Na'Vi against Virtus Pro, then Team Heretics against Shikigami, and then I can't help him.
Have to find out as usual for Ignite.
No, he'll go away. And then you have Rad against Pulsar. So I think Na'Vi is going to beat Virtus Pro. I think Team Heretics is going to beat Shikigami. I think Rad is going to beat Pulsar. And then your TBH versus TBH is going to be Team Heretics against Rad. And then Team Heretics is going to win that. That is my prediction.
For the next international event,
is that Emily? Yeah, Boba was crying to get inside the room, but I'm not going to open the door for him. Yesterday I didn't, and he ran away.
Any strategies and ideas that they
Chat, I did not curse Na'Vi. Okay, I have to do NA as well.
2 days this weekend. Also, happy 4th of July for our Americans. Let's see if the region is going to be as free as it seems to be when we actually get to an international event. But so far, the reason why I'm rambling, Moxie, is that these drafts have been painfully similar, especially for Virtus Pro that have gone for this draft every single time in playoffs.
Yeah, I think this is potentially where we see the fork, right? If Na'Vi go for the ban here, Daredevil, Cap, Rocket. They go for the Rocket. Virtus Pro go for the Daredevil. So Cap's safe currently for Virtus Pro, and I would expect that there'll be a save from the Cap at some point. But no, they prioritize actually that Lunar Snow, which does mean now that Na'Vi could go for the Throat and take away that Cap, but they'll take away the Daredevil as well. Hell's Heaven Domination, very, very strong map for dive, very, very strong map for close holds and hitting early as teams are still halfway through their rotations with the information that Daredevil provides to you. As a save on Cyclops is likely going to force Virtus Pro to have to go for a ban onto Wolverine, which means that Na'Vi will be able to secure themselves one-sided Rocket if VP decide to go for that angle, but they take away the Captain America instead. So one-sided Rocket for Na'Vi, one-sided Captain America for Virtus Pro, Daredevil for no one, and Lunar Snow available for both teams as well. But we know if Na'Vi are playing Cyclops, there's a very high chance that Terra will be picking up the claws of the Wolverine.
Yeah, it's terrifying enough, really, because Na'Vi have been able to show that isn't just going to
be chat. On the hits I just did NA. Right here, for NA, I think Team Liquid Citadel beats Swamp Gaming. These games are going to be awesome. Team Liquid Citadel is going to beat Swamp Gaming. 100 Thieves is going to lose to FlyQuest. I think YWL is going to lose to STD, but FlyQuest, the TBH FlyQuest is going to beat STD. That is my prediction.
Only dropping a point to Na'Vi in the preseason
playoffs.
Where you actually ended up winning that map against them the last time that these two teams met.
Can you speak a little louder? No. I only got one prediction wrong out of 16 games, chat. I am 15 out of 16 correct predictions. I am not wrong. When Jay3 predicts something, it actually happens.
From Virtus Pro, you lose that teleport from the team up so that you can sort of like go very deep, very aggressive, blip away once you've been able to force a lot of those resources and get away without any punishment coming your way. So I do like the fact that like Virtus Pro didn't go for the Wolverine ban, because there's a high chance that Na'Vi would not lean onto the Wolverine since the Star-Lord is available, but we shall have to see what it is that they decide to rock out on. As it looks like Rajaro actually will be playing the Vanguard Deadpool over Trust Me, since Na'Vi want to be able to have some hybrid form of dive. Trust Me on the Venom and Jerky on the Psylocke to be able to accompany as Virtus Pro. Captain America safely secured for ban draft. Double dive Vanguards, the Virtus Pro default composition that we have seen before.
And no Wolverine, despite the Cyclops being on play in both sides. It is just the Gambit, Cyclops, and the Venom that is going to be sort of matching up as best that they can. This is always a series that tends to give it, but this is also a series where Na'Vi can absolutely decimate Virtus Pro if they start on the right foot. Yeah, Rajaro sort of switching around to these various characters, letting Trust Me, that sort of main Vanguard, be the lead in line and when this dive is going to come in. And so far, it's a bit of a scattered start. Sort of trying to work out where these Vanguards are, who's going to be making the first move, and Saipe having to try to go out of step a little bit because he was taken out in a bit of a scary area. Virtus Pro looking a little bit low on HP when it comes to trying to scrap on this objective, but so far Na'Vi are the ones that have made the biggest progression. Not only with just trying to take a third of the point, but also finding that first pick onto 5.
is no longer
it's good work from
in the
Nevix
playoffs.
Keep in and out
Also,
in this fight. He hasn't quite been going
J3 respect
down,
for 2 months. Appreciate. And also,
what's more surprising is Rajaro
Mike
still hasn't
with the
quite
massive
built up the
dono on YouTube, my friend. Appreciate it.
Like the one advantage
I hope you're having a great day,
now
my
taking a
friend.
point, not going to matter too much.
I mean, VP with that positioning, we're
And
making
Pix
very
Long,
much
appreciate the massive
aware
dono as well,
of
my
the
friend.
Vanguard
I am not
Deadpool
fully
and hiding
recharged.
Nevix and Finzi so that he wasn't just able to farm the ultimate off of those 2 Vanguards. It is available
I hate
and
this
ready to
J3
go
ASMR.
before Virtus.pro have strategist ults
This
to
is
be
not
able
even
to try to
ASMR.
fend it off. So a slower approach from Virtus.pro, building Dridro's
Would I
fate of
rather
both
have
worlds
you
up to
hate this
secure that
ASMR
one when the push tries to come through.
or have
Rajaro
Emily
with the
get mad
banhammer
at me
pushes
because she's still
Virtus.pro
sleeping
back.
and it's 7
No
a.m.?
eliminations right now, but you're still
I think I'm
securing
gonna
a
pick
whole
Emily.
lot of
I don't
point
want her to
percent
get
with
mad at
VP
me.
just having to wait and play engagement off of Saipei's ult before Crook has match.
I think the Bira back has also got cobwebs on it at this point for Navi. It's not going to be used now. As you sort of say that, it's like buses in London. One comes and free, wait for one, and free suddenly come up. So level 1 Crook's going to be brought
Also,
back
this
into
is
the fight. A couple of
crazy,
players have been
bro.
eliminated. I'd imagine Virtus.pro going to switch over the point in this engagement, and Navi, despite building up those ultimates, not going to get a fair fight.
This
We'll have
is
to see how
crazy.
Virtus.pro
We're
can
watching 2
handle
of the
this
best
one-sided Gambit
EMEA
ult
teams
fight
go
that
at it
Na'Vi
against each
have
other.
to be able to push forward. Dridro does have Fate of both worlds, but if you have to use it to live the Gambit ult, you don't have it available to absorb the pressure of Feast of the Abyss and Dance of the Butterflies, so Na'Vi do have a clear
what's up, Money?
advantage if they force
Appreciate it,
Dridro into
yeah.
burning the ult.
Yeah, and Amplifier too.
I think we chat. I think I did the math yesterday. Out of 2 days, out of 48 hours, we streamed for 35 of those hours.
Just a bit too much to deal with, and Navi sort
no,
of seeing that whilst they have 3 more ultimates,
For 48 hours, we streamed for 35.
It's going to allow Nevix to sustain a little bit more, and also find a pick up to Rajaro that's brought back by the BRB.
So
Navi
want to
still
sleep.
not quite turning things over into their favor.
But today's going to be a good day.
Dedicate a little bit more in this stalemate. I'm just feeling that the attrition is going to allow Virtus.pro to start dipping one at a time. Point flips back at 53%.
And Fate held on to Cosmic on Amplifier, so you now have it for
What
one-shot
team do
potential
you pick,
when paired
Jay?
alongside
Team Heretics or
Trust Me
Na'Vi? That's an
Terror's
easy
ultimates.
choice. That's Na'Vi.
You're holding the Cosmic on Amplifier too because Fi can try to just decimate it with the one-shot potential.
In the
of that
past,
Ruby
Na'Vi
Rage.
beat Virtus.pro, and
As
Virtus.pro
actually
beat
going to
Team
swap Venom
Heretics, so
Gone, Nevix onto the
Na'Vi would
Angela.
roll
More
them.
counter-dive
Oh, that's
potential as
huge.
Na'Vi go for a
Great pick.
very fast hit, cutting right through Finzi's Freedom Charge.
He was setting that up, and the Freedom Charge, I don't think it was quite connected onto helping Dridro sustain that any more than he could, but Nevix over on the Angela has managed to find the pick, switching away from that Venom to begin with. So trades going on either side, specifically one onto the Rocket that hasn't had the chance to use the Iron Amplifier, but might not actually need to at this rate because Terra and the rest of the team
Virtus.pro
win
is
out
a
the
really
neutral.
good team, but Na'Vi I think is
just
like a
holding
super team, bro.
Virtus.pro having to swap Nevix now off of the Angela onto the Strange, but no good strategist ult to be able to stabilize, no Loki swap
Yo,
as well for the
Bacon, appreciate the massive
regeneration
prime sub, my
domain
friend.
to try to cheese the incoming damage that Na'Vi have to launch at them. Ruby Rage from 5 finds no eliminations, does break the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier at least, but Na'Vi are walking away with all of the eliminations
Damn, bro.
and point possession. Virtus.pro just having to tread water and stall out the inevitable.
Everybody starting to dip, even with the portal. It's gone off for Virtus.pro, only flipping the point into their favor once.
Dude.
Terra 11-0. And up until the very end, Moxie, I'd say that was a low elimination game. It was very patient and conservative from both sides, and it was only towards the end that we actually saw stuff like the Iron Amplifier being used when another banhammer had just come through from Rajaro.
Virtus.pro didn't fall off,
Na'Vi,
chat,
right?
but I do
Virtus.pro having to be
feel
very careful
like
about
they could
how
be
they
doing
take
a
those
lot
fights
better
because if they go for a pick
if
early on to Na'Vi's players, if there is a trade, if they lose one of their own
they were
teammates,
actually doing a
the Rocket
LAN.
BRB is still
Because
active.
Na'Vi are
just
all together.
jump
They're
right
doing a
back
LAN
up,
party.
6 versus
Virtus.pro
5,
is not.
and Virtus.pro would start losing control of the tempo of that fight overall.
What's up,
so you
Crash?
can see having that one-sided Rocket is really
Vi is
benefiting
1-4
Na'Vi in terms of
with
just
0
tempering
finals.
Virtus.pro's aggression. VP, when they play dive, they're a very momentum-based team. They like getting in your face, they like getting aggressive, they like taking your timing away from you, but they're being cowed because of that Rocket BRB being in play.
Napkin math, it seems that Virtus.pro did about 5k damage less than Na'Vi. I think that's what this felt like that. Na'Vi were very good at just making sure that no damage could be done on the other side, and Virtus.pro playing a little bit more safe. Like you mentioned, they don't want this banhammer to build up, which Rajaro is going to...
Finzi was in my chat last night, chat, and I told him good luck, and he says, we don't need it, it's going to be easy.
Saipei gets there first, and he's going to use it first, seeing if he can sort of rush down. But seeing it from Trust Me's perspective, all of Na'Vi seem to have scarpered. Everybody's managed to disengage apart from Rajaro that does get picked up from Dridro, but the BR back means that it is still going to be a 6v6 once this part of the map comes online. That's the bot play. It's going to be used but a counterattack. Jerky finds 2 as Streeter on fire.
Oh my god.
And even cut through Nevix. It seemed
Oh my
that
god.
Navi
Jerky wasn't playing that well yesterday. He's showing up today, though.
Counterattack with their own.
I think that's the lowest health silo call successful that I've seen. Jerky was 9 health when he went for that Dance of the Butterflies. Dritter already burned the freeze, so was not able to CC cancel the silo cult, dips into the invulnerability and survives and allows the rest of his team to regroup and commit their own damage on top of it. Terror with a very early Ruby Rage, but that does not give the opportunity for Jerky to be able to slip quietly away. Does zone Virtus Pro off though, so BRB successful.
They kill him, right? They don't kill Terra there.
Now alongside Sparker should mean that Virtus Pro just have to give up this fight. They're down both duelists. They don't have enough damage to be able to break through Navi's players.
The one-sided rocket, you could even say like one-sided Beer back, is just making so much value happen for Navi because these picks are still coming through from Virtus Pro. Like nice little like grabs, I suppose, in the neutral, catching people out of position, like Jerky. Instantly nullified because of these BR backs, and Fate is on one of
Terra
like, his,
is
like,
17 and 0.
most predictable characters too. So Virtus Pro, even now, if they get a nice elimination, it's going to be counted out, and there's still a lot more sustain to go with as the Amplify is about to be available for Navi.
Well, VP should win this fight. On paper, if we are playing with napkin maths, they have way more ultimates. It's just a case of how
who
much
Terra
they have to
reminds me of,
sacrifice
chat?
to contain it.
Every time he plays
Finzi
and pops
goes
off.
Down early, though, was trying
He
to go for
reminds
that
me of
backup
like
pressure to allow
what
the
you
rest of
guys
Virtus
watch
Pro
every
start
day when you come to
making
my
their way
stream.
up onto the high ground without the attention
Just cinema,
of
right?
Navi's poke, which means
This is what it looks like to watch me every day play ranked. That's crazy.
Denied the opportunity of using any of them. So Crook is now approaching the Gambit ult match alongside Saipe. A late pick off onto Sparker. That will spiral into next fight. Virtus Pro have to wait for the Psylocke ultimate to be ready, but now they're going to have to walk 5v6 with Freedom Charge to make up the absence.
Yeah, not walking, more like a hot step with the Freedom Charge to try to let people get through. But with the Amplify, a great position put in from Fate, which means that it's either like
did you just wake up, Jay?
Yes. To try to deal with it.
Bro.
Means all of these eliminations coming in.
I am
not
so
tired, very much
dude.
Against me with the Fate
I couldn't
sleep
worlds. Last
it's
night.
Fate in control of
I went to bed
one.
like 2, 3, and woke up at 6. Bro, I am exhausted.
It seems to be indisputable. And Navi finding
Damn,
revenge
yeah, Navi kind of rolled Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro certainly on that second point floundered, looked lost.
The one-sided rocket.
Virtus Pro got rolled by Navi, but I will say King of the Hill or Domination is like Marvel Rivals would like to call it. That is like team deathmatch, chat. I think the other game modes, Convoy and Convergence, or the Payload and the Hybrid, those take a little bit more strategy and actually more teamwork. Like I said, this is just Domination.
You see how it's going to go, what adjustments
team
team
deathmatch
after this break.
But it looks like Navi looks like the best team in EMEA, and it does not even look close, bro. Drink some coffee? I'll do it later, chat. Yeah, I don't think Domination is as objective based. Also, Ben, appreciate the massive Prime sub, my friend. Absolutely insane. In VP we trust. Would it be very toxic? Wait, what did Finzi say yesterday? Finzi came to my stream yesterday. And I said, hey, good luck tomorrow. And then he said, nah, it's easy peasy against Navi. Hey Jay, did 100 Thieves win last night? 100 Thieves played against Swamp Gaming. Did they win yesterday? No. but they did take a map off of them. I think 100 Thieves played really well yesterday, even though they lost. Who did J3 have in the TSM game yesterday? Not TSM. I voted for STD. Show your predictions. So we only know the top 3 games of each region. We have Na'Vi against Virtus Pro. I think Navi's going to win that. Obviously. I don't think Navi's going to lose. Team Heretics against Shikigami. I think that's going to be a really good game, but I think Team Heretics is winning. Rad against Pulsar. I think that's going to be another good game, but I think Rad's winning. And then the TBH game, or TBD, is going to be, in my opinion, Team Heretics against Rad. Team Heretics wins. NA is going to be a banger of the day. Actually, both regions are going to be a banger. Team Liquid Citadel against Swamp Gaming, chat. I think Team Liquid Citadel is going to win. 100 Thieves against FlyQuest. I think FlyQuest is going to win. YWL against STD. I think STD is looking really strong right now. So I think STD. And then the TBH or TBD game is going to be FlyQuest against STD. Swamp Gaming beats Team Liquid Citadel today. Watch it. Yeah, and I'm 7'4". What's more believable, chat? Come on. If Swamp Gaming runs out on the blade, I don't think they're winning. I do think Swamp Gaming is a really good team now, but I think they're going to be good games, but I don't think Team Liquid Citadel is going to lose. Swamp Gaming beat Team Liquid Citadel before, so it can happen again. When did Swamp Gaming beat Team Liquid Citadel? I don't think... Preseason? I'm pretty sure Team Liquid Citadel beat them in the preseason, no? Chat, Team Liquid Citadel beat them. Swamp Gaming didn't beat Team Liquid Citadel, chat. I don't know.
I outnumber you. Your powers are mine.
Oh, here. Oh, I remember. Swamp Gaming beat Team Liquid Citadel in a best of 5. But then when it was a best of 7, Team Liquid Citadel ended up beating Swamp Gaming. Fuck, that's going to be such a good game. That is going to be such a good game. Wait, okay, so let's go see, for an example. No. EMEA preseason.
I did so well yesterday. Take a break, Marauders. It is time for a relaxing
Oh my god, wait. This was the preseason. Navi beat Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro lost to Rad. Team Heretics was in the playoffs, and Team Heretics got rolled by Navi.
Sentinel for Captain America. All these skins are available in-game right now, and it seems I need a day at the beach as well.
Chat, buy the Captain America Seaside Sentinel. Trust me. Trust me. You will be very happy with that skin. You will be doing double the damage, and you wouldn't know why.
Heretics struggled with yesterday, the Captain America of Virtus Pro Moxie, it didn't seem as much of an issue for Navi at all.
Yeah, well, I don't think much was an issue when Na'Vi were able to totally shut down VP's teamfight ability by going for early picks, greeting forward positions, and understanding if they did lose players early, Fate's BRB would just bring one of them right back, as opposed to VP, where if you lose one of your duelists, you're starting to back away, you're wanting to wait for a regroup.
That's not a camel
Na'Vi
toe.
chase for more,
That's a club.
get a second elimination, and spiral that
That's a
one
weapon.
pick into totally denying an opportunity to take a fight. Like, to put it in perspective, VP had Gambit ult. We got to see one Gambit ult at the very start of the round, and we got to see one Gambit ult attempted at the very end of the round. 2 Gambit ults for a whole round of domination is insane.
It's one of the faster building ultimates, just because
Wait,
Gambit does
did they
a lot
show
of
the
damage
stats for the game, by the way,
alongside
chat?
his healing output, so it can make quite a big difference here. But we talked about it in the break a little bit about where we wanted the MVP to go. And while we did go with Fate, I believe the exact wording that you two used was Fate's BRB, if you would like to elaborate on that, Moxie or Ryan.
I mean, it's in some cases, like Terra didn't eat it because he was 22-0, but I think it's like every time that Virtus Pro managed to get something working in the neutral, or even like off the back of a good like ultimate, Abirabat meant that it was an easy counterattack, right, Moxie? It was just like Navi very good.
The
like,
new
okay,
cap
we
skin
can
isn't in
dissipate if this team fight is looking a bit dicey,
tournament server.
and then
Yeah.
as soon as we're ready to counterattack, everybody's in on the same page.
Yeah, like if you want to climb easily at the moment, the best thing that you can do is just run Rocket. Like, BRB is so broken. To put this fully into context, right? BRB can res anyone on the team outside of the Rocket himself. The cooldown is so low in comparison to the rest of the revive resources that we have in-game. 40 seconds, if broken, in comparison to Adam Self-Cocoon, which is
Sparker went 9
only
and 7.
explicitly the Adam res, which
Vi
is
went 3 and
105
8.
seconds. And you can min-max, which Fate did not do. He only went down once that round. But if you were not aware of this, you can
Virtus
actually
Pro,
totally
if you need
reset
someone
the
to go like
40-second
double
cooldown
negative in your
with
tournament
a casualty
games,
on the Rocket.
just pick me up.
So for VP, it's like, okay, if you win the fight, if you
come
get
on,
the pick
Fi,
up
you
on
gotta
Rocket,
lock in, bro.
BRB's instantly available
Terra-
for the next
Terra
one
went
again,
24 and
as opposed
0.
to having to wait the cooldown to cycle through
Yo, how you doing,
naturally.
Potable?
So the only way that Virtus Pro can really try and dodge the uptime is by taking it away in the ban draft, which I really hope to see, because it felt like VP every time they had an opportunity to do
Navi was gonna
something,
win the
they
LAN,
just lost someone early
I
and
really
weren't
want to
able
see
to
Navi
use the
against Team
ultimates
Liquid
that they
Citadel or
accrued
Navi against
in the fashion that they
Swamp
were
Gaming.
wanting to. Like, there was no full team fight. We got like one proper play-by-play fight on that second round of Super Soldier Factory, and then it was just
player,
VP
bro. He probably
losing
just had one
or
bad
two
game.
players before each engagement.
Pros can have
But
bad
this
games
wasn't
too, chat.
an issue
Not
during
J3,
the group stage.
but
This
like
is something that I've
other
seen
people
a couple
can.
people point out. The fact that we have, of course, been seeing a little bit of Rocket show up and really starting to rise up, but in the group stage, Phoenix was being played a bit more often. But Ryan, we're just not seeing Phoenix in the playoffs at all.
I mean, it's the damage fall off. It's the addition of Cyclops. It seems that like Ruby Rage with your own like Yan amplifier is a good way to just instantly delete.
You
the
lost the
amplifier
one
if you
healer
see
the
it,
other
for
day.
example.
Nope,
You're trying
I
to
don't
use the
remember that
Silo
Fuzzy mouth.
or a
If you
Daredevil
bring that
if
up
it's
again,
available to
Fuzzy,
try to
you're
chase down
banned.
where the Beerback is, or chase the Rocket because he's very hard to break through.
We don't talk about that game.
We're going back to Central Park, which is where we see a lot of exciting moments at the very least, but it's an undefeated map for Navi.
It's an undefeated map for Navi, but it's where they've had a little bit of trauma in the past with Shikigami, and where they have had some troubles in their matches earlier. I'll hand it over to Moxie for her thought as we head
I don't
into
think
map number 2.
Sparker cares too much about rivals anymore.
It is a defeated
Plus,
map
Jerky's
for
a great
Navi,
flex
because
DPS.
this was where we had
I
Navi versus
definitely
VP.
think they still care about the
where it
game,
was,
chat. There's
"Mm,
no
you
way you're
liked
gonna
it
say
from your
pro
line
players
too."
don't care about the game.
I put my
into
notes
full of
onto
What do you
holes.
think they do? You think they show up in a $200,000 tournament, play Squirrel because they want to have fun?
Like, there's a lot of like easy ways to solve
No,
like,
they're playing for money, chat.
Muddle it up, but for the draft, not muddle this far so far. Navi are going to be starting on this defense. Virtus Pro want to attack first. Yeah, we have seen some interesting moments on this map, to say the least.
Yeah, one team fight. That was all both teams required to be able to break the Penny Parker the last time. There it is. Virtus Pro say not again. Mirror Rocket ban. I mean, you can't address the Strange or the Penny within this ban draft, so it has to be the work that both of these teams have done outside of the draft to improve on being able to melt the cheese strategy. Because if not, Ryan, we're in for a very weird Central Park experience yet again.
Clubs is going to be banned out too, so it weakens the stocks of a
Damn,
Wolverine,
dude.
who is very good on
This is the
this
first
effect when
time
it's
I've
banned
ever
too, so
seen
Luminous is gonna be
Virtus
protected.
Pro
I would
like
imagine it has
not
to
be happy
mirrored,
or
which
smiling.
we sort of mentioned yesterday. Virtus Pro have actually been doing a good job of making sure that these drafts stay the same, but they're not. There is that difference of Cyclops available on one side, but Na'Vi having the Daredevil on his defense to see exactly where this dive could potentially come from.
I mean, I just want to see, like, Na'Vi on the defense first likely will go for the Penny Parker defense strategy because it was so effective.
Good morning, J3, leaving this all while I sleep.
Virtus
Hey,
Pro.
good morning, my friend.
The last time
good
that
morning.
these two teams matched up, and with that Daredevil ban as well, when Na'Vi get the opportunity to attack, they'll have one-sided Daredevil, which means that Virtus Pro will have to field something like a Psylocke on the side of Sparker to be able to try and keep match of where exactly Fi can potentially pop
What type of coffee do I
up.
get? Something
As it
with
looks
hazelnut.
like, no, Na'Vi not going to be going for the cheese
Hazelnut
strategy
is
on
the
the
best
defense.
thing in the world.
Just running out on full flesh-blooded dive. Jerky on the Daredevil, trust
Hey, why
me,
the hell
and
is that a
Rajaro on
command?
the Venom
Exclamation mark
and
J.
Cap.
J is old, so he
And
needs to take
Terra
his
playing
afternoon
for
nap.
Poke on the Elsa, taking
been
advantage
streaming
of the
for
amount
40
of
fucking
attention that
hours.
Virtus Pro will have to turn onto the dive elements, which allows that Elsa free reign.
I was just thinking, I am going to get another like multi-pick Glortrox and knock Virtus Pro off of the map. It was on Museum of Contemplation last time, but there's always the chance here. Virtus Pro going for something very divey. I saw the blade hovered over from Sparker, and we did see a little bit from Swamp Gaming. Our only non-partner team to qualify for the
I
season
think for
finals.
I think for
So
Virtus
again,
Pro to do
Virtus
well, Fi
blocks
needs
the
to pop
whole of
off,
the team,
chat.
and the torch is actually going to be out, which makes sense. He's expecting
Penny.
Penny
Fi,
Parker.
Fi needs to be the
Yeah,
difference
if
maker
you
because yes,
roll out
last
with
game
the torch,
he did
you're
not.
expecting the Penny,
he did
you're
not
wanting
show
to
up.
be able to play above and break the nest. Now he's not seeing a Penny though, but Fi will stick with the pick, putting a lot of pressure up onto the high ground, but being forced out very early. Jerky gets the radar sense onto him, and Fi has the bright sense to remove himself before Na'Vi can turn their attention and extinguish the torch.
Seeing if there's still a bit of a fight here. His Fate is the first to go down. He's not going to be too long out of the fight because he's able to just sort of sprint in. But trust me, trying to escape isn't going to find too much either. Might be looking to come back as the Doctor Strange, as already a third has been taken up at this rate. And players from Na'Vi outside of Fate, who's going to be back into the engagement now, still in, able to fight. The pot might not even necessarily
this is a
have to
really
be
good
used at
push
this
from
rate because
Virtus Pro,
everybody's
though.
managed to walk straight back onto the objective. Ultimate's not quite being built up yet. Terra's not too far away from having that Apex Predator, and the portal has been used to try to sort of like intercept and get in behind where Virtus Pro are playing from. And they've had to respect this, actually. They've got a foot off of the objective, still hovering around it, of course, but not quite going in for the kill just yet.
Yeah, Portal totally split the line of sight from Jidro and Saipe, so you had to pull your vanguards back in fear of Na'Vi's team core just walking and taking them down very early. So
Good
a
hold
patient
so far, though.
approach as
Good
Jidro's
hold
about
by
to build up
Na'Vi.
the ult ahead of Fate, but falls to the dive from both Jerky and Rajaro, collapsing in on those squishies before Virtus Pro are able to fend them off. 2 ticks picked up for the side of Virtus Pro, still having both
smart.
strategist ults
Look
to
at
be able to commit
Rajaro.
to
That's
this
very
fight
smart,
as well.
chat.
As
He's
Rajaro
taking
just
he's
stands
taking
in
all that
fire
damage so
on
he can
purpose
feed his support
to be
ults.
able to let Fate
Really
stop
smart.
battering up the ult charge.
Oh, Royal Flush is going to be used on both sides, though, and Fi is instantly deleted from Fate from the sky. Clay Pigeon shooting continues as Terra's found that pick onto Sparker, and immediately this fight is over. Big dedication of an ultimate with a Royal Flush traded out the very least, but now they win that fight dominantly.
Poor Saipe.
Yeah, they've got Dridor's ult potentially to go fast here, but late picks onto Nevix means that Virtus Pro will have to wait for that regroup, which allows Fate to be able to build up and have match. Freedom Charge available for both teams, but Nevix having Feast of the Abyss, the damage boost potential from Dridor's ult could be the difference maker here for Virtus
Oh,
Pro
no,
to be
don't
able
tell me
to
she's
get
lagging
over
again.
Na'Vi. If they force them off the point, they will get the tick.
Freedom Charge now for Virtus Pro is going to be the first way to initiate and
It's not
sustain
me,
this fight.
chat.
It has
It's not
forced
me.
that Fate buff on
Notice
the
how the
other side,
gameplay
but
was
Na'Vi
fine,
have
but
been
the
very
voice was
frugal with
choppy.
these ultimates. Now it's let the devil out as the dive comes in. It's going to force Fate buff on the other side. Vi going solo
Oh,
again.
no, not
as
Saipe
Nevix
dying,
goes in
but
for
Fate
the
also
Feast of the
died.
Abyss.
This is
More of a
good.
brutal
They're
engagement on the
even.
objective, whilst you see Finzi trying to pull the
Oh.
attention back onto the objective itself. Not seemingly mattering,
no,
and Sparker is
Sparker popped his
sparked
ult
out from
and
Terra,
died.
Smushed underground, and that's going to be need a change. Dancer Butterfly's gone. He's going over towards the Elsa himself.
Dude, Virtus Pro is not looking good right now, bro.
Sparker
Everyone's doing mistakes.
Loses the opportunity to get exit trades onto Navi's players, weaken up their numbers, and allow Virtus Pro with closer respawns to try and just mobilize for a fast push when you have that player advantage. Fi does have the torch ult ready to go, but you have to be so careful about how you use it, as Na'Vi can just taken that very early off of pressure from Terra. It's just zoning at this point, trying to force Na'Vi off of the high ground, but that damage has allowed Crooks to be able to build up the Gambit ult, and VP do not have match. They have to pull back. This is last fight territory. They don't lose anyone, and now you play for Saipei's ult to push you forward.
Nevix have been trying to go for the touch, and now Terra's been able to take him out. There comes the ultimate on the other side from Saipei. Has to force bodies onto the objective, so overtime is at least going to be forced. And really at this point, Na'Vi don't really have too much of a security to keep this one going, but they're losing out on the players. This point is eventually going to flip from Virtus Pro, and for the first time in this stage between these two teams, Moxie, we're going past this first point of the map of Central Park. We're moving on as the payload starts to continue on towards Dracula's castle.
Yeah, but it got precariously close to being a full hold once more, as job done, first broken.
I am actually really surprised that Na'Vi
that he'd moved
did
on
not
to
full
be
hold
able
that
to keep that touch and overtime in play.
It's good for Virtus Pro, good for their mental,
trying to
but
push Na'Vi all the way
crazy.
back, wanting to have their Vanguard be a
up,
barricade of intercepting Jerky before he can get onto those squishies, but he's been able to find a way past. Nevix not in position in time to be able to peel the Daredevil and Venom off of Sparker, who had the ult, had the damage potential for Virtus Pro to win this fight.
Seems very frantic, even watching it from Nevix's perspective with the 4-second charge.
I can barely hear Jay. Yes, chat. Emily is sleeping still. I do not want to stream.
That's how they play. It's very akin to how
7
they want to go, and Jay3 gets taken out just off the back of the Feast of the Abyss. The tendrils are going to find
that's
the
good shit,
elimination.
man. Good shit.
And
That's
Terra's
awesome.
trying to make sure that on the other side you see the players going down as much as they possibly can. Fincy is just shy of having now freedom charge, and the scrappiness continues as Virtus Pro pretty much forced back into their own spawn.
Yeah, Na'Vi just taking away all of the space that Virtus Pro have to work with. It's only really Nevix who
And
has
Lone
the
Runner
freedom
with the
to
massive
try
3
to
months.
get
Appreciate it, my friend.
into Na'Vi's back line. Disrupts display, spins it with the freedom charge, allows Virtus Pro sustainability to move forward. But level
I'm
1
going to
take
say it,
all
Sentinels
of that
would
away,
beat up
enabling
Virtus
Na'Vi with
Pro.
so much damage and speed to keep up the pressure onto Virtus Pro. Sparker trying to actually contest the aggression, using it to bait Na'Vi forward into the Elsa ult, but it gets totally broken.
Take care,
Virtus
someone.
Pro
Have a great day.
Have to rely on Dridro's heals from an ult that Jerky's been able to force.
This isn't like a negative indictment, I think, for how Virtus Pro are playing, but it does look very Doom match right now. Just everybody's focus is in different areas, trying to use the verticality. Nice mechanics at least being shown, but the chaos that Na'Vi has managed to cause here feels a little bit like Virtus Pro's attention is split in various different directions.
These
so
watch parties have been the highlight of my week.
Really comes in towards the end of the map.
They're a lot of fun. I love doing watch parties.
Ruby Rage is going to find a pick off the back of it, as Jay3 actually is the one that gets eliminated to level 1 Crook, so the fight is going to go deep and fast towards Na'Vi's backline. They're dropping bit by bit, but because overtime is hitting Moxie, Na'Vi...
Damn, dude, it looks like Virtus Pro. I want to do Pummel Night soon. We can, Nick. We can.
To burn the Gambit
Virtus
before
Pro
Terra
is
uses
only
the Apex
winning
Presses,
in
so
overtime,
no
dude.
easy access to Purify. Instead, you're relying on the more costly investment of the 2 card cost to be able to free Virtus Pro's players. Na'Vi very much setting themselves up to win this next fight. Virtus Pro have to get something done before Na'Vi are in position to go.
Wednesday's the preview stream, and Friday is the new season of Marvel, so we could probably do like Thursday or something.
Finds pick up to Jay3 again, just off of the back of that Feast of the Abyss. He's been so good at it. The pull in, the charm onto Rajaro. He's got enough sustain to keep him going, but there it is. The Glow Truck starts to carve through these ruins over in Central Park, and everybody from Virtus Pro sent scarpering. This payload isn't moving any further. Na'Vi pretty much right in the center of this second part of the map.
Yeah, it's a full team effort to let Na'Vi through that
Wait,
choke
can we see the
as
stats?
well. Like, Terra
Production?
knows he has a target
Production,
on his
show
back.
us the stats.
Virtus.pro without that Gambit ult to counterplay the Apex Predator, they have to get the elimination on the Elsa. So it's Trust Me who detaches, wraps all the way around, puts the pressure onto Virtus.pro's backline, forces their attention to have to pivot to dealing with the Venom, which allows Terra to stealthily bypass all of the scouting and invest the Elsa ult on the objective in overtime, where Virtus.pro are forced to hold. If they're off of the objective for fear of the Elsa ult, OT round ends. If they're on the objective, despite the Elsa ult, they're eliminated by the
doing a
damage
lot
that
better.
Terra
See?
can do.
He only had a bad game last game, chat. At least he's 14-5. At least he's positive here.
So many ultimates from Virtus.pro
Terra
before the
is
OT
18-2 with
was
13
allowing
final
them to
hits.
make those plays when that next fight happened. But do we actually get to see Virtus.pro hold Na'Vi?
Also, Finzy's doing really well too, 15-3. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of there's no penny, and even if there was Jerky taking a leaf out of Virtus.pro's but going for the
Terra's the
top.
best duelist in the world.
I think about it
IMO.
yesterday. You just cannot ban out this front line of Na'Vi. Like
Terra is lucky that I wasn't playing in the tournament, chat.
Undisputable that you cannot make that front line.
If I was playing for VP right now, it would be we would already win.
Early scouting on the Angela. Na'Vi, unlike VP, seeing no penny, but actually swapping Jerky onto the one-sided Daredevil that they were able to secure. So Nevic's now going to have to mark out where exactly Jerky is. But if the Angela's looking at the Daredevil, he's not looking at the Venom. I'll tell you who is looking at Terra, though.
That's your best player.
Jay3
would never do that.
From VP. They let Na'Vi into the back line, and it's player traits.
See, Terra heard me say that Jay3 was the best, and that's what happened. He's shaking now, chat. Terra is shaking. He's sweating. You could literally see him sweating.
Defense where they're able to just throw people onto the objective one at a time. Not going to really feel the need to actually go for the portal play just yet. Might want to use it actually as this payload moves on to the next one. But they have bodies in play.
Oh,
it's
by the
just
way,
about sustaining this, trying to build up these
Scar
ultimates.
Latex?
And Na'Vi,
Is that how you say your name? Scar Latex. Appreciate the bands of
on the point. Actually, like, we're going to
new sub. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, they picked up one tick, so Virtus.pro do have one extra if they feel particularly pressured by the dive to give up space, regroup, walk back in with a strategist ulters. Level 1 Crook's actually fallen before Na'Vi's been able to
by
mobilize
Fi and
Finzy.
Good shit.
They will claim the Elsa, but that will be all. I say that, Fi suddenly caught playing on Na'Vi's side of the map.
Na'Vi could go in pretty quick. They're down 2. They're down 2 DPS.
And punished for it.
Jerky actually tried to put some pressure on the objective, but he gets taken out the latest out of those little skirmishes. It means that Na'Vi, it's such a long run back for Virtus.pro that Na'Vi, okay, we lose a player, we're going to get there a lot faster than you might, but now, because Jerky went down in that place, feels a little bit more even, as half of the time has already been given up as Na'Vi trying to make this attack work.
Nevix finding Trust Me, sparing the Venom out of position before he can commit the dive spacing for Jerky or Rajara to follow up with. Spark is taken down though. Poke from Terra, finished up by Jerky.
Jerky killed someone and then fell off the map.
For the backline hit. Oh,
you guys saw
off
that?
The map again. That's...
Jerky is off the map again.
My liking, but the fight is going to come in from Virtus.pro. They've lost enough players as the Royal Flush is going to come through from Saipe, but very little else. Finzy is very close to having a freedom charge, which might be enough to try to sustain this fight a little bit longer, as Virtus.pro is so close to some other strategists.
Oh my god, what an ult. What
the Apex
ult.
Predator from Terra just bounces people off of the world. The foundations of this first point of Central Park are shaking under Terra, and now the Devil is very much let out in the middle of Manhattan. Just a little bit more west, I suppose, of Hell's Kitchen, but he isn't going to matter too much. Seems that Na'Vi have tried to put the pressure in to turn this point over.
Look at that.
But because of the fight going this way for VP, well, they went in for the strange portal. Fi's already gone down, and that is Na'Vi taking the point and having 3.5 to complete the map.
You did at least force Fate to burn Fate of both worlds, so Sparker with Dance of the Butterflies has pick potential. Rajah will have to be playing closer to his team to provide that extra sustainability.
That was a really good hold.
But Finzy going down late in that fight is really problematic for Virtus.pro because you're relying on stall potential from one of your vanguards to buy as many fights as you possibly can. Just take time off of Na'Vi's bank, and yet now it falls to Nevix, but you can see just how vulnerable that Angela can be when all of the pressure turns Nevix's way. Na'Vi have so much damage off of Terra.
Freedom Charge and Piece of the Abyss used together to actually try to make this fight in the tower a little bit more scary, but it seems that like Na'Vi are just actually kind of pushing this all the way back. In fact, both strategists sent all the way to spawn and then eliminated just outside the doors. This looks a mess from Virtus.pro. This does not look good at all.
Yep, no heals. Dridro, Saipe totally bullied out of that fight, and that was last fight. Except now, Nevic's just able to eke out a touch. Finzi throwing himself in, Saipe with the Gambit ult, but there is nothing to enable until Sparker joins the fray. And Terra has that Apex Predator, plays outside of the reach of the Psylocke ult. Sparker's bought his team though.
It's not
Precious
GG's
stability,
yet.
and it forced the Terra to clutch.
Ooh, no, the Glortruck's just missing a little bit nearsighted, doesn't quite see exactly. He's got the blinders on.
Why would you ult that? You're by yourself.
On either side of him. Might be a little bit of an overforce.
That was a hero play, chat. He tried to be a hero and it ended up being 0. Damn,
it's still 2 minutes.
Wow, when's the last time we saw them all? Being picked as a duelist, you can see how much pressure Navi's dive is putting Virtus.pro through, but they'll be pressured even more.
Is Fi doing a J3 cosplay?
Their checkpoint's so close, they cannot
wait, they don't touch the put.
And no one touches. Not like this.
Oh dear, Virtus.pro. So Na'Vi at least making sure that that negative run that they were on over on this map sort of comes to a bit of an end. Na'Vi looking very much the stronger side of Virtus.pro's win streak over on Central Park, cut to 6-1 instead of 6-0.
We will have to see if VP can continue in this series or Na'Vi will be able to complete the full 3-0 sweep. We'll be back with match point after this break.
Chat, I feel scared for Virtus.pro, bro. Virtus.pro doesn't look like that top team that they once looked like. Virtus.pro is if Virtus.pro get 3 zeros, I thought this game was going to be one of the best games we've seen. Damn, bro. Yeah, C9 was named after an Overwatch team, chat. I mean, Cloud9 plays in a lot of different games, but C9 is from Overwatch. Yeah, I think the best games will be the lower one, because like it's do or die. If you lose, you're out. So they're playing for their lives. You were hyping it all day yesterday? Hell yeah, bro. And I think Team Liquid Citadel against Swamp Gaming is going to be another really good game. Wait, since you're giving us an ASMR stream now, can you give us a feet cam now? What? I will be loud again when Emily's awake, chat. Right now, I am not going to be loud. I think Museum of Contemplation is a popular map because a lot of teams like to go there and practice on it. So they're, even if they're going to lose, they're going to go to the map they practice the most on. Would you yell for 50 gifted? Would I want to die for 50 gifted? No. Not at all. Why do you guys want me to die? Virtus.pro won LAN because Fi was the best DD player at the time. He was the difference maker. Oh yeah, I do. Virtus.pro did win the LAN event, but this is a little different now because Na'Vi didn't have Terra. Terra was still on 100 Thieves. I think Terra going to Na'Vi is huge. And Team Liquid Citadel was EU? True. True. Na'Vi did not win last year, chat. Na'Vi won in China for the mid-season playoffs, which is this is after these playoffs is going to be the mid-season, but they did not win. They did not win grand finals. Grand finals is like the last tournament, and that was Virtus Pro. Nice, nice, nice. What? Chat, why do you guys type these messages and then hit send? Why do you keep your toes dipped in peanut butter for the whole stream? What? I'd have forgot the name, chat. Which barbecue did you get your dad for his birthday? It's called egg or something. Green eggs and ham, or green egg. Did you see what happened first point on our attack? Jerky, you're in the middle of a game, bro. Focus up. Also, Jerky, can you do me a favor for one series? Can you stay on the map? Wait. Did you see what happened on our first point, our attack? The map pulled me down. What do you mean the map pulled you down? Do you know the timestamp? We could go look at it. First point. Did you see what happened on our first point, our attack? First point attack. Okay, we could go look at that after this game. First point attack Jerky. I'm going to make a note of that. This Jerky thinks this game is so easy against Virtus Pro. He's opening up Twitch chats and fucking talking in Twitch chats.
Another solid performance from Na'Vi as they are finally able to once again shake off that little bit of a curse that they've had with some more tougher maps when it comes to their Central Park endeavors. But in this case, it's yet another win.
Yeah, keep it up.
Belt. Virtus Pro unable to stay on that point.
If Virtus Pro loses this game, what happens? If Virtus Pro loses, they go to the lower bracket.
Grand finals for EMEA. Virtus Pro are one loss away from being sent down to that lower bracket, where we'll be fighting out their opponents.
If you guys want to see the bracket, type
today.
exclamation mark
Ryan,
MRI.
Virtus Pro, they're starting to show a couple struggles here. What can they do to change their fortunes?
Ooh, it's tricky. Like, they have to go to a convoy map now, which means that, like, you're going to one of the
if you think
like,
you are in ELO hell,
available to them, right? Like, it's
broker,
pretty much
put it
undefeated
in
on all of the maps of the
Discord.
museum, which they lost to Fire Strays.
Yo, what's up, Lucky
going
Zeal?
through the red team.
Why are you guys all
up?
I'm up because I'm doing a watch
honestly,
party.
It seemed like since
but
then,
why
they
are you
managed to
guys
work it
up?
out. Terra has been one of the most standout players on globally.
We
I
have
think
work.
with his
You have
introduction
work
to
on a
this Na'Vi
Saturday?
roster. We sort of talked about it in a break of just the fact that he's on boot camp. He's not playing on ping, where he was
That's
able to do a
tough.
lot of like crazy work, as we saw in like preseason, for example. It really makes me
I'd
terrified
quit.
of what these guys can do on land, because Terra's got a good amount of experience from playing in like the grand finals and stuff for 100 Thieves. So he is slotting well into this team, and it's only looking good for Na'Vi.
Only 47% accuracy though. Moxie, can we officially
Finzi played really well. He went 22-5 with 10 finals.
To emphasize on what Ryan said, Moxie, Terra's just insane right now.
Yeah, I mean, everyone from Na'Vi, like, we were talking about this during the break, their main weakness was just infighting. I think, like, the introduction of a coach for this team has done absolute wonders because you still have, like, that player-led coaching from Trust Me inside your actual matches to be able to make, like, the macro decision calls of, okay, we'll lose this fight, we'll have the discipline to lose the fight, but we'll force so many ultimates from VP that when OT starts, they don't have any resources to brute force bully us. Like, there's an opportunity when Na'Vi are trying to push through second, Virtus.pro have Dance of the Butterflies, they're able to force Fate to use Fate of Both Worlds for Na'Vi to retain hold of that point. There's an opportunity there for Sparker to get the ult through. What do Na'Vi do? Instead of having Rajaro play more passive, play safer alongside his backline to use Freedom Charge to absorb the damage from Dance of the Butterflies, they get aggressive. They send Trust Me and Rajaro to totally zone out both Tridro and Saipe, which denied all of the resources from the rest of VP's team. They had the full trust 4 players would be enough if Sparker did get to use the ultimate to stack in and survive it, and if you got the pickoff onto the Psylocke before Sparker could use the ultimate, you just win the fight and guarantee take it to a one-fight situation that you can brute force
VP
with all of that time
like
available.
The
Gambit ult, which sent Virtus.pro into an absolute panic to the point that they all stepped off of the point, despite having the Luna ult up to be able to stand up to it. Like, that's the thing against Na'Vi. It's not just the skill that they have, it's not just how well they can play the heroes, it's the discipline that they have in game, which is truly terrifying. They can put aside ego, they can put aside looking for, like, your KDA and prioritize taking fights that sets them up for the win.
And speaking of setting up for the win, this could be it. If Na'Vi take this, they move on to the grand finals. It's Virtus.pro's last chance, and, well, Ryan brought it up. Na'Vi have a very, very small selection of maps that they have lost on full stop this year, and one of them is Museum of Contemplation. Will this be a history-making endeavor for Virtus.pro? I leave you with Ryan Central and Got Moxie to find out.
Again, to sort of emphasize this, for Na'Vi across Ignite so far this year, they are 8 wins, 1 losses. Virtus.pro, they are
Chat,
1
tomorrow
win,
we
4
start at
losses.
11 a.m.
One of them did not look good yesterday as well versus Heretics. Like, Museum of Contemplation from VP, not a good performance at all.
Yeah, and it sort of seemed that they went in with the idea of like, okay, yeah, Penny on defense, we could break that with the torch. And Na'Vi like, we literally heard you say that.
Oh, there's
so
Jerky.
We're just not going to play
bro.
Penny. We're just going to waste some of your time. And like you mentioned, we saw even Jerky use it on the other side, going for it on the attack, and then, oh, there's no Penny. I'm immediately going to switch. Can't say the same for Fi, who stayed on it for a good amount of time. Not to say that it's bad, it just feels a little bit like that sort of moment in time sort of passed them by. Rogue is going to be banned out a little bit later, so Rocket is actually banned out earlier in the draft to make sure that a statement is made for VP.
Daredevil available for both teams. At this point, VP do get the opportunity of banning it since Na'Vi prioritize saving the
He looked like he was smiling, though, even though they were losing.
And yeah, VP will jump on that opportunity of trying to deplete some of Jerky's hero pool, potentially forcing Na'Vi into running the triple strategist. The last time these two teams matched up, VP did take Na'Vi to Museum of Contemplation. That was when they were able to play with the Mantis Loki team up, however, so the meta has since moved on as both teams actually full access to everything that the other has. It will just be about adapting to each specific fight.
Aren't you tired?
And setting up
but it's
for
fine.
the wins. Like, can VP push
MRI
Na'Vi? Because
only
at this
lasts
point,
4 days,
we're yet to
chat.
really
I don't
see a
mind
team
waking
do
up
that.
early for
I think
4
the
days.
closest was Rad on Central Park, but that was off of some absolute heroics from Crazy Kitty on the Wolverine into the Star-Lord, which Na'Vi have not been playing. Like, that's something else to talk about, right? Terra's been playing the Elsa as opposed to the Star-Lord, despite the fact that, one, Na'Vi for first map were able to secure the rocket with the Gambit, and two, they've always had Gambit open as well.
No, there's nothing next weekend,
A
chat.
streak's going to be broken here.
This tournament is only for this weekend.
Now we managed to get on Museum of Contemplation, only losing against Fire Strays in the preseason playoffs very early on. Or it's going to be VP losing a mirrored matchup for the first time in Ignite history.
I think I definitely
As far
am
as I
gonna
can
do that.
tell, because you don't tend to have found these situations very often in the past. It's only now that the read seems to be a lot more Let's make sure
Plan
that
is
the characters are even on the same side.
It's planned for August, chat. If you click exclamation mark MRI and go to the mid-season land, it gives you all the information
will
there.
Be rolling out on the Star-Lord that we talked about
right
since Saipe is playing the Gambit. So you do have that combo to find eliminations, a surefire win strategy for Virtus.pro to be able to bull towards us. Na'Vi denied Jerky's Wolverine, put him, or rather denied the Daredevil, put him onto the Wolverine to pair alongside Terra on that Cyclops. Plenty of poke potential up for Na'Vi and good counter grab as well. You can see a pulse of Jerky is trying to read out where exactly Nevix and Finzi will try to hit the back line so that he can just push the Vanguards away from his strategists, and he's found Finzi, and so the chase begins.
It just means that this like coordinated dive that VP want to put together is going to be delayed because they're one player down and they already feel a little bit brittle as it is. One player's already gone down, being Saipe, but because the attack has barely started, it's only just going to buy 20-30 seconds worth of time, which is going to certainly count up when you start off with 4 minutes at this point. So
I think Virtus.pro, you guys are talking about the age. I think Virtus.pro overall is a lot older than Na'Vi. Virtus.pro, if you guys remember watching Overwatch and Overwatch League, there are a lot of ex-Overwatch League players.
Started for Virtus.pro.
I mean, also the fact that, like, look at the ult charge reflected from Saipe in comparison to Crook. Crook is getting to play with both of his Vanguards in line of sight and absorbing all of the poke damage from Sparker now on that Cyclops, as opposed to Saipe, who's been denied line of sight on both Finzi and Nevix for a lot of these engagements. So only now has been able to catch up
VP
once
was in
Finzi
old
plays more
Counter-Strike
from
2.
main.
I'm not talking about the org, though. I'm talking about the players.
Ready for that Ruby Rage to connect onto Saipe in the back line, and the Gambit folds.
He was just on an island, it felt like, just surrounded by Na'Vi players. Saipe off the back of Royal Flush, just immediately just cannibalized by everybody in and around him.
Ooh, Terra did not want Fi to live.
Looking incredibly scattered at this point. Having ultimates, but seemingly how it's all going to come together, hard to know.
I mean, VP also invested Raging Royal Flush, so you're now split from Fi's Galactic Legend. Shields have already been forced from Nevix off of the poke from Terra when he's on that wall. So Virtus.pro denied a lot of that engagement opportunity. Finzi actually even swapping off of the Captain America,
I don't think they can FF these games, chat.
This team, moving on to the
You're in the middle of a tournament, bro. You cannot.
And
that's like
to be able to block the
just imagine.
that Terra's been
I
able
don't know.
to
Let's just say imagine the Heat are the best NBA team in the world right now. And then you go play at Miami at the Heat Stadium. You can't just not play, chat. You can't do that.
To get behind cover very quickly. Just me trying to do his best Finzi impression over on the Venom to try to stall out the time, and it's going to stall out even longer as the fight back has come in off of the Fate of Both Worlds from Na'Vi this time. Sending VP, they're getting spawn camped. The grand finalist world champions, Moxie, are getting spawn camped right now.
Fi's holding Galactic
world
Legend
champions
too,
are
waiting
getting
for
spawn
Saipe's
camped right
ult
now.
to build alongside it, but Rajara with Sonic Seduction can shut that down totally. Plus, Jerky has the last stand, and I know it sounds strange, but we've seen so many wall vaults find the connection onto Star-Lord through that Galactic Legend. This is not a full fight win, as Jerky gets the pin onto 2. Virtus.pro still make a play, the Gambit ult's invested, but a huge freeze from Fate totally freezes Fi out from the fight.
He's not going to be available. He gets eliminated, so that combination, another Royal Flush, really landing in a kick off of the poker table, frankly, and a
I agree. I thought this was going to be a very close series, chat. This is very
but stunned out again.
I do feel bad. I feel bad for Virtus.pro, but this is pretty depressing.
To just sort of hold on to it and build it up as they can get it, but now finally Fi has to do something for Virtus.pro. You need to poke the bear.
Oh
and the bear
my
needs
gosh,
to show that
Jerky.
they're awake, but
my.
nothing's happening. Absolutely put under as Na'Vi, as Virtus.pro on this map choice of museum contemplated why they even chose it, because they've barely left the spawn doors. Overtime, at least moving on, but it just seems to be a bit more of a fracas. Dreedra at least finds this pick, and it must be like a selection, maybe single digits against Na'Vi, and that's enough for them to actually give this up.
Yeah, they're running away with elimination, so Na'Vi will literally run away from the fight before Virtus.pro take chunks out of more players. Jerky spinning into position, gets held by Finzi with that Carbon Crush, but survives. Sonic Seduction invested at the same time as Feast of the Abyss. No eliminations, and Fate's getting dangerously close to the Luna ult, which will allow them to stall for Crook's ult to build alongside it.
Yeah, it's paper buff is going to be available on the other side of Street. You're going to feel the need to use it. I mean, you might as well. You don't want to get sort of held here. Ruby Rage is also available for Sparkacede if you can quite get the lineup on these characters. Just more keeping his distance, so disengaging completely. But that means that the wick is burning. People need to sort of keep an eye on it. But yeah, they have to try to hold on as much as possible. Level 1 Crook is going to come in with the Royal Flush. Saipe very close to building it up. Ruby Rage going to be used, but it doesn't quite get the pick because Saipe is the one to first go down. And this Virtus Pro team is completely split off of the objective. Na'Vi hold it just before first, and Virtus Pro showing some fight towards the end, but too much of that attacking side was nothingness.
Yeah, not impossible, but a tough task ahead of Virtus Pro. Like, that has to be so frustrating. Fi having to hold Galactic Legend for one whole
Jay, what do you think about this match?
A new Raging Roll Flush, and then Fate stops him in his tracks. Ice in his veins, catching the freeze to split the combo, which would have allowed
this match reminds me of like
really crucial ultimates to have.
Let's just say you're very hungry, chat. It's your birthday. You're driving to your favorite birthday place to eat dinner. You know, it takes you an hour to drive there, so you're hungry, you're excited, you didn't eat all day. You're like, you just can't wait for you to eat that favorite meal. And then once you get to the restaurant's closed. And you didn't check it beforehand. And now you just wasted all that time. You just wasted an hour driving for nothing. That's what it feels like. I was very excited for these games because obviously with a tournament, the better games and the better teams are going to be last. Obviously in a tournament, right? And you think the games are going to be a little closer in skill, but this is pretty bad.
Gotta say as well, like the Emma combining with the Lunar Snow, the team up is nice, but just the Emma on this part of the map is so good. Finzi looking a lot stronger when he switched over to it. Going to be starting on it first on his defense.
Awoken Ghost, the massive 41 months, my friend. Appreciate it. How you doing?
Coordinated from Na'Vi as it already did against Virtus Pro. Naturally, because it was Jerky just being the ward, scaring people away. A security guard for the back line. And
Virtus Pro is running 3 tanks, 3 supports.
Not only the Emma is full on charge, but also the Wolverine too. Fi goes down first on this Magneto. It might be go time if the trade didn't come in already onto Fate.
Oh,
nice.
The grab as well onto Nevix. It's like you might have a triple strategist, but there's no Vanguards to battery the ultimates. There was no way for Virtus Pro to be able to hold Na'Vi off from flanking, catching them behind, and already we're having to see Fi panic swapping onto Strange because this is last fight territory. Nevix on the thing trying to stand up to that Wolverine, but you are just a pin cushion once Jerky is able to close that distance. As Virtus Pro desperately trying to make a play, but level 1 Crook's already got the ultimate, and this should just be Na'Vi closing out.
It should be. You've got one of the Vanguards being taken out, at least nobody's quite near the ultimates, dropping like flies. Virtus Pro, world champions from the grand finals, losing out against the mid-season finals champions of last year. Na'Vi just making it look so easy. They're going to be in the grand finals tomorrow to decide who's going to be the top seed and taking a big chunk of that $200,000 USD prize pool. But I don't think Navi's going to care about that. They are absolutely rinsing through the world champions.
Yeah, I mean, the distance between these two teams, it just feels insurmountable almost when you look at how they approach that Museum of Contemplation.
Pretty much.
So
I mean, we've got Tetra coming back in a second. I think the one thing I remember when we were watching like Na'Vi versus Fire, and Fire were kind of getting destroyed, and we were like, don't think that Fire is a bad team. Na'Vi do that with everybody. Case in point, they did it to Virtus Pro again.
If there's anyone they can't do it to at this point, we're going to be quite surprised because Na'Vi are just going from strength to strength. Virtus Pro literally learning from Heretics yesterday, ran almost the exact same composition that really slowed them down on this map where they very nearly lost out. And Na'Vi just walked through it. They just absolutely smashed through the barrier. They smashed through. Adam only got to 70% ult charge before the game was over. That's how quickly Na'Vi were able to move through here. And another consistently well-deserved MVP for level 1 Crook. grabbing huge healing numbers, getting the Raging Royal flushes.
It's rad, that
and even just playing hyper-aggressive when he finds an opening himself.
I'm pretty sure it's Team Heretics against...
there. We talked about it at the end of Virtus Pro's push, you two said during the cast. Brian pointed out how split they were, and that's because the front line was standing on the point, beating the crap out of Virtus Pro's front line, and the back line were being chased down by Crook and Terra. They just couldn't get away because they were so mobile.
I was going to say, we sort of said it as well, of like, Terra not getting that many MVPs. How can he when you've got people
when
like
you have everyone else
yeah.
on the team? I mean, Terra, like you can see her from the highlights as well.
I don't know why you
totally
guys said it's not Shiki, it's rad.
Majority. Like this is criminal. Being able to flank all the way around the back with Cyclops ult when Virtus Pro are getting ready to go with that Gambit ult, especially if you're setting up Gambit Star-Lord. Like, that is the fight that you have to win. Na'Vi have Gambit ult to match, but you overwhelm with Galactic Legend on top, and twice Na'Vi were able to totally dismantle the opportunity before Virtus Pro could make a play. It was the exact same thing that happened with Hell's Heaven, except instead of BRB allowing Na'Vi
Who do you think from NA can compete with Na'Vi? Probably Swamp. I think Swamp Gaming or Team Liquid Citadel can.
They had no BRB, but they
could do better than this. This is
they
tough.
Just pushed so aggressively. Also, a big shout out to Jerky. While he had a bit of a rougher previous map, this one, he was on fire. He got the interrupt that you saw earlier there onto Fincy when they were trying to go for the Sonic Seduction.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
As we've seen a couple times throughout this tournament with the Feral Leap, delivering helicopters up to him, and then immediately hit him with the Feral Leap midway through a Galactic Legend to shut that down as well. While Jerky's stats may not be as flashy as Terra's, with like half the damage and 3 less final hits,
to be honest,
Jerky was no less.
If I knew this was what, if I knew this was going to be the turnout of this game, I would have slept a little longer.
The entirety of Virtus Pro combined is a bit ouch though. 9-8 total, and it did seem like that Virtus Pro, like even without the rocket available to be right back and bring people into the fray again, it's still the eliminations weren't quite there. Something was like missing, and I think it's just a little bit of like how these vanguards like
how you doing?
want to
how
try
you
and
doing?
dive in, and how they deal with just people that are just completely peeling their backline in the same vein that.
I don't agree with that. Team Liquid Citadel is the only team that can compete with Na'Vi player for player. I think Swamp Gaming can as well. Swamp Gaming's a really good team.
In sport like areas of taking the
I think it depends on the day.
For museum with how close
Swamp Gaming, I think, could beat Team Liquid Citadel, and Team Liquid Citadel could beat Swamp Gaming.
But the amount of mobility that you actually have allows them to go for a lot of very sneaky flank plays that you would not really be able to pull off if you were something like, say, a Phoenix.
We saw that even in the preseason, chat.
The health reset,
the
but I think, like, at this point, it's fair to say
the preseason, Swamp Gaming beat Team Liquid Citadel in a best of 5, and then when it went to a best of 7, Team Liquid Citadel beat Swamp Gaming. So I mean,
like one specific hero.
I think it could either it could go both ways.
Every duelist, he has so much flexibility in his hero pool. Cyclops only just released.
Happy 4th of July, Jay. Do you have do you and Emily have any plans? Nah.
I
have to co-stream, chat.
Like every
I don't have to, but I want to.
Make it look like they've been playing it for years. We have the interview with Jerky here today. Once again, coming on in from a
also, everyone's talking about like
Saipei
with his hero pool chat. Saipei has an insane. Oh my God, it's Jerky. He has an insane gambit.
How do you go about just widening your hero pool so much? Because it really does feel like every single season, it feels like you've added like 2 to 3 more heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I just talk to my team, right, and whatever they need. If they need me to be a melee player, they tell me that, hey, Jerky, I think you need to practice magic. I think you need to practice Spider-Man, Wolf, whatever, right? And then I just go into a rank game. I say, whatever, I'll just play it, and whatever happens, happens, right? Maybe run a few games down. Maybe some people hate me because of that, but it's fine. That's how I improve, and that's my method, so yeah.
This question's for you, but it's also for some of the other Na'Vi players that I know are looming around, because I know that like Fate was stood up. Like, what other team is qualifying with you in VP? Like, who is it going to be?
I appreciate it, Andrew.
And I wonder, like, if there's anybody looming around from Na'Vi as well as you, who do they think it's going to be? Because I think Heretics is probably the favorite, but you never know with like Rad, Shikigami. It feels very open.
I think, me personally, I think Rad will be the team to qual. I mean, Heretics has good players, but they do have Lime Pro, and he did get like 8th in the World Cup. so maybe his drafts are not the best. So I will say that I think Rat will call. So yeah, I can
that
ask
is
the other
funny
players
as
if you want them
shit.
to come on, but I'm pretty sure everyone shares the same opinion.
Give him
around
a
me.
shout.
Oh yeah, Crook, you want to
looking.
tell him something?
I know he was watching the stream as well.
About who will call, about who will be the third one to call?
Well, Lime Pro blocked Pokey on Discord, so I think it's gonna be Rad Esports qualifying. But he didn't want to pick up the score, so yeah, disappointed.
I mean,
this is a good interview. This is a good interview, Chan.
Now.
Okay, so to return then to asking you specific questions, Wolverine is back in meta after a fairly long absence with the Devil Dinosaur. Do you think it's the fact that Devil Dinosaur was nerfed, or how impactful is the team up with Cyclops? Like, how strong is Wolverine at the moment as a duelist, do you feel?
I think Wolf is definitely situational. I think there's some tanks that do struggle into him, but I think there's some tanks that benefit from a Wolf, right? Like some tanks want a little bit more damage on the field, and Wolf kind of doesn't provide that unless he gets close. But heroes like Cap or Venom or something that have to get up close, I think Wolf is quite a scary opponent to have. So I think he's situational, and I think the Cyclops team up definitely helps because you can close the distance pretty easily. So I think he's in a pretty solid spot. I would say like A to S tier. Pretty solid.
Speaking of the S tier, you guys are in the grand finals, but more importantly that you're qualified for the mid-season finals. Looking across to the other regions, looking across to every other team that's qualified from around the world, who are you most looking forward to playing against?
I mean, to be completely honest, I think there's only 3 other teams, maybe 2 now that VP got 3-0'd, no disrespect, but I think there might be Team Liquid Citadel and Swamp Gaming, right, that I really want to play against. I think both those teams have a very good structure, very good fundamentals and all that stuff, so I think both those teams are kind of on an equal level of who I'd like to face. But I definitely want to beat Fox, so because he talks a lot of smack on Twitter. Yeah.
I see you in his chat now and again. Discussing stuff, shall we say, it can get a little bit. Yeah.
It's Crook approved. All right, we'll let you get back to celebrating with your team and preparing for the grand finals tomorrow, Jerky. Thank you very much for joining us.
Perfect. Bye-bye.
It's always great to have Jerky with us, as usual, and having all of Na'Vi in one place just really does seem to be working for them extremely well. They are now in the grand finals for EMEA, meaning that their next match is tomorrow. They can relax and watch the rest of the games and watch all their opponents show all their strategies as they desperately try to qualify for the mid-season finals. And
that was a good interview. I like that.
Finals. But we now turn our attention to the lower bracket. It is time for not just some elimination games, but also for teams to try and get one step closer to that Virtus Pro in the lower bracket finals. So we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we will be continuing with our stressful matchups with Heretics versus Shikigami.
Okay, chat, you guys ready for the predictions? Okay, chat. Have fun. You have Team Heretics against Shikigami. In my opinion, I do think Team Heretics is going to win. I hope the games are good and not 3-0s. I think the games are going to be really good. I think, especially the lower bracket games. The lower bracket games are they're fighting for their life, because if they lose, they're out. Always bet on the underdogs. There's no way you guys are gonna. There's no way you guys are gonna bet. Shikigami's a great team, chat. Don't get me wrong. I think Shikigami's a great team, but I think Team Heretics looked really strong yesterday, even though they lost. Team Heretics. Who did they play against yesterday? No. Team Heretics they looked really good yesterday. Who did they play? Team Heretics played against VP. Yeah, they got 3-0'd, but I think it was a very close 3-0. It was a very close 3-0, especially that last map. That last map, Virtus Pro barely won. Yeah. What are you talking about? You don't remember the Virtus Pro game with Team Heretics? The Midtown game? Wasn't it 3-2? It was a close... Fuck if I know anymore, bro. I don't know. All the days are blending into each other. I don't know. Was it a 3-2? Who knows, Chad? I don't know. No, that wasn't a reverse sweep. Was it a reverse sweep? I don't, bro. I'm gonna go outside and touch some grass. Hold on, give me a second, bro. No, it wasn't a reverse sweep, chat. Shikigami, I'm pretty sure, did the reverse sweep. Yeah. Not Team Heretics.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your
Okay,
hands.
I'm gonna go get some coconut water. Give me 1 second, okay?
We have a grand finalist. We have two mid-season final qualifiers. It is now time for the sudden elimination round. As two teams over the course of today will be going home. 3 teams, actually, will be finished for the stage. But we're starting off, Ryan, with Team Heretics, who were 1 fight away from going to mid-season finals.
30 HP on Phi away exactly as well, so it was about as close as it can get. But the thing about this Heretics team, they've got a lot of experience in these like playoff situations for qualifying for events, and also experience at said events too. So it would be the biggest shock, certainly when we're qualifying 3 of the teams, that it's not our 3 partnership teams going. The problem, however, is that they're going up against some tough opponents. Shikigami first, which went to a full best of 5 the last time that these two teams like played in the preseason playoffs. A bit closer in, well, one-sided in groups, even towards Heretics. But I guess the point is that Shikigami can certainly bring it on in these kind of big games, and Heretics need to be careful because now the pressure's on them on whether they're going to qualify or not.
I usually try to point out players who I think have had really standout performances in different stages. And I've, of course, mentioned Isidore, who we'll get into a bit more in a bit during that pre-season. But Beetle has done so much for Team Heretics. But speaking of Isidore, Boxy, tell me about Shikigami.
Yeah, Shiki, they've got a gold mine when it comes to a composition to rely on. Isidor's Hulk, Frost Mountain's Wolverine. Those two are such a strong pair, but with Shiki, like, they were able to go for this reverse sweep versus Strays. They had to rely, though, on 3 map wins back-to-back off of Fastball. I don't think they'll get access to Fastball, so we have to see the adaptation that they have into Heretics, who we know what Heretics will try to rely on. They like to go for these like really long stall-out fights with the triple strategist. So for Shiki, it's about, can you find ways of winning fights fast without the Wolverine if you're denied it, so that you don't just get burnt out of time bank?
This is a tough question. We've traditionally seen him against a couple triple strategist compositions that, as we're seeing on our screen right now, Groot can get some good value splitting people off from their strategists, and we do know that both Isidore and Kaya are insane on the groups, but this is the character who has been really influential for both these teams. You already mentioned it, Boxy. Frost Mountain put on a huge performance with that Wolverine to bring them back in the reverse sweep for Shikigami, but Tanuki just continuing to show why they are a melee king on everything. And we're going to start off, as usual, on Domination. The first map will be Celestial Husk, which means we are going to be heading into that draft. I will shut my mouth and leave you with Ryan Central and Got Moxie, because this game is too much of a big deal and too exciting to wait any longer.
And their opponent have to play later today, the winner of this one, up against the next series, best of 5-2 of Pulsar versus Rad. And like we just saw a Jerky saying, Rad might be a bit, oh, a little kitty. I mean, that's the only cat that we seem to be seeing so far this stage, because certainly not a black cat, but yeah, we're not seeing black cat at all in so far this tournament. And at least there's like a You can win, mother. We can do this. We can get our revenge on Team Heretics. Anyway.
I mean, not even close to White Fox too, since foxes are actually closer related to dogs than cats. But we shall have to see if there are White Foxes left after the ban draft goes through. I think we're both looking to see if Heretics take a chunk out of Frost Mountain's hero pool, go for the Wolverine. That does free up the Daredevil though, so it's like pick your poison on the side of Heretics, or more specifically Lime Pro.
Oh, by the way, Von Goon, absolutely 10 gifted subs, massive W. I said that right, chat?
And if you let Wolverine go for the ban, yeah, there it is. Then that does mean that Shikigami can also
with the
go
massive
for the
9 months,
Rocket
absolutely
as
insane.
well.
Appreciate it.
Daredevil going to be banned out. Bit of the changes here, and yeah, the Wolverine.
How you doing, guys?
I remember Enzo was saying
Von Goon, absolutely insane, my friend.
Wolverine merchant, specifically, and Shikigami Frost Mountain saying that Team Heretics are a triple strategist merchant team. So there's been enough beef brought across both sides, but yeah, no surprise the Wolverine's banned out, because it also means that Laylas is probably still going to play the Cyclops if it's appropriate, but that team up isn't going to be available.
Yeah, no Rocket save. Shiki instead saving the Captain America, which means that Heretics are able to secure potentially one-sided Rocket here if they want to, or they could go for something like the one-sided Wolverine. Might go for a save on something like the Cyclops, but no, Rocket Raccoon instead. So having that BRB up, we already saw the value that Na'Vi were able to eke from it versus Virtus.pro on Domination, which has so snowball heavy winning fights, being able to stall out fights that you're losing off of just funneling players back in to hold out for more and more point percentage. A lot of the time can actually be the difference maker between walking away with these map wins, as Shikigami will be able to secure one-sided Captain America, but Heretics still having the option open for triple strategist if they really want to go for some of that stall strategy.
I mean, Team Heretics
organic coconut water.
Oh my god! They've consistently wanted to do that, even making it work in some of the more interesting situations with the reintroduction of Adam. But yeah, one of our big games.
I just played a game where I couldn't even move without being killed by dive. Is that what GM is? All dive? I hate this.
Going to be heading to mid-season
I wouldn't say
it all strings together.
A lot of people have been complaining about dive actually.
And you might have another best of 5 to follow straight afterwards.
Yeah. Jay, can you switch your cam to the other side? I do that when the games are starting, chat, not when there's ban phases and all of that. Don't worry,
want to start off on the
change my camera
with a domination win, and luckily for them, it's not been the worst record. I think 5-2 for 3-0 Heretics, and it seems that again they're coming out.
Also, I don't.
Yeah, triple strategist Ultron flavor for Heretics, as Shikigami denied the Wolverine.
Not a lot of people don't
have the fastball to throw a Wolverine at that problem in the sky. You're relying on Leolaz
also,
instead
chat
on the Psylocke
93%
being able to
Team Heretics,
that
7%
Ultron before he
Shikigami.
becomes a problem. Frost Mountain actually, no Daredevil for him. He's on the Jeff, so Shiki also leaning on a triple strategist outlook. But they do have more stable resources with the symbiotic shenanigans to pair with Kaya, so a lot of staying power for both of these teams. Heretics more burst damage off of the Elsa in comparison to the Psylocke dive.
Kaya finds that first pick onto Enzo, though. That's trying to go for the mag, maybe expecting that there was going to be a Star-Lord out in play, that they want to try and mitigate some of the damage. But yeah, interesting lineup, as yeah, Cap is going to be on that White Fox. The
3
White Cat
support
is giving them
crutch.
some, like, keen advice, I suppose, on what characters that they want to be
But
going
also,
for.
Shikigami is running the triple support as well.
A little bit scary as Ultron was frozen down to the ground from Naga, and Portal front in straight away from Team Heretics. Not the jump play that we expect, but an early one to make sure that this fight stalls out a little bit longer, and they might be able to turn it around off the back of the Maelstrom, connecting onto the backline. Kaya finds himself another keen trade, trying not to swing his way right into the portal and end up towards the Heretic spawn. Actually gets taken out for his trouble. Shikigami might have to give up some of the space, as there's 5 players on his Heretics team all stocked up on top of it.
Ooh,
the
nice
last one
bunny hop.
that's not there quite just yet is going to be Tanuki coming back onto the Elsa, as this brawl is still ongoing.
Wait, isn't that the enemy team Jeff behind him?
Is budging.
Okay, I was about to say.
Heretics about to hit Rage of Ultron to be able to hold their position, but Shiki going to be able to stabilize with the it's Jeff. Kaya using Feast of the Abyss at the same time as Beetle, but Heretics with the Rage of Ultron first, going to be able to get some healing power as well as the potential of taking Frost Mountain down. The Jeff's able to actually escape the wrath of the Ultron using
Why are they
that
always
cover.
saving
He has
Gambit?
but the speed bubbles were not
And
set
always
up, so
banning
Frost Mountain
Mantis.
not
Don't
able to
all
complete
people
popping off of the map.
do is complain how Gambit is broken and would be insta-ban Ignite.
Was enough for Shiki to finally push out
Oh,
Heretics and
trust
claim
me, bro. Mantis is a bigger problem than.
We'll have to wait a little bit though before you can pair that ultimate with the Gambit. Heretics might just decide to use it on its own.
Oh, that's the butterflies. Hot tempo, hot play that is going to force out the Royal Flush on the other side.
Mantis has always been a very high ban rate character in Ignite for a long time now.
A pick onto the duelist on the other side. Now you've got the claw drops coming through. You're connected onto the Camino,
airball, bro. Tanuki, come on, man, you're better than that.
White Fox is a little bit bigger in this form, and Cav is actually slaughtering this backline, cutting through these chickens like easy prey. And Heretics with big ultimates dedicated find very little for their troubles.
Mantis forces triple support chat, and also Mantis enables your DPS player
more than happy to
with
actually
damage
make
boost.
that sacrifice, since Eastor still holds the Freedom Charge sustain that Heretics will be
And
lacking
with damage
providing
boost,
for the rest
you do
of
more
their
damage,
team. So
you get
you
more
have
ult
survival
charge,
options
you're gonna have
into
ult
this
more
galactic
often,
legend that
all that
Heretics
stuff.
will look to use with that ban hammer, just chunking through some of these players onto the backline, fully forces Shiki to have to just ward around Lindstrom, but they lose the Luna regardless. Still, though, staying potential of stall. If they really want to gain as much point percent as possible, the Vanguards are still up. Kaya actually takes a chunk out of Heretics just to be able to prolong the percentage.
Yeah, if you can get this up to 90% at the very least, Freedom Charge is even going to be dedicated. You could maybe get this to 99 as progression now for Heretics is starting up, but a pick onto Alex is kind of scary.
Mantis has the same ult
and now
as
Galactic Legend
Gambit.
is going to be used. Still in the hands of Shikigami is this first domination point, and actually the Galactic Legend gets galactically lost, as Shikigami are actually holding on to this first point with the attrition that we said that they needed. Team Heretics using a lot of trying to combine these ultimates and strung along. Shikigami take this first point.
Yeah, chat. Usually in a triple support team comp with Mantis, you rarely heal.
Would be banned out of
when you're wait, they're all wearing like the same color shirt. That's
matches,
that's
and
crazy.
they had to have a backup
Unless that's the team shirt. In Mantis and triple support, a lot of people are usually just damage boosting, not healing.
To him, but you're still running him on.
You let your other supports get the heals still, so they could get their support ults, and then you just damage boost to your DPS, and everyone gets like their ults.
With the symbiotic shenanigans, and then on top of that,
also Mantis
off of the Captain
Gambit
America save
enables you to have more damage and all that stuff. Mantis, you have damage boost 24/7.
Freedom Charge, like if she could get the first cap, it will take so much from Heretics to be able to break through the sheer amount of resources that they have. It will rely on the Star-Lord Gambit ults combining just to have any chance of being able to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, which is all of these defensive resources that Shiki have at their disposal.
Also, I am very surprised.
If Black Cat wasn't nerfed,
well, not really surprised. I think Shikigami's still a great team, but Shikigami won the first round.
And Cap, like, there's a lot been strung up together from Shikigami. This Kai is going to be the one contesting the point, just going on his like daily run, meeting up with fellow symbiotes on the home planet of Clintar. But Royal Flush is going to be the one that's used first from Heretics. Seeing it from Frost Mountain's distance, he's using it as much as he possibly can. And seeing it from Shikigami's perspective, considering there was a Royal Flush used on the other side, Moxie, pretty Sunday drive.
Yeah, they might as well be on vacation. And that splits you from your Star-Lord ult as well. Cosmic Ion Amplifier invested from Alex. Leolas can just break that though with Dance of the Butterflies, not allowing Heretics any movement off of the Rocket ult. Lindstrom a little bit late on using that Luna ult though, already down both the Venom and the Psylocke. So Heretics being able to take the Venom out, just having
Kaya
to
Strange.
deal with the stall potential of Kaya, like you said, going for that Strange. Shiki's players trying to just keep Heretics
so glad
off of the
I
cap
see
so that
pro
the portal
players
has
not
the
be
time
able to
come
kill this
through, as
stupid ass
Tanuki is in
fish, bro. I
charge
hate
of
that
dealing
fish.
with the land shark.
I hate that fish.
He hasn't gone down yet. I understand why.
If you play that fish, I hate you too. I'm sorry. I hate it. Guilty by association. I hate that fish.
Are the most impactful, and they're not willing to give it up for anybody. But the eliminations coming through, be right back, means that Team Heretics, I think, still have the player advantage, but Kamiho means that there's a few more animals that are out on the side, and Isidore is rampaging through as well. Very close to a freedom charge, meaning that this triple triple strategist feels like there's going to be 4 on this objective, 4 on the point. Team Heretics, the kings of stalling, might have had their crown taken away from them, as it's Jeff is allowed Shikigami to continue on. But with everything that was used, Galactic Legend now going to be counted in from the Freedom Charge. Gambit's going to be spat away. Ken right on the edge of the map might not have the chance to dash through. He does, and so Frost Mountain's just going to try and take this one-on-one as much as possible. The problem is that he's taking it right next to a health pack, and so all this has done is taken one of the biggest strategists that might have built his ultimate up in that time if he was in that fight.
Finally, there was a cat fight.
I mean, not just that. Shiki, if they lose the Jeff, right? You still have Luna, you still have White Fox. Heretics only have rocket healing if Ken is denied line of sight on his team. So Tanuki actually is the one to swap off of the Psylocke onto the Ultron so that you have more poke potential, but you also have more staying power, more healing potential. As Leylaz goes for a very early dive, putting pressure onto Alex, trying to get the pick off onto that rocket or force the panic situation of Ken requiring the use of that Gambit, allowing Shiki to be able to kite it, as they have nothing to be able to stand up if Heretics get aggressive. You can see the disengagement from Shiki, making sure that they don't lose anyone on the kite before they can push their vanguards back in so that Heretics do not claim the cap.
Still a foot on the point now. Shikigami has stolen this out to a absolute T.
Shikigami is playing really well now.
Flush, really not getting all too much in the end. Yan Amplifier going to be used to try to counter, but Ken gets taken out. I would have thought that the Yan Amplifier might come in with the Galactic Legend in before, but it seems that Naga doesn't actually need the ultimate to be finding the picks. Same again though for Shikigami, losing 2 players, then
unless you're talking about preseason or something very long time ago, I don't remember. But...
And now you got a Kamiho that's about to string online. You don't have the Strange Portal that's going to be that useful here, but what you do still have is control of the objective. Shikigami
I don't think Virtus Pro lost
keeping Heretics.
Maybe they lost a round, but maybe not.
The
I don't think they lost the whole
ultimates, and it might be enough actually for the Galactic Legend to push past these strategists. Nothing is available for ultimates, but there's still just enough people on the point. Kaya using the resilience in order to keep surviving. Naga's ultimate gets
Shikigami
nothing.
got 1 map off. Oh yeah, they did get 1 map off of Navi because wasn't it actually the vampire map, and then Frost Mountain was playing Torch? They spawn hold them,
healing actually for the team, and then uses the E to try to carry Cap away from this dive from Beetle on the back line. Goes for the spit instantly, but the White Fox unfortunately was pushed out of that fight. So finally the flip comes through, but at the cost of every ult that Heretics had at their disposal. The moment that Isidore is able to build up this Freedom Charge, if Heretics aren't able to find early eliminations to see Shiki away from this fight, if they get past the team and get to go point to threaten the back cap, you are looking at a very fast flip potentially from Shiki. And Leylaz is already fully on top of Beetle's position, stopping any dive shenanigans from hitting his backline early.
Heretics can't let anybody go down cheaply. It's going to force them to be right back, and you want to make sure that you can stall this out, because Shikigami looking more like Stikigami with how much they've been able to fight on that point. But this fight is looking already sort of done and dusted. Forcing out ultimates for Heretics, they mean they don't have really room to breathe. They've got to use these ultimates like the Royal Flush early. So for Shikigami, build it up. They're half of the percentage that we managed to make and a map down. We have time.
Jay sounds low energy. Have you eaten your breakfast and drinking tea or coffee? No,
like, you build a Freedom Charge, you have Fate of Both Worlds from Lindstrom to accompany Kaya's Beast of the Abyss. Heretics have to rely on Cosmic on Amplifier and just picks off of Enzo's poke and ult. And Shiki thinks that the time is now. Freedom Charge from Isidore, lives the Banhammer, as Enzo still has not invested. He's biding his time, he's waiting, gets hit by the charm from Calf though, and Shiki have been able to brute force past Heretics front line.
He's taking a lot of damage, but he does have the Feast of the Abyss.
It's Saturday, and I'm not going to wake her up at 6 a.m. because I'm streaming, chat. What?
Coming in actually from Leylaz, who goes down to very low HP as the Galactic Legend.
How does that have to do with anything about being lazy?
It's not going to keep them up, but it is going to give Shikigami a chance to fight on the objective now. Rage of Ultron is going to be used. Feast of the Abyss. Everything that Heretics has, it has to come into play now as Kamiho is going to come through from Cav, pretty much brought down and then eliminated. So that shows the concentrated effort of Heretics when they have to focus on the right target. Feast of the Abyss now for Shikigami. It finds a pick, but it's going to find a touch on the point as 99% is going to be matched as overtime is going to loom. Cav is going to be the one looking over to switch over to Strange to contest this, and Heretics still have that in the back pocket if they need it to. Tanuki switching over to the Ultron has provided a lot for Heretics when it comes to the sustain, but they don't have the ultimates to be the difference maker other than a Royal Flush very close close to being building up.
Wait, my support player knows how to play, not play strange, but do a portal? Oh my god. That's something that I rarely see. I never see support players use a portal. Because, well, when I used to play tournaments, chat, a lot of support players on my team never know how to play put a portal down.
Alcoves and these fights, which
yeah,
just
my
seems to be
games
suiting Heretics a little bit more. Frost Mountain trying to heal from distance, might need to close that distance in order to keep touching this point. As Shikigami's security has gone down, the safety net under safety net has been stripped apart one after the other.
Wow,
and
this is a really good
might be
game,
the thing
chat.
that ends it. We go to a third point.
We're going to a third.
The changes from Heretics and more than enough to match the sustain. Like, you had the rocket BRB to try to just bring players back if they were hit early by Shiki's dive, but the rocket was so much of a target, and a lot of the time the person who was getting brought back via BRB was Ken, off of the amount of focus that the Gambit was earning. I really do like the fact that they've, like, kept the Star-Lord, but now use that Ultron as well. Tanuki's flexibility showing itself.
This is
in
a funny
full
comment.
here,
I'm sorry.
as he moves
Mantis
on to the
isn't as
Ultron
hard
to still
as
allow
you
Heretics
think.
to have that
Healing and
stall
damage
potential,
priority is
have the
easy, along
heals
with
to be able to
usage and
match what Shiki
positioning.
can
The only hard
output,
thing is
but
aim.
also the rage of Ultron
isn't
to
as
be
bad
able
as
to
unless
keep
you
things
farm
like
things for
Frost
crit
Mountain
hits.
in check. As
It reminds
this
me of
next fight
someone
will be
saying,
starting off very
yeah, bro, chat,
quickly
being
for
top 500 or
Heretics.
being
They've
top
got the
500 is like,
Gambit
it's really easy.
They
Being good at
know
video games is easy. All
that
you need is
everyone
aim,
from Shiki
game
don't
knowledge,
really have those
mechanics.
resources outside of things like these symbiotic shenanigans. Lindstrom, Calf, both down from their ultimates. Heretics will look to hit
Yeah, bro,
fast and
doing
hit
something
hard.
correct is...
Deep breaths, everybody, because these first fights have lasted a good portion of time. Difference is that Shikigami
chat, you just need
the
good teammates, you need good mechanics, you need good aim, you need a good computer, you need a good keyboard, you need a good
how they want to approach this point.
FPS, you need a good monitor, you need a good mouse, you need good internet.
Pillar to be playing around, and multiple little alcoves to take this fight, as well as the high ground, which has been hotly contested by Enzo. The deep dive comes in as to try to group up for the royal flush to force people off of the objective, and Kaya just wants to keep that
good hand-eye coordination.
Onto the point.
Chat, it's really easy, bro.
Counterpart on the other side that goes down first as Lindstrom finds the CC in order to pick him. The problem, however, is the Team Heretics switching over to the White Fox triple strategist themselves have actually found the pick and the dive onto the back line, and Heretics for the first time flip the point first.
Yeah, Alex with that Spectral Surge able to keep on top of Kaya on this Venom much more easily. With the charm connection, it means that the Venom's not able to freely engage and disengage, potentially even use the shields to be able to play their own
Was it always
life.
that easy?
Kaya can be a little bit more forward though, since he does have Feast of the Abyss for this next fight, and Heretics burn both the Ultron and the Gambit
I think it's
ult early,
easier
so
said than
Enzo
done
buys the
for
team
a lot of
space
things.
and time to build Alex's ult with the Banhammer. Shiki forced into actually using Lindstrom's ult, have to find an opportunity for damage boost capabilities, or that ult's done with very little value except from just walking from choke.
Kaya is very much like, my point, mine, go away everybody, even the Feast of Abyss is going to be dedicated.
That's
and
embarrassing.
Get the connection onto Enzo
That is embarrassing.
It seemed like it was going to be pretty barren at that point, but that progression that was made on the point, or at least the turn that was attempted from Shikigami, going to be shut down as the Galactic Legend finds Kaya on the exit, and Heretics holding on to good portion, good ultimates, and Shikigami might start to be a little bit more stressed now with how this is going.
Yeah, such an early Luna ult. Gained very little value.
Oh, that was
he still
Kaya
does
from
have the freedom
Shikigami.
charge, at least for Shiki to be able to engage off of. You have more sustain. It's Jeff actually invested before Alex uses that Kumeho Unleashed.
Oh,
so
no,
you don't go off the
chat.
freedom charge first to force Alex to have to match the sustain and use the Jeff ult to counter it after, which means that Alex now gets free Fox ult.
Miho stomping
Shikigami's not getting a lot of value from their ults.
Frozen out as Cav has hers available, but maybe not a good chance to actually trade it out. Like, take a lot of damage, has to go and use it now, but the focus is there actually to make sure that this Camille ultimate isn't going to quite last the same amount of time. Managing to disengage at the very least is Alex, and now the Banhammer from Enzo, which has actually provided quite a lot in these like more scrappy fights where ultimates can't be relied on. That with the Rage of Ultron, two perfect ultimates to make sure that an even fight isn't quite even anymore. Shikigami running on fumes when it comes to ultimates. You could see Kaya already looming over towards the Strange to allow a portal play.
Nope,
But it
I think that's
hasn't
game
felt
chat. Wow,
close on this one.
Team
Heretics
Heretics
have been the ones
bounced
that have
back after
actually
that
kept their
first
foot on
round.
the objective and really ushered Shikigami away from it. The portal might be there, and it's just in the lick of time. Requires Lindstrom to be the first to touch, which means that he has to be the one to deal with this endeavor that's thrown at him. Heretics showed that attrition is the name
They
of
lost
their
the
game.
first round, but they were able to bounce back and win the next two.
Yeah, you can start to see the crack showing, I think, from Shiki. They knew how to use the Jeff composition of the stall, but it was totally a different story.
I think Frost was on support because they banned him out.
Honestly,
I think they banned.
if they're not going to
I know
play
they banned
Gambit,
Wolverine. Actually, no,
I
he
think
had a
going
torch.
for a first save on Wolverine, the way that
I think that's probably just the
crazy
comp that they
cuties
do
like
on
Black Cat or Wolverine early in their ban draft would allow them a much greater chance of building compositions around Frost Mountain.
See how this one is going to go for Shikigami. It's their map choice, and we do like full best of fives between these two teams. We'll see.
We have seen Shikigami reverse sweep teams, chat. So, listen, just because you might go up a map or 2-0 doesn't mean that you can't lose still. Have you seen any Black Cats in the tournament? Yesterday we did see a Black Cat for a little bit, but you don't see it a lot. You see a lot more Daredevil than anything. Yeah. Also, you guys are talking about Gen G. Apparently, Gen G rolled the Asia region. I haven't watched any of their games, usually because I'm sleeping. But I think the LAN is going to be a lot of fun. Last time at a LAN, I don't think a lot of the China or Asia teams do really well. I think they usually lose to a lot of like NA and EMEA teams. It would be really cool to see an Asia team win though, because then hopefully it gets more popularity over there. Because I don't think Marvel's a huge thing over there. Punsters with the massive new tier 1 sub, appreciate it. Were you at LAN last year? I was at China, but I was at the mid-season finals in China, not the grand finals in Atlanta. I usually only go to events if I'm invited, because if I get invited to events, that means I could stream there because they're gonna have a streaming computer. But I don't like, yeah, I prefer to stream the games, chat. I would love to go to more LAN events, but I'd rather be here with you guys watching it. And this is where you guys go, "Aw, J3, so cute. Oh, that's my streamer." No. IRL streams with that fancy iPhone. Fancy iPhone? I just got my phone fixed and I can't even sign in because I don't know my Apple password. I think I could sign into my phone later today though. W. I somehow ended in the J3 VOD channel and was really confused why it wasn't Team Heretics against Shikigami. You know what would be really funny? If my VOD channel was on like the mid-season finals or the grand finals from last year and you guys were watching that and you think that was the games today. Oh my god. That would be really funny. Get a password manager? I'm usually really good with my passwords, but not this time around. Yeah. Who would find that funny? I would. Why are you speaking in a low tone compared to other streamers? Emily is sleeping, chat, and I don't want to wake her up. When she's awake, I will be my loud, usual self. Also, it's not really a low tone. This is just like me talking normally. Are you guys not used to me just talking normally? This is me just talking normally, like a normal conversation level. But I don't know if you guys are like this. First stream, kind of nervous with the name Mr. Feet Master. I would be nervous too, but usually when I'm streaming, my mic is not close to my face. It's like over here. Oh my god! Wait, what was that? Okay. Usually when I'm streaming, when I have my headset on, I don't know the levels, like the volume level of my voice, and I'm usually really loud and I'm screaming, bro. I don't know if you guys have ever been that. Like, you're talking to someone that has their headphones on and they're loud, and then they take it off. They're like, hey, what's up? Or you guys also do that? Yeah. When I'm streaming as well, the game is really loud in my ears because I want to hear everything. I want to hear all the footsteps. I want to hear all the abilities used. So usually I play with my game very loud, and if the game's very loud, I'm very loud. Oh my god, it's the Captain America skin. Dude, I can't stop looking at it, bro. It's okay, let's get this. That Captain America.
We are back, and so
the Captain
far,
America skin should have two head hitboxes.
But it could be a stroll on the beach for you. With the Loki Seaside Siren, White Fox Coastal Kumiho, and of course, the Captain America Seaside Sentinel. Ryan had a great joke yesterday of there's nothing more humiliating than being beaten over the head until you are sent back to spawn by an inflatable duck ring. But you can do so in your games with these skins all available now, so you can head into game and grab those yourself, including popping some balloons to try and grab them. But balloons aren't currently being raised for Shikigami, as the first map did go over to Heretics. But it wasn't easy, Moxie. This was a bit of a close game.
Yeah, no stroll, that's for sure. Marathon, I think, is more fitting of a description for how long the first 2 points went, at least. When we went to that third one, Heretics much more in control. The swaps that they did were very impactful, and I think like you saw the cracks from Shikigami. They knew how to stall with that composition. They knew how to play the long fights. They did not know how to play the retake.
And Ryan, Naga with the MVP there. We were talking, Moxie just mentioned it. There were some really good swaps from Heretics this game.
It had to be, yeah, because it felt like the whole idea of their composition, they were still trying to go for the triple
Damn, he went 28 and 3 in that game.
Around to make sure that Naga was on this, and Tanuki was able to go into the Ultron. Looked to be the difference maker, because it was the likes of Rage of Ultron, Banhammer, just really beating down Shikigami's like big ultimates, big cooldowns to really give Naga the space to go in with the Galactic Legends. So I do like this sort of switch around. Like, Heretics are very good and flexible at changing stuff on the spot, even if they're a little bit slow to adapt. We have to say that Shikigami coming out in the right idea.
Damn, that Luna on Shikigami had 67% accuracy. That's insane on Luna.
You're not going to get the Mantis. Heretics is certainly not going to let that happen. But is it worth even getting stuff like the Wolverine protected because Frost Mountain has been so key on it?
It is a good question, but the Gambit has been so instrumental to these teams. It's going to be bucking at their heads. Like you say, they could get their hands on that Wolverine, but if suddenly your draft just plays out perfectly into a Gambit draft, how much are you leaving on the table? It's a tough situation to be in, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, though, Frost Mountain has been able to shut down Star-Lords with Gambit before on the Wolverine, and Shiki, like, they used Fastball. Their last series went 5 full maps versus Strays because for the last 3 maps, they just leaned on fastball. That was the reverse sweep that they sort of just worked out.
I slept
okay,
like shit
we're a
last night,
Wolverine team. East was a really strong Hulk player. Let's just go for fastball and use it to totally shut down the front line from
last night,
opponent.
and I keep waking
You
up.
don't have to have Gambit to be able to enable that. So I think honestly for Shiki, it's about identifying your specific strengths as opposed to playing to the meta that a lot of teams are conforming to.
Shikigami looking to maybe
chat.
rub some salt into the wound from yesterday where Heretics
Don't worry, I think Emily will take over the stream
finals
again, and then I'll take a nap.
So
I need a
Shikigami
nap.
looking to take them there for map number 2. Can they bring it back? I leave you with Ryan Central and Got Boxy to find out.
See what the Shikigami coach of Calf's Cats said in the break. See if there's going to be any changes with the draft. I mean, they were interesting with how they were sort of going for the one-sided, like, invisible woman, which makes sense if you're going for the fastball. It's one of the sort of main counters. Looks like the first ban isn't going to be any different so far, and yeah, they're still going to protect the Gambit. I don't think this is too much of, like, a big issue that they're making, but you would like to see them, like, use Gambit considering it's available.
Yeah, and Heretics, I'm sure, will follow up with
a bakery in Thailand has gone viral for selling a hair croissant menu item.
Once they've just removed issues of like the rocket that you have to be concerned about, Gambit, Rocket, Star-Lord, not 3 heroes that you want to see making it through the draft because it just makes your job so much harder. You have to get the eliminations.
Saiwan Bakehouse says
yet again, prioritizing
keeps the recipe a secret, but the hair is reportedly made from finely shredded fat choy
as Heretics
seaweed.
now get the opportunity to go for a save. Is this the rocket themselves so they can secure it one-sided yet again? Nope, Captain America.
It means that you have the sustain and dive to jump onto the point, and well, it's sort of looking like Beetle has been one of the best Captain Americas in
Tom
the region.
with the massive new
one of the
tier
players
1
on this
sub,
roster that
my friend.
hasn't
Appreciate
attended an international event and looking to change that, as he is the only player that wasn't on that Citadel roster now, with the addition of Ken coming back over from the Americas region back onto this team under a different banner. Rocket is going to be the final ban for Shikigami. Might want to protect it here to get it one-sided, or they might want to make sure that this is as mirrored as it can be by getting the Captain America themselves for a single.
Yeah, freedom charge.
Ooh, they're saving
and like
Captain
you said,
America.
the stall potential of even if you lose a fight, at least you can stall the objective to secure taking the next one when you're on a more even footing or potentially even full advantage ultimate economy with your opponent. Heretics now might decide to match the rocket ban as well, since one-sided BRB is not a fun thing to have to contest, plus Phoenix being out of the meta entirely from the nerfs that she has means that Cosmic Gun Amplifier has become that much harder to break. No Wolverines, Daredevil's still available for both of these teams. It is mid-time. This is one of the more harder maps to be able to pull off dive on, but we shall see. As something to note as well, Ryan,
your mom
is
plays
that,
Rivals as well.
Full that's so available for both of these teams. Loki, Adam, untouched in the draft alongside that invisible woman. We know that Heretics will go for a triple strat outlook on their defense, but do Shikigami decide to match the way that they rolled out on triple strat earlier?
That is sick. Yeah, 4 bans. This is MRI.
Lost last
4 bans, 2 saves are usually it.
Come on, Leolaz.
But it's not like your ranked games. In your ranked games, if you ban Captain America, Captain America is banned for both teams. In MRI, you ban for the other team and you save for your team. So for an example, Team Heretics banned
from across the pond, also into Pacific as well.
Mantis and Rogue. That means the other team cannot play Mantis and Rogue. They can still play Mantis and Rogue unless Shikigami also bans it, which they did.
But you made too much sense that he switched off of it.
I mean, it's okay because Kraken Impact is also one of those
this
things
case, both
which
teams
can
have the same
keep up
ban,
with the
so it
amount
doesn't
of
really even
revives
matter.
that Heretics will have at their disposal. Plus, you can hook players out of things like Invisible Boundary. We've seen Shiki in the past utilize this Bucky to just grab players out of position, depositing them behind Kaya's walls to break line of sight so that the backline will not be able to save those who get grabbed.
Now, I think a lot of focus goes on to the front lines for both these teams. Like Kaya versus Beetle as a head-to-head is the one to watch because Groot can find a huge amount of value blossom in the right situations if he is left to his own devices. But the longer that these first fights go for, if it's not going Shikigami's way, the worse it's going to be, because Ken is already 64% of the way built up to having his ultimate. Naga's behind, but it does mean that Ken has the option if he wants to go for the camera revival or the invisible boundary. Doesn't matter. Feels like he's got that available to him, but that strangling prison on the side of Shikigami. Kaya was getting very close, but Enzo's full focus takes him out, which might have really
come on, you gotta hit those shots, bro.
To dig their heels in.
Yeah, it's a slow
Gotta hit
crawl
those
for
shots,
Shikigami, unless they can just grab players out of position and follow up with the vulnerability of Cap's Terror Cape. Like, force Loki Lamps from Ken, force Soul Bond from the Adam Warlock, and only then can you truly commit to walking. Ken's got that ultimate, ready to go. Will likely go for a copy onto Alex. Brought on by the Strangling Prison wombo combo of Crack and Impact. They're looking to put the pressure onto the Adam, forcing the Soul Bomb before Kaya uses that. And there's the elimination onto the Invisible Woman. Ken copying the Sue as opposed to the Adam. That might be a mistake that Heretics pay for in the long run.
And that was Frost Mountain just being an absolute pest in the backline. His dive, he disengaged. The focus shifted from Heretics to try to maybe deal with him, and that's where the Strangling Prison was dropped in. Lindstrom goes for the copy himself to see if he can actually push this onwards with the Eternal Bond, and things start trucking along finally for Shikigami. You do have a camera revival 10% of the way there, but Shikigami having plenty to work with.
Heretics burned Cocoon. So if you lose the Adam halfway through the ult and Frost Mountain being on that Daredevil, like, Caf can use Eternal Bond to drive deep into Heretic space.
Oh, yes.
To deny any safe
only
position
subs are allowed to
using
post
that
links,
Adam ult.
just as a heads
this
up.
Could very quickly be cut short.
Tanuki is on the Magneto having the Meteor. He's not
yeah,
got a
Navi,
ultimate to
Navi
beat,
beat
Seduction is going to be the thing
VP.
that's going to force out whatever is available for Shikigami first. It's going to pull Frost Mountain out of position, and that has provided maybe a window for Naga to sit back if the ultimates are needed. The Eternal Bond is going to leap in from Cav to try to give some more offensive options, as well as the lamps from Loki. That regeneration domain is going to have those copies bring up that healing as much as they possibly can in this engagement, but Heretics holding on, not needed to use any much more outside of the Psionic Seduction, but Shikigami also trying to combine these ultimates together. Let the Devil Out is going to bring out that Meteor M in hand. He's just trying to find the right target. Hits the brunt of Groot's face and doesn't find the elimination.
It hit the Groot in the face, and the Groot only took half HP.
Just to dive in on the fight. Shikigami losing out on numbers, and that time Wick is burnt down to 40 seconds.
This, I mean, with the speed that these fights go on triple strat, this could very well be last fight before Desperation
the
Strange
Groot
TP.
ate that shit,
Layla
but it was
Lassa
only
has
like,
to
what,
get the
34
Kraken
charged
impact
or
of
something?
all Kraken
It wasn't
impacts
charged that much.
to be able to shut down through Ken's copied Invisible Boundary into that Soul Bond. A hook blocked masterfully by Beetle, as Ken actually goes for an early Loki copy and gets the cloak and dagger. Eternal Bond pushes Shiki all the way back. They can't simply disengage something static like the Boundary, and that forces regeneration domain from Lindstrom too.
It's a couple of those moments that we've seen. Ken is very good at just being like, this is mine now. The copy's going to come in for Eternal Bond.
Wait, someone needs a touch.
Lindstrom. He's just going to wait to use it, see if he gets up some more of the kit from Cloak and Dagger. Notably, some of the anti-heal from the Terror Cape as the Kraken's impact is finally going to get used from Layla's. You have the Karmic Revival though for Naga.
Triple tank, triple support is usually very common on this point, chat.
HP, and the
usually for a lot of teams, they run 3 tanks, 3 supports because it's really good at
but it is going to force Shikigami.
It's really good at delaying the time. And what's the main objective of the game, chat? Wasting time, like, for defense. So it's an objective-based game, chat.
Same with Eternal Bond for Caf now, as they want to really push back these players. There's maybe an invisible boundary just available for Alex. As soon as he gets it, it's going to go down just on the edge of this point.
No, not get as many kills as possible. That is not the name of the game.
Shikigami finding these eliminations. Even the Meteor M doesn't find much as Frost Mountain just gets into the face of Tanuki. The stall is going to run out of options, and Shikigami get it across the first checkpoint.
And Shikigami was able to cap. Damn, wait.
Through that invisible boundary with Feast of the Abyss. So many people hit with anti-heals that Shiki have the damage to be able to punch through the boundary uptime and break it early, because that came real close. Like, Heretics were starting to stall, starting to gain players back with the potential of a strange TP play, but Shiki pushed through into second, and now the stall comp swaps to something that's looking a little bit more deadly, as you've got the Cyclops instead of the Adam for the poke, and Tanuki on the Daredevil to match where exactly Frost Mountain tries to set up these flanks.
Also, yeah, I'm very surprised that Shikigami's not running
the
Gambit.
Coming through, the bludgeoning from Daredevil is about to come in from the Let the Devil Out. Actually, eliminations going onto the other side as the counter dive comes through, taking out the backline that has changed faces a little bit as well for Shikigami, going more towards 2-2-2, but also switching over to the
if
Luna.
Gambit is open, you have to play Gambit, bro.
And dagger. You have the team up, sure, but it feels a little bit more brittle for your backline, especially when you've got Tanuki diving in on the Daredevil. The scrappiness is seemingly only suiting Team Heretics on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, Shiki start walking away with the eliminations of Frost Mountain's ult, but they're not actually walking away with the objective, because Beetle on that cap just stalls and lives and pulls Freedom Charge.
I thought the point of the game was to force Spidey do 900 damage and flame your supports.
Ultimate. Shiki having tried to answer back with Freedom Charge, but they've lost the Daredevil on the kite before the extra armor comes through, and Heretics will be able to hold their position as Shiki are forced back. Late pick onto Beetle though, so no Freedom Charge for Heretics to cycle into. If Lindstrom uses the ult, Alex will be forced to match with Fate of Both Worlds.
44 seconds left, and we're just passing 100 meters here as the payload has to really sort of get into the lower part of Midtown. Silent Seduction goes out on Kai to try to pull people back right into the face of the Ruby Rage. It doesn't quite get the eliminations.
Wait,
but it's
what? That didn't do anything?
At the same time,
that ult didn't do anything?
Fate of Both Worlds is the thing that kept people alive, but as soon as it ended, Tanuki finds his demise and his way back into spawn. Beetle trying to chase him with a Freedom Charge, gets frozen. The path to extra sustain not quite there as the Sea Dog gets his revenge onto the other side, and Shikigami finally fighting back a little bit more.
Nice, bro. Nice. Shikigami looking pretty good, man. Looking pretty good.
And have managed to have maybe bring up this fight. If it wasn't for the portal, like you mentioned, a switch over for Tanuki this time. We saw some theatrics from Fi here yesterday, and Tanuki is 60% of the way building up an eye.
No, Cyclops is not nerfed. I think,
like, don't let that
hot take chat, I think Cyclops is actually a really... I mean, there could be some fine-tuning with his damage and stuff, but I think Cyclops is a pretty balanced character.
Shikigami with 90 seconds
his
left,
ult
for
does do a lot of damage, but
yeah, but they're running out of time.
It's very easily like avoidable. All you have to do is just use your mouse and keyboard.
Take so many fights,
if that makes any sense.
So hard to totally wipe off, even if you're losing. Have the cap to be able to stall the objective, that it forces your opponent time on time again into the OT. And
you guys are taking everything I said without consideration. I said there could be some fine-tunings with some of his abilities,
to be able to
and
fully take him down.
But he's a pretty balanced character.
So much time. That's already a minute of Shikigami's time bank, and I've barely pushed the cart past
you guys, chat, bro. I could say that I liked Coca-Cola, and you guys are gonna be like, "What? You hate Pepsi?" But that's not what I said.
Jumbo, but for me, it's just smash and grab for Shikigami, as it's just a brawl in the streets of Manhattan. Seeing if Shikigami can edge this further forward if they possibly can, as Heretics' ability to stall things out is looking a little.
Well, Dr. Pepper, that's a different case. Dr. Pepper actually does suck.
Having the Let the Devil out, but he is being ushered away, pushed out of these ratty positions, and in fact taken out in the neutral as the dive comes in with the Fate of Both Worlds. It's a lot of sustain and even a lot of eliminations going the way of Team Heretics now, and that's on to a Luna Snow with her ultimate available too. Kaya low, trying to keep a touch on it, keep the overtime wick burning, but everybody's gone down. At least it's provided that opportunity, but I don't see anybody, at least on screen, looking to get even close to touching the objective. Frost Mountain on the transit gets taken out. Fate of Both Worlds has to be the thing that comes in, as well as the Feast of the Abyss that's just allowing a touch and time for the portal.
I don't think Pepsi is all that bad, bro. Pepsi from a fountain is good, but I actually don't like the can.
I'm not built for these moments, but Shikigami certainly are. Kamiho's going to be the thing that kind of runs all the way through, as it's just an animal farm for Shikigami, seeing if they can get a couple more meters onto the point. Galactic Legend for Naga is going to be the thing looming in on the sky, but the Bloody Barrier is still useful even now. Not quite to keep Cap and Lindstrom alive, though, as they're going to be picked off with the focus, the coordinations. This clap that comes in from Team Heretics might have clapped their way to stalling out this defense.
Damn.
Just shy of the third
That's a good push, though. That's a good push. Better than being full held like they almost got.
Heretics have a line in the sand to cross.
Yeah, something, 1,000 cuts from the side of Heretics when you're playing into this team.
Jay has a Coke fountain in front of his house.
Honestly,
First of all,
it's such a good fate
if I had a Coke fountain, why wouldn't it be inside the house? Why does it have to be
for Enzo to totally
outside in the
snap
front?
through Lindstrom, who
Second of all,
absolutely just
I don't drink that much soda, chat.
I
might have soda like once a month,
goes
if
down
that.
with the ult intact, so Shiki forced to just desperately throw Kaya at the objective, literally, with the Venom
Jay, your
dive, and
Discord
then the
invite
Luna ult
expired.
on top
There's
to
no way my
sustain
Discord invite
the team
expired. My
long
Discord is
enough
literally
for the
called
strange swap and the
discord.gg/J3.
That
I
means that
own
you don't have the Luna ult to stand up
J3
to the Galactic
Discord.
Legend. And Heretics able to just stall out the objective, not allow it free distance, still keep the Star-Lord up
I am
off
more
of
of
some
a-
really nifty
I am more of a
iframes
water
as
guy.
well
I like
through
water.
the Galactic Legend and punishing the lack of grounding beam that the Devil Dinosaur has lost. But Shiki say, anything you can do, we'll try to do better, as it will be a stall composition from Shiki on their own defense. Now
What do
it's
you mean
up to
boring,
Heretics to be
chat?
able to
Water
break
is
this
good
fast.
for you.
It's a fun one to be watching as a neutral, but I imagine both these teams are stressing out a bit more, and they would have another game to go if they do win out this best of 5 to try to qualify for mid-season alongside
So you hate
Na'Vi
soda.
and Virtus Pro. Heretics, you almost sort of expect them to be writing their name on the list in pencil tentatively, but weirder things have happened in Europe, and we've certainly had these upsets. I see it. I see it. Tanuki's doing it. If there's going to be a weird
Tanuki
character
is on
coming out and play for
Blade.
EMEA,
No
it's gonna be
way.
him. He's not
They're
gonna be the
copying
first to do
Swamp
it
Gaming.
in EMEA, but sort of across globally, but he is going to be the first to do it in EMEA. Tanuki showing a little bit of respect, I suppose, to some of the other teams that he might be meeting at mid-season finals if this all goes to plan.
Well, no 1,000 cuts, but definitely 1,000-fold slash that Tanuki is trying to build up to pair alongside Enzo Strangling Prison to slice through the properties of that invisible boundary that Kaf is able to build, but Heretics will have to hold off. They lose the Blade, they lose the Cyclops, no duelists in this fight. It's time to disengage without losing more players and losing more time. Full regroup assembled. Tanuki's off to the races, up onto the high ground to go clear out Leolas.
Just trying to get the stacks built up in the end. I am Groot is going to be used. Struggling Prison for Kaya. Not seeing the eliminations. Oh, there we go. Just a little bit afterwards onto Beetle, but the walls are certainly showing that's more of the problematic areas. Ken goes for the copy to try to get the Royal Flush. It's going to look a little bit more potent, especially when you got Alex that might combine it into two of a kind straight afterwards. 1,000 cuts for Tanuki, though. Let's see exactly what the action's going to be. It might not even be needed because everybody's gone down. The Camera Revival is brought back free. So Tanuki going to crack his knuckles, show that there's only ever been one blade potentially. Maybe not. I feel like I'm just being baited out, just waiting for the moment to finally see it outside of a Zombies game, Moxie. But Tanuki is holding on to it.
I mean, he's just using the sustainability of the lifesteal to go body check the Vanguard, splitting Shiki's backline totally away from being able to keep up the Cap, the Groot, or the Mag. Having
He's gonna ult here. Oh, that's fat. That's fat. Oh, that's fat. 1,000 cocks, but doesn't really get anyone.
Shiki up though, and Kaya takes the Blade down.
They really needed. I think, bro, I don't know,
go
Blade.
quietly into the night moment, but at the very least, Heretics have been moving
think
forward.
Blade
It has
needs
to
a
be the flashes.
rework.
It doesn't need to be. Tanuki has a job to do, and he's going to do it, whether it's on a character we barely see or not. But Strangler Prison now going to be used on both sides to keep things sustained and simple. But Shikigami using a Freedom Charge allows him to sort of try and survive a little bit more out, but it's not going to matter. Zenzo has found himself too onto the back line, no less. I don't know if there's going to be time for Laylas to go in for this portal. There should be, as he's going to be the one to sort of bring it back in, but this might be a bit more of a staggered approach. There is a little bit of a window of time,
boundary,
and doing
though.
it towards that, they have a bit of a chance to hold on for Kaf, who was one of the last to go down. You're right. Visible boundary is going to be thrown in as soon as it possibly can, and that finds a pick onto Enzo. For ultimates for Heretics, yes, you're very close to having the God of Mischief that might go in for a copy to go for the Royal Flush, see if this attack can actually hold W and bully these players from Shikigami off of the objective. And with a Blade, it's not going to matter too much because Leolas' Maelstrom finds quite a lot in the end. Ruby Rage very close, as well as your own God of Mischief.
This would actually be really cinema if Shikigami full holds.
If it allows to sustain,
And we go to a tie
you might
game.
not even need to have it in hand, as Heretics sort of ran out some of those more offensive capabilities, trying to go back in now that they have that Royal Flush, but it's a bit of an in and out prospect. It doesn't really feel that they have
Also,
that like,
it-
go in moment.
it is kind of crazy to see Blade being played now
And he's gone for their own
instead of
Royal Flush on the other
what's
side.
the other character
Yeah,
that a lot of people
Lindstrom
play?
got the
Moon
match
Knight.
to
A lot of people
Alex.
played Moon Knight
So
into the
now it's all
3-3.
even. even, but you do have more poke with the Cyclops, more pick potential. Ruby Rage connects onto so many players from Shiki who are funneled up on that one side of objective, trying to play it safe and keep that position on the objective. Feast of the Abyss from Beetle should seal Shiki's fate. No more portal for Stall.
Hey, that was a good hold, though. That was a good hold. They had 9 seconds remaining, bro.
By
9
the skin
seconds.
of their teeth, Heretics send us to second.
And this continues on. Whilst we have a moment, Blade, Midtown, Moxie, why? As quick as you can, because we have a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, we do have somewhat breathing room. I mean, like I said, we're seeing him just invested much you would see like the Wolverine to be able to go put pressure on the Vanguards. And just like the Wolverine has the passive to proc to be able to keep himself safe and not rely as heavily on team resources, Blade also has both the lifesteal but also the damage reduction from the block, right? So Tanuki's pushing Shikigami back, splitting a lot of their Vanguard from the backline, which is depriving Lindstrom and Cap of these opportunities of having first ults ahead of Ken and Alex.
Trying to build it up all the way if he can. He's doing the damage at the very least, but he doesn't want to be really shooting his gun. If he can get close in with the blades as the namesake, that's where he wants to be trying to fight. And Shikigami have to sort of respect it, as you sort of see it. Certainly with the group walls, getting stuck between a rock and a pointy place is going to be very tough for Shikigami on his defense. Could spell the end. Freedom Charge is going to be the one dedicated to allow that more defensive fight to come in, but 1,000 cuts is going to come in on the other side. It's more of like a get out of there moment for Shikigami, but I haven't seen the eliminations come quite in as Kaya. Somehow Kaya's managed to survive a good portion of time up until the very end. Like Frost Mountain is actually the one to go down as Ruby Rage from Layla's is going to find a pick over onto Enzo. That Freedom Charge did a lot to keep Shikigami going because both strategist ultimates are available now.
Yeah, job done. Tanuki's like, okay, I forced Shikigami to have to walk all the way back on first, give up a lot of space, allow us to take those fights very close to the checkpoint, so we can try and overwhelm with things like the double Gambit ult fight. Now,
good question.
You're going on to Daredevil to match Frost Mountain's flank. You don't want Shikigami to have one-sided information, especially because that means they can catch your rotations. They will know if you try to push main, if you try to push sides, they'll be able to set up and catch you first. Ken, with that Gambit ult copy, actually baits Cap into using Invisible Boundary fairly early, which means that he just cancels the ult and holds on to it for once Boundary's fallen.
Yeah, he actually just uses it right at the end there, and you've got Alex that has his own Royal Flush, but Laylas has found the pick onto Naga, so suddenly this like almost
I don't know why people don't play Magic, actually. I think Magic doesn't get as much value as any of the other characters, like Daredevil, for an example.
This time, and Tanuki's the one to go down. Laylas is just finding the picks at the perfect time. It couldn't be
oh my god, Frost Mountain. Wait a minute, Team Heretics might actually take this, chat? I mean, not Team Heretics, Shikigami. Shikigami, bro, this is a good series.
Go for something to try to touch, and Portal is going to be very much on the last second. If it wasn't for Naga, if he thrown himself onto the objective right at the end, it means that there's a player down. 3 versus 2 on the point in favor of Heretics, actually. As Shikigami trying to use this as a chance to try to regroup. They don't have to sustain. They don't have these strategist ultimates, but neither do Heretics. You're waiting for that Ruby Rage to come in.
Shikigami should just win.
Devil ultimate for Daredevil. There's the pick up to Tanuki, and Laylas finds himself another first blood in these fights. The Vanguards both using these ultimates offensively and defensively. Freedom Charge, Silent Seduction are going to be used in tandem, and Frost Mountain actually goes down. Shikigami hesitated, it felt like.
Also, I think what I like about Daredevil more than Magic is that
and now you're just providing them an opportunity.
Daredevil can actually see through walls, and I think being able to see through walls and giving your team information about where the enemy team's positioning is just very strong.
The objective. Everyone from Shiki perfectly placed themselves within the confines of the boundary. And once it drops, you'll have Freedom Charge, and Heretics step off.
I mean, there's nothing really he could do, bro. He's ulting, they invis ulted. I mean, there's nothing really he could do, but oh my god. And I think they got 2 picks.
People making their way back in. And it just seemed to like
miss out too much of a focus, that's crazy. But it does honor up the we're going to a tied series. Hold the chat. I gotta go pee real quick.
Approach to this one, but it was a best of 5 last time, as I keep mentioning. We'll see where Heretics want to go, as their choice is going to be Convergence after this quick break.
Sorry about that. Had to go to the bathroom. Nice. Okay, cool. Nice. How many games have I missed? This is the second series of the day. We still have 2 more for EMEA. And then 4 more for... Actually, to be honest with you, you really didn't miss anything. The first series of the day, Na'Vi against Virtus Pro, that was... I mean, sure, it was 2 really good teams, but it was a steamroll. It wasn't even really that entertaining to watch. The interview that Jerky did was probably the best part. Man, chat, let me show you guys how to do this, man. Let me show you guys how to be a real... You know what? I will take it. I'll take it. Call me Captain America. Oh my god. Marvel Rivals looks so draining and boring. Come back to Overwatch. Nah, I'm okay. To each their own, but you have your opinion, I have mine. Did I ever get a new phone? No, I did not. I just fixed my old phone, chat. How you doing, Dread? Did TSM win yesterday? If TSM is your favorite team, I'm not going to answer that question. But okay, Chad had to deliver the news for me. I didn't want to be the guy. Yeah, no, TSM did not end up winning yesterday. Did you get back into your Apple account? No. That's enough. You like STD? Yeah, I like STD. STD played well yesterday. I think STD is going to win their first game of the day, but they're not going to win their second. And the reason I said they're not going to win their second is because whoever... Like this game, for example, I think between Team Heretics and Shikigami, whoever wins this has to play again later on for our last game. Because they need to see who makes it up to the top 3. I have some good news, by the way, chat.
We are back and we're sitting at a beautiful even.
I just hit level 96 fishing.
Back despite the attempt of Blade to burst on through. Shikigami are able to.
We're almost there, bro. We're almost at 99.
We've been talking about just how good Beetle is at delaying these points, how good Beetle is at just trying to
slowly but surely,
any kind
man.
of distractions
Slowly but
they can. In fact, even called a cockroach due to how hard they are to take out during that last game. If we're doing that, then potentially the front line of Shikigami in that last map should be called Water Bears, because they were just
Ghost at Sea with the massive 3 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day.
Yeah, impossible to take out. We've finally
You're
found
my
a team
favorite
that
rival
can stand
streamer.
up to
By the
the
way,
sheer
I was
staying
cheering
power
for
of
you guys to
Heretics.
beat Team Canada.
Like, it is essentially just unstoppable objects meets
I appreciate it, but I don't think we
between
beat
these
Team
two
Canada. I
teams.
think Team
Both of
Canada
them running
beat
triple
themselves.
strategists, both of them refusing flat out to lose a fight off of sheer stubbornness and force of will, and the triple strategists and all of the healing that comes through within. But the MVP will go to Kaya, both for his performance on the Emma, But honestly, on the attack, the Venom, like 41 eliminations, some of them being with Feast of the Abyss, helped out by Fate of Both Worlds for that damage boost capabilities, just meant that they were able to do what Heretics won.
To be honest with you, XQC said his balls look like the top of my head because I'm bald. I don't know why he said puck meme, you know what I'm saying? But I actually don't think XQC threw. I rewatched the VOD. I think XQC was actually trying really hard. He was swapping characters. He was trying to win. He was communicating. I actually don't think XQC was actually selling the game.
The Captain America's just doing their job. It's why it's been somewhat of a focus in.
I actually think
in drafts or banning out on the
XQC
side.
This is very rare of me to see. I mean, obviously, whether XQC wins or loses, he doesn't really need the money. But I actually think he was really trying.
I imagine that like Heretics aren't going to be too phased by like dropping this map. They did drop it yesterday. It could be a bit of an area to look at before they get to mid-season finals, if they get to mid-season finals, mind you, because of how it went against Virtus Pro yesterday. But like that's in the past. You have to focus on how much of a long series this is going to be, and try to find these, like,
XQC is a competitive guy, and he wouldn't
it was like mirrored on both sides. There was no character that was available to one or the other. Both teams had the exact same characters available, which wasn't a Wolverine, which wasn't a Rocket. Need to find some opportunities elsewhere, perhaps for Heretics, if they want to keep things going.
That was also Shiki using Gambit. Right? Yeah. They went for the first save on Gambit. First round, did not use it once. Like, not even when they started losing the round did they swap to it. They just stayed with the triple strategist and the Jeff. This time, they saved the Gambit. They do use it. I think, honestly, another like call that I would have given for MVP was Cat.
Just like any other sport out there, bro. I watch the NFL, I watch the NBA. I don't watch college.
And then the last we'll have to
Even
go back and see from
that's the most competitive and all that.
What the heck happened within that invisible boundary? Because it comes up to defend versus the Galactic Legend. We don't get to see into it. We're following Star Wars POV with the ultimate. And suddenly the map ends. So Heretics might have like stepped away because they're worried about the slow. It could have been a force physics from CAF as well to just push everyone off of it, and no surprises. Stall will continue. Triple strategist, very much the spice of the week as we head to Lower Manhattan, a map that Heretics were able to totally slow and stall Virtus Pro on yesterday.
Yeah, Moxie brought it up.
When it comes to gaming, Donnie from the Wild Thornberries definitely tried. I mean, bro, that's crazy. You're gonna call XQC Donnie from the Wild Thornberries. The guy that goes.
So thank you all very much for myself. I will peace.
That is a goated show, by the way.
Neither team has lost on this map.
Yo, Canadian with the massive gifted sub. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it.
We also saw Shikigami beating Fire Strays here in a long best of 5, much like pre-season. And also beating Reason Gaming, another team that was eliminated yesterday, but that was over in the group stages in Group B, where Shikigami, you've got to say, weren't really tested that much in their group stage. The only team that managed to get a win over them were the ones that they're facing right now in Team Heretics. So
wait, what is that?
This is likely going to be the same sort of competitions. What is that? Just a quick snack if you want one. No, Beetle's fine. He doesn't want it. Naga always, like, he's always a strategist in heart. He's there to support his team as much as possible.
True, actually, yeah.
How long did you sleep? Oh, last night was the worst sleep I've ever had. I couldn't go to sleep, and I kept peeing every 2 seconds, so I couldn't stay in the bed.
Understand this is not a sprint. This has the potential of being a 5-map series. I think we're expecting it to go a 5-map series.
I am definitely going to take a nap today if I can.
Being ready to push for a very grueling matchup will be very important, as if one team runs out of steam, they are sadly ran out of their chances of attending mid-season. But hey, brilliant news for all of you at home if you're watching with your account linked. If this series goes long, you'll easily be able to grab up all of our drops and cosmetics.
Yeah, there's going to be a rehost of the server.
I am not going to try to stay up, chat.
Fine.
When Emily took over the stream and let me nap for an hour, that saved my life.
Because
I was dying at the end of NA last night.
Would be at mid-season finals as well, and she like has some like banger cosplays as well. Like she had a grand final, so like There's always that. It's always just like the extra people that these teams bring along, but also Shikigami. We're looking at like the likes of Rad and stuff, like the chopped players being very shy of qualifying for grand finals.
As being potentially like the third best team in the region at that point. If you guys Shikigami function on 5 or 6 hours of sleep, I don't know how you guys do it.
That you have 3 partnership powerhouse teams in front of you that are the
I
heavy
would feel
favorites.
like I'm dying.
Now would be a good time to try to cause the same kind of upset that Rad did by beating VP in preseason, but the draft, I imagine, to begin with, Moxie, exactly the same.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams likely equipped with both the Loki and the Adam and the Invisible Woman for this draft to have
it's not
for their
like
defense.
your body is
purely
tired.
just a case of who
That's
can beat
fine.
the stall
It's just
composition
like
faster. Unless we see any
mentally
major
exhausting and just mentally
shakeups,
tired.
I imagine that would come from Heretics' end. As we said, like everyone that we talk to for interviews always go on about Lime Pro cooking up weird compositions, weird drafts.
Yeah, that's
but
crazy, man.
from both of these teams, they have very similar strengths outside of Shikigami relying on that fastball, which is why we see the continuation of the ban out from Wolverine from both of these teams. As if you're running a stall strategy and you have 3 Vanguards on the field, letting a Wolverine through is the last thing that you want to have to handle.
Seeing if Heretics now, final ban of Daredevil, protected to Captain America, it's looking pretty even, which I think just from what we saw for Shikigami, you're going to take these mirror matchups.
Yeah.
Because it feels like you're sort of more available to it. You've shown that you can actually combine well with the Gambit on your side if you ever need to. And so Shikigami going into this map, similar to the last, very even draft, no differences anywhere.
8 hours is like
yeah,
7
and
to 8 hours.
They'll
is like
be happy
perfect.
about this, right? Because
let's give it an extra
both
hour.
teams
7 to
used
9
stall
hours is like
on their
perfect,
defense
chat.
of Midtown, and Shiki were the team to come out on top. So really for Heretics, it's a case of do we adjust our draft, which means like do we try to find a place
what's up,
of
Green Knight? How you
removing
doing? How you doing?
something like that Loki potentially, but then you let the Rogue slide with the Gambit in play, or you let the Wolverine through with Frost Mountain in play, or you let one-sided Daredevil through, which makes it very easy for Shikigami to be able
Also,
to get around
chat,
your triple Vanguards
if
and
you
go
were
for the hits on the
staying up
backline
just
before they've been able to build up
stay,
that cache
bro,
of
if you're
ultimates
tired,
to
go to
fully
sleep, man.
stall out
We
a
will be
lot
here
of
when you
these
wake up.
fights.
We will be here for like
both of
another.
them, full
We've been
mirror
streaming
drafts,
17
it
hours
really
every
is
day.
just a case of play better.
I don't expect
Any
you guys to
coordinate
stay
claps? I
up
haven't
all
seen any.
17 hours with me.
Might be just
If
so
you do,
focused on
that's
locking
insane,
in that they just
and
want
I
to make sure
appreciate
this
that, but,
goes
like,
into play.
dude,
But Team Heretics
if
are
you
used
need to
playing in this
sleep,
fashion.
sleep,
Difference
chat.
preseason. You've got Ken.
It's also vaudable. I don't know how you do it, bro.
Sentinels
Because like
and
I'm on my
probably Blade and
stream, but
Sentinels
you're
didn't qualify.
actually
I'm not
like
saying that those two
broadcasting.
things
I don't know how you do
coordinate,
it.
but already
That's
a
not
pot play.
free. Shiki on the defense, not fielding free. 2-2. Heretics going to be portaling with Enzo on the Strange before
crazy.
swapping.
Wait,
did this yesterday, too.
Wait, are you
Emma
doing
to be able
EMEA
to rejoin
and
the
NA?
team. So you already have
you
like
putting in
presence
overtime?
behind the point if you want to be able to put pressure on Lindstrom,
okay,
potentially break
Vaudable,
Cap's
shit.
BRB early
That's
as
right.
well as
That's
Beetle on the
because,
Cap has been scouted out. Shiki having
Shib
to
is not
turn
here
attention
today.
and clear the Cap does allow Heretics the opportunity of pushing for point now though.
Lindstrom setting up with a clone, see if there's a little mini crossfire that can be set up to build up this God of Mischief.
That's
and it has to be
insane.
both of these teams actually with the Loki going for steals on the other side. So Lindstrom not just having access to
Wait,
the amplifier, might be
America's
looking to see if he can get a
Cozy's
royal
on.
flush.
I mean,
picked out
Cozy
of
has
that pocket
kids,
of
so I
Ken,
would.
who's trying to build it
I
up
would-
at a pretty low pace. Team Heretics
I
tried
could
to
see
go
that.
for like this sort of setup,
Wait, so
but
who's
the
casting
one
with you
main
in
thing that's
America?
noticeable is we're a minute into this one.
What are the
Moxie
leagues?
Ultimates, but not even over 50%. Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, Shiki just having to clear. They hurt the portal from Heretics. They have to make sure without Daredevil, you don't know who's gone through it before turning your attention back to this point. So slow burn of the fight.
okay, that's pretty
Tanuki
cool.
does get
Wow,
the pick
someone
off
from Pacific
onto
is gonna
Leolaz
be-
before he's held in position with a great carbon crush from Kaya, long enough for Frost Mountain to be able to complete the trade. Shiki, though, they actually lost the BRB, it looks like, from Cav. Was not in position to bring Leolaz back, who now swaps onto the Psylocke just for the speed to be able to rejoin his team before Heretics get aggressive and walk onto point.
At this point, you can never really make heads or tails of when is the entrance, where is the exit, but Heretics have managed to find themselves a third and another pick onto Kaya. So Be Right Back is still not going to be into play, so Shikigami is starting to look a little bit more stressed out. If it wasn't for the ultimates that are about to be available, it's going to be actually beaten Pete to the post. The Yarn Amplifier is going to be used, but the Royal Flush in hands from Ken is just providing a bit more of a bully presence on this objective.
Where's the rocket ult
Freedom Charge not quite built up yet for Aceto, but very close. Portal has to even be used from Kaya, and maybe Heretics like, we've got two-thirds.
Did it actually disappear that fast?
We're going to be a little bit more patient here. We're going to force out these ultimates from Shikigami, including the Freedom Charge, but no, they try to go in with a Fate of Both Worlds on the other side. Glortrox is going to try to be pulled in and pulled to use. The Fate of Both Worlds is just trying to awkwardly chase to keep the players up, and it manages to succeed. Frostmount gets caught by the Glortrox this time, and it allows into more picks as Tanuki's going to use this Galactic Legend, finds the eliminations off of a Freedom Charge, keeping everybody going, and the point is flipped. Shikigami hold on for a good portion of time, but maybe not enough.
Yeah, no proper stall from Shiki as they now move away from that Loki. Rocket to Gambit. Rocket. Lindstrom. Oh, wait, maybe not. Lindstrom actually opts for the Luna as Leolaz gains the team up with Cap for that additional iframe and teleport. Lindstrom on the Luna now supplies extra stability though for Isidore. The staying power of the Captain America with the 35% heal siphon is going to be brutal for Heretics.
Like, I understand why they want to play Luna, but I still think Gambit is just so much
with the Sonic Seduction burning out the BRB.
You can't switch the Rocket. I think you need Rocket. Rocket is one of the best support characters right now, but you need the Gambit.
The Emma copy on the other side.
Have a good night.
Crystal form. So Layla's seen if he can sort of push back this Captain America, who just dives from one fight into the other. It just seems like he hasn't really had a good break, but he doesn't need it when Heretics are being able to build so much momentum. This point where things usually get stalled out on is looking very loose from Shikigami as they've failed to really put a foot onto the objective to stop things. Now with a pick onto Beetle, things might help out a little bit more and manage to make things on the point a bit more even, as there's going to be one player managing to stall out. But the ultimates, yeah, you've got Cav that's built up the Yarn Amplifier on one side. The team up between Luna and Emma tried to force a shield and force people out with these almost like group wall-esque things. And then the Royal Flush waiting to see when that Yarn Amplifier is going to come in.
Oh my god, that Amplifier got deleted, bro. I think, maybe you might need to get off the...
So many bodies to try to hold
I don't think you get off the Rocket, though, even though your Rocket Amplifier is getting destroyed. I think you stay because the res is just so strong.
It's going to try to sustain this out a little bit more. It's looking better on this defense, but Heretics banking up ultimates again, including the Fate of Both Worlds Galactic Legends.
That's a crucial pick onto Tanuki. He makes it back to his team. He waits Lindstrom's ult. He comes in with Galactic Legend, and Heretics will be able to push Shiki back. Now they get the opportunity of finding early picks with Poke pressure from the swap of Frost Mountain, moving on to the Cyclops. Kaya forcing out Fate of Both Worlds from Alex with the Psionic Seduction. So Heretics now reduced to just having the Freedom Charge. Huge ult cancel onto Ruby Rage though. Great grab from Kaya.
Fantastic, really, but it means that Naga's going to have it up in some time. You've also got a Seedor that used the Freedom Charge as that Galactic Legend was going to be used in on both sides. It's really traded out very little. It's just in the neutral fights. Akai's been taken out from Ken as halfway to building up another Royal Flush. Shikigami not running a Gambit again. This time around it is 2-2-2 setup, and the Be Right Back means that Frost Mountain's quick exit is going to be a re-entrance very soon. Side seduction from Enzo wants to be the thing to potentially close this out as everybody from Shikigami is starting to drop. The portal has come in, sure, but a second checkpoint has been hit, and Shikigami not going to be touching that portal again.
Yeah, but not a lot of time.
They're running two defensive ults now. Okay, the Rocket switch, I understand. Your Rocket ult's not getting a lot of value. I still think the Rocket res is too good. But now you guys are running two defensive ults and not a Gambit when Gambit's
being
in
able
the
to
game.
shut the Captain America's stall down as Tanuki reads out the positions of the backline. Eastall can't go for the objective.
Lindstrom's gonna maybe switch
to keep his backline safe, but
nice
that
play
just
by
frees
Naga.
up main. Ruby Rage got CC cancelled, but like you said, that just means it comes back into this next fight faster, and Shiki are not equipped to survive it.
And all of these different
Cass
ranges
can't play Gambit. I don't know what their
Royal Flush Galactic Legend means that combo is going to be a pretty easy
if you're
one to
playing
set
it
up.
at a pro, especially at this high level and this far into the playoffs, I think you're going to need to have a bigger
at
hero
least,
pool,
like you said,
chat.
will have Fate of Both Worlds to try to
If you don't have a big enough hero
Royal
pool,
Flush,
bro,
and then
just
Cap should be able to keep pace, or
you're
actually
holding
achieve
your
it
team back.
before Tanuki builds up that Galactic Legend. Lindstrom with the Luna ult.
I'm not trying to be mean. I think that's
that
facts.
space and they turn their attention to Eastor, who's out of the reach of the Luna AoE. So that objective continues moving closer.
And it means that you've forced out the fate of both worlds. So Galactic Legends is free reign in the sky. Fisk's end of his empire here as Tanuki is trying to settle his position up. It's a good freeze, but it feels like the damage is going to be already done against Shikigami. Invisible Boundary trying to sustain this, and you're very much just jumping out from your spawns into the fray if you can actually get there and help it. But a Seedor's going to be pulled out of the Invisible Boundary, and the spawn doors are going to be held. Doesn't matter how many freezes are starting to come through. Even a Galactic Legend isn't going to be enough to stop this from hitting the end. And Team Heretics, this map choice in Manhattan is very much looking locked down, martial law.
I think this might go to Team Heretics.
Shiki just not able to find the soul opportunities with the Captain
like,
America.
in my opinion,
so
this map is the hardest map to fully cap on. With
Heretics have so many resources to be able to start
the
off
second hardest map to fully cap on. I think the hardest map to cap on fully is the museum map.
Of the reach of them.
This is not looking good. Also, I have to go wake up Emily. Chat. Give me 1 second.
I think it is just where Team Heretics force these fights to be taken. I think that's something that they've always been good at, no matter wherever it's Berber, Patapim, Citadel, or Heretics. These guys are very good at, like, we know that there's certain places in scrims, like, we're going to practice engagements here. This is where we want to be taking a key fight. The ambulance by, like, Midtown, for example. Heretics are like, we want to be there for everywhere. And yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah, Ryan, Heretics are like, okay, we completed the map. We had pick potential on our attack. Now, if you complete the map, we force it in OT because it's now time for the stall strategies.
And
This is so costly in terms of time bank. This is also so smart, reading Shiki's reluctance to play the Gambit. Even when they had the Loki up, Lindstrom so many times was actually copying CAF with the Rocket Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for like second BRB, and to force Heretics to have to break the amp before they could try to go after one of Shiki's actual players. Yeah. Which means that Leolas lacks the pick potential when Galactic Legend is paired with that Gambit roll flush, right? Heretics will be able to withstand it off of things like Soul Bond or Regeneration Domain alone.
And that was the biggest stuff for me, is seeing Leolas not having any final hits, so it all concludes that way. And you sort of mentioned it about like the Loki being able to take things from the other side. It would always have to be Ken pushing the limits of what Loki's could do, certainly in EMEA. Now he's back in full force. This stall is going to be pretty damning for Shikigami to have to try to replicate a full map finish, and I think that's the first time that we've seen Manhattan finished in EMEA. One of the few times that we've seen it finished globally as well, because it's a pretty pesky, certainly second point of the map that you have to try to get through. But right now, it's almost a podcast, Moxie, because it's both teams sort of trading out some of the damage, trading out to build up these ultimates, and the Magneto was pretty much left up on the high ground, not even being looked at on the side of Heretics.
Cross Mountain just can't find positions on backline too because of Tanuki's consistent strain shield blocking his path, Beetle's warding off one of the side lanes so that Shiki can't pinch and get past the Vanguards to go put pressure onto Heretics, so that when the fight moves to the point itself, you've got poke damage from the Atom, you've got all of the staying resources off of Loki Regeneration Domain. First blood falls to Shiki's way, and it's 2 picks back to back. CRB already being poke damage though, does convert into Cosmic Yarn Amplifier build up, but Alex just allows Heretic's safety inside Invisible Boundary, and we go right back into limbo.
Oh, Enzo might have got modded back for that Regeneration Domain. Perfect from Ken. Place to keep that Enzo alive, because not much was going to keep him going when that focus started to turn onto him. Kaya now with a side of seduction, see if he could be out of position, and he does get Tanuki just hovering to the low ground. Eye of Agamotto in hand, so that would have been costly, but the Counter Revival is going to be copied, meaning that the Strange is going to be back in no time. Naga 90% means that it could be back-to-back potentially if Heretics are under more stress, which they are. They need to try to find exactly where this like Adam Warlock is going to be. They see him. It just feels like from Frost Mountain's perspective, there's very little that you can do about it. You're not even going to force out the ultimate because Meteor M and Agamotto is going to combine. The stuns connect onto multiple, but the Meteor M doesn't quite find the hits. Ruby Raid, see if it can get anything. It clears up some of the lamps.
I know I'm tired because I went to the bathroom
very cautious of what's about to
and I looked in the mirror and I saw my reflection and I got fucking scared. I thought someone was in my room.
Freedom Charge is going to come out first. Galactic Legend waiting. It seems that this is going to be the chance to try to use it.
Have you guys ever had that?
Those eliminations
Bro, I got
come
fucking
in.
scared.
Wait,
Holy
the pick goes on to
shit.
Naga, so Life Cocoon's going to be forced out. Asador needs to close this down as much as possible. It's not going to stop the ultimate. Naga finds that space to bring back 3 players, but at least some progression at least started for Shikigami. Alex now has an invisible boundary. If this wants to keep going, as Cav brings in a second Yan amplifier in the middle of this fight, it's just on and on and on for Team Heretics, but they have to give up some space. They're running out of some sustain here, and the pick still actually coming in for Shikigami showed that that attrition is needed, is still available, but it seems that Heretics stalling out for a bit more time. That was the name of the game, time. They've bought so much of it, and even if Shikigami get moving, that's 3 minutes lost.
Yeah, that's so much time
okay,
lost.
we got ourselves a game
Cheeky
here.
at least do hold Snowball. Within this next fight, right, Kaya with Psionic Seduction can push the team forward, but Ken will have the Loki ult to be able to
Team
match.
Heretics
and,
is running the
Alex
Loki
the
Gambit.
as well.
The
Portal fight from
Shikigami
Heretics, they've got the Loki copy. They can just go
I'm
fast.
pretty sure
Alex actually
Shikigami
swaps
has
to
a
the
Gambit
CD,
player.
so you have Eternal Bond to
Who
totally
is it?
take away the
Is
space
it
from
Lindstrom?
Shiki. Have the CC immunity, which means that Kaya cannot contest this with the Psionic Seduction. Heretics totally taking Shikigami's momentum and setting up
They
for the
went
pick onto
Cloak
the
and
Emma.
Dagger.
And
What?
Kaya does not get brought back by BRB. He was about to, but someone just broke it before he could.
Oh dear, and it was a really good Terra Keep that came in from Ken. Really waiting until the last minute to use that Eternal Bond. Freedom Charge used way off of the point. It's stalled out. It's trying to sort of push back some of these other players, but this is
Heretics
just an
are still
absolute
on
mess.
point. Tanuki on the Strange is still on objective. Shiki can use ults, can push Heretics as players. They're not getting objective movement, which means that if they get to second, Ryan, it's likely an overtime.
It's picks at the very least come in, but more time is being bought.
Bro,
that
character is too strong. We're gonna need a nerf on Spider-Man.
And this is where Heretics' sort of perfect scenario comes into play. You
so much
the map, and you just
damage.
need to stall out at some point. Doesn't matter when, just force as many fights as possible. Cross Mountain try to see if he can line up the Ruby Rage, but this is a bit of a quiet moment in what has been a chaotic Manhattan.
Shiki have to win these fights back to back and fast to make up for the time that they've lost. They've got a good stock of ults to be able to do so, but yet again, they've lost the early use of BRB as Easter pays, sacrifices his own life laid down to keep Heretics away, and that objective moving forward. Lindstrom, Littlers, and Kaya all investing their ults all at the same time, trying to find these eliminations, but
gonna win this
Heretics
because of the
simply
stronger
evade
team,
them.
but
They lose the Luna, but
if
they still
Shikigami
have
wins,
the
I won't be
sword and the
disappointed.
freedom charge,
I do think Shikigami's a really great team, and they are the underdogs.
Shiki tried to take
Naga.
and Heretics just wipe Shiki's presence off the face of the map. And now, 1 minute left. You don't have any ults to force your way through.
Silence, I mean, even Galacta is getting a bit stressed from the sounds of it, of just like, Shikigami, come on, you need to bring it through. We need to see this full best of 5 potentially, and this was your map choice at the end of the day. But you're trying to go in, it's a one-sided gambit, but that is just off of Shikigami's own volition. And it's the first to go down again. Beer back means he's going
Frost
to be brought
Mountain died,
into the
got
frame, but he's
rezzed, and
taken
died
straight
again.
out
Oh,
yet again,
dude, the
which means it's
stats.
just even more stall. This is a little bit scattered from Shikigami. A portal might be required. They should have it in hand, but they also have players just skirting around the objective itself. You got the scans coming through as well, so this is great information for Heretics to try to play this objective, knowing exactly what these ultimates are going to be facing, going through. Freedom Charge is the closest for a C-door, and Naga's not letting him through these doors to actually touch onto the port.
I don't know how people
From
do this.
Shikigami is going to be flipped, but the fact that you lose both Lindstrom and Frost Mountain means that you're losing some key parts to turn this fight around. It's looking like Heretics are going to be taking Manhattan and putting themselves one map away from continuing on in this losers bracket, but Shikigami trying to fight on. The portal is good from Frost Mountain, and the fact that Isidro was taken down so quickly, even with the Freedom Charge, means there's no chance of a touch. Even in unison, you've got players from Heretics drinking at the same time straight after that. Shows how connected this team is.
Oh, Shiki punished for not going for stall strategies on their defense. The Heretics showing why that triple strat is so formidable.
Shikigami's not a small org,
first
is it?
point.
I think it's
forces just like that really uncomfortable overtime situation where you're being stuck,
They
you're
can't
being
get their players in the
peppered
team
by
house?
Cloak, you have to go into one-sided gambit ult, your vanguards can't chase the strategists or the duelists off of those held angles because they have to throw their bodies onto the objective to keep the map in play. If Shiki remain in play, remain
if you're
in
gonna
this tournament,
save
we will have to
the Gambit, you should be playing the Gambit, chat. Gambit is, I think Gambit's too strong not to play. It doesn't make any sense. What's up, Jay? What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh shit! I'm sorry, I'm getting a little loud. Actually, Emily wakes up soon. We wanted to sleep for a few more minutes. Did Armori get dropped from Sentinels? No. She just wanted to become a streamer now. Which, in my opinion, being a streamer over a pro player any day of the week. Being a streamer is just so much more relaxed and, you know, it's less stressful. I mean, it's still stressful, kind of, but less stressful. I think definitely the way to go is become a pro player. Pro player gets your name out there. People can recognize you. You know, all that stuff. And then after being a pro, you go be a streamer. But what a lot of people don't do is when they're playing pro and they have all this visibility, they don't promote themselves, they don't build their own brand, and then after being a pro, they didn't build a community, they try to stream, their stream's not that big, and they kind of fall off. Whoa, much easier to be paid to be called bald than worry about tournaments. Whoa, I still worry about tournaments, chat. When I get invited to a tournament, I fucking love competing. I'm a very competitive guy. Look at Team USA, bro. If you have not watched any of those games, I am Team USA J3 and Stream J3, two different people, chat. I love competing. What's the plan for the 4th of July, Jay? I am streaming. It's gonna be another long day, man, and then I'm going to sleep. Jay, I'm relatively high elo, silver 3. Do you think I have a shot? Fuck yeah, bro! Who plays next after Team Shikigami? Team Heretics and Shikigami? Rad against Pulsar. What is it? I don't even know what this is even supposed to mean. Shikigami has a female player. What's the context with that? She's fucking goated. Well, I don't get what's the context. Unless you guys were talking about Aramori and if there was any other female pros. Yeah, I definitely think there should be more female pros. Pretty badass. Any more 2 pros versus 6 Celestials type of content coming soon? I would love to do that, but I don't think 2 pros could beat 6 Celestials. I think you mean 2 pros against 6 bronze players. I would love to do more custom content, but Marvel Rivals custom games are literally shit. Marvel Rivals, if they want to get more visibility on their game, come out with custom content and I can make some banger YouTube videos. Overwatch clears Marvel when it comes to custom games. And I beg Marvel to come out with custom games, man. What kind of customization do I want? I just want to be able to, you know, just have some of the basic shit first, man. Be able to give certain teams stat multipliers, you know, buff them or nerf them, and maybe pause the custom lobby. There's no pause feature right now unless it's a tournament lobby. And also, I want to have the ability to like make it so everyone has their,
to paraphrase from Spider-Man,
everyone has their abilities on cooldown, or so we could do infinite abilities or infinite ults or all that stuff.
Fall without a struggle. At Shikigami, they have been struggling. They are making Heretics work for it.
Bro,
but that
telling you, man,
mean
we
we're
can
not
have
still
so many
leaning in the
things.
favor of
A
Heretics.
DJ with the demands of 13 months. And
yeah, I mean, this is match point for Heretics. Like, at this point from Shiki, I want to see something different from them. Instead of trying to go for like the triple strategist.
Also, Starrybird keeping
where they
up
didn't really even play it all
W.
that much on Manhattan and were punished for not starting it on first. Like, even if it's first save Wolverine so you can play fastball, even if you go for like only banning strategists from Heretics so that they can't lean triple strat lines, yes, maybe something more meta gets through, but if Heretics are accustomed to only having triple strat open, maybe they're not as practiced.
Good morning,
as some of the
though.
rest
Now we
of
can
the
be a little
compositions,
loud,
and you
chat.
can
Did I
start
wake you up when I was
exposing some weaknesses,
streaming?
because it's now or out of the tournament.
Well, I mean,
that
that's
is
not
like
my fault.
Shiki's
Well,
life is on the line here. If they continue doing what they have
sound
in
good
the
when my
past,
voice is
I
lower?
fear Heretics will
Nah, not
just
true. I
outlast
sound better
them
when
with
I'm
the
yelling.
triple strategist stall yet again.
Speaking of someone who has been outlasting
Wait,
and
don't
also
close my
has
door
not
again.
been showing a weakness in that last map, Brian, the MVP
Good
is
morning.
Enzo, and for good reason.
Love
it's just
me.
the amount of times that he's able to force fights into positions.
Chat, do I sound better when I'm louder or when I'm like this, trying to keep Emily not waking up, bro? I sound better louder, bro.
2 for Shikigami. I'm back. My back! Because like it's almost like they have been thrown off the top of the roofs of Manhattan down onto the ground, because it's
You
just
sound
like they're
better when
running
you're not in
out
the room.
of like options. It feels like, and in maps like this, that was the choice of Shikigami. It hasn't quite worked, and I think it's also Shikigami trying to go for like sort of like honorable drafts as well. I want to see them. They were one game away from elimination.
I'm not too loud, bro.
But
This is just my listen.
Go Hail
I'm just a
Mary with some
loud
of these
person,
strategies, right? Like go. For
I'm like a
some
chihuahua.
audacious things.
I gotta be
It's-
heard when I
playing
bark,
it too
man.
safe for being
I
set
gotta
up in
bark
that
all the
first part of
time.
Draft.
Yeah.
Now is the chance to do some weird stuff.
I mean, you're not even playing the Gambit match a whole lot of the time. So, like, Gambit save does not mean a lot for Shiki here, outside of just forcing Heretics to burn slots on banning out
Bro
the
trying to
rogue
sound like corpse
out
husband.
of necessity.
No,
I think
wasn't
is
that guy
what
using
you're,
a
like,
voice changer
looking
as well?
for.
Yeah.
But if at least you save the Wolverine, then maybe you force Heretics
sure there's a
into
lot of it.
having to ban,
Anyways,
like...
no, I'm
well,
good.
Probably not the Hulk, but something like the
had a
Cyclops
disease?
as well. So I think we're all
Damn.
in agreement that no matter
Is
which
he,
map that we go to, and of
I
course
don't
it'll be
think I've
Central
seen that
Park
guy
because
around
that
anymore.
Just like
Is he good?
Shikigami's home base. We want to see something different from this team, and that might come on this map, because this is the map where they were
I
known
remember
for
that
playing
person
Human
blew
Torch.
up out of nowhere from
This is where they played
God,
Torch.
what's that game?
Ultron. This is where they've even played Wolverine,
Among Us.
which is something Foxy has
And then
been
after the Among Us
encouraging.
period, like
It is time for Shikigami
Yeah,
to show
nothing.
us what they've got, or it's time for them to go home for this stage.
Ah,
I'll end it
damn.
with one last quote before I throw it to the casters.
I think
from
people
Aurora
face
Monroe.
revealed him, and I
You
think
counter
and he ran
despair
off
with
the
hope.
internet.
You strive forever to be the best you are capable
Wait,
to be.
really? He did a face
Therein
reveal and people
lies
acted weird, so he
victory.
disappeared.
Shikigami, show us
Damn,
the
bro,
best
really?
you can be, or Heretics will be moving on to the next round.
That's not a wall
He got
save.
bullied off the internet?
Come on, Shikigami, you had one
What
job.
the
I
hell?
guess the one thing about this map that does work in Shikigami's favor, they've played Team Heretics twice and not only beat them
It was a
twice, but they
fake
full held them
face
twice.
reveal.
They are
Well,
attacking first.
wait,
so
why would you make a fake
It's more of a
face
case
reveal?
of just trying to get something onto the board, but with the stall out,
Damn, that's crazy.
hijinks that
Yeah.
Heretics has been able to do, this is you have to make a difference here. You can't be doing the same thing against Heretics. You just played it too safe. I'm like, please, Shikigami, show me some zany stuff.
Yeah, it is somewhat
Damn,
the
dude. Yeah, I didn't know the
definition
whole.
of insanity.
I didn't know the whole. God damn,
Like
bro.
doing the same thing again and again, expecting a different result. There's still opportunity for Shiki here to target something from Heretics, but Mantis being the only
People bored?
strategist, Heretics will have
Sounds like
full
Twitter.
available with like low-key strategies because Daredevil continues to be the ban that Shiki default to, not allowing that one-sided information. But this time they actually save the Daredevil themselves, so they have dive potential when paired with things like that Venom as, ooh, Heretics! Take away the one identity that Shikigami had on this map. There goes Human Torch. That's the first Human Torch ban. That is somewhat aura, I will say, on the side of Shikigami, especially since Star-Lord is still available for Heretics to be able to counter into it. But just removing any chances of something zany, something funny from Shikigami's end, and safeguarding Heretics from being able to play that triple strategist Starlight composition.
Means that Heretics on their defense. We see much penny from them. I've never
Not
seen any penny from
really, no.
Well, at least there's a difference, and I'm never going to say like a one-sided Daredevil is a bad thing to be having for Shikigami, especially on the other side you get a one-sided torch and immediately there's a pause. I see I was like head on hands immediately. That's the most like strongest reaction I've seen to a pause ever. But it might have like stalled out some stuff, and you know, hopefully we get to see the play cam. So any strategy.
Hello, Jay in chat. Wait, Honey Badger's here?
Wasn't
he supposed to be banned last night?
Yeah. You just leave it alone. Let these guys like take a moment. And Frost Mountain, he's been like a player to watch certainly for this. Yeah, I mean a pep talk, but he's also given a lot of information in interviews as well. That's probably been the highlight. It's like, hey, how you doing, Frost Mountain? It's like, I'm good. We've just lost 5 times on this map. It's like, why would you ever say that? Why would you ever tell us this information? But we're back into the game.
Oh, here it is. The Star-Lord and the Ultron from Heretics. Not Loki Adam, but still triple strat stall shenanigans and an attempt at building up Rage of Ultron as the first ult, as they've called Shiki's bluff. Both teams saved Gambit, but Heretics have been the one leaning it. They know, even with the Gambit in play, Shiki likely not fielding towards it, so there is no reason to match Gambit for Gambit. And you don't have to run the risk of having your Ultron fade out to a Galactic Legend buffed up by the Raging Royal Flush. As Shiki, we have to see, they saved the Daredevil over the Wolverine. How strong can Frost Mountain pull a performance off to allow Shiki the chance of staying in the series?
Okay, let's see this. Yes, whoever loses this is out of the tournament, chat. So it's do or die right now. Shikigami, do or die for them. They're on the back foot right now.
And
they have to win this to tie it up and then win another round.
For Shikigami, at this point, it feels like a little bit of a loss, but I'm just going to trust the process because Shikigami managed to make the series go the distance multiple times, even against the likes of Team Heretics, burning them down as much as they possibly can. It's Isido that actually gets his first pick onto the backline. In fact, it's strung along, so Heretics losing out all 3 strategists at once.
Shikigami's doing really well.
Needs to come in from Alex switching over towards the
I think they're going to get the portal.
Everybody's dropping one at a time. 2/3 is
I think they're going to get the portal down, though.
Just give up this point and go for the portal play straight
no portal, 5.5 minutes, bro.
Yeah, great dive. Kaya starts it all off too with a
Shikigami, bro. Shikigami.
Of all heroes, insane stuff. Not the.
What's the prize reward for this game? For the not this game, but for the
cap and the Daredevil that it just
for this playoffs, $200,000, and then if they place top 3, they go to the mid-season finals, which is another 500,000, I believe.
Not allowing Beetle through to be able to go to like
I think it's 500,000.
To buy some of this time back, as they are on the back foot, both in terms of ult charge, but also space that they control currently. The cap is being totally chased away.
Frost Mountain.
Actually, the prize pool is not determined right now. It says TBA.
But he's also running his mouth a lot, trying to call
probably going to be 500,000. Last year was 500,000, if I'm not mistaken.
In that moment, actually gets taken out, and this focus going on to the Captain America Beetle.
So it's a pretty good size amount of cash.
First Avenger might be the last Avenger. Everybody else.
Chat, can I borrow 200,000?
But the Galactic Legend has one target in mind. It manages to get Leolus before the Psionic Seduction is able to take him out, and Leolus in the process is going to be free right back into the fray again for Shikigami. Shikigami. Frost Mountain going in for the sort of final blood, going in for the elimination, gets frozen out.
So even if they lose, they can still get paid. I believe if they lose this, they're either like what, 5th or 6th place. So yeah, they still get money.
Yeah, Ultron and Kumeho unleashed, which means that Shiki
type !MRI to go check out all the details, chat. I don't know all of it on the top of my head.
Losing players, the damage amp allows Heretics to close out the fight, and now
they haven't announced what the mid-season land will be yet.
Handed to them. Frost Mountain though still actually up. You just see his silhouette there on the left side, having that high ground position and reading out where
gates
Heretics
up above, but with the massive dono, my friend. Appreciate it.
Is so that if Heretics gain a little bit too confident towards Shiki's side and
just
tax their approach on walk up from stall, Kaya will be able to just go diamond form and grab someone out early.
Beetle has the drone and the snowflake on him. That is a juiced up insect if I've ever seen one, and the Freedom Charge is going to make that sustain even more ridiculous. Ruby Rage is going to be hit. It barely even sort of hits the heels of Tanuki. Doesn't do enough damage to scare him at all. But CD, if you can look onto the backline, as the Seedor's taking a bit more of the brunt of the damage. The fight in the leap in the air. Layla's trying to take out Tanuki. It almost goes down low, almost goes down 6 feet underground if it's not going that well for Layla's. Naga's taking
yes,
a good
sir,
chunk of
Jay. I
damage.
respect the grind. You streamed till late last night too. Yep. In 2 days, 48 hours.
Managed to be disengaged in time.
I streamed 35 of those hours.
Back of this Yan amplifier, but he's going to be back, and Laylis is going to find plenty of space.
The rest was sleeping.
Give this up. Those 3 ultimates that we used in tandem for the strategist means that there's very little to try to survive off of the back of this on Team Heretics, so they have to use the terrain.
I fed Noodle already.
Beetle finally able to get what he wanted.
I did put. I mean, I gave her a can, but I didn't feed the cats upstairs.
Then traded
I gave them one churro pop.
From Heretics. I think that was Ken before he TP'd back to his cap. So Heretics still fight in them. Not in time to be able to stall for Enzo's portal.
Shikigami.
We start to see the value of Frost Mountain's Daredevil.
3.5 minutes for 3rd phase. Let's go, Shikigami.
Heretics' backline, but having the information to read out where Beetle is and prevent Heretics from stalling and compressing the amount of fights that Shikigami have available to keep that objective moving. Speaking about still moving, they do have the snowball potential. Freedom Charge from Eastador, but slowed somewhat down by a very early pick onto Leolas, as Kaya actually sees the Venom swap from Enzo and swaps to the Angela to be able to counter Spear and potentially get the environmental drop-off when we head to the fights on Staircase.
And Shikigami have gone a lot more full force forward with the Luna White Fox away from the rockets. That Bira back that has been able to keep sort of the fight safe for them. Oh, the leap in is a bit of a scary one. Naga goes down low, but he's able to actually try to survive that, though. It forces up the Freedom Charge for a Seedor that now want to try to give chase as much as they possibly can. Payload moving at full speed now enough for the Ruby Rage. Is going to connect onto multiple forces at the fate of both worlds. Just 50% shot of having the Royal Flush to allow some more sustain. Feast of the Abyss is actually going to get free. Enzo, just with things looking like Shikigami want to sort of really put their boot onto the necks of Heretics, Enzo turns it around onto them.
That was all cancelled, by the way, on Ruby Rage, but Enzo brings it back to bear with Feast of the Abyss, empowered by Fate of Both Worlds. Shiki just full regroup. He's still throwing himself off of the map to get the regroup faster without being stalled out as we get that replay. Watch for the Feast of the Abyss. Perfectly
Did this just start? This started 3 hours ago, chat.
Boost to still have the heal potential so that Heretics don't lose players. And Shiki unable to push this defense all the way back. Galactic Legend looking to catch them. Gambit invested. First Tanuki going deep, hitting that back line, but Kai actually claps this Ken off the map. And Galactic Legend come through now with Beetle trying to sustain the team through with Freedom Charge on the point.
Oh, we're just flying around in this like a couple of drones checking out the new scenery. Mise-en-scène of Dracula's castle, allowing for some weird aerial battles as it seems to be nobody's touching the floor. Right now, Shikigami stalled out a little bit. 90 seconds or less just left on the objective, and they've lost out on Layla, switching over towards the Starlord to try to go in for these aerial battles. Kaya also on the Angela has found some really good moments to actually impress, but it's all Heretics right now. Everybody sent back to spawn, and the distance so closed up that even if there was less time, you might go for a portal, but Heretics would certainly not allow that. They're actually going to give up some space to try to set up, but those support ultimates to work with.
Also, we got our answer from last game. Lindstrom
right? Because Heretics, they're all playing stacked on main. So you've got the information exactly where they're coming from. You get to see it in front of your face off of scouting alone. It takes time to be able to pressure them out. You're relying on Heretics just gaining too much confidence and trying to press too deep, but they have a lot of discipline. As we've got Eastos trying to invade into that backline, turn the attention so that Kaya comes out with that Heaven's Retribution, but it's purified by Ken on the Gambit. There's no one-shot follow-up from Shiki, nothing alongside the Angela ult, so it burns out. And now you're relying in just having the ults to stabilize for the OT push. Isidore with the Freedom Charge, but Alex has that damage potential with the Fate of Both Worlds for Heretics to stand up to the cap and still set up Enzo's ult.
Me and Galactic Legend all used together. Feast of the Abyss found so much. Didn't find the eliminations, but it found a lot of overhealth, which has just been dwindled away until the resilience comes in. Enzo manages to survive with 3k damage thrown straight at him and able to keep sustaining it out. Waiting a moment, trying to get a respite, but Beetle is not provided that same level of space. In fact, the oxygen is cut from his lungs as Shikigami find an opening pick.
Oh, poor guy, dude.
For Ken is allowed that forward movement to come in, and Enzo, the captain himself, leading the charge to find these picks, and he's pulled the fight away from the objective itself. It's split from Shikigami.
Happy 4th of July. Happy 4th. Happy 4th.
Group up and corral the rest of the troops that are moving this squirrel forward. Galactic Legend now from Tanuki gets stunned out in the end. Great play from Shikigami to allow that champ to find its full connection from Cav, as Shikigami have switched away from the combination with Luna.
There's no way, bro. Chat, there's no... Team Heretic... Okay, there's just about to say. If Frost Mountain gets his ult and Lindstrom gets his ult, that's insane. Oh, chat, they got it. They pop it. Frost Mountain. Frost Mountain. 1%. Frost Mountain. Pop it. That might be GG's. That might be GG's. They fully cap.
Murdoch himself is right where he wants to be, and Shikigami finds
himself. Bro, I am like... Chat, I could be a caster. I could be a play-by-play genius, bro.
Surge from Cav.
I could literally see the future. I mean, look at my predictions. I could literally predict anything.
The first with actual elimination onto Tanuki off of so many players, just looking at the Starlord, most of it being Kaya.
I can predict anything.
Body blocking heals, setting up damage, keeping directly on top of that Starlord's position so that, yes, Heretics get Gambit ult, but they don't have Galactic Legend to full board clear. And then Shiki gain ground. They build ults of their own. They get portal through. Tanuki's just waiting for those strategist ults to be done to come out with that Galactic Legend at the end when Shiki have no room to be able to disengage it. And Cav just totally shuts it down.
Oh man, what Shikigami's not going to do is their 3 supports with Ultron and oh, they banned. Wait, no, Team Heretics banned it.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes to a win for Shikigami to bring us to map 5, you'd have to
say
Damn,
they banned the Human Torch. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Jay, can you predict whether I pass my exams?
Better suited to water, like Shikigami. Even in this 2-2-2, where teams would be a little bit more against running
Hold up, I'm getting something.
as your only strategists.
I'm getting something.
To try and manage to make it work.
I'm predicting that you're gonna fail your exams and then you're gonna have to sell your feet.
Running 2-2-2 themselves with the Amplifier and the Royal Flush to provide a bit of a go time for Heretics on these attacking rounds, but they have been full health here twice. They need to find the opening.
I mean, Frost Mountain on the Daredevil too will be gaining a lot of information about where Heretics are trying to set up. So Kaya can be in 1,000 places at once. He will have 1,000
Jay will be your first customer?
No,
I wouldn't.
Keep on top of
What's your username on Feetfinder?
Making sure that the dive can't be found.
Just joking, my phone doesn't even work.
Back line, allowing Lindstrom and
Yo, what's up, Alex?
To build up their ultimates and trying to hold off Heretics' push, as they can play for poke or they can play for Gambit ult, forcing Shikigami back.
Alex is under a little bit more of a threat, but it's not going to matter too much. He can take all of that attention if it provides Tanuki the space to be able to get 2 in quick succession. The rest of Shikigami just bouncing around the point. Honestly, it's like just pigeons in a park trying to just scap around.
The one thing I don't like about Shikigami is that they perform really well, and I want to cheer for them because they are the underdogs, and I do think Team Heretics is going to win. But then they do some crazy shit and not run Gambit, and it pisses me off.
Immediately going to the back line on the side of the Daredevil, but Frost Mountain has provided no respect. He's provided no space. He is sent back to spawn again, which that focus and that pull away, Frost Mountain has been using used as bait, and it's allowed everyone
Why don't you make a team?
to regroup.
You know what?
Yeah,
I will
Layla's
make a team.
hold shield on point.
Alex, I'm going to
Cheeky
stop paying you, and I'm going to use all the money that I pay you with, and then I'm going to use that towards making a team.
Ken with Cosmic Yawn Amplify, so Heretics still in this fight, and Cheeky might have been able to stabilize behind point, but not on it, Ryan, which means that Heretics pick up the point and head into second. Valiant effort from Cheeky, like understanding
yeah, chat. Can we get a W for Alex for taking a pay cut?
Can I be? You can be the cheerleader. The team on point, potentially make a play for Fate of both.
You gotta wear the Captain America's beach theme skin now. No, I don't know if you saw the clips, Alex, that I exclamation mark vid, but dude, oh my god.
After Shikigami win that fight, getting the pick up to Enzo at least is a good start.
I marked them last night. Oh my god.
To deal with it. That's about it. If Kai can close that distance as Angela, maybe, just maybe, even if you get a pick, it's a Bira back just right around this corner. Heaven's Retribution has pulled people in. Great play from Kaya, actually. The Bira back, I think, is broken, so like Team Heretics forced to reset. It felt that there was a chance to spring that back and further for Team Heretics, but Shikigami finds something from nothing.
Yeah, no Star-Lord. Pick onto Tanuki, so Alex holds the
Did you see on Twitter that Blade got played?
Still,
oh yeah, we watched all the games, bro. We were there when they started playing Blade. They also played Blade today.
With the Assassin Spear, but Tanuki does gain access to it, I believe. Was not a 50% ult cancel. Still, Shiki investing Fate of both worlds. Tanuki holding the Star-Lord ult, forcing Cap to have to hold Kumeho to be able to respond to it.
We saw some magic of Angela in the Americas yesterday for 100 Thieves. Didn't quite work out in their favor, but there's not really too much of a security net for Shikigami if Kai is able to sort of turn things around.
Bro, I am not doing a Captain America summer skin cosplay, bro. I would need to buy like
Heretics now.
I would need to buy like one of those. Have you seen like those old ladies with the rolling pins? I would need to buy one of those like rolling pins and put it in my shorts.
To having a strategist ultimate, as they have to use both of them up together. Freedom Charge has to be the thing that actually sustains and pushes this fight back. They could see that Team Heretics were trying to line things up as much as they possibly could, seeing what variations that they had, and Team Heretics are just waiting to pull the pistol.
Yeah, here comes Galactic Legend. So Frost Mountain hits first with the Let the Devil out.
Come on,
so
man.
Cyclops ult denied. Tanuki taken down. Heretics push back to spawn, but they still have the winning combo for this next fight. Shiki not out of the woods just yet. Cosmic Yawn Amplify, Galactic Legend. No way of Shiki to be able to defend against it outside of just taking the Star-Lord down.
Can you imagine me doing a cosplay with a fucking pool noodle in my pants, and like, you know, the pool noodle also like comes out so you see it's a pool noodle as a joke, bro? That would be one of the funniest cosplay, bro. I am not doing that though. That is
some of these fights you just don't really see
these
engagements happening on these various points in Central Park, because it's a bit more messy, but the Iron Amplifier Galactic Legend combination does exactly what it needs to. The problem, however, Moxie, is it took a good while to actually get
come on, man, come on, Shikigami.
Shikigami have built up a good portion of their own ultimates to try to sustain things further.
They have not built up defensive ults to guard against Alex's Raging Roll Flush, which is why Heretics are going now. Like, they took advantage of how split Shiki's players were. They decimated the backline, so there was no healing opportunity, no battery to be able to build up the Luna ult to face up against Alex's Raging Roll Flush. And it's down to Leolas to just find these eliminations off of dry Galactic Legend alone. Heretics, that was that Gambit ult fight. That was meant to be the fight that saw Shikigami off of the point to let them cap it. And Leolas pulls out the heroics and keeps Shiki in play.
I mean, Alex used the Royal Flush as Ken went down on the rocket. Obviously, Riverback's not going to bring him in. Frost Mountain finds the pick at the perfect time, and Ken has actually switched over to the White Fox.
I mean, you have to have the charm to be able to deal with this Daredevil, Cap, and Venom divers. Shiki will be relentless in taxing you with dive approaches to burn you out of time, burn you out of ultimates. Already you've lost your backline though, and this suddenly is looking holdable for Shikigami.
Come on, Shikigami, tie it. Take us to a map 3, bro. Take us to a map 3, a 5. Take it to map 5. Sorry, I thought it was a best of 3.
And Heretics already threw out the cards, that Trump winning card of the Raging Roll Flush that they will not have back in time for OT play.
30 seconds left for Heretics to get to the second checkpoint and then hit the final point of this map. Otherwise, it's going the distance like it tends to with these two players.
Alex, look at it, bro.
The two strategists going down. Naga moving over towards the old
Look at it.
The third and final one. This doesn't even look doable for Team Heretics. The portal is not certainly going to be in a good spot with how much of a spawn hold this is. So Heretics have to try to leap in. It's going to be Enzo first trying to touch, but he has to.
We're going to a map 5, chat. I gotta go to the bathroom though. I started drinking a little bit of coffee. Bro, I gotta.
But that's all he can realistically
go to
manage.
the
As Laylis has one target on his mind, using him to get 2/3 of the way towards the Galactic Legends, and the Freedom Charge going to be traded out on both sides to allow this to sustain.
They're winning. They're winning.
Doesn't even need his ultimate. His Galactic Legend from Tanuki is going to hope to find something, but he also needs to find a touch on the point. Beatles is at least going to be able to help him as he found that pick over onto Laylis, but it's done and dusted. Shikigami yet again against Heretics bring us to map 5.
We go the distance. Shikigami bouncing back. Instrumental save.
Bro,
on
we're going
Daredevil
to a match
totally
5.
shut
Wait, did I
down the
mark this
stall
one?
From Beetle on the Captain America.
Cool.
Some insane
Yeah,
charms
chat,
from
bro.
Cap
This
to be
is
able to find
awesome.
early
We got ourselves a
eliminations on
series.
Enzo, so the OT just does not allow the fight to settle long enough for that Gambit and Starlord ults.
It's not a reverse sweep though, is it?
Bail
Because
Heretics
I think it went.
We'll have to see who
I
continues
think it went
in this
Heretics,
tournament. It
Shikigami,
goes down to
Heretics,
the absolute
Shikigami, right?
wire. We'll be back with map 5 after this break.
I will say I am very surprised at Shikigami for tying this up, chat, and I'm very proud of them. I do think they're the weakest link here. Not the weakest link, but the underdog. But damn, dude. I thought Team Heretics was like much better. I don't know. They're struggling right now. This is a great game. I like it. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom because this coffee is kicking in. But give me 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second. It's not a reverse sweep, but I could reverse sweep you. What? What? Also, bro, Emily said I was too loud. She closed my door, and then she texted me and said I could still hear you, and I was like, where are you? And she said, at the gym. She's not even here. Bro. I'm not... No, bro. Listen, why am I being roasted when she is sleeping and I am whispering? I'm talking normally so I don't wake her up, and I'm being a good person. And then she's mad at me. I was doing fine. Let me see. You need... Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is what I like to see from playoffs, chat, by the way. This is a do or die moment. Your playoff run is on the line. Both teams are playing their heart out, and it's 2-2 right now. Winner takes all. This is what I like to see from every game, bro. I am very surprised that Virtus.pro and Navi are actually, yeah, kind of rolled. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Nice. Who won the first match? The first match between Team Heretics and Shikigami? Or are you talking about Virtus.pro against Navi? Virtus.pro got 3-0'd. This game, Team Heretics won the first match. Jay, how many more teams are going to run 3-3 comps today after seeing 100 teams success on it? I think it's very normal for a lot of teams to run 3-3.
We have a 2-2. Heretics for the second time in
yeah, it's
2
very,
days.
It's very normal for a lot of teams to run 3-3 on first points.
5 scenario. But at least they don't have to do it on Midtown again. That's already been dealt with. And Shikigami are out of Dracula maps. So can they close this out? Because right now, they have shown that once again, Central Park really is a comfortable home for them, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like going through all of the New York maps, so it's taken a bit of a beating. We have to go somewhere else in the end. But like Shikigami just showing that they have like the advantages in the right places. They know how to sort of play these maps, the win conditions, and despite this being a long drawn-out series, especially with the amount of sustained compositions, Shikigami are still showing clutch and key moments on mostly like the strategists, I think, with how they played.
Yeah. And to go and emphasize that, let's talk about our MVP here, Boxy. Cap put on a clinic.
I think Rad wins, by the way.
I mean, the charms.
I have Rad winning.
Cancels.
Are you talking about like third place? I don't know about that.
Instrumental all cancels.
Jay, where are you from?
Caf to make sure there's like dive denied, Cap stall, Venom stall denied, Star-Lord ult denied. I was so close to saying like Frost Mountain should take it because like obviously when we saw the player cams, you see how involved Daredevil players have to be. Like you have to be so much more vocal, and that's not something that a lot of duelist players typically are. Most duelist players, like when you're coaching players or you're forming teams and you're trying to work out like who shot calls, who ult tracks, who IGLs.
Goddamn dare, brother, I'm from Alabama.
Hey, I don't want to be vocal. I don't want to have to focus on communicating. Brother. I want to focus on winning my duels and being better than the other teams.
I gotta go to the hospital after this match, bro. My sister is giving birth. I'm about to be a dad.
This hero's kit, the communication, the coordination, the information that you have to convey that to your team. You have to constantly be saying, okay, so-and-so is set up here, let's look for a hit onto them here with this, and then get ready to go and still be able to win your duels. It's so much multitasking, and it's a huge reason why Shikigami were
I
able
thought you and Emily
to get
looked
the drop
similar.
on Beetle
Bro.
a whole bunch of times. Like, we saw how hard he was to lock down
She's
on some of the
Asian.
maps before, but when you look at the amount of
Florida,
casualties
bro.
that he took on Central
We
Park
do not look
alone, you can really see that Shikigami
I mean, she did
just
dye her hair
dialed into
blonde, so.
taking the cap out.
I think
This series is start. Sorry, after you, Ryan.
I was just gonna say, like, the more that I'm thinking about it, the more
She's
it's like,
basically
okay, if I'm
you with
Heretics,
hair.
the
Whoa,
issue is that,
I
like,
have
the
hair.
Daredevil being one-sided because you're
Hey.
Knowing
Yeah.
that this team
Hey,
hasn't really been playing Gambit,
Be nice.
I think drop the Rogue ban. Because it's like, then it's going to force the Gambit. It's going to be away from this like Luna White Fox combination. And then you are able to, instead of banning out the Rogue, you can ban out the Wolverine and Daredevil second and third, because it's like getting that. I also think the one-sided torch just really didn't do too much for Heretics. I think that was a little bit of just trauma creeping in.
I mean, to be
But I do
honest with
think that
you,
there's
the
an
ban
element
on
there
Torch
where
I think was
Heretics, you know that
fine.
this team is getting Gambit
But
and not really
we're
playing it.
going
So you can take off some of the other bans that you have
Yggdrasil
around the
Path.
Gambit,
You know
try and
what?
force them onto
That's
it, or go somewhere
I
else.
like
This is
Yggdrasil
also not a
Path.
surprise.
I
Yggdrasil
think
is
if
like
I had
the
a
most
favorite,
picked
do
map
you guys have a
for,
favorite map?
Heretics.
I love
You
a lot
to
of
see
these
this team
Marvel
go the
Rival
distance on
maps,
this
but if
map
I
too.
had to pick my favorite, it would
It's
probably
a map
be
that we see
Yggdrasil.
rarely
And I
in
also really
total,
do
but
like the map they
competitive
just played though, the vampire
do
one.
like to bring it up.
That's my favorite
This
Bucky map.
This series is starting
But
to
this,
feel like a
the
lower
Yggdrasil
bracket
King of the
semi-final
Hill
to
map, the
decide
domination
of
map
that team,
sucks,
there's
but
still
this
another
payload map
lower
is the
bracket
best.
game we'll be playing against the winner
best-
of
the
this
best
series
map.
coming up after this series. So I'm just going to let us get in to the final map between Heretics and Shikigami. Winner moves on to that lower bracket semi-final.
Ooh.
Loser, their journey
Let's get it, chat.
ends here. I leave you.
Get
with
excited,
Boxy.
get excited. This is do or die.
Big shock if Shikigami
Do
can actually eliminate one of the few
or
teams that has been at
die.
every international event, or at least the core of it. But Moxie, like, am I just talking like smack? Like, I feel like for both these teams that played such a neutral first part of the draft, what's
It's
costing
a
Shikigami?
risk.
Now it could be Heretics.
It's a risk. I think there's a safer option. Instead of saving the cap, you save the Daredevil so that you have the match. I feel like the instant response would be banning.
Why do people hate the Yggdrasil
the
domination map?
Captain
The Yggdrasil
America
domination
and
map,
them
the
having
inside
it
one with
one-sided, but as we've seen, like, having that
the high
Daredevil
ground and the
does
low
make it
ground,
much
and the point is
easier
on the low
to
ground,
be
and like you
able
can
to
break that high
contain
ground,
the
and then it
Captain
repairs itself
America.
all the
He says
time.
that he
I
can do
hate
all
that
day.
one,
There's
man.
the clap.
I
But as we see, when Daredevil has the
bro,
information
I don't know.
to
I
keep
don't
track
like the
of his
repairing
every
of
move,
maps,
it
and I
becomes
also
a
don't
lot
like the
harder
moving maps.
to
The maps
successfully
where you
hit the
could
back
break
line
them,
unexpectedly
that's cool.
ahead of the rest of your
Having the
team
maps be
and
able to
create
break is
that
sick, but not the
disruption
moving
for
and not the
your front line
repairing,
to take
bro.
advantage of, or just
In
to
my
stall out
opinion,
the
at least.
objective
That's my opinion.
itself, so that you're buying more time, more opportunity to have those fights. As Heretics, this is a really rough position for them to be
Also,
in. Like,
if
they went from the
Shikigami wins this,
prospect
chat, that
of
payout is going to
qualifying
be
straight up
absolutely
into the
fucking
mid-season.
delicious.
Off of
7%
the
on
upper bracket, they were
Shikigami,
so
dude.
close to beating Virtus Pro. It went down to the wire. It
Damn.
went down to, as you said, Phi being on 30 health. So to find themselves in this position now is very scary.
Thank
as
you,
opposed to
Bree.
Shikigami, who
Also,
are
I think
looking to
Vlad has been
finally be
keeping
able to attend one of our live events,
not
as they
Vlad.
were
I'm thinking probably
denied
someone
the
else, right?
opportunity when they
Someone's
were
been
cooking
keeping
with
scores
Kaya
here.
Core, and there it is.
Ooh.
We were waiting for it. That's
The
cap
save
amongst
on
the
the
pigeons in terms of the
Wolverine.
ban draft.
Ooh, oh, Starry Bird was
Heretics,
doing it, yeah.
Do you ban the Hulk?
The save on the
It's-
Wolverine.
There, where you sort of like feels here, like, do you even ban the Gambit? Because you've sort of seen that like Shikigami are not really that prioritized towards it. You have to get the Cyclops out first. That's the main thing, is that, like, how it feels so far. So Mantis, it's like not the Rogue ban yet. You've gone for the Cyclops, and you're right. This is sort of maybe opened up
Jerky
things
was really good on the
entirely.
Wolverine today
But
too. Yeah, I
Heretics
think
are sort of
Wolverine is
used to this
definitely a
chaos
good
being
character that you should
formed.
probably
This
have
is
in your
where
back
the Line Pro
pocket.
has the read on this so far. One-sided Wolverine, at least coming into the fray. The other duelists being aimed at from Heretics this time.
What's the save for Shiki here? Like, they could go for the Gambit save, which would then force Heretics to likely have to use the last ban slot on the Rogue. They'll go for the Rocket Raccoon, actually. So you have BRB uptime, you have Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, you have Rocket Packs for your Wolverine as well.
Wait, Jay,
Heretics, they have
thoughts.
one
If
last
someone
ban.
makes
Do
something
they
for
take
you
out
and
one
gives
half
you
of
it
the
in a
fastball?
container, do
The
you
issue
give
is, I
the, do you
fear,
give
if
the
you go
container back or
for
keep it?
banning out the Hulk, you still get fastball with
What's the context, though? If
They'll
my
take out the
dad
Gambit
comes
instead, which
over
I think
and gives me
addresses a lot
food
of the issues that you could have had, right?
in,
Shikigami
like, a
getting
Tupperware
Loki Gambit,
that
getting
he owns,
Star-Lord,
I'm
as
going to
well
eat the
as they go
food,
for the
wash
save
the
on
container, and give it
Invisible
back to my
Woman.
dad.
Remembering
That's like the
Shikigami's
proper way to
turn
do
yesterday
things.
versus Strays, when
don't
they
keep the
started really
container.
dialing into the strengths of fastball, they targeted out the Invisible Woman, removing the issue of force physics to be able to counter-pull Frost Mountain's grab protections. As what will be the ban? Captain America. Yeah. If that hadn't been a Sue save, she's for sure visible in that ban. Shikigami now, because they're going to have the Wolverine for Frost Mountain as opposed to the Daredevil, don't want to have to deal with too many players having to work out where Beetle will
Mantis
be
is banned again,
through
just sad.
from,
Chat, Mantis
and
is the
just
most
nip
broken
it
character
in the
right now.
bud.
When it comes to characters across like Stage 1 playoffs, one-sided Wolverine's win rate is pretty darn high, I would have to say. And the likes of, like, getting a Gambit, however,
one-sided Wolverine has a very high win rate. Uh-oh, Shikigami. But they don't use Gambit.
Building around these ultimates to try to go in for these moments. But it is the fact
are you
of,
having
like,
drinks
Wolverine
today,
having a
Jay? What do you mean
60%
am I
win
having
rate when he
drinks?
is one-sided? The Gambit, however, we see it a little bit
Like
less
alcohol?
often. It's pretty much neck
I'm
and neck.
working right
23
now.
wins, 22 losses. So
Yeah,
it hasn't
I'm on the clock.
Shiki, I don't think we'll be starting with fastball. That will be something that they use to try to break through on their attack very quickly, just hurtling the Wolverine in to break the problem area of that first corner where the defense can just suffocate you out of angles and keep you at arm's length with the sheer amount of
I really
pressure.
want to stop
But
drinking as well. I
Heretics,
drink socially,
they were
like if I go to
able
dinner with
secure
friends.
the Infinity Stones
But, like,
of the Gambit
I
composition,
think drinking is
not
overrated.
the Rogue, not the Mag, but the Star-Lord and the Rocket to accompany it. So Shiki will have to deal
let's get
with
this, chat.
the Gambit ults as they
Let's
come.
see it. Let's see it.
As starting off on
Remember,
this defense,
winner
Frost Mountain on that Daredevil, reading
Keeps
where
their
Beetle will hit
playoffs
from,
dream
keeping the dive
alive.
contained.
Loser goes home.
All right, final map here, as it's not even a qualification game for mid-season finals yet. The winner would have to play that later. Loser going home. We're going to be seeing him in stage 2, and this always goes the distance.
Also, drinking
Tanuki
to,
finds
like,
himself the first
get a little tipsy
downed
chat is-
character.
I think
But
that's
the
fun.
BRR means that he's going to be straight back
But
into
I don't
this
know. I
fray.
kinda wanna
Shikigami's seen him
stop
take a string, a couple
alcohol
more
in
eliminations
general.
on, but no
But
one
I
from
do
Heretics
love my
looking to go even
pineapple
lower with this
margaritas,
backline of
man.
the Gambit and
Oof.
Rocket.
Oh, what a freeze from Lindstrom.
You're an
Instantly, though,
alcoholic.
can
We already
see
knew that.
Isokai
Don't worry.
falling
Yeah.
low. Shiki having
You know
to
why
turn
I'm an
and deal
alcoholic,
with the
chat?
Venom, left the
Have you guys
Vanguard
read your
vulnerable.
messages? I
Heretics,
want you
no
to go
eliminations
17
for
hours
them,
reading
but they
chat's
gain
messages,
so
bro.
much space.
You'd want to
So
drink
much
too.
ult charge too, and the Rocket is going to get chased down by one of the few characters that is able to do it. Finds Cap though. No BR back available to them. Even if it was available for the team, they can't use it, as you mentioned. But everybody else from Shikigami dropping one at a time. That just onslaught of damage that was concentrated into this hallway is going to provide very little. And one of the few chances the team
Doctors say
have had
there's
to
no
play
healthy
Daredevil
amount of
himself, but
alcohol.
Tanuki, you can understand why. He was
I
at the
think you
lead
can
of it.
do stuff in
Yeah,
moderation,
Enzo's
bro.
just
I think
being
everything
so
in
brutal
moderation,
for
chat.
Shikigami's front line to have to deal
Having
with.
one
He
drink
still
like
wants
a
to be
month,
able
or
to
let's
find
just
that
say, for
stall
an example, not
potential.
gonna
Hit
actually
onto Heretics' backline,
do
but he's
anything, I
totally
think.
denied off of the Emma. So Shiki actually moving away from the more vulnerable Rocket onto Capsule.
Oh, nice
Fox
force.
Lindstrom using that Luna ult very early. Tanuki caught
Nice
in
force.
deep off of the Bionic Hook from Frost Mountain, but brought back by the BRB. That's one cooldown. Traded for a whole Luna ult, which means that they don't have the means of standing up, contesting the Cosmic Ion Amplifier and breaking it. And Shiki have to instead give up space.
It's not looking good. Heretics having a lot of ultimates too. Some stall on the objective, but you don't want to be losing any more players. And with everybody trying to disengage, to let the devil out is actually ended up with a little bit of a judo throw against Tanuki, but the sustain and the healing is there from his backline, and he finds himself 2 for his troubles. This is Shikigami looking a little bit dumbfounded in how to approach this, and Heretics making one of their most popular maps work very much in their favor.
Yeah, Heretics
Come
just
on,
continuing that
Shikigami,
aggression,
bro.
throwing ults out at Shiki before they gain the resources to survive them. Cap's White Fox charge totally denied.
Are you the inspiration behind the Cap skin? Yeah, the new one? Yeah, specifically the back part, not the front part, though.
Survive the Gambit ult. Kai using Sonus Deduction, getting the lock onto the Star-Lord so that you don't have the combination of the two, which Shiki would not be able to survive. Divide them to make it easier to live, but Leola's falls. It's traded at least. Shiki with the closer respawns, forcing Heretics to back all the way off of Frost Mountain. Stop the devil out.
I mean,
be nice, bro. Announcers trying to justify their irrelevant jobs by yapping 24/7. Bro.
To at least relax.
Who hurt you?
For Frost Mountain, who thought that he was going to be safe there. Portal is actually going to be used
that
very
means
close on, which means that if
all announcers for any sport or anything is just useless.
But Shikigami now finally showing a little bit more promise on
I would
the
love to be
bench,
paid the yap.
Reclaim some of the space that they've
but instead I have to be a male online entertainer.
Nearly sidestepped from Heretics. They seem pretty uninterested in taking for this fight. Ken is going to go for the Iron Amplifier. Fate Buff is going to be used in response, but Laylas is going to be eliminated just before that ultimate can come out and provide the sustain. Let the devil out. Also very much looming for Tanuki to see if he can actually find these openings, but it might not even be necessary when Naga and Enzo find these picks into the neutral. Shikigami again with this backline just not providing enough healing. They're losing out on space, and 4 minutes now for
Bro, there's too much negativity in live chat.
Yep,
we need some more positivity. Can I get 100 gifted?
Of Shiki's defense.
We need more positivity.
Has been called to the field as Lindstrom opts for the Loki. You know, like, Heretics will be starting off this fight fast. They have unmatched Gambit ult. You'll lose someone on the disengage likely, so Calf on the rocket with the BRB, the chance of bringing them back into the fight. Lindstrom giving the team
with the massive 100 bits, appreciate it.
The opportunity to survive this early push from Heretics. There's the Gambit ult invested with the wall combined with Enzo's Sonic Seduction. But Shiki take advantage of the Loki cooldown. Only lose Kai, who, as we said, will be brought back into the fold with the BRB. For Shiki to continue this fight 6v6.
Duelist ultimates in hand too, and no strategist ultimates to try to counter, hoping that Laylas might be able to find the picks into the air, but his space is completely closed down as he goes in for the
damn, chat, I think this might be, dude, I think Shikigami's done, bro. I think that's 07. Their playoffs are done.
Get a touch in. Hulk Smash has to be used as well as a clone drop down
3 minutes
to try to close that distance, but now it's just a struggle to get people onto the point. Everybody from Shikigami has to come through that left entrance because the right one is shut down with the bouncer of Matt Murdoch. Beetle finds Laylas that's trying to stall out on this point. That positioning, that space that he wants to try to get that Apex Predator in hand, and in a clutch play, he has not been provided. Heretics are letting them have zero space, and Shikigami have been stripped from this progress onto the point. The stall one at a time. Isidon now trying to do it on the Hulk. Might have found a chance to sustain this, but you still have 2 minutes and 22 seconds in order to try to hold the visible boundary. Now trying to go for the copy for Lindstrom as he gets that Yarn amplified to provide some more damage to fight this one out.
Shikigami actually winning this fight is very impressive, bro. My teammates in ranked would never. They would all stay in spawn. We already have a Wanda. Someone would come out on Black Widow. I'm pretty sure someone would say, I am playing Squirrel Girl for fun. Don't care if this is $300,000. Bro, someone would be forfeiting right now. Bro, that was a great hold.
To react to this.
Force physics as well. If they wanted to jump on a person, pull them into a fight, Poseidon Seduction is going to come in. Frost Mountain is forced to use some of the bits of his kit to try to sustain that, but there's really no
Yo, Malice for 47 months, my friend. Absolutely insane. I appreciate it.
And have the help of a lamp in order to try and fight this, and everybody else has actually got off the point to the point where the Heretics have actually flipped it back into their favor. Whilst this split has come in, Naga is taken to the sky to go in for the Galactic Legend and find the splits. He's not found the elimination, but he has knocked Bruce Banner down, and Tanuki
oh wow, I'm surprised he didn't go chase that kill. I would have chased that kill.
Away to provide some space for Shikigami, but the eliminations are coming in thick and fast. Longer cooldowns coming in. Lindstrom has to run back on the Jeff to go for this Utopia backline to allow a stall, but it's not going to be enough.
Damn, they're happy with that one.
For Heretics to finish up the map.
They are happy with that one, bro. Damn.
We know what faces them on the side swap as well. It's stall time.
God damn.
Heretics. It's stall time. That, or they could honestly just go for the 2-2-2 and take advantage of Rocket, Gambit, Starlord to be able to brute force these fights. You know that Shiki will be looking to employ that Wolverine with the fastball. Like, for me, it's not about how well Shiki could defend that map. It's about how strong their engagement, how strong their attack will be. As fastball is so very offensive. But Enzo has been so good at shutting down everything that Shiki have been trying to do. Having that Emma, having the diamond form, being able to totally avoid being grabbed out by the Wolverine. I don't know how well the fastball will be able to fare.
I'm nervous for Shikigami. But you never really know with these two teams.
I think Shikigami's nervous for Shikigami.
Yeah, I think Heretics is nervous just full round. They're very good at not showing it, but they sort of know that there's almost a focus. We've already heard that now they're doing.
Did you log
into
your Apple? No, my Apple becomes available
still the
after
favorites in this
like
one to
4
sort of
o'clock or
be
something.
not only the winner of this series, but also to be qualifying for mid-season finals. But there's a step beyond the pull-in from Beetle. No chance. One player already down for Heretics.
Yeah, Kaya on the Gru as well, so even if Heretics were running the Invisible Woman, the moment that the grab from Frost Mountain is out, you just wall behind the Vanguard, no chance of healing. There you go, Kaya does it again.
There we
One
go.
is, like, totally
Come on,
denied.
Shikigami.
Alex Ken, no opportunity.
Game's not over until it's over. Bounce back, bro.
And as I said, it's not about how strong Shiki's defense is, it's about how fast their offense is.
Hosme, he's trying to find another pick onto the Vanguard, but he's not quite connected. Slashing his way through, but it's more the creating of space. Heretics have multiple players actually very low. In fact, Naga was low for a good portion of time, and Laylis actually finds the killing blow. Portal has to be used in order to try to touch onto the boat. Immediately, huge into position.
It's
and there's
massive.
No way, like, this line of sight has been consistently broken, and it's
I call that a Captain America chat.
Portal. It has to be a leap in from Beetle, and everybody else.
If you know, you know. Go buy the new skin.
Out of multiple different orifices of Yggdrasil.
Come on.
And actually find themselves able to contest and touch, but they're doing it right into Frost Mountain that might be able to put this map, this whole series, this whole game
hey,
onto
5
his
minutes!
back
5
as Wolverine
minutes!
claws himself in a very fast first point take for Shikigami.
That
5
was
minutes,
not a very
chat. The
pretty
game's
image
not
that
over
he
till.
provided, and that was about as ugly.
You know, this is what I love about like
competitive
games, chat. Competitive games. Shikigami was getting rolled on defense. We all saw that, bro. They were getting spawn held. They had 3 minutes remaining, but then they don't give up. They have strong mentals. They're not trying to forfeit. They're not trying to throw, and they're doing the rolling. This is why I hate playing ranked, bro.
The more they occupy Heretics here on the front lines,
in ranked, you would have people throwing the game because the other team did really well and, like, you know, trying to forfeit. When that was only half the game, bro. Half the game. You have a whole nother half of you playing. Maybe both teams suck at defense.
Staying on this engagement, Laylis has found himself a pick on Tanaga. Like, even though the focus is going to be on this Wolverine, I think Laylis is finding a lot of work. Kraken's impact is going to be used. Galactic Legend, he's very low, but he's managed to try and survive on 60 HP. Able to get the pick, Laylis. He's just not getting the sustain. There's no healing that's coming towards him. And no surprise, Frost Mountain is just in the middle, in the distance, and Isidore and Kaya are making it so hard for Alex and Ken to find anything.
This wolf is just unleashed.
Frost Mountain, bro. Frost Mountain.
As we watch.
Chat,
Fastball,
I love watching Hulk and
grab onto the Venom to deny the
Hulk
Wolverine,
bro. Hulk Wolverine is so fun.
Invisible boundary first for the stall. No loss time from Frost Mountain to be able to push them out of it. So finally, Heretics will be able to slow Shiki's approach.
Beer back is going to bring back Kaya. Sends Kaya straight back into spawn. So breathing room for Heretics. And I guess if you're Shikigami, you're a little bit nervous because this is where this point can be sold out quite often.
Kaya's just going to portal Shiki right in because, yeah, Wolverine, weak to poke. Very strong once you're on top of them. So Shiki will avoid the poke pressure. They've still got plenty of time, so if you use portal now and it fails, you'll still have it back before overtime, as you just portal directly onto one poor soul, which looks to be Beetle. Exile onto the Venom, map flip from Shiki, and you can hide behind Kaya's shield to stop Enzo's ult.
Silent Seduction, it's the focus of Kaya trying to put the shield up towards making sure that there's no ultimate that can come in from Tanuki. It's not
oh, nice. That Wolverine jumped through the portal to avoid that Emma Frost ult and then jumped right back through, and that portal closed. He's lucky he jumped through. That would have been very bad. Oh, that rocket ult got deleted. Wow.
Cap has brought out the ion amplifier to maybe provide something. It's provided a pick.
Something that ranked players don't know how to do as well. Shoot the rocket ult.
On the side of Heretics to go in for this fight.
Shoot the rocket ult. It becomes useless. Wow, 2 rocket ults used and just deleted instantly just like that. They got no value off those rocket ults.
Now, shutting down anybody from Heretics that wants to try and fight this out. Feast of the Abyss used for the sustainer Naga has been a real treat for his team. team. He's found picks at the perfect time, and this sustain for Shikigami, the time back that they had is dwindling. They don't have that option to go for the portal, and Naga just sort of adds fuel to the fire as the Ruby Rage cuts for anybody left. Full reset back to spawn.
Yeah, this is such an awkward point to be able to complete a push on. So many times we see teams just fully stalled out and only able to bypass it off of sinking all 6 ultimates in to fully secure the team wipe against the defense of how much stall potential there is, how much closer those respawns will be. Cross Mountain whips the grab onto Beetle this time around, so Venom taking the opportunity, diving the backline, putting pressure onto both Lindstrom and Calf, which draws away the opportunity for Shiki to continue moving forward, and claps on top of Ken to force Invisible Boundary out early.
There's still so much more work to do. Galactic Legend now for Tanuki to a stun by the last stand though. Ken is very low, but he manages to get the Invisible Boundary out in time. It's not going to matter. It's sent straight back. It's going to be done. One of the strategist ultimates out of use, but Tanuki's found himself a good portion of trades on the other side, which means that Shikigami quite might make this the advantage that they want. Frost Mountain trying to keep this fight alive, but he doesn't have the supports in order to help him fight it. Tanuki has done absolute work there to keep his team on this defense. And bear in mind, Shikigami needs to finish the map. Never mind, get to the third part of the map.
Yeah, we're barreling towards last fight territory, and Alex, he'll hold that raging Royal Flush, which will be so problematic for Shiki's players to have to deal with. If you're relying on Crack and Impact from Leolaz, if you use it first, Alex just casts the Purify of the Gambit ult, and Shiki lose that momentum. Nope, Heretics won't allow them to make the first move. Out comes the Gambit ult trying to run Shiki all the way back to spawn.
And even the Beerbat's going to be broken. Uh-oh. Now Shikigami, you've got 15 seconds to try to touch. Means that the attention is going to be a little bit
they
more
had 5
split,
minutes
and
for this
is
too,
the
girl.
chaos that Heretics thrive in. Tanuki just chipping away as the Ruby Rage is going to be used. It's going to force out the fate of both worlds. It's going to book it over
They had
towards
5
the payload.
minutes for this, bro.
Keep the fights going for Shikigami. They're out of time. Overtime has to be the thing to rely on. A Silent Seduction and Galactic Legend might be the thing that stops
this is game, bro.
Shikigami
This is
in
game.
their tracks.
Dude, their Venom is so...
How close
The Venom is all the way in there by himself. Where's his team? You guys gotta be on point.
Winner. The portal is there just in time to allow some sustain, but Heretics are just keeping their eyes on where these reinforcements are coming from. Naga finds that pick. It's traded out though. Tanuki goes down to Layla's, coming back over onto the Psylocke, and now Naga is going very low. Has to disengage on this one-sided Cyclops. Takes to the sky to find the picks, and Layla's on this Psylocke has actually been able to do quite a lot.
There's
it is
no
traded
way.
out in the end. Last stand for Frost Mountain.
Oh, the
It's gonna
Wolverine
dive on
ult
in, but the
straight
invisible boundary is
into
good
the
enough, and there's so
Invisal. Nice
little
ult
on
by
the clock
Ken.
for Shikigami to
In.
work with.
They're
Any
going to
pick
have...
off of this spot is not going to be enough. Dance to the butterfly for
Gambit ult.
Laylas is set up in time, but you got the barrage in the sky. It takes out Ken. Tanuki goes low enough. Beetle is also the next to follow, and now you've got the portal for Enzo to try to keep things on the edge for Shikigami. There's no ultimates to rely on outside of that Feast of the Abyss, and Frost Mountain goes down. Tried to put the game on his back, but Logan is sent out to pastures. Feast of the Abyss to try to stall, but there goes Calf. Naga has found himself too a hero in moments like this. Naga might be trying to get himself into a great position to qualify for the mid-season finals. And Shikigami
Jack, can we get an 07 for Shikigami? They played well.
On map 5,
they did really well.
In the losers bracket.
I don't think they should be sad about that. I mean, they ended up losing. I would be sad about that, but like they played a really good game
as well at the tail
until
end
second
of that
point
fight.
where they got held for 5 minutes.
She
But
could do such a good job of being able to hold.
that was a good showing, bro. That was a good showing.
Bringing Psylocke back, having Dance of the Butterflies to get those connections onto Heretics' backline when their attention is split, divided between trying to keep their backline alive. That was a really good showing.
Congratulations, everyone that voted Team Heretics.
But the moment that Gambit ult
Team Heretics plays later today, by the way.
That is the fight done. There's no more strange TP clutch. And sadly, Shikigami are sent out of the tournament alongside it. Admirable performance though, and we do see like why fastball was something that this team were able to rally around, because it threw Heretics for a loop, at least until they won one fight on second.
It really did. Heretics, they seem to thrive so often in those last-second overtime fights where it's just everyone get on the point and just delay as long as possible. But what do you do when that overtime objective is a literal blender in the form of a short angle?
Good morning, Mr. 3. Happy 4th. Happy 4th, guys. Happy 4th. Happy 4th.
Just wait long enough for Alex to have the tool that's needed, or for Ken to have the tool that's needed. Strategists here did insane work keeping the team topped up, making sure that they could survive through those overtimes, and that was just enough to outlast Shikigami. We knew this was going to come down to a stall, we knew this was going to come down to a delay, but we could never have expected it to come down to that level of insane fights. Ryan, that was so good.
Yeah, I mean, like for MVPs across the series, you could give it to multiple people, but I think just with how those final fights went, for me, it feels like Naga had those like key moments. Whilst like getting the one-sided Wolverine was a pivotal moment, I think, on the side of Shikigami, making sure that the other team up on the other side, the leader of the X-Men of Cyclops, was available to Naga, was the big part of that. I gotta say, like, we've sort of been used to seeing Naga be able to be on like the triple strategist, so he wasn't playing duelist much, showing that he is still one of the best duelists out there. And Tanuki showing that he isn't just this kind of like melee, weird Black Panther, one-trick pony kind of thing. His hit scan in this like double hit scan lineup really helped Heretics when all things were crazy to just find those individual moments to find the picks and do what was needed.
Naga found the duels so many times. Naga found the pickups so many times. This one in particular, where they just trapped both strategists of Shikigami on that right-hand door and just locked them in via a combination of the front line and just Naga bullying them from a distance. Moxie, this was a team effort for sure by Heretics, but a well-deserved MVP by Naga.
Yeah, there was one main difference between these two teams outside of the compositions that they played, and it was that Shiki got stalled out on second. Heretics did not. They continued that momentum.
I wish Marvel
they
Rivals
were
put
able
Thanos
to
as a
just
tank character.
avoid
I think they're gonna.
fight,
I think they're probably gonna save that character for if Marvel Rivals like viewership or player base starts
they were still
dwindling.
able to complete off of just going fast, going first.
Thanos is in the game, right? Or one of his versions. He makes a portal, I think, on one of the maps. Also,
because until they won that
what's his name's in the game as well? That I wish was a playable character. Wilson Fisk. Wilson Fisk. Oh, that's Doom. Oh shit. Yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, you guys right. Wilson Fisk is in the game as well.
Before the dive was directly on top of them, before the fastball was able
Wilson
to find
Fisk is in the game, and I wish he was a playable character, but he's not.
It was looking like a very speedy first half of each little path to the point that we were thinking,
I think
like,
Thanos
okay,
is going to come out. Oh yeah, why did I think that? Wow, I'm stupid.
Like,
I think they're going to keep the most popular characters though for like if they need to revive the player base.
Afterwards.
The pressure, that one fight, like you said, but also the momentum on that.
What would Fisk's abilities even be?
A huge part to do.
I don't know. Isn't he have superhuman strength? He has punching. He can do a lot of things. I mean, look at the thing. He punches and flies around. So why can't he almost be the same shit?
If they're looking forward for their revenge. So we're going to jump on in to say hello to Enzo after what must have been a pretty exhausting match. Enzo, you just had a 5-game series versus VP yesterday, a 5-game series versus Shikigami today. Are you tired? Because you're winning your way back through. You're one series away now from the mid-season finals.
Or yeah, he does have abilities in PvE.
The game after so many exhausting games.
I mean, yesterday was obviously really hurting, you know. Losing in that way, so close, and everyone knows we should have won. But it's kind of the same thing that happened for them in stage 1, if you remember correctly. Like, we stole the game from them. So now, right now we just went the other way. It happens. It's a sport. It's really hard, you know. There's one team winning and there's one team losing. So, yeah, I don't know. I just told my team, I say, guys, you're allowed to be sad for today. It's fine. Tomorrow I want to see a smile on your face because it's going to be a long day. And yeah, here it comes, you know, 3-2 on the first game and we don't know what's coming next. Just how it is, you know, there's like, every time we pick up new player, we forgot to tell them that it's going to go game 5 every game with us. It's been the same thing with OG, it's been the same thing with Bobo, it's just game 5. No matter who we're playing against, that's one of our strengths, but that's also one of our weakness. I mean, most of the time we won this game of 5, but you know, we're gonna go game 5 against VP, we're gonna game 5 against Navi, we're gonna game 5 against Shiki. We just always go game 5, you know, we don't like when it's easy.
I mean, Shikigami seems to be a team that like constantly pushes you. So what happened in like the maps that you lost, you know, you went for the Torchban or like Central Park and they were able to like get like one-sided Daredevil, even like the Wolverine.
Yes,
like,
Team Heretics
right
is still playing
of,
today.
like,
they play the winner of our next game, which is Rad against Pulsar.
Sure
and I think Rad's going to win that.
Or what caught you by surprise that ended up them taking 2 maps off of you?
I mean, it's just prep. Like, it's really hard for us to scream because Okay, so there is like one team that canceled 10 Scream last month. There's one team, I mean, there's multiple teams that leaks, and there's multiple teams that don't want to play against me for what I've been saying in the past interview. So going through this, you know, obviously our practice is not the greatest, you know? Like it's really hard to get good prac, and that's what we got surprised with. So we're just cooking mid game, not gonna lie. Like we're just cooking. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Think he's Swedish.
That's why, you know, we lose game and it feels like a stomp, and then we're gonna try our hardest, and we're gonna win the next one, you know.
French.
So it's hard to explain. We just, we saw the torch on Central Park.
Wait, so he said there's one team that
so we just tried to ban it, but it just didn't work
doesn't
out.
like playing against them. There's one team because of what he said. There's
like
teams that leak scrim codes
between two games, saying that we needed an IGL. So I say okay, I'll do it. But obviously, when you're like talking, you play significantly worse.
One team
and it's also
canceled
when you're
10 scrims.
but you don't understand what's happening. It's kind of hard to,
Are you serious?
You know, like,
one team canceled 10? That's very unprofessional, man.
So, talk to us about the Wolverine, because the last time we got to interview you was, what, pre-season, and you just went up against Cheeky, and you banned out Frost Mountain's Wolverine because it wasn't fun to play. I can imagine playing up against the fastball was
the drama. What is
not
it?
as fun to play,
I gotta make a
especially
Twitter
since
post.
you are the Vanguard player.
I'm ready.
Like, how do you
I'm ready to
deal
type.
with knowing that that Wolverine team-up is coming through? What do you think allowed you guys to turn around the second point defense to stop the fastball in its tracks?
I think it's something that we learned before, where we will see the Wolverine getting thrown in there. We will all back up and all be scared. But I think the thing to do, in my opinion, is just to walk as a pack as 6. You don't be scared, because anyway, like, otherwise you're just giving the entire map and you can't contest anything. So we learned that now when the Hulk is flying, when the wall is flying, we just walk in, and whoever get grabs, whatever. But at least we can fight.
So you are now one series away from making it to those mid-season finals, and that is going to be decided who you're against in the next matchup. You're going to be against either Pulsar or Rad. Do you have a preference?
I mean, obviously we would rather play against Pulsar because we already beat them, but I don't mind playing against Rad. It's been a long time I haven't seen them. It's been like 6 months, a year probably that I haven't faced them in the tournament. I'm ready for them. I know they have a lot of confidence. Mashlo likes to talk a lot, but I know this is fake confidence. You know, he's not feeling that confident against us. I know it. It's just funny. So yeah, I would like to play against them.
That's some confidence from yourself at least, so we'll let you get to resting after those very long series, and so that you can watch the next series that's coming up. Enzo, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you guys, and I hope to see you soon.
What a set of games we have had. Heretics really going through the ringer to try and find that final spot. There is now one team in between them and that mid-season finals position, but we don't know who it is yet. And from myself, Ryan, and Moxie, we are basically done for today.
He needs a raise. He always does their interviews. I think that's because probably all the other players are shy.
Who will it be in that lower bracket finals fighting for that final LAN spot? Will it be Pulsar Esports, or will it be Rad to potentially go up against Virtus Pro to give them even more trauma of last year when it came to mid-season finals qualifications? Moxie, there's a lot of pressure on this match.
There is a lot of pressure on this map, but I think if you're Rad, if you're Pulsar, you're taking confidence from the fact of how close that the Heretics matches have been, and the fact that when we're talking to players in interviews, like, they're placing Rad above Heretics in some instances. So we will have to see. Any of our teams left in the tournament can take that third seed and find themselves booking that last and third ticket to the mid-season. I really don't know who it will be.
And Ryan, last words for you before we are done for the week.
I'd like to see Rad like really give it here. It'd be crazy to see them qualify for like mid-season finals, considering it'd be the first team.
Can you show and explain the playoffs bracket? Navi beat VP and is in the finals. How does a lower bracket work?
Shows that like
if you type !MRI, there's the NA and the EMEA bracket. It shows you everything.
But there's only one way for us to find out, and that's to get to that series. But for that, we have to go to a break to get your and stay tuned for our next.
Yeah, I think, oh my god, dude, what's happening right here?
lower bracket quarterfinal after this break.
Yeah. So basically, Na'Vi beat Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro gets knocked down to the lower bracket. And they basically have another shot to basically make it to the grand finals. Actually, not grand finals, the mid-season final. I mean, they're already, the top 3 teams already make it to the mid-season finals, but yeah. It's a double elimination, chat, until the grand finals in this playoffs. So yeah. Oh yeah, I'll do the predictions. Rad against Pulsar, chat, and I don't want to brag right here, but on the first day of the playoffs, I was 7 out of 8 predictions. Yesterday, I went 8 for 8 in predictions. Today, I'm so far 2 for 2. And I have Rad beating Pulsar here, and I have Team Heretics beating Rad. And actually, I don't know if I think Team Heretics is going to beat Rad anymore. Team Heretics almost lost to Shikigami. But I do have Team Heretics against Rad, so I think Rad wins this. Oh. Chat, my prediction rate is insane right now, bro. I am not wrong, dude. I am popping off the prediction. Good morning. Yo, how you doing? How you doing? J3 has 100% curse rate. How do I have 100% curse rate? Hold on, chat. I just gotta go pee really quick. Very fast, very fast.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here to close out the show, figure out who our last LAN attendee is going to be from EMEA out of Team Heretics, Rad, and Pulsar. And I couldn't ask for a better crew to join me on that journey. We got Leg Day, we got Lemon Kiwi. How are you feeling about the Game 5 that we just had?
I mean,
Heretics
we
love
were
Game
hyped
5s.
out of our gourd watching this together. Like, that was absolutely fire gaming.
There's so many Game 5s now. Like, we had, like, what, day 1 full of sweeps, and now we're having non-stop Game 5s. We're having more Game 5s than anything else. Heretics seem to own all of them. We'll see how far that'll get them, though.
That is the question. Can Heretics do it? We'll find out in our final series of the day. But we got another one ahead of that, which is going to be Pulsar versus Rad. They played in the
What's
group
your
stage.
win-loss rate?
So
I am
close
currently
to taking that series, but Rad ultimately got the win 2-1.
I am 17 for 18 right now.
Rad specifically.
17 for 18 in prediction. 17 correct. I got one wrong, and it was Sentinels losing.
Give us their insights, and the one question I'm sure everyone online has asked you, Team Captain, I'm sure multiple times. They know you as, a Captain America main. Is Captain America S tier in this meta? I want your opinions on it.
Yeah, Captain America is absolutely broken. Like, that hero is completely busted. His ultimate is very strong. Burst damage very strong.
I mean,
anyone
his
saying otherwise,
strong.
I think they're a bit clueless about the game, but it's fine. Some people might see the game a bit differently. The game works differently at lower ranks, I know that, but at the upper levels, Captain America is definitely like best tank in the game, in my opinion.
Is he Scottish?
We definitely clear right when it comes to balance and understanding, but you might be a little bit biased when it comes to the next question. So I've got to ask you, out of the 3 remaining teams,
I can definitely hear the accent.
Mid-season finals and go to LAN?
If I was to be a betting man, I would say Rad, Na'Vi, and Heretics.
Good answer.
Rad,
good
Na'Vi,
good answer. I mean, yeah, legally obligated answer, but I mean, Rad are looking really, really good. And to go back to this balance thing, you have a lot of fun opinions, Team Captain,
but it's
especially online.
Virtus Pro,
you were posting
Na'Vi,
something about
and then
Blade,
it's either
right?
Team
Some
Heretics or
changes
Rad.
you wanted to see, or some buffs. Like, what do you think about Blade's viability in the meta?
Blade's broken right now, and all the pro teams that aren't using them are just blind. Like, that character is completely broken.
That's fair.
When it comes to the Blade, how do you make it work in ranked? Is it a viable ranked pick right now?
Yeah, I would say it's a viable rank pick. It really comes down to like how good you are with the gun and how like consistently you can block CC. Because if you're on Blade and you use the block, you have 1 second where any CC, so like boops or stuns, they don't do anything to you. A lot of people aren't good with using that, but when people do get good with using it, I swear, this character is way better than like Hela, Phoenix, even Psylocke in my opinion.
I know, sometimes the patch has us all on mind control mode to figure out kind of what is strong. But hey, you've been on your duelist arc lately on stream. I know you were picking up the Wolf and some stuff. So how's that been going for you? Because there's a lot of Wolverine in playoffs here too.
Yeah, I think Wolverine is probably a contender for the best DPS. On maps where there's like 1 lane and that's all you can play on, like Midtown, Yggdrasil Path, I think Wolverine is probably the best character, even a contender for first save. In ranked, the character is just disgusting, and he's actually been banned in most games that I haven't been playing, so I've not gotten to play Wolverine much, especially with that team up with Cyclops.
Yeah, that's me banning him, sorry bud. As a Vanguard, I'm like, absolutely not.
Same.
You got leg day in your game, just target banning you and everything. That's so funny. I have kind of a 2-parter for my final question here. First one here specifically, you were on Alter Esports for the Ignite stage leading into this as well. They're currently in the promo relegation where teams can promote from MRC, take those spots potentially into Ignite stage 2. What do you think about the potential for them to make it back in, or any MRC teams you've been keeping an eye on that think have a chance to qualify for stage 2?
Ooh.
I'm still friends with all the guys on Altar. Like, I'm personally friends with Frankie in real life. From what I'm hearing, they're actually doing pretty good right now in scrims. They've been walking in, and I think they have a really good chance of qualifying for stage 2. Out of some of the teams from MRC making it through, I have my eyes on the Lions, GG 5 times, and Planet Sainage. I think they could maybe be some teams to look out for, maybe some scary teams.
Yeah, shout out to Planet Sainage. They just took down Necros' team in 5 maps to get top 3, so definitely keep an eye on those results as they come in. But final question for you here, Team Captain, before we send you away. We have a series on hand. It's going to be Pulsar Esports versus Rad Esports. Who do you got? How many games?
Obviously Rad. I mean, I think it's going to be a Rad 3-0. That's my prediction.
A Rad 3-0? That is wild.
The highest educated answer is because Crazy Kitty just provides so much in the flex DPS role, where I think that Pulsar is more lacking. I think Pulsar as a team, they're very strong, but that flex DPS spot is a bit rough compared to what Rad have.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Team Captain. Where can people find you if they want to catch some of your content as well before we send you away?
I'm live every day, or mostly every day, on twitch.tv/teamcaptain001, and you can find me on YouTube under the same handle.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. Go enjoy the matches and the ranked play, and we'll talk to you another time.
Thanks for having me.
Some great
awesome.
MRC
Great
knowledge.
To hear some insight.
Team Captain knows ball.
Yeah, he does
exactly,
ball.
Exactly. Love to hear it. But Rad, they also tend to know ball here specifically. I mean, that's why we brought on one of the content creators from their team, recently signed, by the way. Congrats to him on that. But, you know, talking about this roster leg day, what can we expect?
Oh, I mean, it's so difficult to pick someone from Rad to focus in on, but I've been the fastball merchant thus far. So I've got to look at Crazy Kitty and Lugia here. I think that Wolverine, like Team Captain was talking about, possibly the best DPS right now, with the exception of maybe Cyclops, who's often copying those bans. A candidate for first save. And admittedly, some of our teams have been falling away from even using
when are you going to be the guest? NA time? Me?
And I think that we've seen some success pivoting these first saves towards things that better suit potential teams.
Marvel Rivals doesn't know who I am.
Talked about that flex duelist role, and Twitzy, I think, in my opinion, fits the bill.
How do you like the new cap skin? I love the new cap skin.
He was a constant threat in that series against Reason. We definitely claimed him as an MVP on the Psylocke of all things, on that map #1. No matter the map, the hero, I think Twitzy was
I haven't played yet, but I heard that the new cap skin actually does double the damage.
Overlapping on who's playing Gambit. They usually play a Gambit Luna line or a Gambit Loki.
Yeah, we're a small streamer, chat. We're still trying to become big in this game. Hopefully they notice us one day.
DRP was instrumental at enabling Blur's dives, and he's looked much better on the Venom. But the big question is Ballas versus Smash. Who is going to stand taller?
Both of them looking really solid in terms of the stats, right? It's more of like the KO potential for Ballas, but he plays a little bit more risky, whereas Smash Nez is just clinical, it feels like, especially with his confirms. And that seems to be a big difference maker for Cyclops compared to some of the other duelists out there like Day. It's just their ability to follow up whenever someone just has a sliver of health. They think they can escape, but no, they cannot.
Yeah, that's like comm clarity, right? Like being able to not only have communicated before a dive happens where it's going to be, so it be easily lined up, but also when
did Guangguang shadow ban Jay3
on that refraction ability to find those
probably
lanes.
Well, let's get into the ban draft for our first map here between Pulsar and Rad Esports.
Guangguang asked me if I played in a tournament for $1 million, what would I do? And I said I'd probably just play for fun. I don't think you'd like that answer.
Rad's Lemon. Infamous Preds coming through from North American content legend Fox. Believes that Rad is going to be going to the LAN. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case. As Pulsar is going to be.
I wish they would tell you what the LAN is, bro. I think Marvel Rivals, something I really did notice about Marvel Rivals, chat. Marvel Rivals really needs to work on their advertisement and like communication. When tournaments happen, they need to advertise the tournaments a lot more, whether it's a creator tournament or like, you know, their Marvel Rivals Ignite. And on top of that, if there's a LAN coming up, maybe you should build some hype for the LAN because, you know, maybe you might want people to come see the LAN.
True, Rad have been able to chill for a little bit after us.
Like they have a really good product, but just a really horrible advertisement, in my opinion.
I'm interested how Rad play their Protect here as well. Surely if you're Pulsar, you've got to get rid of Cyclops. They get rid of Ultra. Oh. Okay, so they're trying to get rid of double damage boost. But this does mean that Rad could now have a damage boosted Scott Summers, courtesy of the Mantis with the
Mantis save. Pulsar wanted to ban the Gambit. Ooh, you're giving Rad the Mantis.
Speaking of those off angles, someone who enables that is Luna, and Pulsar have opted to either protect the Rocket or the Luna. Now, the Rocket being the choice here, I wonder if they're pairing that with a Loki, a one-sided Loki perhaps, so that you could have the double Cosmic Yarn amplifier. But a lot of worry goes into Twitzy, because when Twitzy played on Celestial Husk in the past, his off-angling, his flanks could be detrimental to a fight, and Rad want to be able to control that chaos and deny that from Twitzy.
They need to get rid of the double bans.
Okay, Pulsar, do we ban Scott Summers? Do we ban White Fox perhaps? Who would be
well, the double bans in this game are a lot different than your ranked games, but in your ranked games I completely agree. I don't like double bans in ranked.
But like, okay, double-pocketed Cyclops, we simply cannot allow this to exist in our game, or it might be curtains. Overall, an interesting ban phase. We'll have to see whether it pays dividends to have not first.
We assume that the LAN is in August. Will people have time for visas? I mean, I don't think we have to assume that it's going to be in August. I think
it's tough to kind of
it is in August, because if you go to their website, I'm pretty sure it says August. And then the grand finals is usually in November.
So I didn't feel like we got to see the true ceiling or potential of Rad. I think Smash in a statistical level.
This system in ranked would be fun, not gonna lie. No, it would not. This system, this ban and save system does not work in ranked.
For Smash to be a huge highlight here on
First of all, this is competitive and it's organized competitive. Your ranked games are not organized, and some would probably even say it's not even really that competitive. You're gonna have a Spider-Man one trick be like, hey guys, I'm gonna save my Spider-Man because I don't care what you guys want to play. I just want to play Spider-Man, so I'm gonna protect it. And then you're gonna have a Spider-Man player go 1-15. And you're gonna be like, why the hell did we save this character?
On the bench and roll out with a duo DPS lineup, 2 duelists, and this might surprise Pulsar, who might be expecting.
Okay, let's get it, chat. First game of the day for Pulsar against Rad. Not first game of the day, but you know what I mean.
Not going for the Lapsus Loki in this case. Crisis has been one of the top performing Luna players, and when you're expecting a strong dive, which Rad has definitely done in playoffs,
and and then you're gonna have people who ban everything that counters their character. Yeah, true.
But Lugia will try to avoid that as he's already creating pressure on the backline, getting Pulsar's attention.
Ooh! Ooh! If he hit that in the air on the Luna, that would have been insane.
The Luna Flake as well, so he's receiving additional healing whenever the primary Vanguard is catching some of that off the map. Potentially, who's down there? It is going to be the Rocket Raccoon, who does manage to scamper back up, but it's directly into the hands of Smashnez, who awaits the emergence of the small mammal. It's going to be Rad grabbing first cap off the back of Lapsus or Tilas going down.
And a new look for Pulsar. I know Twitzy, this has been like a secondary, tertiary to go to the Ultron once the Star-Lord is out. He played a lot of
Oh shit, my camera, my bad.
But maybe against the
why did you guys yell at me, bro?
Team, you may not be able to get away with some of that, which Blur has already been a victim early, and he's being beaten down by Crazy Kitty, who returns on his melee specialist hero after Black Cat was nerfed to heck. But hey, Rad's still at the point.
Good dodging here by Vertigo. However, Smashnez
Ooh!
With the finisher. Should be
nice movement, man. Nice movement.
Beacon, indeed, no one can get on top of that one, and now Ballas has to worry about Smashnez on the other side. But when you look towards the Star-Lord, you're not noting the Angela. However,
how can we yell? We're typing. All caps with an exclamation mark at the end.
Point in their favor as well. Mashes its go time, and so draws everyone forward with the fate of both worlds. Tilas once again going to be the first victim. No resurrections this time, nor will there be healing as Crisis falls second.
It's good chemistry between Lugia and Crazy Kitty. This is a comfort role for both of these teams. And I mean, Lugia was starring more.
You know, I would actually like to see Rad make it to the playoffs. I mean, not the playoffs, because we are in the playoffs. The grand final. Fuck, the land.
It's so massive how involved.
Because I don't know if you guys remember, but Lugia, Go, and Mash are my teammates from the Boger Bash, and we won the Boger Bash.
But one galactic legend could stand above all as Smashnez waits to see if he can get access to Pulsar's backline.
Adjustment here from Lapsus Tilas, away from a rocket onto the White Fox instead to try and get rid of some of these dives. Smashnez hides away from the Emma Ultimate, and Lugia is punished for a deep dive in. Twitzy falls to hide behind the statue of Bast for now as the Black Panther provides cover from the Galactic Legend. Smashnez runs out of the Ultimate, and thus far has been basically bloodless, and as Rad wait for Lugia to return. Closing in the distance towards Vertigo. What a shot from Ballas. The Monster Piercer and the shotgun get it going. Wow, what a snack there for the Venom. Blur just managed to chomp on through the freeze.
Damn, bro.
Chances. And Crazy Kitty towards the back is ready to let the devil out once again. Caught in place by Heaven's retribution. Rad have finally cashed in on their bank and seem to be rewarded for doing so, even with Ballas's heroics. The Apex Predator doesn't grab too much DRP, stands alone on the objective as Rad will flip back with 5% to go.
And a good stall from DRP. You need a little extra, few more seconds for this portal to come in as Blur will step forward, swapping from the Captain America to now the Strange to make this fight even happen. Pulsar will have the Kumio form. Here comes Lapsus to save the day.
Kumiho unleashed. Here comes the big stepper, stomping all over Rad, but unable to really find that much in the way of final hits just yet. Crazy Kitty needs to be sent away, and Ballas has to back off the point right now. An isolation onto Smash. There's a follow-up is there. Ballas is so responsive when it comes to all of the incoming damage.
Jesus Christ, it sounds like there's an airplane right next to my house, bro.
through them. The damage boost from the Luna is brutal to try and deal with in the neutral. And while Pulsar may have flipped back in their favor, the damage has already been done. Twitzy so far from a resurrection here, so the remainder of a healing core cannot return. DRP falls down, but Bao still has some heroics left in them yet. One chance to be a hero, but up against the world of Rad, you aren't strong enough to do it by yourself. Overtime starts to tick on down. Ballas is stabbed away by Lugia, caught inside of a smoke monster. Might get Ballas, get on! They just about do it, but now they're broken down by the Dark Maelstrom. It's now Lapsis or Dilas' turn to get on, but eaten up by Vertigo on the Jeff. DRP has to be the next one to
Dude, I swear to God, there was an airplane. Like, there has to be an airplane that was like
to keep this candle wick burning for
like
Pulsar,
flying
but at this point, Rad have banked up
5 feet away from my house. Holy.
For the next round,
nice.
As they really commanded Stellar Spaceport and Pulsar. Those strategists, man, they're under
You're hearing
fire.
ghosts? Nah, bro. That shit was loud, man.
For Pulsar's team, how Crisis and Lapses handled that, but it kind of forced Blur to have, or DRP, I should say, to go to the Devil Dino, which is an emergency case. We've seen him bring that out on Celestial Husk as sort of a Peel Vanguard, but then Crisis and Lapses were getting chased like cat and mouse, and there's only so much DRP could do. He had to weigh whether he wanted to anchor the objective to keep overtime going or to protect Crisis and Lapses. But man, Rad are so suffocating to go against, and this feels like the good old group stage Rad or pre-Black Cat Rad to have Crazy Kitty so confident and so terrifying to go up against.
Chat, there has to be a fucking airplane.
What a crazy decision as well from Mash in the penultimate fight to pop the Fate of Both Worlds to go and damage boost Crazy Kitty on that dive. The amount of faith they had in their Flex Duelist is crazy. Lapsis or T-Last, I imagine, is just going to be TPing forward here, and he's staying on the White Fox to try and deal with the Daredevil.
So many charms and CC available now that Lapsis is on the White Fox. So has to be something that Lugia weighs on his mind of how he engages, watches for those
is flying an airplane into the house, bro.
Their hand.
Devil Unleashed, Blur into the midst of Rad, so there's no one to peel for them because they're too worried about Crazy Kitty. However, it's not fair trades. On the other side, there's still a resurrection to play with. Lugia go
fireworks? No, I don't think it's fireworks. It sounds like a plane. Bro, speaking about fireworks.
Gartrox comes on back, or at least it should have done if it wasn't slain by Smashnares over on the other side. And now Pulsar find themselves locked in the closet, and they must disengage to avoid fighting Rad in a confined space.
Yeah, Pulsar, it was good punish, but the one pig is not enough when you have a Rocket Raccoon on the field. I like that Vertical brings that out. Kumio form advantage for Pulsar as Blur now swaps to the Captain America to have more staying power on these solo dives.
Bro, speaking about fireworks, I had some shitty-ass sleep last night because there was some neighbor lighting fireworks off at 3 a.m. when I was trying to sleep.
Has to mark the deflect so that the Emma Diamond form can get a good grab. That could be what executes Crazy Kitty if he's not careful.
It wasn't even 4th of July,
was already
man.
Incredible for Pulsar. Did not net them a fight window.
Oh, save it to Smashnares. Vertigo's going to go down to the Living Bullet as well. It's an absolute masterclass of an off angle here from Ballas, and they needed to get that value because Twitzy's made for selfless play and gone to Invis instead.
Having the third strategist. This is not a normal role we see out of Twitzy, especially that his Star-Lord is banned. But you have 3 strategist ultimates. Pulsar were very good at being patient with these. We'll see what Rad can force out of them. As again, you know, an Angela into an Invis is also just the most annoying matchup for Lugia. Everything in Invis's kit will interrupt that flight. So Lugia will have to be even less involved than usual. So will that create enough of an advantage for Pulsar? All the damage is going to come from Ballas.
Smashnares starts talking. Out comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. It is going to make sure there's extra damage incoming.
Nice amplifier spot. I like that.
A triple strategist overlay from Pulsar. That means that Crisis has to go over into the damage form now. Try and make even more happen.
Oh, Pulsar double support ulted. Uh-oh.
And here comes the 4th bit of sustain from Pulsar.
Something that you don't want to see.
Point, but they yet to rebuff Crazy Kitty,
and they use Blur's ult, so they kind of triple support ulted. Wait.
DRP is isolated. The rest of the team needs to move up quickly and get on top of this Emma to try and heal them. Up comes the wall, down goes the back line.
They used Invis ult. Is Pulsar running 4 supports? I mean, they're running 3 supports, but they also have Blur, so that's like a 4th. Bro,
Double is already a crime. Triple to the gulag. Like, Pulsar's comms are breaking down, and Twitzy at least goes to the
Pulsar's
Wolverine.
comms are breaking down, chat. Literally, like, we're just talking about. That is crazy, bro.
Extra sustain is what tilted the scales back in their favor.
Also, yeah, I don't know why you would save Mantis and not use Mantis.
The Devil did not stay very long, was evicted, as he also gets to scout and wait for his moment to strike.
Let the Devil out for now. Just keeping Blur at bay for a moment as Crazy Kitty hangs out waiting for their opportunity. Knows for Twitzy now. It's over onto a Wolverine, letting the Devil out. Balances abs. Put that back in. Put the Devil back in, bro. We're done with that one. Towards the back, the Apex Predator gains nothing. What a dodge from Ducky. Saw that one coming from a mile away, mates. Lugia floats above it all, waiting for Heaven's Retribution to rain down upon Pulsar, and Twitzy finally gets yet another tackle onto a very, very vulnerable Vanguard.
Yeah, how Pulsar have adapted to this stranglehold of a dive from Rad is to just play closer together. Ballast sticking by the side of Crisis and Lapsus is so punishing to go after these big health pools. And if it's not him, it's DRP that can immediately keep the diamond form and go for a grab on that Daredevil.
Oh, they're all in onto Crisis here. Stabbed back into the Heaven's Retribution. There's even more. What a Spirit Sanctuary that came through from Lapsus or T-Las. The peel is good. Twitzy and Balance both stunned, but it seems like it's not going to get too much. Smashes and Vertigo. Now looking for
that's a good ult. That's a good ult. That is a good ult.
So much damage.
Oh, man, that was such a good ult. I don't think Pulsar has enough time to even come back. Yep, that's good. Oh, man. Oh, the Flying Wolverine. The Flying Wolverine doesn't last that long. Can they make the TP down? Can they get the TP down? Oh, it was so close, chat.
And Pulsar a kick from being in T'Challa.
Damn.
And seconds away from either getting the portal or even a fate of both worlds, where Pulsar it tried to delay the inevitable, but it's Rad's dive that looked clean.
That's unfortunate, Harper, but that's what it's supposed to be like.
And Pulsar left to look
supposed to be louder
for
so you can hear me.
And after this break, they'll do just that, because Pulsar will have our map.
I've never changed any of my stuff, and it's been like that for months while doing watch parties. Wait, no. Damn. Beep. Bop. Bop. Who won between Shikigami and the Heretics? Heretics. It was a close game. 3-2. It was very close. It was very close. I think the next game after this is going to be a good game too, man. I think it's going to be Team Heretics against Rad. That's going to be a really good series. A really good series. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to see when my Apple account gets probably later. Damn. I forgot to disable this command. You can keep the command going. I think it's gonna happen regardless today. I think after EMEA, Emily's gonna take over so I can take a nap again, because I don't think I could survive NA another 4 matches on few hours of sleep. So Emily might take over again. These are really good games, especially so far for today. My wife and I love your watch parties. Hey, WW, appreciate it. Chat, why can't you guys be like Lord Bacon 4104? What's up, Heartsuck Flattish? Wait, what do you mean, fuck you, buddy? No, fuck you. What the hell? Yeah, so far, like I said, chat, I think as you get closer and closer to the grand finals, I think a lot of the weaker teams are already out. A lot of the stronger teams are already, like, you know, They're still in. They're fighting. So I think you're going to see a lot of great games today. I think today and tomorrow are probably going to be some of the best games. Except the first game today. The Virtus Pro against Na'Vi, that was actually a very... Yeah, it was boring. 3-0. It was a 3-0. Yeah, it was very one-sided. Kind of unfortunate. Hey, W King and Curse. Happy 4th. Happy 4th. Wait, Jay, I got a quick question for you, sir. At a low rank in Rivals, what are your top picks in each role you think someone could solo queuing would use? I think it depends on the rank you're talking about, but if you're talking about like bronze, silver, or gold, or even maybe even plat, I don't even think the characters that are really good at the top ranks, or like what we play, what I play with, or in the pros, it doesn't really matter for lower ranks. In lower ranks, you can play whatever you want and probably get away with it. That's why the tier list and all that stuff. I kind of tier lists. Meta. I think the meta only makes sense for people who are higher rank because they obviously meta game a lot more. They want to play the stronger characters because that's what's meta. They have a higher chance of winning. But I do think, yeah. Jay makes 30-year-olds look weak as fuck. Like, be for real. How are you tired when you never worked hard in your life? Yeah, man, you got me. Because you know all about my life and what I've been through. Yep. Chat, that's why you never talk without knowing anything. Without the full story. Because then you look like a dumbass, like this 0F void guy. Don't be a dumbass, chat. You could be half of a dumbass, but never go full dumbass, like the Zir guy. Fucking idiot. Anyways. I feel like it's harder to commentate a tournament than a traditional sports game. So huge credit to the commentators. Also, who's your favorite commentator? I think all the commentators are doing good. See, look at that PR answer. I think Marvel Rivals have some of the best commentators because in this game, usually in other games, the games are much slower and you have like a color caster and also like a play-by-play, I think it's what it's called. So you have people who are like, you know, who give you like the analytical side and then also like the play-by-play, obviously. But in this game, the game is too fast, so I think you have two play-by-plays. Yeah.
Well, that was a speed run and a half, you could say, for Rad getting the 2-0 there as well. Somewhat competitive for Pulsar Esports, but it just felt like Dive is alive and well here, Lemon, especially for Rad.
Yeah, I mean, the Daredevil nerfs, yeah, not too bad. But I think Rad, though, were able to close the gap to take advantage of the more limited range that Daredevil now has and how he was supported by Lugia.
I think the commentators have to use the actual names of the abilities and stuff.
As Venom can just
I think
be
they're
more
contracted to do that, and also it shows professionalism.
Lugia did a great job on.
I don't even know any of the names of these characters. Yo, MMZ, appreciate the massive 16 months.
For Crazy Kitty to feast upon. It's just the coordination from Rad was really beautiful to see.
What are you going back to Rock Esports? I have absolutely no idea.
They're going to get that 3-0 that he promised us all and the viewers at home as well. But still have their work cut out for them. We'll see if they can continue it forward. I kind of want to pivot a little bit here as well. Like it felt like the Vanguard lineup specifically of Rad did quite well for themselves, especially a Lugia gout there on the Angela.
Yeah, like it can be difficult to get the value off of the Angela when you're going into an invis, which is what Twitzy pivoted to as the tertiary support. sure, but I think that Lugia has done a great job of really making up for the weaknesses of Daredevil now with that lack of range that Lemon brought up, because the sound of a jet plane flying over the top of you.
Wait, we were just talking about a plane flying over me, and this guy just said a jet plane. Wait a minute.
This Angela allows for Crazy Kitty to kind of make those
appreciate it, Marty,
happen
and appreciate
not
Liquid.
lose half their health bar before their engage happens.
And their engage is enabled by the Daredevil scouting. So Lugia had an even better heads up on when to choose his moment to strike, which kind of, we got debated by Rad as well. They protected the Mantis and then didn't end up playing it and just went for budget Mantis of the damage boost from Vertigo on the Rocket, which I think having that res was the perfect answer, because Pulsar only ever got like maybe 1 or 2 picks in fights, which then Rad were able to keep the marathon going.
I just want to go back and just look at the highlight again of that freeze that we saw from Oh my gosh, that's crazy. But I think the big thing here too to notice is that, you know, even with Pulsar going with the blessing of the Kumiho team up between the Luna Snow and the White Fox to try and counter that dive, it just seems like recently it hasn't been as effective with, you know, the changes that we've seen.
Yeah,
to
you guys are fine. You guys are fine.
A little bit ago, and even with
There's
Crisis,
just
you know,
one person who's very
in
angry at the
Luna,
world.
It just doesn't
Jay,
seem to
don't
be
listen to
matching up,
haters.
and
Love
they
your
even
watch
protect
parties
the
and love this
Gambit and
community
eventually swap
for
to
the
that
most
just to try
part.
and deal
Tons of
with
people doing
Crazy
watch
Kitty,
parties, and we're all
but
choosing Jay to give
I
your
just don't
to
know
keep
if
your
that's the
negativity
best
to yourself.
answer here,
True.
like,
Thank you
for
for so much
Crazy
for doing the
Kitty.
watch parties, Jay. My husband is deployed
Crazy
in the
Kitty
Middle
can,
East right
like,
now,
trade out
and
for
we've been watching
cooldowns
separately
effectively
and
is the thing.
commentating
That's
on the
like
matches
one of the
together.
reasons
Thanks
why
for the
Rocket
stream
Raccoon has
for
returned to
us
the
and
meta,
keeping
right?
us
Like,
together when we're
you
far
can
apart.
do a bit of
Now
insider
that
trading. You can,
is some
you can
cute ass
trade
shit right
yourself
there.
some cooldowns,
That is some
get
cute
resurrected by
ass
the Battle
shit. That is
Reaper beacon,
awesome.
Go back in, and guess what? It seems that you don't have your E anymore, so it's time for Crazy Kitty to do his thing in the
Also appreciate
backline.
Liquid.
And I think
That
was one of the
cute.
primary ways that Rad were really able to win out in these longer fights by having that 7th man.
I think Pulsar cooked a whole different composition compared to what worked for them yesterday.
What's up,
Maybe
Talis?
feeling like Twitzy Psylocke wasn't going to be able to get away with that against Mash and Vertigo, who have such good peel for each other. And that's the key, right? Pulsar trying to peel, where there's DRP swapping to the Dino, Crisis being on the Luna, Twitzy on the third strategist. And if you look at the stats between Ballas and Smash, it's very comparable, but Pulsar didn't have a second duelist that could add to those damage totals. Rad had 2.
This is interesting that we're going to Museum of Contemplation. Pulsar played this against Heretics, and they got full held by them specifically on that map. So hopefully, for their sakes, it's not a similar story. They, again, a lot of teams go to this because they feel it's kind of a comfort pick. They can be an equalizer. There's a chance for you to overwhelm teams just based on comp and skill diff alone. So that could be the case here for Pulsar, but we'll see as we go into the ban draft.
Well, this is certainly a map that will allow Twitzy to potentially dip into this strategist pool that he has once again, as we often do see that 3 strategist, 3 Vanguard lineup on the defense. We know that Twitzy's apparently got an Invis woman in there and a Adam as well. But I agree with what you said, Lemon. In the neutral, I'd love to see Twitzy have a bit more confidence in picking up another one of these duelists. Like, keep playing the Wolverine, keep working with Psylocke. Psylocke was great yesterday, and Rad need to have a little bit more angle pressure, because at the moment it feels like you're either looking at Crazy Kitty or Smash Nares, and the other one's free.
And Pulsar, we're trying to go to so many different.
Can I see the whiteboard? Yeah, we can do the. I'll show you guys the whiteboard after this game.
Strategist, which needs to slow the game down, and then you had an Invis. It was like Pulsar playing the counter game for so long.
How you doing?
And even DRP went to the Emma, and DRP's Magneto was such a huge
Chat,
part
if
of
you guys need
Blur
any
yesterday,
information
and how
on
Pulsar had
MRI,
so
who
much
won,
success,
who's
'cause
next,
now
all this
Blur
stuff,
is
type
getting
exclamation mark
punished. Just that
MRI.
extra
You
second
have
that this
all
Venom
the
is staying
brackets
too long,
there. You have
Blur was often
EMEA,
that
you have
first
NA,
victim
you have
in a fight,
everything.
and all the dominoes
If you
come
need any
crashing down
information.
without him.
Okay.
Or who's
Big
next,
fan
or what
on
games
the
are going to be
Wolverine
going
here
on,
for
or
Pulsar.
anything.
This is going to constrain.
And Liquid with the massive
Crazy
gift to
Kitty
sub,
go
my
a
friend.
little bit
Appreciate it.
closer
Appreciate
towards
it.
that Daredevil, which did get a lot of value last time around. But there's also a world where we could see Crazy Kitty move over to the Ultron or even the Human Torch if you want to try and find some strange off angles. And well, it seems that that might be one of the primary concerns here, given that we have a Daredevil ban as well.
And one of my favorite parts from watching that Na'Vi Rad series was Crazy Kitty on the Wolverine, and now he's double targeted by either the Wolverine or the Daredevil that went insane on Burn and T'Challa. So what else is in Crazy Kitty's pool? So much respect given from the Pulsar side. And
Apparently
they will have
on Twitter,
a
they're saying that they nerfed
matchup,
Captain America's
wondering
bulge.
now, do you get rid of the
way.
Pulsar Loki, which Lapsus can sometimes bring out, but also Pulsar went for the Luna Rocket on Interstellar regular spaceport. So
No
it's between
way,
Luna
bro.
or Loki for me on this ban, and now making sure that I guess the duelist
They nerfed
matchup goes
his
Rad's
bulge,
way,
bro.
and so that they
Chat.
can't dominate the skies as much. Again, targeting Twitzy was maybe what gave Rad a lot of success, forcing him to the triple strategist.
I think the Star-Lord has like a lot of baseline value as a ban here. I think that maybe not as valuable when you know you're going to have Loki, because the regeneration domain is just perfect as a defensive measure against any amplification on the Galactic Legend, but at this high level of competition, those lamps are often going to get broken by the other 5 members.
That is
of the team that are
crazy.
assaulting you,
Sorry.
so it doesn't last
Yo, what's
for
up?
too
Yo,
long.
my
I think
dad's in the
overall,
chat. Yo, how you doing, Dad? How you doing? I
unconventional
should
ban
be
from
able to
Red,
get
but
my
I think
phone
it
working today.
services their
Should.
particular hero pools fairly well. Is that
If it's
Lugia
not,
go on that penny?
yeah. What's up, Dad? Good morning. Love you. Hope you're having a great day.
That's special. Very unique. I mean, we've seen VP play this. I know Finzy's been picking up the penny. Other teams have been trying to practice this. And if you're expecting any kind of problematic dive, forcing Twitzy now to
Wait,
be
the fact that
Daredevil
someone
or
was paying
melee
attention so hard to even
Rad
notice
are gonna
that is the
try and
crazy
block
part.
that,
What do you mean
'cause that net
paying
from
attention
the
so
penny is
hard?
on a very,
That shit was in
very
your
short
face.
cooldown. But
You don't even have to
doesn't
pay
a shield
attention
and
to
a lot
it,
of
bro. It's like
self-sufficiency
slapping
to
you.
mitigate damage, but
It's
rather
reaching
prevent
through the
Pulsar from
monitor.
getting close, which Ducky on a signature
Yo,
group
Brock,
will be
appreciate the massive gift this
fantastic
summer,
to
friend. How you doing? How you doing? Wait,
Pulsar's
what?
wave of aggression. Wow, DRPs.
And also
down already.
Dougie with the
Yeah, I
massive
think he may
16
have got,
months. Appreciate it.
Nuclear bombed by the penny brains.
Okay, chat, let's get it. Round 2 of Rad against Pulsar. Also, a Human Torch.
A couple of hot spots under a single backliner.
Why did my dad just say he's got big balls? What?
3-3 setup from Rad. Wonder if Smash would go to the Cyclops eventually, because that was left open for Rad. But against the dives, he preferred the Elsa as Lugia is hooked by the Bucky. That was amazing from Ballas.
Okay, Crisis goes down on the other side, but is going to get resurrected straight away by the Battle Recall Beacon. And Pulsar, seems like they finally found their pace here. I love this dual threat. It's going to be Twitzy coming in from the top, and when you look towards that high ground, you aren't watching Ballas going in for the Varna cook. And it's an instant identification of the fact that Lugia is going to be weak to that displacement, is strongest in his webs, and so has to swap over to TP back.
Yeah, if you can't get through the walls, you can simply get around it, which is Twitzy's approach to just flying high in the sky and looking for executions. He had even a strong Punisher yesterday, but will he have a strong backhand against Rad? Re-emerging from the portal, still with 3-3. No ults anywhere close, and it's enough in the neutral, though.
Pyro Presence is going to disappear now as well. Question is, Twitzy resurrected? No. Battle Recall Beacon not back just yet. Strangling Prism will grab in 2, but for the moment it's just the Vanguard. I think that Ducky may have just blocked Ballas' ultimate with just a Thorn Lash wall and stopped anyone from having a culling aura set onto them. This is a great opportunity.
Wildflower! Appreciate that's a new tier 1
as
sub.
well.
Hope you're having a great day.
He's going to roll on forward. No fear in his wooden heart as they take
Good hold so far. Good hold.
Victory.
Yeah, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier was right on top of the buzz. It was so accessible. It was like in the middle of the fight, so it lasted 2 seconds at the end. So Ballas, I still think, could go for those hooks, have a strong neutral, and see if you can get Rad their backs against the wall. That portal will be on cooldown for Lugia, but he has an Eye of Agamotto, and not a lot of good ways for Pulsar to try and stop that. It's going to just come down to spacing as Crisis, well, he wants to close the gap.
Oh, that's a fat ult right there.
Everyone receives the ultimate here. Twitzy very close to that supernova. It can be eaten up here by Crazy Kitty as well. Oh no, but Crazy Kitty gets themselves a nice little bit of iron volley in towards the back. A couple of players grabbed on into supernova. I
told you guys they nerfed it.
So
why would you guys not believe me?
Invisible boundary.
They actually shadow nerfed it, bro.
A bunch of damage already. Twitzy's supernova's doing so much, but Crisis falling down means that there's just not enough healing to play with at the moment. Still, Blur believes is winnable. There's going to be a couple of debuffs given out by the Feast of the Abyss, but Rad have so much healing to play with here, and a backup in the form of their resurrection.
And this is why you have to win fights quickly against a 3-3 team, because now they built up towards 3 strategist ultimates. 2 are now gone. Smash getting picked first was big. You denied the Karmic Revival.
Oh, no. Wait, he didn't hit any... Oh, he got one thing in there, but... Oh! Big! That was a big ult. Oh, that's another big ult. Dude, no one's dying.
DRP stopped the Meteor M landing, but unfortunately there was even more damage to come.
That was a really good rocket ult, dude. Oh my goodness.
Of a fight, but Rad just have so much sustainability.
A slobber knocker
I don't want
of
to
a
be
fight.
a torch hater, but I wonder if kind of this dot damage is what's helping Rad generate these strategist ultimates that much faster, and the Karmic Revival never got forced out of Smash. So Rad are sitting really pretty, but Smash needs to sit even further back and be inaccessible. Blur is on the Emma, wants to be able to scale the damage throughout this fight, maybe get a good grab as Pulsar approach, and there's only 12 seconds left.
Smashnes lies in wait for scheming Vizier behind the throne.
Wait, that's such a random thing to say. Wait, what?
Resources here. Fall down in the first half, and maybe
As a man, I do not fear going bald because I never gave. I never cared about having hair to begin with. And not one woman I had dated had a hair fetish. Oh, I thought you said you dated a girl with a hair fetish. I was about to say what?
Lugia and Crazy Kitty next to fall, but of course they return straight back.
Then again, who am I to judge? You know what I'm saying? But like.
Mortal coil means
each their own.
To Rad, and Mash can get yet another ultimate out. The invisible boundary keeps Rad safe on the point for now, as Ballas makes yet another move with the Kraken impact. One last chance for Pulsar to try and find some value. The culling auras are given on out, but all of the damage is being evenly distributed here inside of a strangling prison. It might be.
That's a huge rocket ult. That was a huge rocket ult. Also, I don't know if they got anything in that Groot ult, but.
Deep into the back for Supernova.
Come on, Pulsar, you gotta win this, bro. You gotta win this, Pulsar. If you guys don't win this, it's gonna look really bad.
Raising up the shield of a Seraphim, isolated him, a cloak of levitation moves away. Crazy Kitty looking for a finish, but the map's finished itself because no one's on the point.
I don't wait. Pay attention to the match. Did you even see? Did you even see Rad wasted Invisible? I don't think they even wasted the Invisible. Plus, they full held.
Really lacked impact on these ultimates. It's the.
When am I seeing you cosplay the new Cap skin? Oh, what's up, Jaws? How you doing? How you doing? I am not cosplaying that skin, dude.
Obvious win condition to the Kraken impact being mitigated by the regen domains of Mash. Crisis trying to pull out the Raging Royal Flush, immediately countered by 2 invisible boundaries from Rad, and they have 3 choices of strategist ultimates being built up as fast as the speed of light when you have 3 Vanguards to heal through. Pulsar would have first picks. They have good starts. Even when you had the Karmic Revival, Rad were still getting back on their feet. Pulsar
you know what's crazy, chat?
Trip them up and maintain
you know what's crazy?
But they were just so
they gave
scared
Captain America all of that.
Layers and layers in the minutes.
But when you go look at
Spider-Man's
swimsuit skin,
so
there's nothing.
Pulsar, it was a good attempt, some good adjustments, but the ults were never the end-all be-all. And if Rad get a good push here, it will be the end of map 2.
Yeah, ult value so hard here for Pulsar. They just had so many defensive cooldowns that they had to reckon with. The Soul Bond coming out from Smashnes at the perfect times as well. Often made sure that any gaps in the defense were plugged pretty effectively.
Yeah, hold on, let me see if I can find it.
As Rad begin their push, Pulsar cannot afford any mistakes, and it's usually been these Vanguards from Pulsar that get heavily punished, so you do not want to be overextended. You need to play around these walls from DRP so that Blue can also generate charge. Same thing for Lugia. Emma is someone that needs to scale throughout the fight for her to be impactful. The Moon Knight, too, is going to take advantage of this clumping from Pulsar. Good walls to deny this damage, but Rad are on a good roll.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit too high up in the sky to really be too much of a victim of any bouncing crescent darts from the Moon Knight. Instead, utilizes the low-key doppelgangers as additional onks. Smart play here.
I'm in the game and it looks the same. You're looking at Spider-Man, and you think it looks the same as Captain America?
Still working around
I think you're probably blind.
Very tricky, but DRP
it is not the same.
His sights too far forward, and now his vision fades to black as Rad can build momentum from here, and they
unless you're talking about the Captain America change, apparently people on Twitter said it was changed. So also we don't see a lot of Moon Knight here, and I'm really surprised we're seeing it.
How do Rad break into here? It's going to be a portal to try and move on through.
They're playing Moon Knight when they could be playing. Ooh, I would ult. Nice. Wow, that's a roll.
Pulsar banished from the objective, and it's a quick 2-0 here for Rad, finding themselves on match points.
What DZIK? What is that?
Like a lawn chair. Talk about the damage that comes out from
DZIK.
Moon Knight.
Is
of course, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. When you didn't have to really invest any ultimates from Rad, they just had the nail in the coffin, and it came in spades. I mean, that was as one-sided as it gets for Rad and Pulsar. Their last chance to still be in playoffs looms on this next map choice. We'll find out what it'll be after this.
Damn, dude. This Pulsar... I feel bad for Pulsar, bro. At least... I mean, they could still make a reverse sweep, but at least Team Heretics against Shikigami was a close match 5 series. Pulsar is not looking good today, chat. Pulsar is not looking good today. Even my dad's here saying, dang. How you doing, Dad? You taking the day off from work? Happy 4th of July, Dad! Hopefully I get my phone working and I can text you soon. Did my dad say he was barbecuing? I hope he is. He has a new grill. A chicken titties with the massive 9 months. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Oh, my dad said, yeah, my dad is barbecuing. What are you barbecuing, Dad? Yes, smoker is on. What are you making? Ribs? Beef ribs. Ooh! Wait, can you come over today and drop me off some? Pork ribs? Ooh. Ooh. Wait. Are you using Sweet Baby Ray's? Chat, have you guys ever had Sweet Baby Ray's? Oh. Oh, man, I'm salivating. Sweet Baby Ray's is so good, bro. I could drink it. You're so nasty. How am I nasty? For saying that I like Sweet Baby Ray's a barbecue sauce? What? What? What do you mean Sweet Baby Ray's is nasty? It's too sweet. Sweet Baby... Wait. Let me get something right. You're complaining that Sweet Baby Ray's is too sweet? Even my dad knows. Cooking with Sweet Baby Ray's, he's the king. Exactly. Bro, like, you know what's the best barbecue sauce in my opinion, chat? Hands down, honey barbecue, bro. And if you think honey barbecue is too sweet as well because it has honey in it, no, I'm sorry, but you are an L+ ratio. You don't know what good cooking is. You probably make your steak well done with a lot of A1 sauce. A1 sucks. A1 sucks. Hickory brown sugar. Ooh, that's delicious. Nah, bro. Sweet Baby Ray's is amazing, man. Hello from Ukraine, Jay. Just letting you know that you're my favorite Rivals creator. Hey, appreciate it, my friend. Hey, why can't you guys be like Mark? Appreciate it. Wait, you were just talking about this. What is this? That's the post I was talking about. Yo, I don't think I could show that on stream, but Asbit, yes, exactly what I was talking about. I mean, there's nothing NSFW about it. I could probably show it, but... I mean, it's just the difference in two skins. No, I'm not showing it, chat, but no, Asbit posted it if you guys want to click on it. I don't think I could show that. You know what? Flark it, chat. I'll show it. It's not like I'm driving and reading chat and almost like, you know, harming people. Look at Spider-Man skin, Captain America. Oh my god, dude. I mean, it... Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Bro, hello, I'm new. Hello, new. How are you doing?
A tough go of it for Pulsar
You're not
Esports,
new.
especially on their own map pick. Kind of reminiscent to what we saw with them against Team Heretics on the
You're a
very
liar.
same
You said the
museum of
same thing. Where is that guy? Hello,
Not the,
I'm new. You said the
percentage that they were
same
wanting in
thing
terms
2
of
months ago.
capturing the different
Hello, I'm
objectives
new. Hello,
throughout it.
I'm
But
new.
I think the
Hello,
biggest
I'm new.
thing to note
Liar.
here, Lemon, is that it feels like there's not
Liar.
as much comfortability on this map specifically for this Pulsar
Welcome,
roster,
welcome,
right?
welcome.
Like,
How you
where's
doing?
the
How you doing?
Phoenix? Where's the potential Moon Knight? You know, things that we saw last meta just
Okay,
seem
my
to
bad,
be
my bad. You're welcome.
relatively
You're new, you're
absent
new.
that could have countered that triple-triple.
Yeah, I think Rad just did their homework on what was gonna be the best ban line against Pulsar, and it was targeting, I guess, the hero pool weaknesses out of Pulsar. So as soon as you get rid of the Star-Lord, Twitzy is not felt as impactful as yesterday, and he's played completely different heroes yesterday. Like I said, a lot more of the Psylocke, and Pulsar picked Museum because yeah, you could play almost
Rad
any comp
3-0.
on
It might be a
Museum. It is
3-0 chat,
flexible,
but at least the
open
next game
map,
might be good. Rad
play
against
front to back and play dive. But
Rad
Pulsar,
against
the result
Team Heretics.
repeats itself.
That's gonna be
It
a good
got
game.
so
I don't know
hard,
who
just
would
like
win.
what
I said Team
happened against
Heretics.
and we were kind of putting our coaching hats on to figure
I
out
won't
what Twitzy,
be
what else
surprised
he
if
could have
Rad
played,
won.
which maybe it would have been nice for him to return to the Phoenix to deal with Vertigo's rockets.
Yeah, Emily's awake. That's why I'm
Cosmic
kind of
Yarn
loud right
amplifier,
now.
but,
If Emily was
you know,
not awake, I
don't
would
know if
probably be
Pulsar
talking
can have
like
an
this.
answer.
There was a thing I didn't bring up during while we were chatting this during the break with our coaching hats on. That might have actually been a legitimate Blade angle. Like, maybe you got to follow the team. Like, we only really see Blade to break the 3-3 on Midtown.
Damn, look at the stats right here. Groot went 21 kills, 1 death.
The MVP 9 finals is what you don't see here.
Damn.
Almost more than the entire team of Pulsar, who had 10 across the board for them. And again,
What do you look forward to in Season 9 of
when you have
Rivals?
the triple and you have Ducky.
Hopefully more
on Groot,
swimsuit
that's
skins.
the win con here, leg day.
But I'm looking
Yeah,
forward
like
to.
Ducky is just probably one of the best Groots we've got in EMEA, and therefore one of the best Groots in the world. Unbelievable stuff. Actually was doing a fantastic job of using LOS blocks from his Thornlash walls on quick casts to block off the ults from Ballas when he was playing the Winter Soldier. The Kraken impact was hitting nobody in multiple instances because the LOS from like the impact site to the Ernstwall Rad victims was being blocked by Ducky. That's some crazy tech from the Groot, and that's what Ducky brings to the table. 9 final hits, by the way, basically more than anyone else in the game by a long margin.
Wait,
Yeah,
4,
and just as a
8,
group main
9,
myself,
10.
giving so much
Wow,
appreciation to
Pulsar
Ducky.
only had
First, only
10
having
kills.
one casualty, kind of hard
Ducky
to do,
had 9
right?
kills on his team
Having
alone.
the most amount of damage, the majority
That's
of the damage from the
crazy,
group
bro.
comes from those Thornlash walls, as you guys have pointed out. And when Pulsar keep putting this triple strategist out, you're lacking some of this poke damage, or at least to focus into those walls. And Ducky just created this perfect, very sharp
character do you
arena
wanna see come
for
out?
him to operate around. But they keep forcing
I want
this triple strategist
Cosmo
out of
to
Pulsar.
come out,
And Ballas
but
having so low
Cosmo
final
has
hits
to be one
is
of
a
the
result
characters
he's
who
kind
cannot
of the only one
die.
doing
That I
damage
would
on this
hate
team.
to see that.
Like, you know, there's some respect to Twitzy's
So if they
Ultron
came out
there.
with
13K
Cosmo
is
and make
nothing to
him, like,
scoff at, but couldn't get any
invulnerable,
executions
that would
or
be sick.
resets on the Kraken impact when he was on Bucky. And
I think there's a lot of cool characters. I really want to see them come out with what's that guy's name?
To try to put the team on his back, where I think this team looks
MODOK
so
would
much
be
better
sick.
with 2 duelists.
Well, we're going to Symbiotic Surface for our map here. The second time it's appeared so far this weekend.
Or someone also really mentioned Carnage. I think he's like the Red Venom or something. But I don't know if you could have more Spider-Man characters. A lot of the Spider-Man characters I feel like are kind of like the same.
It's going to be pretty intense. This is the last chance for Pulsar Esports to stay alive in the Stage 1 playoffs. We'll see if they can do it.
My source is that I made it up, but I believe the only other time that we've seen Symbiotic Surface was actually Rad picking it against.
Wouldn't
Na'Vi
Carnage have the
when they
same
were on the
like
road.
skill set though? Like,
this might
or
not
like
be a particularly uncomfortable matchup for Rad as the only other Symbiotic Surface enjoyer on
Miles
the,
Morales,
I
think, is the other Spider-Man chat. I feel like he would be almost the same thing as.
It seems that Rad are very comfortable with Pulsar continuing to have
it's almost the same thing,
Gambit, and that's been the Crisis thing. I think Pulsar do look very structured, much better with Crisis on the Gambit, allowing
I feel like
to flex
they could
kind
do
of
a lot with a lot of
spot,
Spider-Man characters,
Loki,
but
the Rocket,
I think
if Rad let that go through. But Pulsar also double ban Duelist to fully target Crazy Kitty, and Crazy Kitty just went Moon Knight, which is something that Twitzy unironically
Do you
enjoys.
guys, Miles Morales can turn invisible and has electric-like powers. Do you guys really think this game needs a Spider-Man player that can also go invisible while swinging around and all? Like, bro, think about that. Do you really want to play against that?
Leveraging that aim that he's been cultivating over
I don't know about you guys, but listen, if we're gonna come out with Miles Morales and he can go invisible while swinging around and shit, let Namor have 15 squids at once, and also let Bucky have 3 hooks
another Loki
with
protect too
the
from
15-second grounding effect when he uppercuts.
Strategist in EMEA, and to be letting him on one of the most important strategists to have to flex around, whether it's copying a Raging Royal Flush, copying the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, whatever you need, which was double invisible boundary, which literally sectioned Pulsar.
What do you mean Namor's code needs to be deleted from the game?
On Museum, along with the
Isn't Namor one of the oldest, or one of the oldest too, but one of the first characters Marvel ever actually came out with? You cannot delete one of the first characters that they ever made for Marvel.
Okay, Pulsar deliberated for a while on what they wanted their ban to be, but getting rid of Cyclops from Smash Nez I think is a good idea, and also taking away one of Wolverine's team-ups. Of course, Wolverine does also have the fastball special, but you can't really ban Wolverine out of that because both the Thing and the Hulk
Suddenly bro cares about lore now? I don't care about the lore about Namor. I play Namor because he's fun. I'm just saying. That's like Overwatch saying, hey guys, we're coming out with Overwatch and Tracer is the star character of Overwatch because she was in like the logo of Overwatch. Hey, you know what? We're taking Tracer out of the game. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Which I think he did a good job on Burn It T'Challa to, it was still a map loss, but Ballas is a highlight to deal with some of these Vanguard dives.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Bucky get a bit more play as well from Pulsar Esports. I think it was relatively powerful from what we saw from Ballas, even if Ducky was no-selling quite a few of those Kraken impacts. But it is a great tool for shutting down the Hulk. He has a bit of trouble dealing with the Rotterstern damage, as well as the Bionic Hook actually being a fairly easy grab onto the Hulk, and he takes a while to get out of there.
Oh, that felt good, bro. Oh,
I wonder if there's a bit of mind control on Pulsar's side to just keep protecting the Gambit that hasn't... it's against Invisible Boundary. It ended up being a pretty even trade, if not more towards Rad's side. So if a huge part of your win condition was Twitzy on the Star-Lord, especially against Smash,
I've seen enough bring back Gamma Squids.
Like
what would be really cool?
Protect from Pulsar,
instead of the Gamma Squids and the Ice Squids, they could have a Fire Squid. They haven't come out with that yet. What else can they have? Fire Squids.
Stationary hold of some real estate with that Invisible Boundary.
Up against the wall, Pulsar may
I don't know how a psionic squid would work,
expectations thus far, but the work ain't done yet, Lemon. There's still so far to go. As DRP's going to open up with a
invisible
portal
squids,
early on.
bleed squids.
And the longer it takes for this offense to come out, the more suspicious you get. So Rad are just going to be clumped up and see where this portal will end up. And right in Smash's face, he's about to get smashed if he's not careful. And the regen domain does allow Rad to reposition.
Oh, my Luna's lost, bro. I'm missing a wrong turn on the maps app right there, and that's going to be a lot of space to work with. Vertigo's actually going to return on the Rocket Raccoon instead of a Luna now upon seeing the Pulsar composition. And Blur has preemptively moved out here onto the Thing as well to try and have a
healing squid would actually be really sick.
Comes Crazy Kitty to drag somebody in, but against Blur, I've liked Blur's adjustment to the thing. We saw it on Yggdrasil's path yesterday. Vertigo now on the rocket brings Smash back in, so Rad will make sure that
they should have squids
potential take here on the
that you can put on your teammates, so you could throw squids on Devil Dinosaur, and Devil Dinosaur can jump in, and Devil Dinosaur has 2 squids on him.
To the backline, and Christ under constant threat from both. Oh, okay, the 2v1 though. Who said get Smashnez out of there, no matter the cost. But when you look towards Smashnez, you're not looking at Crazy Kitty, and so DRP is going to be a prime victim of that. Rad don't get the resurrection here. Smashnez is going to start returning on the Elsa, preferring to have the high mobility.
Yeah, the Hela, the stun is nice, and this strangling prison is even nicer. The flimsy shield of the Invisible Woman will not be enough to stop.
Damn, nice D so far, chat. Nice
D. Our MVP from the last game. So for Rad to
that's the Captain America defense right there.
To cap, Vertigo's swap to Rocket was clutch. Lugia tossing Crazy Kitty into the deep end was even better, and Smash going to the Elsa to now just have more damage against the very high health pools of DRP and Blur.
Okay, Redhead hit scan meta here. Twitzy's moved everyone to the Phoenix.
Oh, we were asking for that. And that's perfect against the Groot to try and chunk down some of these walls, which was a huge part of Ducky's damage previously, but it's a lot more open of a map as Pulsar will have to deal with this from front to back.
A lot of damage coming through now from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Lugia go already hit with the purple as well. Vulnerable courtesy of the thing, but Ballast has fallen on down. So that's a lot of damage that's now going to be missing. Oh, Crisis kidnapped away. And well, the Hulk and Wolverine are showing Blur exactly what they think of the stone-clad thing.
I can't count that high, but was that a 5-man last stand from Crazy Kitty too? Of course he's gonna emote and flex on him. You let one of the best Wolverines play his best hero on this map, especially on defense. We'll see if Pulsar can set up Blur for success. He's not gonna have the Magneto bubbles that have him have this extra staying power. As Rad want to be careful also with how proactive they want to be. And Elsa is still something you have to respect, especially in the hands for Ballas.
God, the fastball is so scary to try and deal with. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier instantly broken down here by the Ensong Inferno, and DRP is going to try and disrupt this formation, utilizing the Sonic Seduction. Still for now, Smashnez behind the back. Once Crisis so bad, and indeed
damn, bro. 30 seconds left, and I mean, they got 2 ticks, 90%, but
very, very low on options to work with here, with 30 seconds remaining.
And with Smash being able to play this close, there's also a strangling prison from Ducky. We're staggering Pulsar. There's only 20 seconds left. Someone's gonna have to think about portaling.
They gotta get these kills, man. They gotta get these kills.
Or Blur will just go in solo, and Rad are in trouble.
Right all there from Blur. Healing's not going to be there. Crazy Kitty manages to burst on through already. And the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier makes Rad oh so difficult to assault. And to add insult to injury, the Pentagram of Ferala is about to open and cut one of Pulsar's methods of re-engagement off. DRP falls, and that is going to be
I feel bad, bro. I feel bad. Well, I mean, we could just say this.
Technically winnable. The best kind of winnable.
Not obviously a crazy good push from Pulsar, and it started off so well, but it's the same theme of Museum. They get the first couple of picks, they get the cart to almost the end of first point of Museum. Same thing, they almost fully capture symbiotic surface.
I'm not doing
point,
it too early, chat. This is game,
close
dude.
Out these fights, the reemergence, the retakes from Rad have been so solid off of Lugia, and the full trust that they have in Crazy Kitty.
EMEA?
I mean,
EMEA stands for
stand from Crazy Kitty. I mean, that's enough of a dagger in the heart for Pulsar.
Middle East, and Africa.
Smash gets to play so far forward as the Elsa, which we didn't get to talk about him too much, but he's so far forward on the Elsa that his Apex Predator literally jump scared Crisis. You have so many ways to try and double jump and dodge that, but Crisis got pounced on by the Elsa ultimate, and losing a strategist like that is
and then also you have North America, obviously North America, EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Then you have APAC. APAC stands for what? Asia.
Blur's Feast of the Abyss. That was going to hit like 4 people. It was going to be absolutely ruinous, but instead it does 0 damage
Asia
because
Pacific?
like you pressed shift. Lol.
Ain't
that something?
Ain't that something? Now, Rad's
Asia.
attack will feature Smash back on the Hella.
What's the other A and C
escape ability is
for?
pretty telegraphed. The stun is nice if you're expecting Blur to have some kind of defensive venom, but right now Pulsar just want to hang tight and try
Is it just Asia
to peel.
Pacific?
As usually DRP is the one on the Emma, was most improved yesterday on that, but he's going to be on the Groot to try and close off Rad and section the synergy that they have so far.
I think the things that they have here is NA, EMEA, they have APAC, they have Oceania, and also China's its own thing.
Will not have the diamond form to try and rebuff any assaults that may come their way.
But I think Oceania merged with APAC.
Beacon for both Lapsus and Vertigo, and Switzy's going to be needing that one instantly. Crisis Core on the backhand side, executed double headshots. Oh, Smash, this is just hot to trot when it comes to the aim. This guy is ready to battle, and going up against Bounce, a quick bird away, reassesses the location.
Ooh, go. Ooh, finish him. Nice.
Make sure that Ballas can't get anything off the back of this, and a stun to cap.
Pulsar have to swap to a portal. Blur will be the one to do it as DRP believes in the Strangling Prison, but that is the decision that will cost Pulsar their bracket lives as they are not able to proc another fight. Rad make the series a speed run.
And this is
I feel bad for the 76 people who put their money on Pulsar.
Just watch. Let's bring Vodable back in as we think about who is going to be our final attendee at LAN.
Wow. Just twirling my thumbs, making some notes, look up, and wow, it's over. It's tough for Pulsar, right? I feel like a lot of this comes down to a read of the meta, but also the specific lineup that they have, right? They don't necessarily have a Wolverine or a melee duelist specialist is the problem here, and that was very apparent based on the composition that they were playing, right? Rad just had a read of the meta a little bit better than them. They had the fastball special plus the Groot walls. Which
okay, chat, who do you guys think is going to win? Team Heretics, who just won like about an hour ago and was probably watching this game and watching what Rad does and learning what their strats? Or is Rad going to win? And they're warmed up. They just had a good warm-up. They 3-0'd Pulsar, and they're carry this momentum into the next game.
They are looking as good as ever, and I worry for Heretics after what we saw.
I'll let you guys do the predictions here when we go to a break, because I'm pretty sure they're going to go to a break.
I mean, eliminating 3 in that last fight, able to go on the flank. It's more of a question of Pulsar not able to maintain any space, and usually it's been Twitzy on the Star-Lord that can kind of off-angle and mark other flankers.
11
and
and 0.
Allowed to play his signature, and another Ducky MVP.
Rad plays 2. Why? Because Rad has to. I mean, Team Heretics has to play 2 too.
To not be
they're the winners of the lower bracket.
I'm really going to point out an accuracy stat either. Volk,
I think as well. This is a playoff. This is a playoff game, by the way, chat. The winner between Rad and Team Heretics go to the lower bracket finals, and that's basically a fight for third place.
So
whoever loses
don't have to rely on the Mantis.
That tomorrow is third place, and they still make it to the LAN. So
making Pulsar kind of waste a ban on the Mantis because they don't want to worry about the vitality. Team up with the damage boost to the regeneration domains and the extra heal wall for the Groot, because that'd just be GG's even faster at that point, right? And then, Smashna specifically the flexibility to go to the Hela and also the Elsa. I mean, Elsa, I think, is the
only 3 teams from each region go to LAN, chat. 3 from
the duelist lineup in this meta. Just
3 from EMEA, 3 from NA, 2 from China, and 2 from APAC.
I mean, looking at these stats specifically as well, 6
so
from
10 total, but
5 from Crazy Kitty. I feel like this
different
duelist
regions.
lineup, Lemon, is just so unbeatable when they have what they want to play.
It's so insane, and for the depth of hero pools from these two teams, the ability to play a Wolverine at a high level, this is why Rad is ahead of the game and why a lot of people have them in a top 3 position.
I think
to
it's
go
4
to
o'clock,
LAN.
chat, same as
Pulsar, they
the
had
past few
Wolverine
days.
open. They could have had the fastball with Blur, who went to the thing, but they were just trying to counter Rad at all times, and Pulsar never really got to play their game, as Rad just had a better ban line and just had more footage maybe to look at for Pulsar, being to identify those weaknesses, win all the duelist matchups. Yeah, Rad came out on top for sure.
Looking specifically at the Pulsar side of things too, right? Twitzy and Ballas, gave it their all. 2 final hits apiece. I think this just really just shows the level up more than anything else that Rad had, the glow up from group stages into this specific meta that just benefits them so well. And that was the question we had, right, with Crazy Kitty like day. It's like,
probably.
No more
I'm tired as
Cat.
hell.
Are they going to be nerfed?
Actually, I gotta ask
Wolverine coming back. I mean, swapping to the Namor, even if they need
go ask
to.
Emily if she's taking
they are
over the stream.
unleashed on another level still.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty definitely has a deep hero pool that they're getting to show off quite well over the course of these matchups. And it was a tough group for Rad. Like, Rad and Pulsar both in that group with Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, which is it's an unenviable group to be in. But I think that Rad definitely coming in here with good momentum. Like, I think that getting 3-0 in this bracket match heading into the LAN qualifier might be one of the strongest buffs you can possibly have.
And I think where Pulsar ended up is really meeting everyone's expectations. I think they sit right in the middle of the pack. They were able to punch down against the teams. They made it to playoffs, having a whole team transformation to get this far. I still think you got to give Pulsar a lot of credit. And now to perfect their hero pools and to have more depth of strategy will be what levels up Pulsar in the future. But Rad, I've just been on top of the game, and this was a very convincing victory.
Well, we got Lugia Goat here in the interview seat this time from Rad Esports to give us their specific opinions on how things went. Congratulations on the victory. Team Heretics lies ahead for you here as well, Lugia Goat. I mean, how are you feeling after that destructive competition you just showcased in that 3-0 sweep against Pulsar?
I mean, we're feeling confident. We were watching Shiki versus Heretics before, and like, I mean, I've got Mash on my team, so people are banning Gambit from us, so we're like really locked in. I mean, I think we're pretty ready. We're feeling warm and stuff. We kind of treated this game as more of like a warm-up, and we're guessing Heretics isn't going to be as warm going into it because we've got like the passion and the VC and everything. So, I mean, we've got a lot of energy going into it, so hopefully we take it home.
Yeah. I'm going to keep thinking about your backline here because you brought up Mash and Vertigo. You guys first protected Loki a couple of times today. What's the rationale behind the first protect on Loki?
I'm not going to lie. I actually don't know. We're just doing whatever. We don't want to give too much away to Heretics.
Based Vanguard player.
Yeah, I think I called because they saved Gambit. I called like, oh, save Loki and we can copy Gambit. They weren't even playing Gambit. So yeah, we just did it. Just to not really give away too much of our ban line towards Heretics, because we got some stuff in place for Heretics, but this was kind of just like hiding stuff, making sure they weren't expecting too much. So yeah, we got some plans for ban line and stuff and what we want to do into them. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, let's talk about something you do know, which is Vanguards. And it was so cool to see more of your Angela. We got to see your Hulk and stuff. Talk to me about Angela's role in the meta right now and what cases, and you, I mean, you were a fantastic Venom in the past too. Didn't get to see it as much today, but what are the cases where Angela is better than Venom or vice versa?
I mean, for me, it's more personal preference. Like, I kind of don't play Venom much anymore. I used to play him a lot in like season 2, like stage 2 and stage 1 of last year, but I kind of fell off on Venom. So we kind of opt to just play Angela whenever we think it's viable. So like today when we saw them on like Gambit Rocket, for example, Venom's really good into that too, but I would just prefer to be on Angela and get more done. I think it gives more pressure too. So, I mean, it's more just personal preference. I think you can make anything work in this meta. Everything's really viable. So, yeah.
Great.
I'm not going to pick your brain too much on composition, right? You guys are trying to save strats as best you can for this upcoming series, but you got the momentum going into it. I want a prediction on you on how many maps it is going to be if you guys end up taking this.
I mean, we obviously want a 3-0. I think we really want to show our dominance, I guess you could say. But I mean, I'd say Heretics is a really good team. We've obviously struggled with them in the past. Maybe map 5, maybe map 4. But I'd say like map 4, we're probably around that map 4. Aiming for 3-0 though. Aiming for 3-0.
Okay. And then a quick follow-up after that before I let you go. If you do get this victory, revenge against Virtus Pro, are you getting that comeback against them?
I mean, we're feeling good. We're feeling really good. I think Na'Vi is easily one of the best teams in the world. Like we've seen from this tournament, they're like completely unbeatable. So I mean, we had some close matches against them, but I think we've got Virtus Pro. I think we've got most teams down in EU to compete against, but we're just aiming for Na'Vi, really. That's the big prize, I guess you could say.
Makes sense. Well, thank you, Lugia Goat, for joining us. Get ready for your match that's coming up next. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Well, there we have it. Didn't really know why they were picking the Loki, but makes sense. You know, maybe to keep whoever's being sent to the interview not as informed is a strategy in its own right here, Lemon.
Don't tell him anything and he can't leak.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you know what I like is, you know what, when we ask them things and they say, oh, no leaks, my favorite answer now is just, I don't know. I don't even know, because I've made Rad look really studied. I mean, their ban lines were absolutely perfect to target all the weaknesses or to expose the weaknesses out of Pulsar, and Rad were just like, I don't know, maybe calling it on the fly, or at least Lugia is there. So it was fun to watch.
Very fun series for sure. And if they got a 3-0 sweep like that leg day without even showing all their strats, I worry for Heretics coming up.
I mean, there are some reason to be worried for Heretics. I think everyone needs to not overreact during like the first 2 maps of the next series, because Rad are going to be coming in very warm. Like Lugia said, right now the VC is probably very hyped up. They're coming in with a lot of momentum, and Heretics have had to sit back and watch this. They've been able to study, but they are going to have cold hands. So I imagine the first map, maybe the second, are probably going to be a significant advantage in like warmness for Rad, and from there we see how well Heretics can bounce back.
Oh my God!
We did speed run
it
through
log
that
into
series
my
with
Apple account.
3-0, and we got to give a little bit of time for their opponents and Heretics to get ready into lobby and all set up. So it might be a little bit longer for this break. Don't go anywhere. Get your popcorn, get your refreshments. We'll be back to find out who our final LAN attendee between Team Heretics and Rad Esports is after this.
Wait, how long is this break? 7 minutes? Oh, that's not that bad. Not that bad, chat. That's not that bad. Anyone going outside and lighting off fireworks today? Yo, Blue with the massive new tier 1 sub. Appreciate it, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Anyone lighting off fireworks? You guys are? Yeah, Emily is going to take over the stream, and I'm going to take a nap before NA, because I am dying, bro. We are with the kids later. That's a W. That's a W. Make sure, chat, make sure you guys are safe. Make sure you guys don't blow up your hands. I am not. I can show chat. I'm not going to eat this, though. You're good. You're good. Look what Emily bought, chat. She bought America. Captain. I thought the Captain America, you know, donut would be bigger. You thought you were funny. No, I'm not gonna eat. I mean, I might eat the other one. I'll eat this one. Ooh, thank you, thank you. Oh, yeah. That's so fun. I thought the Captain America donut would be bigger. Oh, okay, yo, by the way, get your predictions in, by the way. You have Rad against Team Heretics. Winner goes to LAN. Loser goes home. Yeah. Get your predictions in, chat. Get your predictions in. Oh, yeah, also, yeah, make sure you guys, when you guys light off fireworks, be safe. Not yesterday. A few years ago, there was a firework that my friend bought. It was really big, and the fuse was like this long, chat. I'm talking about like maybe 2 Captain Americas. And he lit the fuse thinking it would take a long time for it to go. No, that shit went, it disappeared like that. It went, he lit it and it went, and then it, boom! It was so fast. Yeah, imagine 2 Captain Americas. I like that's a unit of measurement now. Yo, how many centimeters? How many meters? How many feet? How many inches? No. 2 Captain Americas, chat. That is crazy, bro.
Across all time, I see you turn.
Also, I think that was really cute. Emily came into my room and she looked at the board. You guys, I like, this is the board, bro. This should be, instead of called Jay3's predictions, this should be called the board of truth. Oh my God, I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna change its names. This is the board of truth, chat. You know why? I have not gotten a single prediction wrong. I even predicted who was going to be here. If you looked at the broadcast, it would say to be determined, to be determined. I guessed who was going to be in the lower bracket. I guessed who was going to win. I can tell the future. I can tell the future. Ask me a question, I will tell you guys the answer. Ask me any question. Watch. Any question. Does Emily rub your bald head for good luck? Why do you think I'm losing hair? It's the friction. And she rubs it. Next question. Look at that. Does my wife come back? You know what, chat? Sometimes some questions cannot be answered. And I think we should just leave it at that. Listen, I would answer more questions, but I think we just get back to the game. It's about to start. Who wins the World Cup? Oh, that's easy. Norway. France? No, not France. Nope. Norway's gonna win, chat. Which kind of hot dogs are these? Are they good though? Like quality? Oh man, there's hot dogs. I don't know if you've seen them. There's hot dogs that have cheese in the middle. Probably not real cheese, but like there's hot dogs that have cheese in the middle. Oh my God. Bubba Squad. I mean, yeah, if you want it from Tesla, it's up to you. Whatever you like. That's nice of him. J3, does it clap when you walk? Yes. Wait, you want to do me a favor? Are you going back downstairs? Want to do me a favor? Fine, I'll do it. Who are you calling a fat ass? You're the one that gives me donuts. Look at this emote. What the fuck? No, please load. Nah, I'm putting this as an emote, bro. Wait, let me in here. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Oh my God. Chat, before this game starts, I gotta get water, bro. Oh my God, that emote is the funniest shit I've ever seen.
지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자신을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고
Dormammu, we have come to bargain after the time loop that we were stuck in there during the break. But we're back for our final series of the day to figure out who our last attendee will be the mid-season finals. Is it going to be Rad Esport or Team Heretics? It all comes down to this best of 5. The most anticipated match, I would say, of the day after the very interesting, winners final that we had there, Levin.
And what's interesting is these two teams have never faced. I feel like the majority of EMEA has encountered each other at some point, whether it's preseason, this group stage, in this bracket. So you would think they're unfamiliar, but based on Lugia's interview, Rad have done their homework and they're
YouTube can't have.
Sweep
I don't know why I can't put
finalists
YouTube on my 7 TV.
I just am excited to see what the tactics are going to be here for these teams like day. We heard from Lugia Go that they're hiding their strats, still got a 3-0 sweep regardless of it from Rad Esport, and now Team Heretics. They're a team who's like, yeah, we figure stuff out on the fly, so you can't really plan against that. If we don't know what we're doing, the other team won't know what we're doing.
My 7 TV says disabled for some reason on YouTube.
I think they're going to drop a little bit of a Yondu quote when they see each other's shirts, like, I know who you are, boy, because you're me. They both just love speed, violence, and momentum. These are very similar teams in terms of style. They have their very specialized like melee character in Joya, in Tanuki and Crazy Kitty, who also have a very big depth of hero pool, but you know that they'd rather be over on the melee, smacking some people around. And
I don't know how to do
their
that,
vanguards always trying to be the first ones to initiate the fight. They love to hit that initiative roll.
Yeah, and kind of speaking of those identities, the two main ones, is it a Wolverine composition or is it going to be more of a Daredevil-based one? It's going to come down to those
moves
bands,
on
but
to
there
the
are some minor flavor differences, I would think, when it comes to the Vanguards.
It's going to be a big game. It's a big game.
Whether it's Lugia bringing out the Hulk,
look at this.
Beetle
Tanuki and Crazy Kitty both have a 67% win rate going against each other, bro. It's the battle of the 6-7. Who's going to win?
I think the Vanguard lines could be what you can exploit in this ban phase, because I think there's really solid pivot points for both these teams when it comes to duelist.
I said Rad.
I'm curious if we're going to see one-sided Wolverines, just some bans specifically to make it so nobody gets to play it throughout this tournament. The Fastball Special really has been having a resurgence in popularity, especially with using the Groot Walls to section off any of the heals that do come out from it. But it looks like we will be going to Krakoa for our first map to kick off our LAN qualification and top 3 matchup between team.
Everyone's very aware of who's on these rosters after having watched the last 2 best of 5s.
Yeah, and both these teams have visited Krakoa at different points. Rad, I mean, that was the first map of the whole tournament, and they swept Shikigami on it to kick off that series and that sweep that advanced them to the semifinals, while as Heretics had to face Krakoa later, deeper into the series against VP, which began the comeback and the eventual demise of Heretics in that very grueling semifinal there. So we'll see who will step up, and it's the battle of I think, the 2 best Wolverines that we have in EMEA.
Oh, Rad, once again going with this unorthodox draft. Don't really care right now for the Gambits. Instead, playing for the remainder of their strategist pool, whether it's with the Loki, with the Rocket, with the Mantis. Loki gets back.
I wouldn't be waking up at 6 a.m. to stream these games if it wasn't fun.
Vertigo and Mash. And now Rad, they kind of have the ban Rogue.
It's very fun. It's very fun.
Yeah, the first save Rocket is so unheard of, so no double Cosmic Yard Amplifier, targeting Beetle with the Captain America versus Crazy Kitty's Daredevil. You're trying to force a Wolverine matchup, and Rad want to guarantee that.
I don't know if I like that from Rad. Like, targeting Beetle, yes, but Beetle's also the Rogue player. So Team Heretics can just protect Rogue here, and Beetle's fine.
Maybe they forgot.
Maybe Rad can go for like one-sided Wolverine here. Perhaps they're going to get rid of that kinetic team up from Scott Summers. And there it is. Rogues on the field. Rad probably just want to go for a one-sided Wolverine, I'd guess. Or it might be a little bit more. Oh, no, they can play Rogue and Hulk because Enzo's their Hulk player. This is a very deep ban phase. This is so far from standard.
And a one-sided rocket will be the last one to consider.
A one-sided rocket.
Done the most interesting part, I think, of this whole series. And I mean, the cinema hasn't even started.
And
surely
a one-sided
Rad didn't have some
Gambit.
Silly laps, right? Surely they intended for this rogue to be played, and they feel confident in that matchup, right? I mean, we said that Rad were going to be warmed up, and yeah, mechanically yes, but is this intended?
I mean.
Is he drinking the monster?
Like, I tend to think that Rogue's got one of the better matchups of the Vanguards against Wolverine.
Who else is playing today for EMEA? Nobody.
And Team Heretics
after this
for Wolverine as well. Rogue could play alongside someone like a Daredevil. Just checking, did Mantis even make it into the draft here? Oh wait.
Yep,
Rad have Mantis for free.
Team Heretics can play
they
Mantis
didn't even get banned on their side. There's some weird things happening right now. But the time stream got all wibbly wobbly during our break.
Weird. So you got a Gambit Rogue, which is just not the first time Heretics have been gifted this huge opportunity. I think maybe it was in that Pulsar series where they got a very convincing victory using this rogue from Beetle, one of the best at it. Tanuki will own the skies, which he's that melee specialist, not going to bring out the Wolverine quite yet, as Crazy Kitty will be spotted on that, and a flank opportunity. Enzo's known for these portal plays, but now that he can't intercept the stack, he's just going to bring them to the point.
Yep, just got themselves a little bit of cover here. And there's going to be that constant threat of the fast goal. Is Crazy Kitty going to TP from below? Oh no, he's going to jump up from behind, trying to grab someone else. It wouldn't be the ideal grab, but hey, if you can get out into the midst of your team, maybe it'll work on out. There's no means of peeling for them, and so Save fell well to the heels. Only Ken now remains, but Naga and Tanuki managed to strike back on the other side. All the violence is just so strong. Enzo going to have a little bit of a difficult time surviving this one, but Tanuki's there with the peel. Element Guns win out against Adamantium Skeleton, despite a strong opening. Rad are hoisted.
The damage next level, and that's why, like, Wolverine, that's the drawback of him, is he creates good opportunities but lacks that brawling damage, which Naga and Tanuki have a lot of. And so great for Crazy Kitty to grab Alex, because that's the main person that can mitigate this Wolverine. If not Enzo and this Invis team up with the Doctor Strange, which Enzo, this is a big comfort pick, so much so that people have banned the Enzo Doctor Strange on maps like Manhattan, Lower Manhattan. So hey, the arena is Rad's for now.
Crazy Kitty already used that damage reduction.
Hot dogs on 4th of July.
Smashness and Tanuki just exchanging fire around the margins here, trying to protect Vertigo from any backline engagements while Naga plays more on this core hit scan kind of angle, making sure that no one else can move forward without taking too much damage. Crazy Kitty towards the back. Beetle's there with the grab, has her own damage reduction as well from a regenerative healing factor. This is where the rogue is very dangerous. Crazy Kitty gets resurrected straight away. Tanuki manages to move away from the leaf. The attempted grounding from the Hulk, and Tanuki's getting even more. They're just going into the middle of 4. The support's going to be there, courtesy of the Gambit. A raging royal flush towards the back. Vertigo could be hunted down, and that makes sure that Mash cannot move forward to support the remainder of the team. Ducky thought there was going to be backup there from a Fate of Both Worlds, but the peel took precedence, and now Mash is grabbed.
Yo, Team Heretics is...
Team Heretics.
Team Heretics is putting on a clinic
Raging Royal Flush to be combined with the Galactic Legend, but maybe the attention for Heretics was to draw out these Strategist Ultimates, did so with Mash, and then you didn't even need to invest Duelist Ultimates, as Heretics have a very economical fight off of that. Tanuki poking down Crazy Kitty before the approach happens, and Heretics are about to make this a flawless first round.
Damn. Do not go in there. Do not go through that teleporter, bro. I'd give that a hot minute.
That's the Fight Club right there. It's Rad. I mean, the door is closed. No one's even touching. 100-0 is a
look at that, bro. They're laughing. They're smiling. Another. Oh, that's another green monster.
Yeah. We're talking about Rad being warmed up. Heretics are just getting started.
I mean, I still think that Rad's ban phase was a little bit off the goop. Like,
damn, bro.
Beetle here with the team up low.
Rad roll.
I'm that guy, bro.
Pulsar. But now, that first showing was not good, chat.
MVP
Tanuki is 11-0.
right now, just with that one grab onto Alex, and that was the only play
He's
that
got
Rad...
the final hit.
Yeah, the final hit. And they lost that fight, by the way, when Heretics only had one strategist, and it was a Gambit. So the teamwork, the resilience that Heretics have had through all the pressure that they've received. I mean, they've gone through the gauntlet when they went up against VP.
Wait, let me see that
so this is
real quick.
feeling like a warm-up for Heretics. But hey, can they actually close out a series in clean fashion? We still have to see more of this.
Maybe watching Rad when having up-to-date info.
Team Heretics has 5 ults going into this next fight.
Really was.
Rad is about to have 5 ults as well.
Are they going to try and mug Ducky here? I mean, Ducky's got fairly obvious pathing, can't get away from this very easily. Might be difficult for everyone else to try and join them as well. Already the grab from the rogue, there's the anti. And I think that there was actually an LOS block there from Enzo to stop the indestructible guard from Lugia.
Yeah, beautiful shield from Enzo, but he's taken on a long journey, long walks on the beach, but Crazy Kitty, the extra health passive, already popped the damage boost from Rad, but against the Enzo Eye on the mono, all hell is breaking loose for this first fight.
Oh, Crazy Kitty puts their Ken down on the floor, and Tanuki soon to join them. Rad have built up an ult bank, and by God, they're going to use
Rad
it.
won the ult
exchange.
exchange.
The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Albedo's got some complaints of their own to try and lodge. A quick block to build up some energy, but running low on HP
nice,
and
good
healing.
stuff by
There's
Rad.
not much more to be done, and Rad will get their first cap.
The pass is repeating itself. Heretics get the jump, they get the first pick, and then what? It all goes the way of Rad at the end, having the two strong duelists, especially the double from Smash there at the end. I mean, mechanically, he was already on fire, dealing with Ballast in that last series. Smash now on the Star-Lord is so nice to see, and what a fight for Rad to win when you have basically every ultimate in the game popped. But the Beetle Heartbreaker could be what sets Heretics back in the game.
All right, going to be under assault in the back right here. Virgo already falling low, demanding the pocket from Mash. But that means that no one's going to be looking towards Ducky. Smashner's going to be getting the healing now, as Beetle still continues to figure out, when am I going to use this Heartbreaker? Running away from Wolverine seems to be their primary concern for now, as Lugia Go is taking a lot of poke in the back. Might need a little bit
I don't know why
targeting,
Rad's not
and
running the
Rad
Mantis,
already
chat. I mean, they're
halfway
given the
towards full
opportunity to run it, but they're just
the big thing with Heartbreaker is denying the presence
with it.
of
Maybe
the strategist ultimate
rarely
that
get
can
the
come
Mantis.
out.
They
So
don't
Mash
practice
has to
with
be
it.
quick on the money or away from the rogue, inaccessible to make sure you can counter with the fate of both worlds. You have to put up a resistance against Beetle's rogue because it is insane. Here it comes. Oh, it got canceled.
Oh, first one coming out. Beetle was trying to take away that fate of both worlds.
Watch party,
Tanuki
baby.
could try and find something here with the Galactic Ledge.
It's watch party day.
Managed to get away with it. Now you got to worry though about the Ruby Rage. Ken's going to buff it up. Here comes the clip from Tanuki, managing to win out, and that is 4 quick final hits ascertained by Team Heretics. But they took their time with this flip, Lemon.
Yeah, 82%. Nice comeback, though, from Heretics. I wonder what canceled Beetle's Heartbreaker, because there's the option of the Exile from the Hulk, maybe a freeze from Mash, but that ruined the first win condition of Heretics, but the last laugh always goes to Tanuki, as Rad have even better options coming up to try and force a third round. Beetle scouting, being on the front lines, making sure any angle that Rad are going to take is going to be costly, and allowing Tanuki the scouting information, what off angles Smash and Tanuki can take. They're marking each other, and this could expose the backlines if you do not watch out for these Star-Lords.
Smashers need to be careful to try and conserve their HP. Crazy Kitty looking for a grab here on Tanuki.
Oh, good grab. Good shot by Ducky. Good grab.
Done a little bit of damage to Vertigo's ultimate, but Smashers still up in the air looking for victims. Nowhere that Naga can go. Kinetic Force won't take you far enough away from Pizza Quill and the Element Guns, as Vito has to try and fight for the point themselves. Next up's Enzo sacrificing their HP for objective %, and Rad flip back.
Damn, Rad's waking up, bro.
Tanuki has plenty of time to figure out what target they want to grab, and being in front of a Wolverine, that is a choice, as Crazy Kitty almost got grabbed, and if anything, Beetle was the one that got grabbed by the Wolverine.
Yeah, Beetle in a very precarious position. The Worldbreaker Hulk, I believe, has moved over back towards spawn. Is going to start throwing through those big gamma blasts. Now, Naga around the outside, taken down by Lugia. Man, the cleave on these gamma claps is absolutely disgusting.
They did
the body
it.
blocks
They
even
did it.
better. And Rad have woken up. They're like, oh, we got to play the game, guys. I thought we were in
Second
practice
place
range.
is worse than third place.
At least we got the crazy back in the Crazy Kitty name because they let Heretics have the Rogue for a reason, and Beetle's Heartbreaker Ultimate has been canceled now twice from various reasons on the Rad side, and to try and go after Crazy Kitty, and yeah, it ended up costing Beetle that not only his ultimate, but his life in the end. So despite that 100-0 start,
they had all
Cradle,
donuts, but at least this is better.
Things will be decided now on Carousel. Heretics will have one last chance to defeat Rad once and for all for this map,
money,
and
Chad. I don't know
they
why
really got to be proactive and set up. Kind of follow in the footsteps of Beetle, but Rad, I think, have been able to enable their Wolverine just that much better.
Look at how much healing Mash is getting out as well here on the Luna. Absolutely disgusting when it comes to the triage that's available. And that's been so necessary given how much damage you usually take on the Wolverine when going on these adventures.
Rad only had like one final hit on Cradle, and then they went up to 17 after Grove. So talk about a 180. Looks like Rad are setting up for more of a poke battle as Crazy Kitty wants to maybe scoop people towards his own team into the firing squad, and almost got Beetle there.
Nice dodge away there from Beetle, but now Enzo is going to have to eat some of the aggression from Crazy Kitty, taking it out on the old man. That's a very nice slogan, but Rad are in a great position to try and get this first cap. You can see Beetle moving in to try and contest. Ferrolief is going to be available, and that's going to be a big kidnap into the midst of everybody. A nice counteraction coming through. Out comes the B2M. They really want the Gambit, but instead we can look for a squishy on the other side. Naga they'll settle for. No final blow, and now it means that Tanuki's got a soft landing ready to move through. The Meteor M and the Fate of both worlds all expended, and that was all of the counterplay you had to try and deal with the Galactic Legend. It only gets one, but it seems that one might have been enough as Team Heretics get their first cap.
So much panic forced onto Rad. Mash being chased by the Heretics. Vanguard's not able to heal Lugia, so he falls. Ducky uses Meteor M too early, so it's a free Galactic Legend from Tanuki, which gives them the fight win and enough damage to tilt the scales. But Rad have their own options, but Mash is just being so focused behind this Beetle.
Oh, Crazy Kitty wanted Naga no matter what. Screams out, ow! And takes down Cyclops. Scott Summers, it's a classic rivalry as Crazy Kitty's gonna have to give away their regenerative healing factor to Beetle and we're back to the drawing board.
It's really a different approach from Heretics. They kind of played Grove so front to back, and now so much is targeting towards Mash.
This is not me, by the way. This is not me, chat. I don't know.
Now you have the Ruby visible boundary advantage for Heretics.
Not me,
so
chat.
Absolutely the sustain is going into the defenders' favor. Now you have the Ruby Rage, but the Galactic Legend from Smash Meteor M is going to deal with it.
Oh, just put it down on top of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier there. Big burst damage.
Chat, it's not my internet. If it was my internet, my stream would be lagging, not the stream that we're watching.
Ultimate. Tanuki moves on to a point.
I would be if I was lagging, I would be
the 1v6 for a while to deny the cap, but finally gets cleaned up.
It's not, but I'm not.
Yeah, he didn't even fully deal with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier with that Meteor M damage, and Smash just let loose still. Rad even have the sustain of Lugia to lead this charge and to at least defend this point, and they pretty much have to do so in almost flawless fashion as Heretics will rely on the poke game, and Smash looks for his angle. Crazy Kitty wants to kidnap.
Beetle moving in deep. You can see all of the duelists looking towards as the Ruby Rage comes on out. Seems to have mostly been avoided here by Rad. One less threat that has to be contended with, and Beetle needs a huge amount of healing. Mash on the backside still has the Fate of both worlds to try and play with if they desire it, and now Ken's going to come under a little bit of pressure. Smash instead looks towards the back. Vanguard's now going to be the primary target. Tanuki tries to get themselves an opening here, and here comes the Raging Royal Legend. Oh, once again, it's an overlay, though, from Rad and Ducky, and Tanuki didn't even pop the ultimate.
Oh, threw it right into the mag,
right
bro.
And Tanuki's got themselves an opening to try and play from the back.
Come on, bro. We need you to be LeBron James.
Crazy Kitty can look for a mid-air interception, but last time towards the back, and Smash is there with the follow-up. Despite the overlay, Rad still survive, and now they match the percentage of Team Heretics.
Damn,
Crazy
Rad.
Kitty
Rad's
and
doing
Smash
really
have
well.
worked together
Okay.
to synchronize after the first round did not go their way. Rad on top, and they will take the lead away from Heretics. It's got to be the heartbreaker, but will it actually come out? Beetle's had issues. He's been trying to just run after this backline, but takes so much poke damage from Smash. He does survive, but Beetle needs to accomplish his goal to take out these strategists,
Vertigo's
or at
good.
least
Vertigo
deal with the
has his
Cosmic
ult.
Yarn Amplifier.
Alex needs to form his ult, and
the side of Rad to get themselves their
this is
first
really
step
good
towards
actually for Team
farewell to
Heretics.
Naga. Extra damage off the back of the
Smash Nez needs to pop his ult. Pop your ult. That's its last fight. Pop your ult, bro. Pop your ult. If you pop your ult and win, doesn't matter. It's last fight. Pop it.
Last touch. It's going to be the invisible boundary coming through from Alex. You
I
can see
think they
the
could have
sun's
killed
already
everyone. They
gone
cleaned it
their
up,
way.
but
Enzo trying to float above it all with the
pop
meteor
it.
ram. Can they find
Pop
themselves
it.
a target? They just hit it into the wall.
Oh,
No,
bro,
no,
the other mag threw his mag ult into the wall. Come on, guys. Yo, I told you to pop your ult earlier, man.
Crazy Kitty starts to move in towards their prey. These Vanguards are primary targets for the Wolverine, but finally the Heartbreaker.
Oh yeah, the
emerges
Wolverine.
here.
The Wolverine's gonna be
You
disgusting
lost
here,
against the
chat.
Wolverine. This is your counter. This is your nightmare. Mashes down. There's no resurrection.
And he
here.
almost has
Vertigo's
ult.
gonna have to do it all
Oh!
by themselves.
He's gonna have
And
ult,
Vita
chat.
pops
He's gonna
over
have
through the
ult.
portal.
This is
Someone
gonna be
else now has to
dangerous.
take advantage for Team Heretics to keep
Team
this
Heretics might
destiny.
actually lose this.
Yeah, and the portal from Naga gave them such good coverage for Heretics.
Oh! Oh! No
Crazy Kitty,
kills!
no limbs though.
No
No limbs and
kills!
Ken's there on the chase down on the other side.
Oh
A flip for Team
no,
Heretics.
bro!
And they have
You
one
guys
last lease
had
on
the
life.
win in the book,
Yeah,
bro.
and again, that
The
portal
other
from Naga
team
gave them
wasted.
protection
Team
from
Heretics
the Meteor
used their
M and
invis,
Beetle.
bro. They used their
One
mag.
Cosmic
They
Yarn
missed their
Amplifier
mag
from Vertigo
ult, bro.
to
He
someone
had a
that,
great
as
Star
Beetle was
Lord
in the
ult that he
middle
should
of
have popped
the
a long
arena,
time ago.
too
He
far
fumbled
to
that.
escape
They
from it.
fumbled their
The start of
Wolverine
that
ult,
fight
bro.
went
The chat,
Rad's
listen.
way,
It
but
doesn't matter
Heretics had
how
another
good you
lease on
start. You
life.
have to
But now
finish
it's the
strong,
Raging
bro.
Royal
Rad ain't
Flush to try and
finishing
take the
strong.
map.
Extra movement speed here for Naga. Maybe could find an opening to eye.
Chat, you
of
can start the
Agamotto
beginning
into the
sloppy,
mix
but
of
you gotta
Rad,
finish
but it
hard.
seems it's been a good disengage from Rad. Barely suffering anything in the way of consequences. Just exchanging Lugia, go to ultimate on the other
You
side.
gotta finish
Ducking
like
down,
Captain
posted
America,
up
chat.
on the point.
Hard.
And Enzo's already running disruption on the midst of Rad, but
Can I
Mash
get
on
the
the other
emote?
side still has
Hard.
access to the fate of both worlds. It could be the fate that decides all of Rad's hopes and dreams here. Still, Alex ready and waiting, giving over extra ult charge courtesy of that copied over Gambit ultimate. Mash is done. Here's
Oh,
the
nice freeze by Mash.
Freeze! The bubble solids! Smash this above it all! One speed or so bad, but instead will settle for Enzo. Gets it blocked out. That's going to be a swap
Good
around
mag
here
ult.
coming in from the other side. Sanuki can't find
Oh! We didn't get to see the mag ult, but he dunked on two supports. Both supports. Rad is go. Oh my God! Rad took the first round.
Absolutely flummoxed off the point, banished from contention, and Rad will win out on the first map on their journey to LAN.
What
Yo,
an impact
good
win
job
from
by
Ducky
Rad,
to
and
remove
Rad
two
doesn't have the
strategists
land buff,
at the
chat.
end. What an insane turnaround. After being defeated 100-0 in the first round, they locked in and locked on the map
Yo.
win. Now the ball is in Heretics' court. What will be their choice? What have they learned from Rad in the previous series? We'll find out after this break.
Damn, bro. Damn. I think Team Heretics could have won that, but they fumbled. They fumbled, bro. It was like watching the Dolphins last year. Just pain. They should have won that. Hey, Jay, nice casting. Ooh, I'm not casting, bro. I'm just reacting. The casters are doing the best job, man. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. I'm trying out casting, actually. To be honest with you, right there, Smash Nez should have popped off and carried. But damn. Hey, what's up, Nolan? Heretics miss/wasted ults. True. True. They gotta get their shit together, man. They gotta get their shit together. They can't be doing that. They cannot be doing that, bro. Hold up, just out of curiosity, I just gotta make sure one thing. Okay, so we still start at 4 o'clock for NA. Okay. Yeah, today's NA games are going to be fun, bro. Chat, you guys got Liquid Citadel against Swamp Gaming. That's going to be a great game. You have 100 Thieves against FlyQuest. That's going to be a great game. You have Yaoi Lost against Stick Drift. That's going to be a great game. And then you have the winners of these two games going against each other, which is going to be another great game, bro. NA is going to be so fun to watch. NA is going to be so fun to watch, bro. I think Swamp Gaming over Team Liquid Citadel. I do not think so, but I can see why you would say that. Oh, Jesus. You are fun to watch. Hey, appreciate it, Dale. I missed Pulsar on Rad. To be honest with you, you didn't miss anything, bro. It was a 3-0. It was kind of resident sleeper. It didn't even look like Pulsar was playing. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm pretty sure Pulsar tried their hardest, but it did not look good. Are you supporting 100 Thieves today? No. They did play well yesterday, but I don't think they're beating FlyQuest. Even though I think it's going to be a great game, if 100 Thieves beats FlyQuest and I'm wrong, well, that would be awesome too, but I don't know, man. I don't think... Wait, is your name Mike Litteris? Just realized. Appreciate the massive 3 months. But no, I do not think that they're going to win. Bro, the weather is crap here on 4th of July. Forget grilling, I'm ordering Chipotle. Chipotle makes me always feel bloated. If you order Chipotle, though, get their best thing on their menu. Get their chips and queso. Their chips and queso, a large chips and queso, also with a Mexican Coke. Oh my God, that's beautiful. I'm gonna order some lasagna in honor of Jay3. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Also, I used to have a Moe's by me, but they closed down. I'm actually really surprised that Moe's is still around. I missed that. I remember walking in there as a kid and they used to scream, "Welcome to Moe's!" Moe's. Let me see if I have a Moe's near me. Oh, I do have a Moe's near me. Only 17.5 miles away. Welcome to Moe's. Is MRC today? I don't know. I don't watch MRC. That's like asking me if I watch college. Chat, no, we don't. I don't watch college. I watch the pros. What? 17 miles is close, chat, bro. The other one is 26 miles away. I could probably go to that one too. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
A major swing in momentum here. One final hit in point one for Rad to 17 in the second, and then we're able to clutch things there at the second point.
Absolutely. Rad just turned up the tempo so much, realizing
yeah,
this
I'm like
Enzo
Taylor Swift chat.
play,
Oh,
or
something's
just
5
Enzo's
minutes away.
presence
I'm gonna
on
take my
Doctor
private jet.
Strange. Just naturally, you're playing a lot
Oh, I gotta
slower
go to
with
the
Doctor
kitchen to
Strange
get some water.
and
I'm gonna
more
take
of
my
this
private
poke
jet.
battle between two Star Lords, and then they once kind of
I gotta walk down the aisle for my own wedding. Private jet.
Enzo felt like he needed something to put up a better resistance. Went to the Venom and all these other picks. Rad let Beetle also have the Rogue, and they had the perfect answer to it. Never let her ult and never let Beetle live.
Such a tough spot to find yourself into when you have two back-to-back heartbreakers that are canceled on that
True.
point too. It's
You
not
never go
where
wrong
you want to
without
find
chips
yourself,
and
especially
queso.
because it felt like Beetle was just
Exactly.
in no man's land time and time again. I mean,
See?
talking specifically about the
You
front
have
line, they were
taste and I
doing
have
a
taste.
great job
I mean,
here
you do
on
have taste.
Rad
If you're
on their
watching me,
side,
you
but,
definitely have great
Smashness
taste.
specifically here, leg day, it felt like they were doing a great job
I'm gonna
of
take my
marketing
hot
Tanuki
air balloon.
throughout that final fight.
Yeah, you have a,
Okay, this is gonna sound crazy. I would love to go to Turkey to see the hot air balloons. I'm pretty sure everyone's seen that hot air balloon festival or something, but I would actually never ride in a hot air balloon. I feel like
and you know what?
there's a lot
after the first
to
round,
go
Smash
wrong.
Nose really took up on that mantle. Was like, okay, you know what? Tanuki's going in the box. I've got to pen him in.
My
And
wife said
keeping Tanuki's
you sound like
angles a little bit more
Shroud if he
measured
had
so
any
that
energy
Crazy
at all.
Kitty was able to find more angles to work with himself was a huge contribution. That
What are you
Smash
trying to
Nose
say? Shroud's dead
And
inside?
maybe the differences of Vanguard identities is what's really being shown. I think forcing Heretics to, well, they had their Daredevil band, so it's Wolverine was open,
Come
but
to
Tanuki
Albuquerque,
never
Jay.
went to it.
Listen,
and it was MASH that had a
I would
critical
love to go to
cancel on an Eye of
Albuquerque to
Agamotto
meet
on Naga
my
at the
clitoris.
end when he swapped to Doctor Strange to portal in. I mean, MASH just felt undiveable, and Beta was constantly going after MASH to force out these Fate of Both Worlds, and Rad made the most out of this every time.
The freeze
That's
that we
his
saw at the
name.
end
What are you guys
on
question
that
marking me
Agamotto
for? That's
Enzo,
his
they gotta feel
name.
so bad because that could have been the
Mike
difference maker
Clitoris,
for their team.
732.
And also
That's
the
his name.
double Magneto dunk from Ducky. Got to give a shout out to that as well. I mean, everyone stepped up on Rad where they were all relatively absent in that first point, and that just kind of shows that, you know, maybe there's a little bit of a longer break. It took them some time to warm up, and then they locked in, and that's exactly
Team
what they
Liquid
need to
Citadel
do
is
here
NA
against
chat.
Heretics
NA
if they
hasn't
want to
started
make
till
it to
4
LAN.
o'clock.
And now all eyes on the
This
Heretics
is
here leg
EMEA,
day.
two
Like,
different,
what do we expect
two
to see
different
them
regions.
adapt to? What do they need to improve upon?
Next
probably
vlog
some
win.
match massive
Hey!
healing here, who seems to be a statistical anomaly.
That's an
on
Emily
the
question.
back
She'll be taking
line.
over the stream
But
later.
it's-
She's been
I mean,
kicking
I guess
ass
that
at
comes from Crazy
vlogs.
Kitty having 20k damage blocked. Like, I don't know if we need to focus our damage a little bit better. The fact that Crazy Kitty falls 7 times with a 350 HP character or 300 HP character with 20k damage blocked is somewhat wild. I think that MASH did a fantastic job here of just being able to generate the Fate of Both Worlds incredibly quickly. And admittedly, the plan was you take some of that away
Yes,
with
Navi
Beetle
beat
using the
Pro
Heartbreaker, but
3-0.
MASH
It
is
was
so
kind
quick
of,
on the trigger
it
when
was
it
kind
comes
of
to the absolute
depressing to
zero.
watch. Thought
Yeah,
that
he
game was
got
going to be really
7
fun and
final hits, too,
entertaining,
is
but it ended up
insane.
being a dog walk.
Yeah, incredible job across the board. This has already been a very
Wait, what happened?
entertaining
I like
series so
Jay
far. And
actually
Heretics,
interacts
I
with
mean,
chat on,
bit
like,
on the
some
bait. They had Rogue open. They went to that. Enzo never went
doesn't
like
talk to their
something
chat,
for
bro?
the fastball, so then Tanuki doesn't go
I feel
for
like
the
not talking to
Wolverine,
chat
'cause
would
I
be
feel like the
boring.
fastball is such a core part of setting up your Wolverine for success. So then you kind of bait this Star-Lord mirror where I would think Smash has a lot more experience on that hit scan roll.
Okay, Yggdrasil Path is where we're headed to. We've been seeing a little bit more of that recently. Didn't see too much in the earlier days of the playoffs, and that might be why people hiding strats and figuring out exactly what they want to go for. Maybe we will see the Cyclops
I
and
recently switched
Wolverine
from console
look
to
from
PC on
the
Rivals. Do you have
Team
any
Heretics
tips?
side.
You're
We
gonna
didn't see a
have to
single
play a
melee
lot to get used to
duelist
your mouse and
from the
keyboard
melee duelist into
if you haven't
Tanuki, so
already.
that could be the difference maker
Just
here.
muscle memory,
We'll
man.
find out though in the band
Also,
draft.
don't
Take it
change
away.
your sensitivity a lot. Find a
Well,
sensitivity that you
I
like, or
said
copy
that
some streamer or pro
Rand's
player that
draft
you
was
like,
a little bit weird.
and
I had
you
my
can adjust it a
doubts
little bit
after
to
the
your own
first
liking
map
in your
off
own,
the
because
code, but
you're
you know what?
everyone's
If
a
the
little
weird's
different,
working,
and
you
then
can stick
practice with that
the weird.
sensitivity,
It
bro.
seems that they knew exactly which way the pivots were going to come from the side of Heretics.
Yeah, let them cook. Excited to see how this
Exactly.
series going
I've
to
been
break
using the same
down.
sensitivity
And
for the same video
Heretics,
games. For
I mean, we're
fuck,
given
like
Rogue
10,
in the past, and it
12,
was very convincing
14,
victories
16 years?
when they get these broken comps.
Also,
even when
to keep things
Elsa
consistent,
was
if you
the
do play, let's say
permaban,
Marvel Rivals,
Heretics
and you want to go
were
play
given that,
Overwatch
and
or another
gotta
game, there
respect
are
them
sensitivity
still, but
converters to
Rad,
keep your
I think,
sensitivity
forced
the
right
same.
matchups when it comes to their
So you-
duelists. They
so you
also
can always be
targeted
consistent.
Beetle's cap, which is one of
It
the
might not
best
be
cap players in EMEA.
100%
and a core
accurate,
piece
but you
of
could
the
just
Heretics
fine fine, adjust it, fine tune it.
While we get through our band draft here, let's talk history for Rad. This team is the spiritual successor to a team in EMEA last year. called Chopped, who are remarkably talented and remarkably successful, but missed out via one fight on a Celestial Husk from attending Grand Finals. That was a loss to VP. Here, they have a chance to finally make it to a land.
Is there a converter from Roblox since it's
away
Marvel?
from doing what they never could as Chopped when they had Tuzi. They've brought in Smashnet, spiritual successor to Tuzi, who has been building up his hero pool so effectively, and Rad are on the precipice of being able to reach those dreams.
Rad protecting the Wolverine again for Crazy Kitty, while also another ban on the Daredevil, where Heretics didn't touch the Wolverine when they had that open. Now the Captain America is banned.
Do you feel me waking up a lot?
From Rad, which is kind of like the roles are reversed here. Usually you're banning that against Beetle. So we'll see how Rad respond on their final ban and Heretics with their final protect.
Rogue back in action. But we know that Rad have some answers for this in the form of the Wolverine.
Yeah.
Maybe Rad could ban away
I heard a
the
loud
Invis
bang.
here.
I thought someone was breaking
The
in.
Invis ban has been invaluable for teams that
I don't have a
like
headset then, chat.
the
King Breakfast Burger with the massive 4 months. Appreciate it. How you
Essentially
doing?
mirroring their previous draft, because hey, if you're going to grab someone with Wolverine, you don't want them coming back via the Battle Recall Beacon.
And you look towards what strategies can be used. You have, of course, Loki available for both sides. Gambit available. Nope, only one side.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Gambit
sure
for
they're at
Heretics,
the Team Heretics
but
facility,
did that
so you're going to
really
see a lot of different
necessarily
games there.
Get them this huge advantage. I mean, Heretics ended up dropping the map after
As you can see, that there's Team
and
Heretics,
I think
everything, and there's also
rad
there's
how
also
they were
Team Heretics
initiating fights.
practice
Being in a
room.
defending position for the point is
Practice.
incredible. Obviously,
Chat,
when
we're not
Heretics
talking about
can
a
play
game.
their own game, they look
Not a
the
game.
best.
We're talking
but
about
Rad's
practice.
tempo was simply out of control once we got to the second and third round of Krakoa. So this is the Heretics map pick. They will be starting on offense, doing some scouting here. Naga's on the Cyclops. Not going to have that Wolverine team up. Doesn't seem to be something Heretics care to go for at this point.
Dude, Crazy Kitty on the other side actually loaded for bear. This guy's wearing like 10 Super Bowl rings right now. He's got the Cosmic Fastball and the Kinetic Charge from the Cyclops. Crazy Kitty is about to be John Thanos.
We'll see
John
if he can snap Heretics
Thanos.
and get Rad to a solid ironclad defense to potentially get Rad one step closer to eliminating Heretics.
It's kind of sick
and
that
denying
orgs have
them
their
a
own
chance to
locations.
return
Yeah, I
to
think
that
it's really
grand
cool that
finals.
orgs invite all their
Rad right
streamers
now
when they're
keeping their
doing well
distance, playing
to
off
the
these
playoffs,
defensive
and
walls. If
you know,
Vanguard steps
because
too far
there is
forward,
a
someone
thing
like
called the land buff,
Enzo,
chat.
this could be
When all the
what
pros are
costs the
together and all
frontline
playing in the
for
same under the
Heretics.
same roof, it does really great for coordination, great for team synergy. It's really good.
You anyway, as he can close through that distance rather quickly, utilizing his team ups.
And the Invis is such a core part for Cyclops, or just even Star-Lord's in the air with that shield. And there's still some adjustments of who's taking that platform.
Any creator
as Beetle
tournaments
starts to
happening
harass the
soon?
backline.
I have no idea. Wow, you want to see me compete again? I know, Chad. I'm an entertainer, bro. When I compete, it's very fun.
Tries to put this one to bed right now. No resurrections this time, so Crazy Kid is going to have to come back the long way. And this could be an opening here for Team Heretics. They might be down one, but the big one's gone. Oh, what an early usage here of a Strangling Prison. Forces out Mash's use of the God of Mischief. But hey, when you can
Rad is looking really good,
I
but
think I saw a vertical Invis shield too.
Team Heretics is going to be up
deny
both.
the whole Strangling Prison. Either
They're going to be
way,
up
you
a
still
support
had
ult.
so much sustain on the Rad side. Surprised that Beetle isn't playing
Yeah,
the
both
rogue. I
support
think
ults
he
here.
wants to be able to just
So I'm
put
pretty
pressure
sure
on
they're going to
as quick
use
as
Gambit to
possible force
engage.
errors
After
and stress
Gambit,
into
their
the Rad
Vertigo is
camp,
going to use
which,
his
hey, Rad are not
ult, and
worried.
then
All
after
the
that,
attention went to
Alex is
Beetle
going to use
almost
his ult, and
immediately,
then Team
you need to
Heretics
see
is going to win the
Heretics
team fight, and they're going to cap
really
first point.
up
Watch,
when
I'm calling it
Beetle
right
makes
now,
that
bro.
space.
Oh, Beetle's going to be in a sad solo dive position.
There's the Gambit ult.
Oh my goodness.
There's the Invis ult. Oh my god, I'm literally calling this play by play. Okay, now Alex is going to pop his ult. Oh my god! And then Team Heretics wins. That's my last call out.
Traded out for the opposing group themselves. Naga tries to move away from this little hiding
Wait, they're
hole
not
where
winning.
Rad have sequestered themselves for a little bit of additional cover. Tanuki, I don't know if they've actually afflicted anyone with the Kraken
Damn, they haven't won yet, but I called that perfectly.
Temporarily blocked away by Rad. Ducky will return courtesy of
Kirby,
the TP,
appreciate the massive Prime sub. I hope you have hope you're having a great day.
And Rad know how to deal with an annoying Bucky, and Luke is on the thing. And they just have the double maelstrom, all thanks to special delivery from Crazy Kitty. Grabbing two is so impressive. Heretics have to be so careful with how they're grouping around. And I mean, Alex was the first victim in this whole series, so he doesn't want to be anywhere close to this. Finally, Beetle to the rogue to just try and draw alongside Enzo to take this one.
I called it out 98% correct. It's not my fault that Team Heretics kind of fumbled.
Strangling Prison or even the Heartbreaker. You won't be able to combo that yet with the Ruby Rage.
All right, that was the express delivery to the Doctor Strange. Crazy Kitty already used a bunch of their cooldowns. Beetle in towards the back, seems to have escaped for now, but the slow was everything. The aggressive invisible boundary that came through there from Vertigo. Crazy Kitty towards the back. You've heard of a sword of Damocles that hangs above a team. But what about the Wolverine of Damocles?
Yeah. Now about Mash too. I mean,
last fight, chat. Last fight. Is Team Heretics going to go down 2-0? There's no way. They almost have 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck it. They almost have all 6 ults.
Of this poke, but if you don't get a limbs, you're simply just generating so much more for Mash and Vertigo to fight back with. Heretics need a convincing team wipe, and it's going to have to be off of Enzo or Beetle.
Yo, Papa Gax with the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day.
Any punishment here.
Welcome.
It seems like for now we've gotten out scot-free, but now overtime is going to be in session. It's full pressure as they move forward with the Gambit ultimate. Down the lane, potentially, that's going to be the Ruby Rage. No final blows are found, but Snooki still has a second move here.
No one died. Nice.
With the Apex Predator, doesn't want to try and hit Lugia here. I believe he was knocked out from their own ultimate by an incoming wall. A big stun comes through. Smash this falls down on one side, Beetle on the other. Naga grabbed in, and Crazy Kitty now starts to stand on business. Where's the Apex Predator? Tanuki's dragging back multiple players, but Crazy Kitty's getting in the way. I imagine inside the invisible boundary is going to be a for Team Heretics.
Bro. This looked like it was going to be a Rad win. Rad can still win, though. Rad almost has Crazy Kitty ult and Vertigo ult. Oh, no, chat! Rad does win! They have the ults! Team Heretics has nothing! Nothing!
The healing behind Tanuki's everything here as Beetle has returned, and inside of the invisible boundary, they can't see where their vanguards are. Overtime so close to being taken away.
Oh my god, what a D, bro.
Absolutely dominant right now.
This is disastrous for Heretics to get
huge D. Captain America defense right there, bro.
Not a far push. The Ruby Rage is denied. You need some kind of damage boost with it, honestly, to try and burn through an invisible boundary.
This might be
going in blind. Heretics, I mean,
this might be a prediction I get wrong.
Ultimates to draw out every ounce of resource for Rad so that they had nothing else to heal with. But Mash and Vertigo, they mitigate that chaos so well. Heretics tried to come up with so many solutions, from dive to
how are you guys gonna say never trust Jay? Guys, I'm on like a 13 straight prediction streak
in the game, and Heretics only
how are you guys gonna get mad at me?
5 people in that round.
It's time to consider a Wolverine.
Naga got 2 finals, Tanuki got 2 finals, and Alex has 1. Oh.
Spooky Logan, remove him.
Wait.
Opting so much for
Alex, their invis player. No. Go back before this round starts. Go back. Alex, their invis player, has almost double the damage of their Groot.
Yeah, because they're opting so much for a Doctor Strange at some point that was blowing everybody up when Crazy Kitty delivered them. There's so much finishing power from Rad's side. Heretics have good damage, but they can't close out the limbs.
Okay, Tanuki ready to meet Wolverine versus Wolverine now, but Enzo's already down. The walls were so well projected here, so there could be no Loki doppelganger put up to bring up those runes of regeneration to rescue the wayward Enzo.
Yeah, you got to be careful with how aggressive you're going to be at the beginning against a Groot. He has all of those walls available in a full team wipe as Heretics try to force out as many fights as possible. Could have probably had time to walk back, but they're gonna go for an Enzo jump scare portal play. And now with how dispersed Rad are, not confident in that as they try to create some cover for Heretics to stabilize on, giving time now for Smash to find an off angle and to get around Heretics front line.
Enzo already down. Regeneration domain used here by Mash. It needs to be punished, but in a 5 versus 6, how can you make that happen? Smash just has so much room to work with, and you know that he's not missing these, but bouncing the beam between everyone. Naga's out by themselves right here. No help, they say, as they take down Mash, but the remainder of the team is going to fall on their stead. Tanuki taken down. There's no TP back, no second chances. It might well be back to the drawing board already, as Enzo's returned on the Angela, but can you even get past the wall that's been erected by Sue Storm here? Lugia Goat moves in to try and make something happen.
Oh!
You're evicted straight away! That's enough of that nonsense, says Crazy Kitty. Enzo cut.
Lugia just witnessed a murder. He's like, has his hand over his mouth. He's like, I can't believe it.
Can you imagine what the comms must have been, chat? Can you imagine what the comms need to have been? I have a sneak peek of what the comms were. Oh my god, we got a touch point, touch point, oh my god, touch point, we're gonna see 9. Don't worry, I got the point, I got the point. Wolverine, oh shit, I touch point, oh fuck.
This series
there you go, how was that on a scale 1 to 10?
We'll find out after this.
God damn it, I just got solo ulted. How was that? On a scale of 1 to 10, chat. Huge reenactment. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, what's the predictions looking like right here? I gotta see this. 30% on red. It's a 1 to 3 return ratio. It's 70% on Team Heretics. Yeah, I don't know why you guys voted Team Heretics. I said Rad was gonna win this. I'm glad that, like, you know, at least a little bit of my chat trusted me on the Rad pick. Damn. You picked Rad? How much money did you put? Only 20? You're about to make like over 60, probably 70. Not even trolling. 60, 70, 6, 7. What's up? Well, because you said you put 20K, it's a 3.3 return ratio, so 20 times 3 is 60, but it's a little bit more. It's a 3.32, so it's like, yeah, 60, 70. Show the board.
Protect your ball king.
Razuk82 with the massive new tier 1 sub. Welcome, my friend. And Pewini, appreciate the massive new tier 1. Papa with the massive new tier 1 as well. Appreciate it. Yeah. Julie Melissa with the massive 3 months. Absolutely insane as well. How's that a scam? How? I am literally... No, hold on. Let me see what my prediction rate is. Get here. Calculator. Okay, there's been 16, 17, 18, 19. This is the 20th game. 20 divided by 19. Oh shit, wait, no. 19 divided by 20. I have a 0.95% prediction rate on what team is going to win. 95% prediction rate. 95. What about the TWL game? YWL? Bro, YWL against Sentinels. Listen, we learned our lesson. Never vote Sentinels again. And listen, we learned our lesson yesterday. We didn't vote Sentinels, and look what happened to them. No, I'm not trying to be mean. But it's 95. I got one prediction wrong. One. You need to be sorry, bro? What do you mean I need to be sorry? What team did you vote for? You voted for Team Heretics? I hope Rad wins so you can lose all your money. I hope. Does the loser go home? Yes. I hope you lose all the channel points in this stream. So the next time I see you kicking a can down the street, and I'm like, what are you doing? You're like, I'm moving. That's what's gonna happen. Yo, pocket size. Appreciate the massive prime to a tier 1 sub, my friend. You almost ready if Team Heretics loses? What's up? No problem. They're still playing. Is TSM out? Yes, TSM is out. I would not be surprised if TSM actually disbands. As painful as it is to say that, because they're a bunch of great players, good friends, I don't think they have the synergy. It looks like they just got a bunch of streamers, said, hey, listen, you guys are very popular, stream the game, play as a team. Just never worked out. How long is the stream going to be today? Well, probably a long time. The first day, the stream lasted 17 and a half hours. The next day, yesterday, was 17 hours. Today, so far, is 6 hours. We have to finish this, then we have to wait for NA to start, and then probably another 17. What's the difference between MRC and MRI? MRI is the pro game. MRC is like the... MRI is like tier 1 players. MRC is like tier 2, tier 3. Or MRI is like your pros, and then MRC is like your college.
The day of full holds for Rad Esports as they get another on the counter pick for Team Heretics. Yggdrasil Path was a warpath for Rad as they wanted to make up for that one.
Yo,
point
Roger
they
with the
dropped
massive 100 bits. Appreciate it, my friend.
in the first map of this series. Came out swinging in. I guess leaping.
Jay, be honest with you. Be honest. Were you the model for a Captain America
specifically
skin?
about the Vanguard lineup here.
I
for
was
Rad.
for
Ducky
his
doing
ass, but
insane
not the
work
front
there
part.
on the Groot yet again.
Yeah, I mean, how many MVPs can we give this guy? I mean, he's just the best group that we have in EMEA, and Heretics were more focused on banning the Lugia cap, and
so basically what they did is they took every single part of me as like as Captain America,
which is such a
but
punishing
they
map to
kind of like
not to really start out with,
they
but
kind of took my arm
because if you don't generate
and
momentum,
kind of like duplicated it and then moved it to the lower section and then made that the lower section. But it's actually not me. They just like duplicated my arm,
right? Because,
and they actually enlarged it by 300%.
Is of course going to be stealing all the credit there, as well as we look at the stats here. But Mash, I would
thank
say,
you for
is
hosting the
another
watch party.
MVP
Hey,
candidate,
I'm just
especially
glad
with
that
the way
you guys
they
are
performed
here.
on the
Appreciate you,
Loki
chat.
here. Leg day seem to be another level.
Yeah, Mash has been performing out of his mind through the entirety of today. The Crazy Kitty MVP, actually my idea, with the 3 final hits. I know that it doesn't look like much, but the reason why Crazy Kitty is the MVP here is because Crazy Kitty means that Beetle can't play the game. And Beetle for Team Heretics is like such an important part of getting their pressure combination down, because Beetle is always on that back line. Crazy Kitty playing a lot more reserved. Essentially, is being appealing Wolverine. The second that Venom goes
Why are we on Spider-Man, bro?
onto your
4 and 2,
Loki,
1 and
like
2?
you're going for that grab, you are disrupting it as much as possible, and that gives room for everyone else.
Beetle
on
had
there to shine
4,000
front to back.
damage, bro. Done.
And
That's
part of the Heretics
crazy.
momentum
His
generation, the
supports
space
have
creation,
more
guess what,
damage
guys?
done
It's
than
the
him.
Vanguards. Beetle started off on the Venom. I just don't think Loki's very diveable. It's like the regen domains come up, and you could have an invis that pulls you. There's a lot of risks with running Venom right now, and why a lot of people have moved away from it. Eventually Ghost. Also, there was appealing Wolverine, which what do you do against that?
Let me guess. We're either going to
he goes to something
Lower
else,
Manhattan.
and the Rogue was trying to be more front to back, but just Heretics really lacked damage to clear out, and it's Rad's backline that kept them up throughout.
Well, looking at our next and potentially final map, this is Maybe the end of the road for Team Heretics. Hopes to make the mid-season final in top 3. Lower Manhattan, their last chance for survival in this lower bracket. Have to fully reverse sweep Rad Esports, who are on a hot streak. We'll see if they can do it.
A test of will, fortitude, and gumption here for the side of Team Heretics. They are up against the wall. Meanwhile, for Rad, success is so close they can almost taste it. It seems that Team Heretics have chosen their last battleground, potentially, to be Lower Manhattan, as we stick into our ban phase.
And I would say a lot of people were convinced that the top 3 was going to be Na'Vi, VP,
No,
Heretics,
I'll finish this
that
game,
wild
and then,
card, the
you
thing
can
that
take
could have
over
disrupted
after.
everyone's predictions.
Change my
is
scene.
Rad, and they are 1 map away from sweeping the preseason grand finalist
I'll log out of my
Heretics.
Steam.
And it's this mind games
log out of my
on the
Steam.
ban line. But I'm so interested in this Manhattan, the Lower Manhattan pick from Team Heretics, because they picked this against VP. They had some really fun
Boba
strats around the
balls,
Enzo portal to try and get behind the point. So if Rad did their homework, like an Enzo's Doctor Strange ban, I wouldn't hate it.
It's just only one more game if they win.
I wouldn't hate it either. Like, and the Doctor Strange can be a real complicating factor, as well as saying that it's real.
Oh my god.
I mean,
You know what? We've been bullied by the Wolverine for too long. We are no longer allowing this to occur.
What's up?
And it does seem that Rad have finally made their own shift as well here towards the Gambit, which is seems like the first time today out of the 5 maps or 6 maps we've seen them.
Are Heretics going to be baited into playing Rogue again, though, because now Beetle doesn't have Cap, and the Venom is a little tricky to pull off on Lower Manhattan. You know, once you get beyond the point, it's fine, but the low ceilings, it's so
Team Heretics
difficult
banned
to be as fluid
the
and dynamic
Wolverine.
as
They're
you
scared
can.
of the
So what would be
Wolverine,
the
chat.
backup plan of Beetle? Because if he goes back to Rogue, it might be the definition of insanity, you know?
Well, it might be a little bit easier when not going up against a Wolverine. I think Team Heretics here, they're very much shaping a Crazy Kitty Ultron pick, potentially. But in theory, you don't really want to play that if you're Rad. You don't want an Ultron who's going to be healing passively to cannibalize the ult charge of Mash and Vertigo. So the question is, what do we see Crazy Kitty pick up
Jay,
here?
I'm falling
Could be
asleep. How are you
something
so
like the Human
fresh?
Torch.
I am
We've seen
not
that
fresh, bro.
occasionally. You could even move
I
over
am fighting back
to play that
everything.
Psylocke or Star-Lord, but those are usually covered by Smash Nets.
And there's like whispers that people think Black Cat is still playable and the patch is just mind control, but this would be the first time we would see it in playoffs. So we are stretching for ideas here as Heretics are leaning towards the Rogue that was given to Beetle yet again, and Enzo to dive in. I mean, I wouldn't even mind a portal play, but then that cooldown's quite long, and if you get full held, it could be disastrous. Heretics just need a morale boost at this point. And we'll see what the Vanguard line is for the attack later on. Rad almost expecting the Wolverine, preemptively chosen things so he cannot be grabbed. And you have Ducky that can bail people out with bubbles. So I'm liking that Rad are kind of trying to predict the Heretic strat.
You have to stop them from securing the
Preempting it. Sanuki says it's my turn on the Wolf, but doesn't have something like a fast.
Wait, what is
we'll have
this?
to team up for kinetic energy given over from Cyclops to try and find these opening engagements.
Beetle on the Groot to take advantage of this front to back. So you can see Lugia already playing much more conservative, much more passive, does not want to be walled off because you won't be able to jump to safety if you can't even see the other targets.
Quick smoke demon route to make sure that there's that constant watch on these off angles. Crazy Kitty does not want Naga existing up here, but it's a 2 versus 1 with the Gambit coming in.
Look what my dad's making, chat, for
4th
of July.
Was required on the point, but Naga managed to find
In his new grill that we got him for his birthday. Look at that. Oh my god, look at all that meat, bro. This is at least a quarter of the meat that is in the Captain America skin.
Portal back. This is going to be an ugly
Oh
fight.
my
I like that
god.
they just abandon even that possibility. One, probably not enough time, and 2, you're giving ult charge over, and all of that matters. As Heretics created so many good pressure points around the map, Naga winning that duel against Crazy Kitty made the whole difference. Now Naga has sight lines onto the strategists, forcing them naturally to fall back, and Heretics finally generated momentum off of a pretty different look from Beetle, so to say, which, speaking of which, has the Strangling Prison. There's an opportunity to combine that with the Ruby Rage, but Tanuki, what can he prepare? Has to be aware of those Elsa traps too, but also the whole stack
let's see
that
this.
is now Mark Tanuki.
I was showing you guys the meat of my dad. That almost sounded really wrong. I was showing you guys what my dad was cooking for the 4th of July, and Team Heretics already capped the point. That's crazy.
From the Wolverine. First Gambit Ultimate's going to come out here from
I fixed the wording.
A lot of damage taken, and Vertigo mostly
I fixed the wording.
Utilizing those regeneration runes. This allowed for the rest of Team Heretics to start building up towards their own ultimates in kind, but Rad can try and break out from their prison now using their own.
Yeah, the
Come on.
Royal Flush
Come on, Rad.
To make sure they had a command
Ooh! What a kidnap! You saw that through the window.
To save him from that kidnap, as Heretics will have to move on.
Straight out the window.
Yeah, my chat recommended me to get my dad a green egg barbecue and smoker, and that's what we got him for his birthday last month.
Gonna manage to survive the Ruby Rage on the other side. Vertigo's copied over onto yet another Gambit Ultimate. Raging Royal Flush, a quick track coming through, an exchange between the Cyclops.
Come on, Naga, you gotta be winning those 1v1s, man. Also, Team Heretics is rolling. They have 5.5 minutes for this last phase. We might be going to another map, chat. We might be going to another map.
Got anything off the Strangling Prison from the defense. Probably shout out to Enzo's shield, which is probably a part of trying to block that. So, hey, Heretics, the coordination, also macro-wise, forcing Rad to be behind on the rotation game and taking advantage of Rad being frantic. As Tanuki has this last stand, could be the final stand.
Yeah, the grill's pretty nice. My dad's praising that grill.
Crazy Kitty starts to work the margins.
Glad he likes it.
Going to need a little bit of backup here from the strategist. Snooki cuts with the last time. I think it may have grabbed Smashness indeed. That's going to be a huge amount of damage missing. Crazy Kitty still on the backhand side and can TP out if things start to get a touch more hairy. The Rad have already lost out on 2 members, and Lugia goes had to disengage. The TP away here will get Crazy Kitty to safety, but the cart's still moving.
I think Ducky got grabbed from the last stand as well. Just took him longer to fall, and the staggered respawns from Rad. They'll have one last chance to defend this fortress, or this 4-minute time bank will just be insurmountable.
No amplification here for Crazy Kitty's ultimate. Just gonna have to do it right.
Wow! Wow! He actually hit that? He actually hit that? He canceled the ult?
Managed to get it done off the back of the
That's insane. That's insane. That is insane. Oh my god.
Last chance saloon here for Rad. They're so close to both of their strategist ultimates. Mash and Vertigo need to hold on, grit their teeth, will and determination as Mash is looking for an opening now. Are they desperate enough to go for it?
Oh my god!
There's no cleanse onto him. Where's Tanuki going?
No.
He said it's over.
No, I think where's Tanuki? Yeah, I mean, where is he going? But he's resetting, chat. He's resetting. His whole team is dead.
I mean, a fight-saving wall and also diamond form to deny.
Chat, he's resetting so he doesn't stagger himself and feed ult charge. He's resetting with his team. His whole team was dead. There's nothing for him to do. If he didn't jump off the map, he would have died 5-10 seconds later, and he would have been 5-10 seconds staggered.
Wolverine. Finally, they commit to the composition that works for them.
Also, yeah, that's true. He was trying to save the passive.
Coming out of Rad is that the Raging Royal.
It's not cringe. It's a strat, chat. Just like if you kill the whole other team and there's a Hulk left, you kill the Hulk, but you don't kill Bruce. It's staggering.
Truly deadly ultimate. Tanuki's that constant threat that's coming through though. Moving up towards the sky. There's going to be extra sustainability. You've got to move away there if you're Crazy Kitty. Oh, taken out in the air. There's no follow-up though. Oh, the Exile will be just fine. However, still, it seems that for now, Rad have been the ones to work out here. Quick grab onto the Venom and a swap back with the kinetic dash means there's a forced disengage here for Lugia, who's almost earned himself that ultimate.
Yeah, the defense was behind Heretics, by the way, and they didn't get the full punish they wanted. Heretics are reset yet again. Rad still have the Raging Royal Flush to pull, and they just are looming for the perfect opportunity.
Smashness has the Ruby Rage, moves in towards the back. The explosion rebuffed mostly by the regeneration.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that ult, but I mean, they're winning the team fight, so.
Maybe brought back into the 4. Enzo not so lucky.
These type of proactive fights is what helped Rad win Krakoa and what
yeah, Wolverine players are scary, bro. I want to learn Wolverine because watching these Wolverines play is so entertaining.
Mentioning his Raging Royal Flush, and it's just off these duelist ultimates or Ducky that Rad are winning. As Beetle now on the Angela could take advantage of the environmental limbs. You can get on
the ult was, I mean, the ult I don't really agree with, but they won the team fight, so who knows, bro?
This Angela grabbing them.
Smashness gives over a little bit of space here. Wants to try and play it a touch safer. Ken, did they manage to get access to the Gambit? That was the question. No. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier copied over from the other side. Mash is going to answer it here with the Raging Royal Flush. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier broke down rather quickly. Lugia towards the back has already used the Beast of the Abyss, likely to try and eat through the Cosmic Yarn itself. Smashness won their duel. Ken just tries to exit here after using their own runes to survive. And Team Heretics, they've been held at the bridge for 3 minutes now, Lemon.
And they're going pretty deep into the strat book. I mean, Lugia even said in the interview, he
good defense so far, though. I think they had like 5 minutes for this. Rad is doing really well. This is a really hard map to cap, but question is, can Rad even make it this far when they go on offense?
Heretics get back on their feet.
Last stand trying to grab it. Crazy Kitty with follow-up not going to be there, but it might well be revived. Indeed, the BRB just trades out for Tanuki's ultimate. And Alex has tried to claim for space now with their own Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Beetle around the outside. Smashness has been noted. But here comes Vertigo and Crazy Kitty all at once for Ruby Race to try and break down the Cosmic Yarn. There is going to be some coming through from Enzo.
Lost
Crazy
his
Kitty's going to play a little bit more
ults, bro.
reserved behind the high ground. Beetle takes out Mash, but already the Vanguards have gone away. And so Alex has
Damn,
to
not even
contemplate maybe swapping
50%.
over
No,
here
he
for a
actually
portal
lost
himself,
his
and
ult.
someone else goes over to the healer.
And Rad very good at disengaging away from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and a lot of the win conditions that as soon as Heretics even look like they start winning, Rad fall back, they resurrect thanks to the rocket, and they are, and really are ironclad in this fortress. I'll give some cope though to Heretics. This is a very far push for Lower Manhattan.
Oh, this is such a great aggressive push here from Ducky. Lugia trying to follow up upon it, but there's still some shenanigans happening on the points. For Ruby Rage from Smashness, it's gonna get it done. Heaven falls towards the cart, but Heaven's not faster than Rad. And what a hold at the bridge.
That was a good hold, bro.
And a 4-minute hold. Like Heretics had
that was a crazy hold, bro.
Third point corner. Insane retaliation for Rad. Even when there were some slip-ups at moments.
That was
and
a
Heretics fumbled the
crazy
bag a little bit too.
hold.
Like Tanuki falling off the map when he was trying to like grab Smash or something. You even canceled Crazy Kitty's ultimate. There's really so much push and pull between these two teams. But I think Heretics, Rad, Lugia going to the Venom was his initial
Vertigo and I don't even, we don't share anything besides if he wins this game, that's the only thing that we share. We share the trait of winning.
Rad can knock them down. So I like the pivots from Rad, but you suffered through the majority of this map due to macro, due to getting outpaced from Heretics. And we'll see if Rad can make up for it on their upcoming push.
Now this is a very stressful time for Team Heretics. They're watching their dreams of LAN crumble in front of their eyes. They were the partner team, Lemon. They were the chosen ones. They were supposed to be in the bag. These upstarts from Rad were not supposed to be able to bring it to Team Heretics.
Chat, what do you guys think stretches more?
Because
Mr. Fantastic
wearing the Heretics bundle
or that swimsuit which Captain America's
we gotta
wearing.
get that plug in because it's series point for Rad. Okay,
I mean, Captain America's swimsuit
if
stretches a little bit more.
Survive in this map, but Heretics have really set a far down finish line. Rad coming out the gates, Ducky with the Groot. Again, Heretics want to be careful to not get walled off. Is almost a quick surprise from the high ground.
The true answer
on a
is
signature Adam. Worst comes to shove, Karmic Revival could be a part of getting Heretics back in the game.
Main weakness here for Team Heretics, terrible angle control. They don't really have the movement to try and take someone off high ground if it is going to be secured. Crazy Kitty is actually going to have to try and get away via their TP, I imagine, as Beetle managed to platform their way up towards the angle that was taken. An isolation onto the group, but Ducky manages to get out with their life. For now,
I've seen that
also just making it out. And this is feeding over so much strategist ult charge.
I just can't get over the fact that that skin is so funny.
If someone gets walled off, he'll have sightlines to bubble them and maybe bail them out.
Be happy?
Enough time to break down those walls, which
triggers
when you're
you,
running
sorry,
a 3-3, you're more limited on damage. And if you had a Cyclops or some other hit scan, it's taking a lot of time for Rad to get this rolling, and you need quick fights. Heretics, though, only have
I guess we got that low in society where we're mad at other people being happy, chat.
Vertigo will pull the trigger first.
Vertigo makes the first move. Tanuki being the first one to fall isn't the worst thing in the world, as they are going to be available for a recontest via the portal. However, an extra resurrection is going to bring them back even faster.
Oh, come on, Rad, cap it.
Duck is going to try and shut them down here with a strangling prison. 2 Vanguards called in. The damage is there to make it work. But even more resurrections on the backhand side. I mean, the mortal coil is far from secure. Ducky's fallen down and ends up on on the other side.
nice.
Winnable, so it's going to be even more off the back of the invisible boundary. But Rad have already got plenty of ticks with half their time bank gone.
Yeah, Ken brings them back with the Karmic Revival. Interesting choice. Probably thought the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier didn't have enough space to survive long enough, and maybe you didn't have sightlines on the Gambit to go for the Raging Royal Flush.
I mean, I do want a competitive game, but if they get a 3-0, I get to go take my nap early.
Really, Rad only need a zoning fight. Don't even need a clean wipe. And now you have the Raging Galactic Legend with Crazy Kitty and Mash paired together.
I'm old,
well, they have the right angle, though, against
I look
Heretics.
forward to nap times.
We can attempt to shut it down here with the Meteor Rem. Enzo can't afford to use it early. They're trying to focus down Enzo, knowing that he's going to be the one to try and turn it around. All of the ultimates right now coming through, but soon you absolutely nothing off the eye of Nagamoto, and now it's Crazy Kitty's time to strike one.
Naga was going to get the res out again, but they found him and they killed him.
Down their prey. Vanguard after Vanguard fall below the barrage of bullets, and there's no moment to TP back.
They have a little bit under 4 minutes. Not too bad. Not too
for
bad.
Crazy Kitty to not combine with the Raging Royal Flush, especially
but I think the second phase is the hardest. Also, technically speaking, Team Heretics didn't fully cap, but they still pushed really far,
the defense has left, and Crazy Kitty, once nothing could stop him, he unleashes. Tanuki, though, had the portal, as Heretics never even contested, but they're trapped in due to Bucky.
All right, Ducky trying to turn it around. Still, regeneration domains are good for now. That survival that's going to be on the table. Lugia go with a Yancy Street charge in the midst of a street means that there's no additional movement.
Bro. He just got like shredded right there.
Ken's tried to turn this one around, but he's already down on so many players that I don't think you can really get that much value out of a Gambit ultimate. Still, Naga's aim could be enough. Mash resurrected on the other side. It's fancy footwork from Adam Warlock, but where are you going to go? You're just staggered now away from the remainder of your team.
And Ducky is looking like Bucky out there, the way he's just a soldier on the front lines. These walls are insane, and Enzo is able to bail himself out, but the regen domain has been used. Rad have to mark this, but they're already down Lugia, and thing is such a risk against a high poke composition when you have Adam and a Cyclops that can dwindle you down. Rad are now having their Vanguards staggered. A lot of wind in the sails is gone.
That would be
one last ride, one last
one of the funniest things ever. Send that to my P.O. box. Oh my god.
Okay, another similar situation of you have a Brawl Vanguard against a Cyclops and a Star-Lord, so a lot of reliance on Tanuki on the Cyclops, which you don't get to see that too often, and how he'll match up to keep those Vanguards.
Send me the cardboard and also send me the actual
really creative on how he's found his angles, even from the Hello in the previous series on the symbiotic surface, and the Vanguards will do some scouting. Heretics will have a heads up. The Res Beacon will be protected, and Heretics will bodyguard the door.
I've never seen a fight in here before. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a fight, but I've never seen
down the stairs for the Ruby Rage, so there's nowhere to go to escape Smashness. Realizing that Team Heretics is not going to go in, it's something matters into their own hands. Gambit boosted Ruby Rage, won't find anything on the other side. Will Naga be any more lucky? No! Beetle's gone too far, and Crazy Kitty's there with the punish, getting up close and personal. Crazy Kitty decides to turn it around in his own right. A legend to be forged here and now. Crazy Kitty in the sky with 16 HP. TP's away with his life, but won't get anything off the ultimate now. The cart begins moving, but Enzo's going to intercede, and Tanuki's taking matters into his own hands with a refracting beam, moving between multiple Vanguards to try and find some manner of purchase.
Oh, Tanuki is by himself.
Only
here.
1 minute
We'll
left,
see
though.
if that will
Only
be
1
to his
minute left.
advantage or not. Heretics will push through regardless, and Rad just keep getting staggered from each other every time they regroup.
Only 1 minute. Oh my god, that rocket is taking a beating. Oh my.
Almost knocked out cold. Didn't get that elim on Virgo. He will reemerge with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
Cosmic Yarn, good to go. Ken is stunned, though. Needs a moment to try and get themselves a quick copy off the back. Oh, look, Hugo's gone out too far. Couldn't get the additional heat shielding off the back of Vertigo's ultimate, and so Beetle is traded on the other side. But the resurrection's going to be good. He's cornered by two. There's going to be a self-resurrection here from
he got the res off, but only from one person and then died. Nope, he's getting more people.
Beetle's there with the counter, and now it's going to be an instant shutdown onto Ducky.
Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh, we might go to a match around 4.
The window of opportunity as the Karmic Revival was online, it was cut short.
Wait, is he playing with shades on?
Now 13 seconds, and there's really no good options except this Raging Royal.
That didn't look like blue light glasses. Who plays with sunshades on?
One
Chat.
card flip to try
Aura
and
doesn't
roll the ball.
exist
Crazy
if you're
Kitty's got a lot of
losing.
flips. Where's Romain
You are
as well?
currently
They've
up
got to make a man
2-0 right
that
now
close.
against
They
Team
can't even
Heretics.
get
Yes,
Lugia
that is
there.
impressive,
Maybe
but the
back to
job's
come
not
on through
over.
by Tanuki, gunning down
Don't
the
try
middle
to Aura
in the
farm when the
streets.
job's
It's a
not done, because now it's
massive fall,
2-1.
and
If Team
seem
Heretics
to
wins the
have
next
figured
game, it's
out the
2-2.
trick.
And if they
Ban
win the next
Wolverine,
one, they're
I will
out.
be invoicing for my coaching.
Right? And I'm now a believer back into the
That's like
Beetle
shit
Rogue.
talking in the
I
middle of a
mean,
game,
how
which
Team
I'm pretty sure
Heretics
everyone have
address
seen
these
someone
fights
else
to
do
know
or
what
you do
the
before.
win
That's like shit
conditions
talking in the
are
middle of a
for
round because you
Rad to
rolled
go
them,
and
and then you ended up
punish
getting
him,
rolled
to
back, and you
snowball
end up
them
losing the
into
game
an
because
avalanche where Heretics almost got to the
you
end
talk-
of the
you-
map.
you
That
shit
is what
talked, and now
defines
you
this
look like-
win, and what
you
could
look dumb.
define a comeback if they can pull through. Rad will have our next choice of map. We'll see you after this.
no. How's your bracket looking? Pretty good, pretty good. I don't know what it looks like in the game. Forgot what I voted for, but I mean, my predictions so far every day have been fantastic. Actually, that would be a really good idea. I want to go see what my bracket looks like in the game. Is it updated? I want to go see. Okay, chat. Well, this is loading. Give me a second. I really want to see what happens. Wait, how do you look at your... How do you look at your predictions, chat? Can you not see your predictions? Events? No, chat. Esports. Oh, esports events. Okay, so where's view my predictions? Oh shit, wait, okay, wait a minute. So my predictions, these are my predictions. I said Navi beats Fire, Navi beats Rad, Navi beats VP, Rad beats Shikigami. Oh, sorry. VP beats Reason, yeah. I said Shikigami beats Fire. Pulsar beats Reason. Oh, yeah, look at that, look at that, look at that. Okay. Holy shit, wait, I'm actually kind of good at this. Then I said Team Heretics beats Shikigami. I said Rad beats Pulsar. Oh my god, bro, I am almost a genius. I need Team Heretics to win. I need Team Heretics to win. And then I need Virtus Pro tomorrow to beat Team Heretics. And then the... Oh my god. Okay, so let me see NA. Oh, what fucked up my NA one is YWL. That Sentinels match. I told you guys that Sentinels match. I said Sentinels was going to beat YWL, and they sold the game. Team Liquid Citadel beat FlyQuest. 100 Thieves beat STD. Swamp Gaming against TSM. FlyQuest was supposed to play against YWL and FlyQuest was supposed to win, but no, unfortunately. STD beat TSM, yes. And then it was supposed to be... Yeah. I had 100 Thieves being 3rd place. Jay just bets his favorites? Not really. I thought Sentinels was going to have a strong showing. I wouldn't say Sentinels is one of my favorites. I thought they were a really strong team. Damn. What do you mean? But the game's not over.
I know.
We could do that, but I can't end this. Chat wants me over you too. But I gotta finish EMEA. Well, that's true. Well, I mean, that game was boring. It was like, what? I am. Who you calling old man? See, look, chat's. I told chat it was opposite day, and they said, "Oh, we want Emily. We want Emily." So therefore, opposite day. So they want me. Boozy with the massive 9 months. Appreciate it, my friend. I'll tell you guys what. Emily can take over the stream after I finish my bag of
It wouldn't be a Team Heretic series without it not being a sweep so far. I mean, Rad gave it their all, 4-minute hold at the end, but it just felt like Team Heretics had a better grasp of the counterplay throughout this map, especially where we saw, you know, the Adam Warlock at the end, the triple strategist potential, but also the change-ups in the ban draft here, right? We saw the focus finally with banning the Mantis out, giving the Gambit away, and I feel like, Lemon, this kind of threw off Rad's game plan.
Yeah, definitely. But I just like that Heretics actually went to the game plan that seemed to be destined in the stars. We got Beetle Hulk and throwing Tanuki. He had some insane last stands. There was this group matchup, and you forced Beetle to the root eventually. It was so back and forth. One of the most entertaining games that we had so far. And Heretics finally won one of their map picks, the same one they picked against Virtus Pro to
this was
even
the smallest
up the
bag
series
that they
back
had
then. But the Heretics are still a little bit behind in the series.
Yes, they still got a way to make up from that one too, and I'm really curious what the map pick's going to be specifically for Rad once we do go to that as well. But you know, talking a little bit more about Team Heretics, we got to keep glazing them as much as we can because that was a great performance from them across the board, right? Tanuki, great job. Love to see them finally on a melee hero for a bit. You know, there's been some target bans here and there, but they still looked really solid throughout that map specifically. But also Beetle on the Rogue. This is like the Rogue we were promised at the start here. Like that.
I mean, yes, it's the Rogue we were promised, but like this time Beetle gets to play the game. Like it turns out that if these guys just really want to run Wolverine over on Rad, maybe we should let our Vanguards like play the game. There are a lot of duelists, and some of them you might argue are more powerful than Wolverine, but there's only one duelist that looks at two of your players on your team and says, you don't get to play Marvel Rivals anymore. And that's why there's been so much value off that ban.
Well, speaking of duelists, our MVP is an Adam Warlock, and I trust the only Adam Warlock I trust in the world is if Naga plays it. And we talked about that Karmic Revival on the second point of Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, changed the entire game. It's what saved Team Heretics after they got team wiped. They're able to resurge in and clap back against Rad. So Naga, fantastic in that moment.
Looking at these stats specifically too across the board, I mean, a pretty even fight in terms of final eliminations. Rad really put up some great numbers, especially Crazy Kitty and Smash Nez, as we saw there as well. it just felt like the strategist lineup for Team Heretics really locked in, and that's what you were looking forward to as well. Like they were talking about in the last
my
map.
headphones are actually not noise canceling. They're open back.
So if
Emily was standing next to me and she's talking, I can hear.
Absolutely, like getting a lot of value out of a
Or if
Loki,
anything
like,
goes on in the house, I can hear
Loki
it.
player
Sometimes,
really does
if my
get
game's not
rewarded
too
when you're
loud.
playing the group, when you're playing this triple Vanguard. Not quite as good for the Rogue, but I think that Alex was doing a lot of the triage on the Rogue, whereas Enzo was just being kept at the front line here by Ken, so there was that constant tax on the car moving forward when they were trying to defend it from Rad on second point, which I think was probably the most important phase of the game that we saw on Lower Manhattan.
Because Naga was my MVP, not just because of the Adam Warlock, but on offense, the Cyclops. He won such a crucial 1v1 against Smashness to open up that off angle on the first objective. And when you can have many angles, many pressure points, it completely collapses the defense, or at least forces them to disengage.
True.
And Heretics went from a snowball to an avalanche. The way that Heretics upped the tempo, using Raging Royal Flushes to just completely zone off Rad to progress the cart almost to the end of the second objective. And Rad
the
found
nearest
themselves behind Team
is
Heretics
5 hours away.
defense.
Holy
so
shit.
We have to play
I mean,
some catch up.
Do you not have, I think our Costco is like 20, 25, 30 minutes away from us, but
on Heretics again
do you not
to
have,
see if they can do it
what's another Costco?
BJ's? Third in a row, by the way.
Do you have any BJ's?
Stage
any BJ's around
EMEA to try and
or
make
Sam's
their way to the
Club or
mid-season
anything?
finals, or if Rad Esport will be the ones to do what they couldn't so long ago under that chopped roster, as we used to see them be so closely contested against Virtus Pro last year's competition. But Rad Esport, it's their map pick now since they did have the loss.
Bendy,
they can go back
don't
to domination
worry about
if they
which one
want
I go to.
or any other map type, because it did
You want to
reset
know my
here, and
dentist?
that's a big
You want to
thing
know
think
where I
about is
go?
what is going to be
You
the
want to know my
strategy here, do you
address?
think, Lemon?
When they went up against Na'Vi, they chose Spider Islands as their first kind of lost pick map.
Wait, no
Central
Sam's
Park,
Club,
none
no
of those
Whole
went their
Foods,
way,
no
but the
BJ's?
closest I
God
think
damn, no
encounter was on
BJ's?
Central Park. Rad have some very
Do you at least
unique
have a
approaches to
Trader
that map,
Joe's or
and they
whatever?
went to even actually no, Shikigami got to pick all the maps there, so we will see.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, Spider Islands gonna come back again. They had really pushed Na'Vi to the distance, so this is gonna be a good map.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, the strategies that come out here. Maybe they first save Wolverine. Who knows? That seems to be their win condition as well. But we will figure out momentarily in the fan draft. Can Rad Esport prevent the comeback journey from leaving the station as the train is getting revved up by Team Heretics, looking to force a map 5?
All right, this is a map where Angela can dominate. This is a map where Jeff's very good as well due to a lot of environmental hazards. But now we have to see how Rad
I have 7
try and
Costco's
triage
within
being
30-minute drive
a
of
little
me,
bit
so I'm
outdrafted during
good.
the previous map.
Why is there 7
the big
Costco's near
consideration
you all within
is
30
Rad going
minutes
to
away from
target
each
the
other?
Wolverine.
Bro,
They pretty much denied the Daredevil.
Costco
through
does
all
not
of the
need to
maps,
have, like,
and Tanuki has
McDonald's.
felt he really need to bring the hit scan. Another strong duelist or hit scan on Spider Islands
location.
is the Star-Lord to go and hunt down these res beacons from the rocket if it is not banned in this matchup.
Okay, first protect on Wolverine. That's pretty good triage from Rad. They're like, okay, well, it seems that Wolverine is going to be our secret weapon here, so we're going to keep that in our armory. Meanwhile, Team Heretics, yeah, no more Loki. Getting rid of one of Mash's best heroes, or 2 of Mash's best heroes, is certainly a great way to approach this.
Yeah, Lugia, I wonder if he goes to the Venom or the Angela, because the Angela anchors domination maps really
Why is
well
this
when you
guy
want more
flexing
staying
that he can
power,
play
but
with
the
his bear
Venom
chat?
is
Kinda
so
weird. I could do
fast
that
to
too.
engage, which that kind of
I had
tempo
hair.
is what made Rad look like the better team in this series until Heretics were able to match that speed. So no Daredevil. I would think that, if you see a Wolverine save, that the Daredevil ban may not be worth it. But hey, no backup plan if the Wolverine sucks, right?
I mean, I'm with you there, Lemon. Like, if Crazy Kitty is
Ooh,
likely going to be on
both
Wolverine,
teams saved Wolverine.
then I don't know if you really have to ban for Daredevil. There's going to be a matched up Wolverine at least. We'd like to see a save
Ban
on
the
something
Rocket
like
Raccoon,
maybe
that's
a
good.
rocket
Save
here
Rocket now,
from
save
Rad,
Rocket,
but
save
one-sided
Rocket.
Rocket Raccoon certainly would not be unwelcome with the
Yep.
Battle Recall beacon being so
Rad
important
might
when it
win
comes to
this, chat.
exchanges of
Rad might win
Wolverines.
this. It's
And
a
the
one-sided rocket with a
Cyclops
one-sided
still
gambit.
available Tanuki ended up picking up the Cyclops there at the end.
Also a
but
one-sided
it was
Loki,
the Naga
a
versus
one-sided Captain
Smash
America
show,
so
and they
far.
had pretty comparable numbers. Smash popped 26,000
A one-sided
damage with
Cyclops.
9 final blows. Naga, it's hard to compare because he swapped to the Adam Warlock. So now
Can you
actually
explain
ends
how
up
the bans
being a
work? I'm so confused. You
one-sided
ban for the other
Cyclops
team and you
match
save for your
as
team.
Heretics will have that kept
So for an
Naga.
example, Team Heretics banned Gambit, Loki, Daredevil, and Cyclops. That means Rad cannot play those characters. Rad banned Mantis, Captain America, Daredevil, and Rocket Raccoon. That means Team Heretics cannot play those characters. Also, the other teams cannot ban what is saved. So if they saved Gambit right here, Rad cannot ban Gambit with the remaining bans because they saved it. Also, you cannot save a character that's already banned.
Those freezes, we saw Mash get a lot of value out of Valina on Krakoa.
Could be forcing Rad to play Star-Lord as well, and the one-sided Rocket. That means like Heretics have to play even more aggressive because the one pick is not going to be good enough if it is brought.
Yeah, so it's not like you're
when it will be brought back.
No, how does that not make
Rocket.
sense? You're banning for the other team. So if you ban Captain America, your team can still play Captain America, but the other team cannot play Captain America. You ban for the other team and you save for your team.
Okay, looks like both teams are opting into the Invisible Woman here. No surprises. Trying to shut down the grabs from the Wolverine can be very important.
Exactly how I just
explained.
explained
This early pickup towards the Winter Soldier in case they were faced with a Loki triple defense.
Tanuki on the Phoenix. Again, a lot of fun hit scan choices from him, despite the Star-Lord being available.
Ranked is a
Wants to be able to
completely
clear
different
that,
game
Cosmic
from
Yard
organized,
with
professional
the
gameplay, chat.
Eternal Song, or the end song Inferno.
Everyone is going to be selfish in your ranked games. They want to protect their one trick so they can play their one trick. They're not going to play as a
stronger
team.
on defense, but
Totally different.
to cause some harassment. Sometimes a disruption is value enough from the Angela.
Yeah, just trying to force them off of a high ground as well, because currently Team Heretics, they're doing a little bit of tower defense, you know? They're playing a very different game to your usual Marvel rivals. Smashnez mostly concerned with breaking down those Thorn Lash walls as Lugia is staying on top of
Also, I'm
Naga
very surprised that, Rad can play Mantis, but they're not playing Mantis
There's
still.
3 different hooks for Rad, a Wolverine, a Bucky, and an Angela. So I respect Heretics for just disengaging as far away as possible, but I don't know how far you can run it. I don't know if you want to play here against an Angela, and the double jump not available, or at least this Invis is going to be the next victim. It was Enzo falling off the map there. And worst case, Lugia is brought back thanks to Vertigo.
A vengeance mugging. However, Crazy Kitty is in a position here where they can try and dunk someone off the map with the Feral Leap, and you can see everyone's given a little bit of due respect for that one. Crazy Kitty looking for an opening. However, going up against Enzo on the thing can be difficult. Someone's got to move in now to keep this one contested. Beetle's going to be the primary target here for Crazy Kitty. But you know what? You can settle for a thing if he's taking a bunch of damage. Up come the Thorn Lash walls. They cut off the healing and isolate the Vanguards. And this is going to be a very painful experience for Team Heretics as Rad once again hear the call of land.
Dang, he still has his jump too.
Like absolute dominoes. I don't even know how many limbs they have. I could probably count it on one hand. They just kept giving up space and space until they found themselves on the edge of the map, and your Vanguard's the one that gets escorted off by Lugia. And you kind of heard his confidence in that interview towards the Angela versus the Venom. The counter picks are going to matter for Rad, especially when they were forced off of them. When it came to lower Manhattan, now you go to a section of the map where environmentals are going to be just as important on the left side. Lugia's going to look for that, if not a strangling prison from Ducky. Enzo's been good at guarding his team with the Emma shields, and Beetle does not want to be caught in that grasp. Worst case scenario, Alex needs to stay far back so this invisible boundary saves him.
Okay, big strangling prison, 2 in, 2 down, and Rad, they know that Team Heretics don't have any means of triaging this. Just has to be a flight away as the cart moves forward.
The Heretics just keep running away. Like Alex was way too far back to try and pull out an invisible boundary to save his Vanguards, and Rad are just running the game. Like this is their real estate, and Heretics looks like they're trying to rent the place. Like it has to be a Raging Royal Flush, something. Heretics have to fight back.
Touching might be difficult here. Kinetic claws can be popped by Tanuki, but there's no help coming through in terms of the healing.
Oh, man, Rad.
There's not going to be an invisible boundary to try and deal with this one. And Smashnez just moves through Team Heretics like a knife through butter.
Like a
you don't
knife
even have to deal with the
through
Bucky anymore.
butter,
You have
chat.
aerial threats like Smash. You have 2 points of grabs from Lugia and Crazy Kitty. And Heretics need to try and take a fight on their terms. Maybe this is the one, the jump, a few iframes, and Smash is out.
Just that easy. And now, going for a quick reset. Tanuki still has access to the last stand, and Lugia seems to have stabbed in Enzo, getting the hit in from behind. So important.
And Beetle's usually maybe more of the expert on the Angela, and he's also cooked. Maybe he gets back. Okay, he had enough cooldowns to get back, but at what point do you even want to be part of this picture? You're caged in by Ducky as the last stand from Crazy Kitty continues to claim bodies on the Heretic side, and they're not warm bodies anymore like Daylight. Heretics just haven't won a single fight.
Crazy Kid is just playing like a man possessed. The vibes right now are absolutely feral. And Snooki gets a little bit of free rage off the back of attacking those walls, temporarily trying to isolate Ducky here, but can't go for the grab because there's still an Ironwood wall to try and deal with. Beetle leaves for charge, but Mash is quicker on the trigger when it comes to popping the fate of both worlds. Will Alex answer this is the question. I don't think anything was grabbed off the back of a strangling prison. Did he hit the CC immune Luna? Who did Enzo get? Only Crazy Kitty's going to be dragged on him, but that's more a product of Tanuki and Team Heretics have absolutely emptied the bank for a touch of stability here.
This is where it matters though, chat. It doesn't matter that Rad got here with 4 or 5 minutes left. Dang, they missed that ult too. They have to cap. They have to fully cap. If they fully cap with like 2 minutes remaining, that's like a nice solidified W.
Team Heretics, only the dregs remain, and Smashness can stand down upon this brand new claimed kingdom that Rad might well have under their belt. 3 minutes and very few who can contest. Beetle towards the back, a swing out here. Crazy Kitty's gone down, no resurrections this time, and Smashness is waiting.
And Rad, they said they wanted to do it in 3, and maybe Lugia was right with 4 maps after all. This has been an amazing map pick for them. Finally, we get to, all of us, take a breath after this relentless Rad push that seemed to never end. And it's a perfect map for Lugia. And so also, Strangling Prison, while the Fate of Both Worlds was still active, maybe thought it was a second away from expiring. The impact is lacking from Heretics, but they need to straighten up their posture. They want to live in this series.
Beetle in an awkward position here.
I take offense to that.
Could well be on the chase.
Saying straighten up your posture when I'm sitting like this.
Naga outcompeted, but Beetle's got a load of healing gone in the back after having traded out for Mash. Smashness can't find any more final blows, but Ken's in his sights, and Ken's in no man's land right now. Lugia descends from the heavens and grabs in multiple players. Heaven's retribution lands upon the skulls of Team Heretics. Beetle has to do it here with the ultimate. Extra HP given over thanks to a Feast of the Abyss. Bro is snacking, and guess what? Smashness has left. Doesn't have the HP to try and make this one work. Crazy Kitty's still here, swinging away wildly. Like a kid who's had too many sweets before the anime convention with his brand new katana.
Too many sweets before the anime convention? Bro, what is Leg Day saying?
The closest 3 to play with. Mash has to pop the fate of both worlds, and Alex brings up the ultimate, but they're grabbed out of it here by Ducky, a strangling prison to gain themselves a shot at LAN. Team Heretics once again.
Dude, Leg Day's casting is insane though.
Thor, praying to Tanuki, and praying to any god that will listen.
Wow, this might be game, chat.
As Rad ring out a mass of their own.
And I'll break the silence. I want to see that scoreboard from Heretics. Anytime they had a pick, Rad brought it back thanks to this Rocket Raccoon.
He's so funny.
Insane. And just that's the impact of having Vertigo in the lineup. Mash kept the train
Leg Day's casting, especially when he gets closer to the end of the round, his casting's amazing.
Magic got away from the clutches of Heretics. Whether it was Beetle grabbing Smash, he flips away, resets back to spawn to Crazy Kitty. Just, it's really tough. Or I should say Tanuki, not able to claim anyone on the final stands. This was an absolute roll. A minute 17 as Heretics tried to
I said I wanted to see the stats, but you could put the stats down.
But you have to gather your hope.
You can put the stats down.
Final time if your Team Heretics.
30-1, 20-2, 21-1, 2-7, 5-8, 5-6, 3-6. Oh my goodness gracious!
This is maximum stress for Team Heretics. The pressure has never been higher. And for Rad, the elation has never been closer. They can taste joy on their tongues. They need only defend at any point on Spider Islands to be able to internalize it and head to LAN.
And just looking at the faces, no one is speaking. Naga's always the one that tries to hype everybody up. He has so many years of competitive experience. They know how to come back from deficits. Heretics will not give up. One of the best teams we have for a reason.
Was that serious? Was
was
Smash not wearing his glasses anymore? I told you, chat, he was trolling.
But he's been pulled. The region don't
Who wears glasses inside? That's like wearing a hat inside. Who does that? Hey, Boba.
Around now, Smashness has the freedom to go up and try and match up against Naga. A battle for aerial supremacy, but Lugia goes just here as the second man all the time.
It's been so long since you've been here.
There's just no quarter given to Team Heretics Vanguards.
This is deja vu from Yggdrasil's path. Like, at least Beetle immediately swaps off the Venom with all that displacement. He's not going to have a good time on the Venom, just the most punishable Vanguard that you can have. And at least Enzo and Beetle will play this from front to back to see if they can isolate Ducky, but he's the master of the group for a reason. As Crazy Kitty's taken on a journey.
Nice quick aerial leap away, utilizing that jump back, not offensively but defensively this time. And Tanuki now looking for a brand new victim. Vanguard will have to do big grab here onto Beetle. Do they have a team up to try and save themselves is the question. A quick grab of the health pack, and that was right back to business for Tanuki. Enzo spotted in the back. The element guns have done their job. No more CC immunities. The Ironwood wall is going to be carved away, but Tanuki finds himself isolated. The walls have been erected. He's stuck in the panel.
Chad, do you guys see Boba? Boba's wearing his Captain. I was going to say Captain America. His American flag bow tie. Look at him, ready?
Beetle will fall, but no one else does.
Passive saves Tanuki and gives crucial ult charge to see if you can get this raging royal flush from Ken online. This could be what guides Heretics to the finish line, but they want to bring this payload as close to that point as possible so that Rad have no space to react with. But the Galactic Legend from Smash in the sky, it's going to be him versus Naga yet again to decide who will dominate the skies.
Ken to open up. Trying to answer Smashness here, who has the amplification behind him. Vertigo is used for Cosmic.
Wow, good play by Team Heretics. As soon as he popped his ult, popped 2 ults, they all hid. And now he's coming back with his own ult. Oh, I can't believe that teleport, bro. He lived. Oh, yes, he lived.
But Mash is now down. Vertigo with the raise, very quick on the feet when it comes to a battle recall beacon. And Alex says it's now or never. They're dragged on out of it. Crazy Kitty shot down on their roll here. Beetle with the ultimate peel, but Lugia going towards the back. Heaven's Retribution. They stand upon their weathered rock. They blow the flute and they summon Lugia, Lord of Seas and Lord of Skies, to rescue Rad from harm.
Yeah,
the Lord of Seas, the Lord of Skies, bro.
Ducky will strangle the rest
Legde's he's a poet. Oh! Crazy Kitty! Oh, this guy deserves to go to land, chat. This guy deserves to go to land.
Enzo's on the emergency thing to try and not get
he deserves to go to land, bro.
And maybe the extra damage they need, because Rad, they keep getting resurrected from Vertigo. Heretics need more limbs.
Echoes of memories from long ago. They will not be denied this time. Rad are on the precipice of victory. All they need to do is take the final step with 40 seconds remaining. A last stand available from Tanuki, and a last stand it certainly could be here for Team Heretics.
You had Rad in second? I had Rad in fourth or something.
Instead, it's just going to wait it out. Now the less damage taken. Moving away, put down to a vulnerable.
I had them in fourth. I had Team Heretics winning this matchup.
Tanuki grabs their victim as they move towards the back. A last stand to remember, perhaps even more vulnerability onto Ducky. But chase sounds good, but the resurrection should be there as well. No, it's cancelled out. Enzo has managed to find themselves an opening. A last stand as well. Tanuki refuses.
Oh my God, Tanuki!
As he chomps into
these Wolverine players, bro. Oh my God.
Beetle and Enzo to save their team. If it wasn't Beetle with Alex earlier, it was Enzo the charge to interrupt the kidnap of Crazy Kitty.
Dude, these Wolverine players are disgusting, man.
Final one in that fight, but time bank disadvantage, and this stagger could be painful. He'll return to his team. Thankfully, Tanuki, I don't even know if he has passive, but he's barely still living. Now the passive is popped, and Heretics have to slow down.
Passive spent. Now Tanuki, as you said, has to be a little bit more trepidatious. Big kidnap onto Beetle. Oh, the counter pin!
Ooh, Wolverine, cat on cat violence.
Naga noted on their approach, and Smashness is bloodthirsty here.
Ooh, Smashness!
The back doesn't even need to use their ultimate. Beetle still invests. It's a strangling prison between everybody, and Enzo's still here, flinging around their fists, but rock doesn't last when it gets disintegrated under the acidic fangs of Rad.
The disruption is fine for Heretics, but fine will not give you a land spot. Beetle got nothing off the strangling prison, and Ducky ended that fight Rad's way. Resetting momentum here could be disastrous for Heretics, as Naga has to win this 1v1 against Smash to see if this Galactic Legend could get around some of these vanguards of Rad.
Naga checked as they move forward here. Out comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Ken managed to just about get away, cleansed in fact by the Gambit on the approach. The Smashners looking for a victim. Alex has to hide away as best they can. That means not quite as much damage.
Oh, he almost had that, bro. He almost had that. Good teleport.
Both caught inside in the invisible boundary. It's so difficult to deliver that damage, but it's light work for Enzo, baby. This guy was born to clobber.
Oh, Tanuki with the kitty difference. The kitty diff.
Dude, this Enzo thing, how is this going to be the best hero he showed us this series? Or maybe it's recency bias, that double clobbering time on Mash and Vertigo. If you could shut down the rocket, no res beacon, but wait, Rad are getting taken on a journey as Tanuki gets Uno reversed.
Oh, CC and Lugia and towards the back yet again. The Exodus of Icor start to sink in as Naga tries to chase down their counterpart. A TP away here, Lugia so low. The resurrection's solid, and it seems that Team Heretics have been able to weather the storm for now. But now they get to re-engage. We don't have to deal with a Gambit. What we do have is Crazy Kitty. Lan is calling, and Crazy Kitty demands to be the answer.
Oh, snap. That's GG's, chat. That's GG's. They don't have a teleport. They don't have a teleport. That's GG's. Wow, I am so surprised that Team Heretics did not win this. That fucked up my whole... That ruined my whole prediction. That ruined it. Dude, leg day is crazy. Also, they're happy, bro. They're happy.
Believe it. Rad did exactly that. They promised us 3 or 4 maps, and they delivered to
wow.
the Heretics to prevent
30% prediction, chat.
The peak performance, the ceiling of Rad has been ever so elevated. Crazy Kitty versus Tanuki, who's the better Wolverine. Crazy Kitty stands
oh wait, that's
tall,
just his glasses, chat. He's not wearing sunglasses, I think.
As Beetle struggled to get any strangling prison stuns at all.
Oh, that's a good photo.
Maybe thanks to an invisible woman's shield from Mash. Literally stun locked as the cameras are breaking down on the Rad side. Incredible stuff as we bring Vaudable back in.
I want to see. Wait, back
this
up.
Rad prison Tanuki, who's the
oh, he's not wearing. No, that's just his
glasses.
Glasses.
Naga and Smash.
What it out too is like the Wolverine was the win condition. They needed to first save it, and that's exactly what they did. I was kind of hoping on the other end that there would have been a read in that scenario that they first banned.
Dang, that's
honestly,
a huge payout for everyone that voted Rad. I can't believe I lost my prediction,
Smashnez as well in that final fight, popping off on the Star-Lord, not even needing to go Galactic Legend, just going Legendary in their own right with the double KOs that we saw from them, and then the countering last
I can't believe I got that prediction wrong, chat, bro. Nah.
Pure cinema at the end of the day.
I'll hand it over to Emily now. She's going to play sub games with you guys or something. You ready, Emily?
This next stage, and that's exactly what they did. So kudos to them. Wolverine is alive and well in this meta. I'd say S tier after this performance from what we've seen from
Emily is going to take over the stream. I will be back before NA starts. I am going to take a nap so I have a little bit more energy.
And of course, Crazy Kitty gonna be the MVP.
I love you guys. Emily is going to be playing sub games with you guys, okay?
I think my heart might be beating as fast as the players right there. Crazy Kitty. What a back and forth
in the chair before I left.
Unbelievable stuff. And for Crazy Kitty, perhaps it means the most. He was on that chopped squad that was so close to grand finals and was denied by just a singular fight, but this time they changed the course of their history. They paved their own path, and they're finally going to land.
And it was kind of the question into playoffs with these melee specialists, who was going to be able to pivot out of Black Cat, or kind of what is your hero going to look like outside of that? And Crazy Kitty proved that the Wolverine was a core piece to the Rad success, and how they came together was incredible.
Hey guys, happy 4th of July.
Master the Angela after the buffs,
and if you don't live in the United States, then happy regular Catterday, everyone. Hi guys. I'll give you guys some time to open up your Marvel Rivals, load your shaders. I mean, I know how to do it. I just put a theme, right? You want me to finish watching their interview?
No, you don't have to. It's just
or-
the interview.
I minimize this?
You can, yeah. Go here. Click on Steam.
Why can't I click on that
Double click
Steam?
it. Because this is easier. Library. Play.
You do this every time?
Yeah. And then it's gonna launch that. You hit yes. What do you launch?
Well, I just always keep Marvel Rivals on my desktop.
Launch, and then there you go. Mwah. Okay, chat. Be nice with Emily, okay? Where's your phone?
You can use your own phone to set an alarm. Aw. We have like other phones. Yeah, we have so many phones. I have a Chinese phone you can literally just use for alarms. No, it's not Chinese time. Are you dumb? Okay, well, you can close the door on your way out then. What time is NA at? I believe NA is at 4. Yeah. And how long are you planning to nap? Okay, but for real. An hour? Okay, we'll wake you up then. And then, right. Because are you planning to come back and like continue playing with chat, or like are you gonna... Okay. All right. Okay, so Jay's finally gone. Sometimes he can be a bit much. Just like all this snacks, all the trash and crumbs on the desk, like it is giving me anxiety. All right, but I think we're good. Turn on this little fan over here. I think what we'll do, guys, is he is a diva. Oh my god, I wish he was a diva. A room tour. I would love to give you guys a room tour. Unfortunately, this camera not move around. Thank you, Quilva. Yes. So welcome in, guys. I'm Emily. Jay needs to take a little power nap so that he can make it through the rest of the NA games. And I am Jay's roommate and better half. What we're gonna do now, while Jay gets his little R&R, is hi there, Benty. Hi, Billy. What we're gonna do is let me see, custom game, and I'll create like a little custom game. I will name it. We'll name it J3's game. And I guess I'll just open to everyone. Does that work for everyone? If we can get 12 people total to play, awesome. And if, I don't know, if only like 3 people join, then I guess we'll just do quick play. Yes! Oh my god, wait. Alright, guys, hold on 1 second. I won't change his Bucky skin because I'm very bad at Bucky. I don't want to play Bucky, but I'll change Namor because I do like playing Namor. What do we like? This one? This one's got the better bulge, right? And is his cap... Wait, when did Mr. Fantastic get this skin? Did you guys know about this? That's a good skin. Did we have to buy that? I don't have that skin. I actually do play Mr. Fantastic sometimes, so I like that. Mama like that. Oh, that one's free? Okay. I think we are good. Are there any other skins that Jay has that looks really bad? I think it's just... Wait. Let me see. How's this Hella skin? Oh, that's a good Hella skin. Does Hella have any Bikini skins? No, I don't think so. Wow, Hella doesn't have any summer skins. Okay. Lady Loki summer skin. Yeah, this one's good. This one's good. All right, guys. Sorry about that. We will start the custom game. I think he does have the Psylocke summer skin. Yes. All right, let's go. I see some new names in here. We got Feet Guy. Feet Guy. Oh, we got Honey Badger too. All right, now, I was told that if you do random swaps, it's supposed to work. Okay, so we got 3 people here on relatively high ping, 3 people here on relatively high ping. Now it says Celestial 1, but guys, I'm really like flat, so let's oh, it's on comp mode too. I hope you guys are okay with the Clintar map. And let's just let's get started if that's all right with y'all. Hi Emily, spent all of Jay's units and give us free. Yeah, I would love to. Actually, Jay and I are entering this Marvel Rivals cosplay contest. Oops, let me mute myself. And oh, also, team, I'm more than happy to fill. Unlike Jay, I'm super generous and I will play all roles. So we're entering this cosplay contest, right? And we're probably not gonna win, but we're aiming for honorable mentions. So we're like, oh wait, this is Resource Rumble. Oh my god, oh my god. Sorry, I didn't know this was Resource Rumble. But let's try to have fun. Sorry guys, English is hard.
30 seconds before you attack.
Just have fun, not all the fun. Okay.
You don't have to. Magneto raised me to never stop fighting.
Yeah, we suffer together.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
So,
1.
back to the cosplay thing. If Jay and I even get honorable mentions, I think we get like free units or credits or whatnot. So I was planning to just gift them to you guys if I can.
Here they come.
Whoa! What? Oh! I got pushed! I didn't know this one had moving maps as well. Oh, the man is low! Oh my god, he's so low! Oh, everyone is so low! Oh! Pew for team, yes! Nice! I know, guys, Scarlet Witch is cheap to play, but this worked for me once when I was playing with strangers, and I'm hoping that the magic works for me again. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the heals. Oh god. Oh my god. Hell yeah, Jeff. You get this, girl. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Oh god! Oh my goodness, where do I go? I went into the enemy's team and I'm an idiot. This map is confusing. Who chose this? Hey, I don't play Jeff. I'm gonna try to ult, and I might need a bubble. Oh my god, I got a bubble! Oh shoot! Ah! I'm so sorry.
The other team is ready to roll. Let me heal you. Anyone willing to
Wah! Come on. Ah, shoot. We didn't get that, so we gotta go to this point?
next available area? Uh-oh. The other team is extracting those resources.
Oh god, no. I'm getting off to 0. What are they playing? They got dive, so I'm gonna play this hero. This is embarrassing. I'm so sorry you had to see that, guys. I was just demonstrating how not to
This is the place to watch.
Charlotte Witch.
Where's
Where's she? Get this bitch! Yeah! Woo! Squid's got one! Hell yeah, get feet guy.
Great job. You're loading up on resources.
Okay, so we got this point, and we have to stay on it until it gets to that ticker, right? Been a while. Hi there, Jeremy. Welcome in, guys. Guys, Jay's prediction good today or scam? I think he was good until the last one. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh, come on. Come on. Get a whale already. Competitive costs reduce. Rumble phase starts soon. Not gonna lie, I have no idea where I'm supposed to go, but my team looks like they know where they're going, so. Don't worry, guys. I have a whale. Whale! Oh! Fuck! Who killed me? I didn't know everyone was gonna die. It took me so long to finally get that whale, and I flarked it up. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, team. Nice! Nice. I hear footsteps. Good job, team. Thank you for the heals.
You're loading up on resources.
Also, Fat Groot. I don't even know how many people the group got, but it sounded like a fat ult. Oh my goodness. Playing on Jay's sensitivity is wild to me because I'm so used to playing in my low elo people sensitivity. Oh, another. Ah! Oh my goodness. That almost got me. Oh, where am I?
Behold
Yo!
the god of thunder! And sacred!
Let's go! Yeah, Jeff, you got them all. Woohoo! W.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I am more powerful than the ocean.
So we just need to. Oh! I thought there was like another round. Okay. Good shit, guys. Okay. And we're definitely not playing Resource Rumble anymore. That round was confusing. I need my comfort maps. What are some of your guys' favorite maps? Spider Islands. All right. Haven't seen Spider Islands in a long time. Is Spider Islands only in quick play? May I suggest Midtown or Spider Islands? Yes. I'm blind. Oh wait, Tokyo 2099. Let's do that one, and then we'll do comp. Sorry guys, I'm blind. We can do Midtown next. I really like Midtown. There we go. I like this map as well. And sometimes on defense,
You'll need a
I get to play
top-notch team
Penny.
to win this one.
Swap teams next game? Yes. Yes, I will. I want everyone who play to at least get one dub so they can say, I beat Jay3 today, you know? Also, hello YouTube. For those in YouTube chat, by the way, happy Independence Day, and if you guys want to join, feel free. Also, team, I'm more than happy to fill, so if you guys want to like off-roll or try new heroes, please don't be shy.
Okay.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I am beyond my pitiful creator. I am beyond everyone.
Eat nuts and get fucked. Oh, my tail? Yeah, it's super warm and it's very heavy.
Hi there, Jake. Welcome.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Hi, Bree. Bree, do you want to join us?
Franklin and Val are gonna be so sad they missed us.
Who keeps doing this? Jeez Louise. You know what? Whenever they land, just give them back shots. Oh god, that was terrible. Oh my goodness. The back shots begins now. I was caught off guard because they did the portal thingy.
The back shots.
Oh my god, okay, Jeff. Someone got nutted on! I can't finish! Get him. Get him, squirrels. Get him, squirrels. Oh, they have a Cyclops. Wow. That's my other DPS's responsibility. I'm useless against Cyclops. Yo, this guy's copying my look.
Come on, let me heal you.
Fat nut coming. Okay, what do I do?
If I'm not joking, you know I'm not taking it seriously.
Wait. I think the issue is maybe we don't have enough tanks. Tanks.
Rogue backline.
Oh shit! We have 2 tanks, right? Yeah. Bruh! They're so scary. Oh my god. Oh my god! They're so fast! Like, what the? Oh, Papa J, hi! Oh, Papa J's here? Okay. We can't let them do this to us. Oh, nice! Woo! Yeah, give that Thor back shots. Don't let. Oh, fuck.
Enemy located.
Nice.
Cyclops really low.
Still got an edge.
Final 10 seconds.
We can cap this.
There. Don't turn back
We
now.
can cap this.
Nowhere yet. Going to overdrive.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna say. Really? Oh my god! Oh my god! Why did I have to bounce? I didn't mean to step on that thing. Oh, I just made myself really vulnerable. Okay, not bad. We didn't do anything wrong. We can full hold him. Also, thank you, Papa J.
Including which side you're on.
After this round, I'll go downstairs and pick up some food.
I'm here to
Okay.
finish the fight that my father
If
began. I hope I
they
make him proud.
continue playing Squirrel Girl, I might get fucked. But then I can just go back and swap. You guys said Penny was strong, right? Oh, we're not playing ranked, guys. We're we're just playing community games. So thank you, Papa J. Happy 4th of July. Hope you're doing well. The food looked amazing.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
So yeah, guys, for anyone who's joining, after this round, we'll make some swaps. And yeah, we'll try to get as many games in as possible. We have another hour and a half, so I think we're good.
I guess there's a first time for everything.
The battle starts in 5. You're up, little one. 3. This is gonna hurt. 1.
I won't turn down.
I pray someone will land on a thing. Nope, no one died. Fuck! Ah! Get this sexy fox woman!
Work together. This is gonna hurt.
like, who is actually shooting at my nest?
No beacon for 30 seconds.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
You know what? If I put it... Oh, wait, no, that's not a good place. Nope.
Mine's in place.
Oh! Oh no, I missed it, I missed it.
That was a targeted ult.
Time for some fireworks.
Damn it! How are they killing my nest so quick? Oh my god, no, please, I want to go back home. Thank you for the rest. You're amazing.
Hurry up. I'm counting on you, friend.
You're welcome.
We made quite a team.
Nice.
I'm counting on you, friend. Time for some fireworks.
Starlord, if you let me know when you're ready to all, I can try and stop some of the main controls and you can just free out.
It's spider time!
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I got a little greedy there. Oh, there's no more behind. I webbed him, but he is gonna be low when he comes out.
I'm counting on you, friend.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
No agains for you. Damn it.
Time for some fireworks.
Thank you for the... Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Oh, you're amazing.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Ooh, I know that sound.
No, I'm so stupid. I saw the health pack, guys. I took the portal to go get a health pack, and I didn't have any consideration for the fact that the portal might be closing. Die. Oh my god, if only I didn't take the portal back.
Final score, 0-1.
You guys did great.
It was fun.
Hi there, Wonton. Oh, sorry, Wanton. Welcome, welcome. I think we did great. Oh man, I sometimes just it's all about the timing. All right, let's. How does this work? Do I? Oh yeah, GG. Like, how do I get people in? Oh, Honey Badger's in. Benzie's in. Okay, we got some new people. Back. Okay, so King Heart is new. Bark for Bast is new. I don't play Jeff, I believe, was with us. Can we get some new folks in? We don't want to have to kick people. What does that do? Oh, that's how you swap people. And I guess it's the dream. I hope this is okay. These are... I think these are all new folks. Okay, so... Oh, thank you, Banana! Jugger, I believe? How does this look? Oh no, we gotta put Ravat on a better team than that. How's this? You guys are all so good. Like, what the hell? What? That's not mid. Oh, this is Midtown. As promised, we are heading to Midtown. GG's, I was Feet Guy. You were really good, Feet Guy. Oh, thank you, Venzi. I appreciate it. I think if my memory served right, these are all new folks.
All the difference.
Sorry about that, Emily. I feel bad for doing that. Feel bad for doing what? For shitting on us? Oh, you're a gloomy fish? No, don't worry about it. All good, all good. I missed my portal. God, I was embarrassing. It was like missing your bus, you know? And like everyone like on the bus is pointing at you laughing like, haha, Emily missed the bus. Like that was how that felt.
Round one.
Okay. Dang, look at this team. Very, very jumpy, very divey. I'm gonna need someone with some ability.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The new spy master I've been hearing so much about.
Apparently, my agents need to do better at keeping things classified.
Not their fault. It's hard.
You guys all played really well. Thank you. And so,
Talk when this is done.
as we usually do this, we'll let as many new folks as possible get a chance. And afterwards, like if everyone that's wanted to play already had a turn, then, you know, we'll go back and let some of the older folks join us again. I do like that my supports are on me. Oh, shit. Oh! Oh! Nice, nice. Thank you. Ah! Got burned to death. What do I do? I need someone who can do like... You know what? I'm gonna go Magneto because they have a Punisher. Yo, they're playing such anti-dive, and they have only one support. What is this? What is this? If anybody wants a shield, just meow.
Do I have to meow?
I guess I can bark too. I do not have a bubble for you guys. I'm so sorry.
Armed and dangerous again. Armed and dangerous again.
My power cannot be quelled.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to
I gotta
stop them.
try to save my ult for the Punisher.
Stop them in their tracks. Gotta keep an eye on this spot.
Oh! No! I can't believe they're actually making this work. I know. I couldn't find my self bubble at first because Jay and I have different. We have very different like keybinds. Can we touch? Aww. Or we go. Should we go triple support? No. We're just an overtime team. We got this. We'll hold them forever. Nice. Get their Cyclops. All right, guys, we got this. We're just gonna hold them for 4 more minutes.
Us against the world.
Armed and dangerous.
Oh, shoot. Wait. I go Magneto and now this person swapped off Punisher? What the? You know what? Fuck it then. You know what? Fine, I didn't get anyone. I suck. I got you, Cyclops. Damn it! I went Magneto for the Punisher, and then they swap out Punisher. What do I do against Psylocke? Who can I play that would make Psylocke's life harder? Dino? I can go chomp. How is he not dying?
The current score is
All right, that's it.
0, 2,
I'm going
3.
DPS.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I'm going DPS. Badger getting carry for real. Yes, he is.
You'll need a top-notch team
Yes,
to win
he
this.
is. But you know what? This is why we do these community games. Because it's charity for people like Badger. They didn't really play, they didn't really play Dive, did they?
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Round 2.
There's only one genuine certified Star-Lord, and you're looking at him. Let's go, Logan.
I was told that Star-Lord is really strong now. Even for noobs like me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Buck for Dive. I would love to play Bucky.
We're a long way from Korea.
But you guys are so used to watching Jay play Bucky. Like, I would look so Kapega, and I don't want to do that to myself. So, I think I'm gonna play heroes that look a little better on me.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
I mean, my Star-Lord is not good either, but at least I can run.
Point me towards the dooms. I owe them some extra scars.
Oh, is that a penny?
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Oh shit! Punny, where is he? Oh my god, where is he? There he is, you beautiful bastard.
Weapons are tools.
Oh yeah. Honey Badger low! Psylocke up top. I don't have good aim. Otherwise, I kill her.
Bogey here.
Nice! Oh my god, you are amazing. Penny down. Ooh. Okay, this is crazy, guys. My keybinds are different from Jay's, so I don't know how he swaps a shotgun. Is it just he actually reaches for the number 2?
Locked and loaded. Just need a target. Battlefield ready again. Judge, jury, executioner! That's why you're the one in charge. Judge, jury, executioner!
Woohoo! Where's Bunny Badger? Fuck! Oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't need that ult. But we sent them a message, and that's all that matters. I just okay, Psylocke probably has ultimate, but I really just wanted to get Badger, you know what I mean?
By the eye of Agamotto!
How does Jay do that? I can't reach my shotgun. My hands are too small. Like, I'm afraid if I reach over to the number 2 on my keyboard that I'll accidentally fat finger something else.
Battlefield ready
Who is healing him? Oh my god! Die!
Now you do the same for me, we.
That one hurts.
You did so good, mommy. Daddy's ult is supposed to be a good girl. he doing? Oh my god, what is this hero? Is that a Daredevil? Oh, good. I couldn't tell what that hero was. I thought it was Namor. Let's go, team! Kill Benzi! Don't let him live. Nice.
You best check this out.
Yay!
Gotta keep an eye on this.
Let's close the gap, you guys. Bold and dangerous. T-Bert! Thank you so much, T-Bert. I think I'll probably go in with my ult, but I'll wait for Gambit's ult. Probably go in with our Gambit's ult. Oh god! No, he's... Yeah! Gotta love it when Badger falls. Surely we can kill through this. Nice, guys! Beautiful. Let's go! Let's go, guys! Okay, so they don't have Strange ult, which is good.
Judge, jury, executioner! That'll be
Oh my god. Ah! Whoa! How? What? What did I die to? Oh my god, you guys are beautiful.
3, 2,
Okay, so we don't totally... we don't totally look like losers here because we did push it till the end. Okay.
You'll need a top-notch
Finally, good gameplay in this channel. Hey, thank you, John. Clam Trojan on YouTube. I know you're trying to make a joke, but I think we can do better than that. Yeah, kill Badger. Ooh, wait. Do I stick with that? No, you know what?
We have hidden in the depths long enough. Now is the
Badger's probably gonna assume that I'm playing Punisher. So I'm not gonna play Punisher. He's probably gonna want to start on Daredevil or something divey. So I'm gonna go Namor.
You're welcome. The X-Men value your assistance. We can count on it.
But also, Badger's probably watching, so now he's gonna know my plan. You know what?
Stepping out. People like Doom.
The battle starts in 5,
People
4,
like us
3,
have to put things back
2,
together.
1.
All right, let's get this bolt brain to Avengers. Be the best man I can be for the My kingdom.
He's probably gonna dive though.
Protect your king.
Oh, they are playing Groot? Oh, they're playing Groot.
Camouflage is stupid. I want the enemy to see me. Alright, that feels better.
hello. Thank you. You guys are amazing with the heals. I should probably go Punisher.
Going to overtime.
No. What? Team hurt. Nice. Oh! Oh my god, amazing heals. Get out of here, Benzie. Benzie playing the Namor. That was my strat.
No one asked for your opinion, robot. Especially Khonshu.
Oh my god, amazing! I think. Please! Moon, do stuff! What? Oh, I got grooted on! Oh my god. I can't touch, guys. I'm scared. I should touch, but no. I'm just a weak little girl.
2, 3. Time
Okay.
to switch things up, including which side you're on.
D-Bird, thank you. Thank you so much, D-Bird, for the 5 gifted subs earlier. Thank you super stupid?
Just like the
Super
moon.
stooped for another tier 1. And then D-Bird with another 5 gifted. Also, 18 minutes ago, Bloodhound resubscribed with Prime. I'm so sorry I didn't hear that for some reason, but thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Round 4.
For so long, I fought for mankind's future. Our time
Wait.
has finally arrived.
38 elims, not too bad. Not too bad. 38 elims, better than Honey Badger. And I wasn't even on DPS this whole time, so feeling pretty good about myself.
It's always an honor to meet a fan.
Thank you guys, thank you.
Play them on the oldie station for me. Wow. For a girl with
Who do I
powers,
normally main?
suddenly
I'll
feel
play anyone that makes sense.
battle starts in 5.
I'm all about countering whoever is giving us a hard time. So, yeah. But I do love Penny a lot, yeah. Penny's amazing. Jeez Louise, my shield disappears, like, immediately. What? No! Team! Don't leave me! Oh my god, oh my god! Yes! Get the Namor! Get the... Yeah! Oh my god, you guys are amazing! Holy shit, what a good team, what a good team. I see what Jay did. Had to hold his shield. No! I have a shield. I have a shield.
Wild creatures have risen from the realm below.
Nice. Okay, I have a shield as well. Clark. I'm so sorry, guys. Letting you down.
My power cannot be quenched.
By the eye of Agamotto!
No! Hey, it's okay, guys. GG's.
3, 2, 4.
I got cucked. I couldn't even use my ult. I didn't have it. But stats-wise, though, not too bad. Oh, don't look at my accuracy. That's awful. GG's, GG's. I think, was this the first round that I played with these people? I think so, right? Yeah, let me swap. Swap. Oh, do I want to be on the same team as Honey Badger, though? Oh, shit! Wait. I forgot to change the map. Give me 1 second. It's kind of mid. Bring on
You'll need a
his
top-notch team to win this one.
Let's put us on another pretty map. Let's do the Screaming Goat map.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh yeah, put your shield down, not up. So I usually, when I play mag, if I click shift, the shield just stays up. For some reason, Jay, you have to like keep pressing the shift down, and I'm not used to it. It was weird. Like, playing mag on Jay's keybinds felt really clunky.
Agent F1. I'm going in.
Round 1, go!
Make way for the King of Thieves.
Agent F1. Heroes don't wait for opportunity. Agent F1.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Asgard has been invaded yet again.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna try to play Jeff just on this first point because there's a couple of spots that I can actually spit people out.
Well, at least
and
we
then
both
I'll
make
swap.
them look good. I'm going to have to take your word on that one.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
So
3, 2,
Jay's got a girl working while he sleeps. Yeah.
help get that vehicle to its destination.
He's really girlfriend maxing here.
We won't stop until the
Thanks for the boost.
A nice deep freeze.
Nice! Ooh, okay, nice freeze. I saw that.
A nice deep freeze. It's spider time!
Oh my god, I can't eat anyone here. I only got one, but you know what? Yeah! Oh! No way! Oh my god, that is so embarrassing. I can't. You know what? I can't. That was embarrassing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. No! You guys didn't see that. How did that happen? I should have just jumped off with her. Oh my god. How did that even happen? That slippery Luna.
Can't keep this Cajun down for long.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What the hell, man? Honey Badger's on the enemy team? He tries hard. When he's on my team...
That's not true, man. Listen, I'm trying as hard as I can. I think Spider-Man might be better here.
Oh, watch out. They have a penny.
Oh.
Unlucky. Yo, what the hell, man? When Bart for Bass was on the enemy team, they weren't playing like this?
Sorry, we can push here. I got one. Oh, I just blew up. Never mind.
Let's get it. I won't let you guys die. Nice. There is a Cyclops up there. Thank you.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, it's a clutch ult. Go, Honey Badger!
There's a Thor up top, yeah. Take a side to whip out the one trick real quick.
For what it's worth, I think your Daredevil's really good. Don't listen to Jay.
Yeah, I normally don't listen to Jay. He doesn't have great advice, so.
Your Bucky wasn't bad either.
Yeah. Wolverine's up here.
Okay, nice combo. No! Oh, Pansy, I don't know what happened. Oh, I couldn't finish that guy. Whoa, my god! Flanking no more. Okay. No, 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 no. I live.
Now you do the same for me.
Yay!
That should make a difference.
I hear wet feet.
Check out this spot. Down to some of the fat. That's why you're the one in charge, Sykes. Next up, the World Tree. Who's with me?
Oh, nice. Our cloak just saved our group big time. Woo! Okay, honey badger, good shit.
BP about to dash right now.
Oh, there's someone here. It's a rogue.
Oh.
All good, guys. They got nothing on us.
Laissez le bon temps brûler.
Nice. Oh god, leave me alone! Okay, I got Gambit ult now, guys.
Laissez le bon temps brûler.
Wait, what is this? What is this? Like, I don't know where to look!
Tremble before fire!
Holy flark! Oh my god! That was just so much damage!
Tremble
guys, we did good. Considering how it started. Yeah.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Yeah, good push, right? I thought so.
Make way for the King of Thieves.
Do I try Jeff again? Probably not. That Jeff was so bad. That Jeff was awful. I guess I could go Luna.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
I could go Luna. I'll put a snowflake on Badger.
Always love my powers.
Dude, Benji, shut up, dude. Seriously. I got a problem with you. Turn your mic on, Benji. Let's hear it.
It is on. It's just quiet for some reason.
Alright. Turn it off. I don't want to hear it anymore.
Oh, shut your mouth.
Are you all planning another Hellfire Gala yet by any chance?
That's really more Emma's territory than it is mine. Why?
I was wondering if you still needed entertainment, and if maybe you'd put.
Haven't seen me melee at all.
Show me what you can do on the battlefield first, then we'll talk about
battle starts in 5, 4.
The only melee hero that I'm somewhat okay at is maybe Iron Fist.
You need to stop that vehicle in.
But Iron Fist isn't like a carry hero these days, you know? You got dived on by the rogue? Nice, guys. Oh no! It's just Luna heals now. It's just me. 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 It's okay. We still got this, though. We still got this. Yo, 8 deaths is a lot on my end. I gotta stop dying.
I'm back in the fight. They hit a checkpoint.
Let's
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Uh-oh.
Be strong together.
Mhm.
Better stop that vehicle.
So they got... Rogue is pretty scary, just coming out of nowhere. Ah! They have a rogue and stupid what's that kitty called? Black Panther. I might have to swap to.
There's still a chance to stop them. Be strong together.
Kind of getting ran down here, aren't we?
I am ready to put on a show. I am ready to put on a show.
Dancing on the point. We live this, right? Oh, thank God. Luna's ult is down. Oh, I got chomped on, but not too bad.
All right, just a quick 5-minute hold. We can do this.
Yeah.
Songs to sing. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. No place this beautiful should have to suffer under loading.
Much better.
Oh, they got our tank. They stole our tank. I got sucked on by the rogue. Damn it. She's so quiet. I can never hear her.
I'm making a comeback.
Oh, did you guys discover the huge emote? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just bad thing.
Oh! Bulba's coming! Who is doing this to me? She's so fast! So much mobility! And like, oh, and there was a Gambit ult at the same time. Ugh. Nice.
I'm still loading up.
All eyes on these coordinates.
Wait. Honey Badger? Wait. Oh, Benzie's Iron Man! Love it, love it.
He stopped them in their tracks. I am ready to put on a show.
Armed and dangerous.
Oh, I don't have anything for this, no! The Rogue and Black Panther together is so annoying. Oh my God, oh my God!
Trembled.
Final score: 2-3.
GG's.
GG's. GG's, guys. Good games. I gotta separate that rogue player and the BP player. Oh yeah, for YouTube chat, Jay's gonna be back very soon. He's taking a nap. It's almost been an hour. The games start at 4, so he'll be back in like 20 to 30 minutes. For all we know, he might actually be up already. Okay, so we have some other folks, right? Guys, I'm going to swap in some. So, I will have to remove some of you, or if you can kindly, see your way out. So, Nexus, I believe, is not played. Yeah. Okay. Can fish fart? Some of these names are hilarious. Swap out Panda Queen for Skelly. Chidori Ho, I believe, is new, right? Hi there, Santo. Welcome in. Chidori Ho, was Chidori with us earlier? I think so. All right, Chris Gamer was with us before, right? Sorry, what did Benzie say? Okay. Everyone here is new, right? We're trying to get some new folks in. Empire of the... Oh, no, we did that one. Guys, I think it's time for a domination map. I think it's Celestial Husk. And GG's to everyone who played. Good job, good job. Wait, we have someone who's Eternity? I want that person on my team. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. Is this relatively even? It's hard to tell because there's a lot of people who are on console. But guess we'll try it out. We'll try it out. Thank you, Huey.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Balancing is hard.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me. Once an Avenger. To be a superhero, gotta be an optimist.
Oh no, this is not the this is not the map that I was thinking of.
Always an Avenger.
Lark. This is not the map that I was thinking of.
Get ready.
I thought this was
I always wondered, just how accurate are your optic beams, Summers?
If I can see it,
does this hero not climb walls?
How about your arrows?
I can hit most targets with my eyes closed. We should really have a friendly competition sometime.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
That's a cute doggo. Oh my god.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Hack and slash.
You think this is a does double jump.
Try raising 2 superpowered
see how Hawkeye feels. Yeah, I thought this was the one where like there's that little venom creature.
Just what the doctor ordered. Sonic boom! What else you got, Namor? Angry starfish? Making the cut. Nowhere to hide.
Penny low! Penny keeps getting... Yeah! Damn, their heals are good.
Punch in the hole. Sonic boom! Needed that boost. Closer to victory. All I need now is targets. Punching a hole.
Ooh! Fat! Fat! Aww. I did not contribute anything. That was all them. Getting carried by my team.
Keep going.
Good job, team. That was fat.
Gambit never falls. Need that boost.
Oh, thank God. Beautiful shield.
Never miss. Never miss.
There was nothing I could do, guys. It was either the spider girl running into my face, or I get wailed. So there was nothing I could do. One more half.
Going to overtime.
Ooh!
Sonic boom. You look like you could use a hand.
That poor Venom. I don't think... I don't know if like Venom's playing Venom for the first time, but they kind of just like stood there in front of me, so I felt really
Anybody
bad.
can shoot a gun, a bow.
But I think
That
their
takes
Venom,
skill.
the Venom has stick drift. They didn't really swing the entire time. Venoms are supposed to be swingers.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, T-Bone?
How many of those
Oh, no, wait, no, it's T-Bonk. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, trying to be as patriotic as I can.
Information without first understanding why, Director Han.
Time to wake up Jay. The way that I've been screaming, I think he's probably up.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm getting carried by my team.
To the mission area. Got it?
Oh, also, I just remembered why I assumed that Hawkeye was just gonna wall climb. It's because back in Overwatch, I almost fell for it. I almost fell for it.
Heads up, back guys.
Damn you, Katya! Yeah, so Hanzo used to be able to... Hanzo can wall climb. I assume that Hawkeye could also wall climb. Yeah. Thank you, Red! Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, Glitch, yeah, for anyone who's just joining, if we have time, I would love to have y'all. Oh, that's a really good rocket ult, actually.
Needed that boost. Punch in the hole.
By the eye
for my double dash. Oh, it's a nice hero design. Ah! Penny, get off of me.
I never miss. Need that boost.
Yeah, it's a very cheap shot on Penny because her hitbox is massive, but it is all I can hit. Ooh, that was scary with all these mines.
I got your back.
Anyone willing to help? Clearly, you needed some help.
Nowhere to hide. Making the cut.
Lucky.
Let's try this again.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
They're going triple
Get
support,
off my
triple
turf,
tank.
or I'll drop you on the spot.
Bruh.
Nowhere to hide.
Over here. I can heal you.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, I got stunned. Wild. All right, what do I do? Because I don't think I'm triple tank. Triple.
Being a living avatar of vengeance takes a lot out
I
of a guy.
Better retreat.
I think playing a lot of DPS is good, right? Oh no, we lost one.
One point for the international super spy.
Yeah, this Venom. This Venom's doing well. But they're definitely being very kind to us.
Rise and fall. The moon haunts you.
Get out of here!
Khonshu is my shield.
Giving a strange back shot. What? Oh my god, leave me alone. That is the second time I died to this invis. She wasn't even trying to get me. She's just...
Come on, Khonshu. Let me rest.
She's being a little airbender.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Nice. Nice. Ooh, yeah, let's go, can fish fart.
Rise and fall.
Aww. Yo, I feel really bad. I feel really bad for this enemy team. I think they were being nice to us. All right, guys. It's only 3:42. Hey there, Heartstuck Platish. Welcome in. I am going to swap the teams around. Maybe try to rearrange this a little. What's good, Fonzie? It's okay, Fonzie. You can be on my team now. Go, Skelly. Skelly's your best friend. W. Also King Heart with the 100 bits. Thank you so much. And Billy. Hey, I didn't even know you gifted earlier. I don't know why some of the notifications don't come over, but thank you. Guys, does this look good? Does this look like a good team? It says J3 Celestial, but we all know J3 is Plat. Oh, I don't know if this is good, but we will, yeah, we'll go with this. Yeah. Can fish fart will carry. Symbiotic surface. That's the one that I'm thinking of, right? You guys are saying Lower Manhattan? Is Lower Manhattan Midtown? Also, why do these maps have to have so many names? You guys are saying Manhattan. Thank you, Crash. I know it's the scan map, but like, which one is it? NA is starting? No. Yeah, it starts in Fort. Okay. Oh, it's Convergence? Okay. I didn't know that it swipes like Tinder. I'm so sorry. That took ages. I'm sorry. Okay. We have time for this one last match. And I don't think we'll have another round. I don't think we'll have like another full, you know, competition style round. Also, thank you, Crash, for helping out. But let's try to get this dub. We'll make sure that what's good. Wait, what's good, Fonzie? You had a Lord Rocket this whole time? God damn.
Round one, go.
Oh, I don't know. We have like 14 minutes left, right? Yeah.
Life energy is a pop.
They'll be coming in 30
Should we be cringe and run triple support? Animal Crossing backline? What do we think? I just want to say, Emily, your aim is pretty good. I was lucky scared to engage. Whoa, thank you so much. Wait, KV, who did you play on the enemy team? They said my aim was good.
4, 3, 2, 1.
My God.
I'm so sorry. You have to stop them.
Flark, I thought we were attack. Why did you distract me, Jay?
How can I focus in class when there's a humongous crack in the sky?
They said my aim was good.
Here comes trouble.
You wanna play for me?
No, but you guys might have to play 1 hour.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you wanna like finish as fast and full hold them, you could step in for me. Whip out your Star-Lord or something. Oh! Do I know how to play Gambit? I mean, poorly, yeah. He's not my best hero. play. I'm not playing Becky.
You need to stop that vehicle.
I'm not playing Becky. I'm not playing Bucky!
Enemies can become friends, but only if we show our foes respect.
Yeah, because then this way I can
Sayonara.
and do sneaky shit. Yeah, Phoenix! Get him, get him, get him! Of course I'm on your account. Oh my god! Penny, that was such a sexy web.
Jury! Executioner!
Is there a health pack here? There has to be a health pack here, right?
Magic. Lovely.
I think someone's chasing me. Holy shit. I liked
By
it.
the eye of Agamotto! By the eye.
You're distracting me, please. No backseat coaching. God, I got rezzed and I failed.
Ready to get your yarn on?
Sayonara.
Hey, team!
No, 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 no. Oh my god. Yeah! Wait, where'd he go? Ah, never mind. I'll let him do it. My tracking's okay. Your sensitivity, though, is definitely a little trippy for me. No, I'm just not used to it. Means a lot to me, though, J3. Yeah, get this strange! Oh, I couldn't finish in this woman. Yeah! He lived. He lived. Let's go. I'm getting out of there. Oh, these penny webs are so goated. Let's go.
I'll patch you up.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Quit getting in my face.
I expected better from.
I have reawakened. Never seen.
Well, I just felt like I got slapped in the face. That was dumb. Sometimes I charge into fights thinking that I have my ultimate, but I actually don't have my ultimate. That was such a massive Emma ult. Nice. All right. They're opening a portal? Oh, they got it off! No. No. Wait, but he can't touch. He can't touch. So that's good. can't believe you actually got it off.
Going to overtime. Disappear.
Ay, 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 ay. What would you do in my situation? Do you go inside the shield or not?
Shields up.
We have the better Invisalt. Our team's doing really well, though. Oh, I'm the only DPS. I feel like the pressure's on me. What? What do I do? If I'm the only DPS, should I maybe like swap to... I swap to like Punisher? Okay.
Only cowards see shades of gray.
Oh, I have 2 DPS now. Nice.
This is a nice spot.
Okay.
Better stop that vehicle.
So I should tank? But I was doing so well.
Only 60 seconds left. Anyone willing to help? Vulnerable than ever.
By the eye.
Oh my god.
Jury. Executioner.
Oh, this straight. You know, I'll be honest, babe. I don't know which one is your grab button. I changed my keybinds. Okay, where'd everyone go? Nice. Oh, GG's. I mean, not GG's. I think we might still have one more round, but I don't think we have enough time.
Going to overtime.
I'm pretty sure I used my E. I used F? Okay. I'm coming to help you guys! I'll put another shield down. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Maybe Dino's not the play here. Who's like an annoying tank?
Oh my god, get off of that! You're not supposed to play with that!
Ha! What do these buttons do?
The current score
I scare them all away from the point.
I would be scared too if I saw that coming at me.
All right.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Freedom's an idea that will never die.
All right, guys. I'm so sorry, but we have to go. We'll play with you guys soon. Maybe tomorrow? Here, you take over and apologize to them. Bye, guys.
I have to apologize?
Okay. Bye, Chad. Thank you, guys. Thank you to everyone who played.
Oh, thank you. I feel so much better. Thank you. W to Emily. W to Emily.
Away with Pauly and Vespa on the exact same team. Like, who let them here? Like, what even happened for
Okay,
Vespa
chat.
to end up in
If you guys want, I'm starting the prediction right now. Who will win? You have Team Liquid Citadel.
Teams, and just put them at a whole
and you
different
have
level. It just feels like, right? Pauly on the
Swamp
Vanguard,
Gaming. This
especially
is
his
going to be a
signature Captain
huge
America,
game,
but also
chat.
the fact
Remember,
that
this is
he's
going to be
able
a
to learn all
huge
these
game.
Vanguards so well. And that just enables energy to go absolutely ballistic, nuclear sometimes on the Winter Soldier, because bro is just a walking highlight reel at this point.
Yeah, I remember, you know, there was a conversation amongst some of us when we saw that, you know, that Terra had gone across the pond to join Na'Vi and go dominate EMEA. We were like, all right, who's going to fill the shoes of the new top duelist here over in Americas? And Energy has been making a strong case ever since. And I would
Okay,
even
let's see this
argue
chat.
that there's very few others in the conversation. Bro, like you said, is a walking highlight reel, and he continues to deliver these big moments, whether it's on the Bucky, whether it's on the Cyclops, doesn't matter. Whatever you put this guy on, he's gonna be a threat. But there is a threat staring him in the face right now, and it's a threat that has bested him
called
and
Captain
the rest
America.
of the TLC
Oh, sorry,
gang
chat.
once before.
Too soon.
It is Swamp
Okay, chat.
Gaming.
What's up, guys?
The runners-up from the
I
preseason,
am
one of
back,
the
and if
best
you
teams
guys
in the
want to
world,
look at the
and
cheat sheet
potentially
today,
the biggest
can we get a
threat
W for
to
Emily,
the
by the way?
crown.
Yeah, this
We have
is
Team Liquid
the
Citadel,
Avengers
which I
levels-
think is
level
going to
threat
beat
that
Swamp
Team
Gaming.
Liquid
It's going to be
Citadel
a
have
great
deal
game.
with. Everyone on
100
this
Thieves
roster
against
just
FlyQuest. We have YWL
so
against
much of it,
STD,
like, the
and
synergy is
my
so locked
prediction
down,
is
right?
that
Days
FlyQuest against
doing
STD
so
and
well
FlyQuest
on
wins.
Things like the Wolverine, the Daredevil, Melophobia being that hit scan demon that everyone is glazing. But you also have to talk about Valentina Eve, right? CB, I know you're a huge fan of Valentina Eve, and she has been doing a lot of work in the background, sometimes even taking
It
the
is
spotlight
going
at
to
times.
be
I would
fun. Also, I
definitely
think
argue
my
that she has
phone
been
is
taking the
supposed to be unlocked
spotlight. She
now. Hold on,
definitely
chat, let's
grabs
see.
my attention whenever she's playing. And
You can
know,
now
her
reset
and
your
Forky
Apple
have been
account
a
password.
phenomenal
Oh my god.
synergist lineup. Yeah, there's the Blade. You know, enjoy it while it's here. Don't know if we'll see it again. Maybe we will. But I want to talk about Valentina and Forky, right? Because I think it was Melophobia in an interview back in preseason saying that they would rather have Forky and Valentina than anybody else in the world. More than Cooper, more than Saipe. And you got to believe that it puts these two in conversations for best strategists in the world. And when you have your backline like just so elite, your front line is going to feel like they can do anything.
Yeah, it goes to show that sticking together as a team will pay off in the long run as we get to see the history, the rivalry between both of these teams. Liquid Citadel and Swamp have gone all the way every single time they have faced against each other in the playoffs back in the preseason. And I'm sure tonight we might see it happen a third time where both these teams will put them,
this is going to be a
put each other
fun game,
at the
chat. Fun
absolute
game.
limit.
One of them is going to be at their limit, run out of lives, and be sent down to that lower bracket where their tournament lives will be on the line. There's no real pressure in terms of land qualification as both teams have qualified, but you and I think we're both very curious. Do we see that same story again? Do we see Swamp Gaming getting the better, but then falling one map short in grand finals? Both of those outings went the distance, couldn't have been any closer. And what I think is even more interesting as well is ever since then, both of these teams have been ruling dominant over their respective groups back in group stage, going completely flawless, not dropping a single map in groups or in bracket until yesterday when Swamp Gaming dropped a map to 100 Thieves. And Dan, I want to ask your opinion on this. Do you think that that is going to have them frankly upset, or do you think that that's going to be like a weakness, or you think that's going to be like newfound resolve? How do you think they're going to be feeling after being the first one to drop a map between the two?
I mean, it gives Team Liquid Citadel a chance to maybe identify a weakness on the Swamp camp. Maybe that gives them over the edge. Maybe we won't see a map 5 scenario. Maybe Team Liquid Citadel win out in 4 maps. Considering that they know what other teams have been doing to try to take down Swamp Gaming, whether it be finding this weakness within their team composition, whether it be realizing that Swamp Gaming, if you put them in a situation where they will make mistakes, you can try to exploit that, right? And Swamp Gaming on the flip side, right? They're going to try to patch it up, right? Stop the bleeding before Liquid Citadel expose them even more.
And we do love putting our teams in situations where mistakes can be exposed, and we're going to put them in a situation right now as we have a look at our first map. It is going to be domination, of course, and we're kicking things off on Hell's Heaven. And Dan, how you feeling about this one? It is random map picks for these opening matchups, and it's going to be losers pick from here on out. But how do you feel like the luck of the draw for Hell's Heaven? Which way you think the wind's
Emily
blowing?
go? Who's
it
this
really
guy?
Depends on
Chat.
what kind of sub map we end up on, right?
You guys missed me. I know you guys missed me.
Situations on every single sub map, at least on Hell's Heaven, is just so dynamic, right? There's a lot of different things you have to deal with. If it's Super Soldier Factory, you have to worry about the environmental chaos. If it's Eldritch Monument, you have to worry about the high ground. If it's the Frozen Airfield, you got to worry about the map moving around at certain percentage points. And we have yet to see how both of these teams are going to navigate on the map here on Hell's Heaven. because sometimes maybe the sub maps do play a part in the ban draft, but so far from what we've been seeing in terms of like the trends that we've been seeing in the ban draft, I'm sure the first half will stay relatively the same. Maybe the Wolverine might get thrown into the mix a little bit. Maybe Polly's Captain America could also get thrown out of there. We have yet to see.
Yeah, you know, Space gave it away. You just got to ban Polly's Cap, and it's that easy, you know. So hopefully Fox was listening, and he's going to be whispering those secrets into his team's ears. But you can see Krasmang right there locked in. Fox running this gaming house like the Navy right now, bro, with his arms folded, just walking up being like, hey, your desk, it better be all neat and tidy. But like, I'm glad you call back to the Wolverine though, because I do think that, you know, as we saw earlier in EMEA, I think a lot of the top teams have a strong Wolverine player, and Swamp Gaming have one of the best, but that does also kind of paint a target when we get to the back half of this this pick and ban phase. We know how we're going to start it off, though.
No way.
And this is an interesting one. Neither team going for that first ban on the Mantis, instead going for a Gambit ban and then a Rocket Protect. We all thought this was going to be so simple, so easy. We've seen it 1,000 times, but immediately they're changing the calculus.
Yeah, it feels like we're watching stage 1 group stage all over again. Both sides taking away the Gambit, which means the Mantis that has been put to the wayside in terms of being banned first and foremost has now been saved by Liquid Citadel. It's a question of, do Swamp want to match it? They have to take away the Ultron because Liquid Citadel aren't able to secure the Mantis, so you don't want double damage amplification being running rampant on the Liquid Citadel camp. As Swamp Gaming, you might want to think about taking away the Loki as well, because Mantis also enables the Vibrant Vitality team up. But for now, they're just going to forego it. Liquid Citadel used their ban on the Wolverine to deny.
Is Spark Chief playing or still bench? I don't know if they're going to play Spark Chief if Vess is on the team.
Taking the Daredevil away as well, so
I think Vess is
Days' hero pool. And
this is just the main guy.
This might force out the Days Walker. We might see the Blade have to come out, and we're also going to potentially see that whole Vibrant Vitality team up, like you mentioned, you know, having the Loki there. And, you know, I will say Swamp Gaming, despite going straight for that Rocket, haven't banned it out yet. Instead, they are going to target Polly, like you said. So I guess both teams just throwing haymakers at the hero pools for the carries.
I mean, it feels like
I wouldn't be surprised if Spark Chief like wants to play and he leaves the team of Team Liquid Citadel and goes join a new team.
Swamp, you either
I wouldn't be surprised, because for me, I wouldn't want to be a bench player, chat. I want to be a star.
So that means
I'm bright as a star, bro. When you look at me, when the bright lights are shining on me, it reflects off my forehead, and I'm just that star.
Plus a third strategist, and then the group providing that extra sustain with the flower wall, thanks to the Vibrant Vitality team up, and a little bit of insult to injury. Liquid Citadel will also make it one-sided.
That is true. I don't know how much Team Liquid Citadel is paying, but if Team Liquid Citadel is paying a lot and you don't have to play and you're sitting on the bench, that's also a pretty good gig, you know what I'm saying?
Daredevil, that Cap, all of those could have been the Mantis ban. They knew that. They chose not to reach for that. Instead, they wanted to target out the hero pools for Team Liquid Citadel. This, I think, is the most interesting ban draft that I've seen in quite some time, and now we get to see what these two teams are going to come out with. I think this is going to be the most interesting opening map of any series that we've seen in Ignite, especially for stage 1.
I mean, this is the most interesting ban draft that we've seen right off
crazy.
the rip.
Wait, babe, are you upstairs?
They're not expecting a sprint. I'm sure about that. They're expecting a whole marathon.
You upstairs?
There's a world that this series
you have to come look at this. This is crazy.
A third time in a row, and both these teams already making a little bit of those adaptations, right? We've talked to some of these teams, or at least we've heard from some of these teams, right? The ban draft has been tailored to specific teams, and it feels like both Citadel and Swamp Gaming have done just that, as we're
I can't access
soon
my
enough
account.
Opening the gates here, and it's gonna be on Super Soldier Factory. So a lot of those environmental KOs could come into the mix here as well. Swamp
I think I might
also
get the
rolling out on the Angela will mean that they will want to look for those environmental eliminations.
If you don't have access to your phone number, you can start your wait time and provide a new
something to keep
phone
an
number.
eye on.
So
but then there's Days.
I gotta wait longer.
But then there's Days, and that was the thing that I think everybody's eyes have been drawn to. The Days Walker is out and about, and I'm still not sure if I'm a Blade believer, but this does kind of feel like a situation where it could get some pretty good value. There's a lot of beefy targets that he can just stick to like glue, and he is making Polly feel every bit of that 1,000-fold Damascus Steel Blade there, and gonna force him away for the time being. being
What's
Swamp
your
Gaming
phone
looking
number?
to try and contest for the high ground here as Liquid Citadel. They've already burned the regen domain, so one of their best defensive utilities
Okay, let's see
already
this.
expended. And SG will claim the high ground as TLC look to claim first cap on the point.
Yeah, Liquid Citadel immediately jumped in as soon as the mission area opened up. They all stacked right onto the mission area. Daze goes down, but will be brought right back. So the BRB will be put out of commission, and so will Forky Dog.
Yeah, it's going to be no res.
Ooh, they sent you a text message.
TLC, no, it is go time. They're going to go in and take this fight and evict Swamp Gaming from the ground that they have claimed. There's the regen domain forced out from both sides. Liquid Citadel don't even feel like they have to engage all that much. It's easy for Energy. With a nice little tap there, will evict Daze here, and SG forced to take the reset.
Yeah, good picks coming in. So much damage incoming that Swamp Gaming just could not find a way to handle it. Team Liquid Citadel, you can see their composition, right? Front to back. Play with the Viper Vitality team up because there is just too much sustain for Swamp Gaming to handle, and Team Liquid Citadel also having access to the Cyclops means that they have a ton of damage to deal with, and Energy just goes in with the Ruby Rage, but only going to split the Swamp Gaming C for a little bit.
CYA now going to come out from Forky Dog, but Daze is not going to be there to make anything out of that damage. They'll be able to take down Polly, and no BRB is going to be coming up from inside of TLC, so Swamp Gaming do at least even the score for the time being, but they need to get themselves on the board.
I remember a lot of people were saying that Team Liquid Citadel earlier today is not going to be the best team in NA. Bro, Team Liquid Citadel is looking pretty fucking dominant, chat.
Is going to return the favor, pops a cap directly into Vest, will get slept and woken up, and
Did he actually get people off the map? Only one.
They'll take down Schmiedery, and this should be Swamp Gaming finding the flip.
Wait, did he just get a no-reg?
Denies the Soul Resurgence from being used. Cooper even
Also, chat, crazy, bro. I was supposed to be able to log into my account because I waited like 3 days.
There is a world
and because I didn't know my Apple password and my cell phone. I can't access my cell phone. And now today, it told me the same shit again. Now I have to fucking wait another 24 hours so they can reset another 4 days of wait time. Bro, Apple sucks. Apple sucks, bro. Oh my god. Android would never.
Feels the pressure and is going to force it out early, so all Daze has to do
Yo, what's up, Cozy?
Bide his time and pop it, and once it's gone, there's not a whole lot of utility left. Polly trying to make something happen. Feast of the Abyss, but Daze simply takes to the sky with a Kraken impact. Doesn't find the debuff onto any members of TLC, so won't be finding the resets. Is going to have to rely on raw damage.
All because my motherboard fried, and I don't know my... I don't even know how that happens.
For Krasmang, and without a front line, SG don't have the tools needed to hold.
Portal play has to come in here. Final fight territory is inbound. As Team Liquid Citadel, they do have the Ruby Rage. So Swamp Gaming, if they do go for the Portal play, or at the very least even touch for overtime, Krasmang just dives right on in to at the very least trigger it. So they still hold on to the portal. So there is a chance that Swamp Gaming have one more fight.
Ruby Rage going to come out from Energy, just trying to eviscerate Swamp Gaming before they can get anything going. They will eviscerate the CYA. The amplifier from Forky Dog didn't amplify a whole lot in retrospect. Polly again diving in, taking down Valentina, and Scatter Genji will be brought
Why
right
are you ignoring
back down to earth.
Cozy?
One-winged Angel has fallen once more, and Krasmang will be the next
Oh,
to do
happy
so.
fourth, happy fourth, happy fourth. Yeah, man, listen, I was dead tired, so between EMEA and NA, I had to take a nap. Emily took over. Bro,
I mean, Swamp Gaming just could not find a way to break
can you
through the
tell
Team Liquid Citadel. Every time Team Liquid Citadel
NetEase to stop starting at 7 a.m. and letting me only have 5 hours of sleep? Also, this is the first time I've ever seen Swamp Gaming ever have these stats, chat. Bro, Team Liquid Citadel, which makes a lot of sense because I don't know if you guys remember when I played in the Boger Bash. Bro, Cooper is so smart when it comes to this game, and he's probably wait, yo, why are we running 4 supports, 2 tanks?
Environmental KOs with the Apex Predator did deny Speedery from the Soul Resurgence, but he's going to have to find more of those coming into Frozen Airfield. No more environmental KO in play, so it's all up to Melophobia if he's able to at the very least
also, I
control
do
these
like how
lanes
Team Liquid
with that
Citadel,
Apex Predator.
I don't know why Swamp Gaming did this. They banned the Elsa first. I mean, not Elsa. They banned the Gambit, which makes sense, but like,
I'm also looking for Daze to come
you
online.
gave them
This is another place
Mantis.
where that Bucky pick could pay off, especially with the Loki on the other side. You get all the free resets. You just have to strike pay dirt. And we just haven't seen Daze come online as the ban phase is still haunting him. With all of his hero pool taken off the chopping block, forced to adapt. And Swamp Gaming will now seek to adapt to the threat in front of them. There's going to be a Strangling Prison that comes out as Cooper duplicates the Soul Resurgence. DLC want to keep their foot firmly on the gas, but a CYA coming out now from Valentina will give SG a little bit of breathing room, but there's the second Soul Resurgence and the Glartrox. Melophobia bring the threat to him, but unfortunately, that is not where you wanted it to be, as Energy's going to take down Krasmang, and once again, TLC fire the first shot.
Yeah, Vest is also one of the best tanks, I think, in NA.
They want to try to get both the Kraken Impact and the Strangling Prison online at the same time, but they just can't get it done.
Yeah, the whole team of Team Liquid Citadel is like just insanely good, obviously. And then Swamp Gaming is really good, but Swamp Gaming, even if they lose this, chat, I wouldn't be too surprised because Swamp Gaming has shown weakness in
and we'll see coming into this next engagement because
King of the Hill
still has that invisible boundary.
or Domination, but
TLC, like they even have that buffer.
so
right?
if Team Liquid Citadel goes up around, I wouldn't be surprised if you know, Swamp Gaming takes it back the next few maps.
Comes out and Forky Dog is just pops, caught the brunt of that, and no CYA this time around. Beast of the Abyss is forced out from Polly, and is gonna get caught with the Carbon Crush. Potentially a save coming out from Scatter, but no, it's just not enough. Vest, Speedery, the whole gang getting in there.
Wow.
And SG again will be felled as TLC still holds strong.
Fox said that Team Liquid Citadel looked terrible on the new patch.
Ruby Rage and Polly's Feast of the Abyss. Polly was just there to try to stall out Swamp Gaming.
Maybe that was a coping mechanism.
Attention onto him. At Swamp Gaming, adjustments have to be made, and it's going to be days switching to the Moon Knight to maybe try to sync up with Krasmang, who's prepping that Strangling Prison, but with Scatter also as well with the Silent Seduction. There will be at least
He
ways
picked
for Swamp Gaming
FlyQuest to
make
beat
space.
Team Liquid Citadel. Okay, I don't know what Fox is smoking over there in the Swamp Gaming house, but it has to be something that he found at the Shrek's house, bro. Like he's roaming the swamp, eating anything he finds, dude. I don't know about all that.
TLC, it'll only be Nero, the last one to fall, and a single low-key clone from Cooper. But
Also, if Swamp Gaming really wants to wait, if Swamp Gaming wants to win, we have to go back to the Emma POV real quick. I gotta look at something.
So that if Team Liquid Citadel want to break it, they have to look away from Swamp Gaming, and the 40% damage amp is just too much for Team Liquid Citadel, right? It's just not enough. But oh my, Melophobia!
Melophobia with the Ruby Rage in the hand of Khonshu, a 1-2 punch in TLC. Never saw it coming, but now they don't have to worry about it next fight because they're going to have a wealth of ultimates coming into it. 2 strategist ultimates online, so all the sustain they could ever want. Valentina's God of Mischief is going to have the weight of the world that it's going to have to carry. She's been clutch on the Loki so many times before. Let's see if she's got one more in her as TLC look to encroach on this point once again, try and flip it back in their favor. Energy with the Ruby Rage is going to vivisect Swamp Gaming, and both of the Vanguards will fall. No more front line, no
also,
more
hey, Vess's mom is here. Down on you. How you doing, Vess's mom?
It is going to be not a whole lot of sustain left, I'm afraid, as TLC will again find the flip, and now we're in one-fight territory. Krasmang has to make the swap over onto the Doctor Strange to try and go for a portal play. It's going to be in time. He'll be able to get feet on the points for the time being. Has to give up a little bit of that overtime percentage, though. Can't quite get in there comfortably. The walls from Vest making it hard to find a way in. They just have to go in, doing the hokey pokey, left foot in, left foot out. But as they now come in on the Iron Fist, TLC are going to be shaken all about. A regen domain already forced out. Soul Resurgence as well. Valentina and Krasmang both fall. And Vest with the Strangling Prison will strangle the life out of Swamp Gaming on Hell's Heaven. And TLC decisively take map 1.
Polly has his hands in his eyes. He's just like, okay, we got through map 1. Swamp Gaming definitely put up more of a fight there in that second round.
Damn,
there were some moments where Swamp Gaming, they had the coordination. Using that CYA by Forky Dog to, at the very least, get the burst damage through Nero's invisible boundary meant that they were able to get some sight control, but then once they tried to retain it, Liquid Citadel kind of just beat them to a pulp at that point, and now Liquid Citadel up 1 map. Take Hell's Heaven. And now the question becomes, where does Swamp Gaming take us here for map number 2?
Well, we have got the answer to that question and so much more, as that is only map number 1, and we've got number 2 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah. I mean, chat, Energy is a great DPS player, right? Except when he's queuing with me for some reason. When he's queuing with me, I remember when I dueled with him and I went on a 12-game loss streak, and he hasn't asked to duo since. But we're not going to talk about that, chat. But when you have a great DPS like Energy and you also give him a Mantis, bro, what are we cooking over here, Swamp Gaming? Also, maybe it's you, chat. It's not my fault, bro. It's definitely not my fault. Between if there was a fan, oh, by the way, Cozy, I don't know if he's still here. If there was a fantasy Marvel Rivals League and you had the option to buy J3 or Energy, chat, really, you're really gonna buy Energy over J3? Come on. J3 first pick all around.
And dangerous.
Like, come on, guys. No, but like, and you pick your poison, chat. This is what's honestly going on in their head. Do you ban the Gambit so Cooper doesn't get it? And if you give Gambit to Cooper, you're also gonna have to ban Loki because that's just too strong, right? Or do you ban the Gambit, take it away from Cooper, but you also give him Mantis? You can't ban both. But if you give him Mantis, then they're gonna get triple support and damage boosted and all that stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure Fox is... Wait, by the way, are you feeling prepped for being the keynote speaker at Bold and Proud this weekend? Wait, what do you mean Bold and Proud, bro? I'm not even why is Cozy throwing shade at me? I heard. Okay, sorry. They need you to cast with Cozy. Okay, to be honest with you, if I had a cast with Cozy, Cozy would be doing 99% of the talking, and I'd just be there like, yep. Yeah. Wow. Whoa. Sick. Bro. Casting is hard, chat. Casting is really hard. You guys are... If I was to be honest with you, if I was casting with Cozy, bro, I would just be making Captain America size jokes, bro. I'd be like, holy shit, that play was as big as the new Captain America skin. You could buy it now in the shop. Massive skin for very low prices. Low prices? Yeah, I think the Captain America skin was like, what, 1,600 credits? That's actually not bad. Go to Overwatch. You could buy that same bundle, same skin for 45 bucks. Hey Jay, did you sleep good? Well, last night? No, I did not sleep last night. I had a neighbor setting off fireworks and I couldn't sleep last night, so I was up till 3 a.m. and I woke up at 6. But I did take an hour nap because Emily took over, Emily, and I am feeling better. Did Team Liquid Citadel walk Swamp Gaming, or was it a good game? It was a 2-0, bro. It was really... I don't think so. True. You don't see your skin in the other game. That's true. I mean, that's the one good thing about having a third-person game, chat. I think I don't know. Throw a random character out on the top of your head. That's why when you buy, let's say, the new costume for Emma beach skin, I don't know why that was my first one. You see all the beautiful artwork. Jesus Christ, that's a weapon, bro. I heard, bro, I think Captain America might be the first character I have ever seen in video game history get his
tides will rise and fall.
His PP
be the unwavering
reduced.
force that refuses to wash away. Coast undefeated as Loki's Seaside Siren, White Fox's Coastal Kumiho, and Captain America's Seaside Sentinel skins. And I hear that last one comes with its own flotation device, and I don't mean the duck.
No. There may have been a little bit of a nerf this morning, but we'll stray away from that for a little bit, right? You got these skins coming in. Remember, this is only wave 1. We still have more on the way, and we have yet to see what they might be. But for now, what could be map 2 for Swamp Gaming, because they have the map choice here, and historically, we have been taken to Holojalia. That has been Swamp Gaming's comfort map, right? Historically, every time Swamp Gaming have picked Holojalia, they have won every single time. 3-0. We'll see if Swamp decide to pull it out here, but they do have other maps in their arsenal as well.
But I do also kind of like the Holojalia shout if that is where they decide to go, because I do think, you know, it does kind of enable the hero pool that they like to play. But the problem, I think, on that previous matchup, though, that previous map, is that they didn't really get to play their game at all. Daze was hard targeted by the pick and ban.
There's no way you missed that. Wait, what happened?
Wolverine
I was
gone. And for the rest of the picks and bans, it doesn't matter. TLC just have no fear for anything else that Swamp Gaming want to play. So the question goes, all right, like, what do you do? How do you adapt to this? It can't just be the map pick. I do think you are going to have to try and get one of those heroes through the ban phase.
She said Cap has his own...
Let's have a look at the hero. All right, and all, I think on that previous matchup, you know, it does kind of... But I do also kind of like the Holiday.
Do have other one every single week in gaming, because they have... For a no. They're mid
with its own flotation. Captain America's Seaside Sentinel skins, and I hear that last one comes with its own flotation device, and I don't mean the duck.
No. There may have been a little bit of number 1 energy. We talked about him being the walking highlight reel, and he just
she's talking about the duck,
the
chat.
social media pages
Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way.
Look at him. Bro's just calm. It's just a normal day, and you're facing up against
way, bro.
Is your hardest opponent on paper, and you can see all of Liquid Citadel. They knew what had to be done, making sure that everyone is sustained, everyone is playing that front to back very well. Because quite frankly,
she said
they were
not the
giving
duck.
Over that.
She's talking about the duck, chat,
in its full entirety. So maybe you could criticize Swamp Gaming's ban draft a little bit, because I feel like giving that away might have been an oversight.
It might have been.
Where's
like,
your
I
duck?
do also kind of think
Okay,
I
I'll
agree
show
the
you here.
Mantis
Let me show
ban
you
probably
something
should
real
have
quick.
come through, you know, again, in that kind of like middle of the pack area. I think they were so bent on getting that one-sided Rocket Raccoon for themselves that they forgot to try and plan for, oh, what are we actually amplifying?
Let me show you
with
guys
this
something real
CYA?
quick.
Like, they played for the Rocket and the Loki, and I do think that's a sound strategy.
This is
CYA
my
is
duck.
a phenomenal ult, but
Small,
you gotta pair it with something,
cute,
especially if you're going to be able to burst through the raw
you know,
staying power of that Vibrant Vitality.
it's adorable,
team-up.
right?
And, you
It's
know,
in your
a
hand.
good thing for that might be Days on the Wolverine, but
I happen to have
how are you
Captain
going to
America's
achieve
duck
that
as
if
well.
TLC are just going to simply ban it away.
Yeah, that's a good shout,
Captain-
right?
Jesus
feel
Christ,
like
it's so heavy.
Gaming
Captain
could have
America's
thought,
duck.
Hey, maybe the CYA
It's
is
just
enough to break through
doesn't
that
fit in your
front-to-back
hand. You
composition,
need 2
and
hands for it. You know,
Yggdrasil
it's just
very interesting by Swamp Gaming.
Come on, man.
For going Holojalia
You
for
want
now, and
this
they
duck,
go
not this
towards
duck.
Yggdrasil path. Very interesting.
Come on, man.
For Swamp Gaming, we'll see if that's gonna play a part in terms of what kind of composition they want to go for, and we have yet to see what side they also pick up.
So Yggdrasil is a bit of an oddity. We don't see a whole lot of it. We saw, a couple of Yggdrasil path picks in EMEA earlier today, but it was once a staple of Ignite. You would see it, like 5 times a day, but it's kind of fallen to the wayside as maps like Midtown and Museum of Contemplation have usurped it. But I think Swamp Gaming are anticipating a longer series here, and they're saving those picks for later on down the line, because this one, while not 1-for-1 the same as Midtown, does kind of play itself quite well into that kind of front-to-back play style, and that's where I think having that crutch pick of the Blade could potentially pay off for Days.
I mean, usually when Blade is picked within Ignite, although map 1 may have been
say
a
usually as if it happens ever.
I mean,
usually.
the usual 2-3 times we have seen Blade, it was always on Midtown, but I mean, the game
usually when a fish rides a bicycle.
Yeah. Whenever that happens, it's usually in certain conditions, but it felt like Swamp Gaming kind of just went out of it off the rip on Hell's Heaven, but usually Midtown is where we see the Blade. I mean, we saw it over in EMEA. Shout out to Tanuki for trying to rock the Blade, but now are officially knocked out from the midseason finals. A little bit unfortunate, but Swamp Gaming. All right, we're pulling a playbook out of Rad's book. We're just gonna first save the Wolverine for Days.
Which I do like, but that does kind of become a Faustian bargain. Sure, you can wish for the Wolverine, but what are you giving up in return? You can't protect the Rocket. The Mantis is going to be banned, so you won't be able to protect that as well. And now TLC, they can just go for a one-sided Mantis should their heart desire it, and in fact, it does, and they will.
I mean, Swamp Gaming now have to take away Vibrant Vitality. You can't give away things like the Loki, the Groot. Ultron, also a very, very good shot. We saw Swamp do it back in map number 1. Take away the Ultron. We get rid of that double damage amplification. But now Swamp Gaming, they're like, maybe we done goofed. Maybe we should not have let the Loki through. So they're going to take it away this time.
Yeah, that's a step in the right direction, but again, trying to go for that Wolverine save, I think has cost them because they're not going to have
Jay,
access
who did
to
you
the
predict?
Rocket,
I predicted Team Liquid
their
Citadel winning.
backline is
Swamp
gonna be in a rough
Gaming
spot,
did ban the
especially
Gambit
with one
first, so
more
that's
ban
very
from TLC
interesting,
that
but
could
Team
just
Liquid
go to other
Citadel
strategists, Invis,
saved the Mantis.
Luna. It really doesn't matter. Swamp probably going to have to use a protect on something like that. They can't protect the Gambit. They can't protect the Mantis.
I see
gone.
their problem.
Maybe it's the Loki, but what do you pair
Swamp
the Loki
Gaming
up with?
could save the Mantis potentially, but they're saving the Wolverine, bro. Don't tell me they're like liver die by the Wolverine, chat.
That energy can play his game.
Because if you save the Wolverine, you're gonna let them ban Gambit and Mantis and Rocket.
And I feel like the Rocket Raccoon ban by Liquid Citadel is kind of like that double whammy, right? You also deny the BRB, you also deny the CYA, but you also deny Wolverine Airlines, right? The super jump pack that's also on the BRB, as Liquid Citadel will get rid of at least one part of the fastball.
Yeah, no, so I do kind of like that because, Swamp Gaming, of course, they're thinking, all right, we have to get Days on a hero that he can frag out with, so we protect the Wolverine, and Team Liquid Citadel,
see, that's what's bad, chat. That's what's bad. If you have a small hero pool, bro, it's only going to be a problem for your team. If you have a small hero pool and you have to save, you have to use your 2 saves. You only have 2 saves. If you have a small hero pool and you have to waste one of your saves to protect one of your players, that's bad. Because then you're going to get rid of
for Swamp Gaming, but Team
a lot of these other great characters, bro.
Away, and they sniped it with a 50 cal.
Also, yes, you want to ban the Hulk because Krasmang is really insane when Days has his Wolverine and they play the fastball special. It is not something that you want to play against.
The Rogue without the Gambit team up. We'll see if that'll actually lock things in. Krasmang still really wants to use the fastball, so not surprised that he's going to go over to the
there you go. They're
going to
play the thing
Days.
now.
Maybe he just throws him out there as like a rollout, and then Krasmang switches to something else. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the case as well. But Liquid Citadel not going for that triple setup that we see a lot of defenders do. Going for that triple strategist still, but with a little bit more of that extra damage.
Well, I think they're not going to go for that because they know Swamp Gaming has to play that
okay, let's see this.
Krasmang going to use the fastball and then swap over onto the Groot. So like you don't really have to worry about
they only use the fastball once.
Entry into your backline, potentially getting a big kidnap. That would be the threat had you stuck on the thing. And of course, Krasmang is not going to stay on the thing. The thing is pretty far down in the tier list these days. Pretty much just a fastball merchant. Energy continues to throw some death downrange, taking down Melophobia with another beam shot, and Days already having the healing factor forced to retreat as TLC.
I'm surprised they don't kill that guy. They have the Invis woman for a pull.
Comes back out to spawn, and we are back at an even footing. And Scatter trying to push the line of scrimmage forward, but TLC refused to budge.
Are there any ultimate
Happy
funnels
4th,
coming
Jay.
in right
Happy
now?
4th.
Valentina
Happy
E
4th.
Very, very close to that God of Mischief. But Nero is hot on her tail. Energy is able to find that Cyclops 1v1 win against Melophobia. So Swamp Gaming gonna have to reset for a little bit longer. Maybe that buys time for at least Swamp Gaming to build up some of those ultimates on their end. Liquid Citadel looking to do the same. But both sides committing their invisible boundary. But that's just an easy target for Veswa.
Yeah, it's so telegraphed, right?
Damn.
Like, you go for that God of Mischief on for the invisible boundary, and Vest is just like, all right, bet, you're all going to be
I
playing
would
right here, grouped
chat.
up.
I can't wait for the LAN event when we see Team Liquid Citadel play against Navi. I think that is going to be
You've already bled nearly 2 minutes
crazy.
off the time bank. And let's talk about some of these picks that Energy is getting. There's really nobody on the side of Swamp Gaming that can contest that high ground angle as long as he chooses to stay up there. He's going to be merciful and play low ground, but as he's got the Ruby Rage, he's definitely just looking for an angle. Oh, what a last stand from Days. Bro came in like an air-to-ground missile. He's going to be able to find two, and he's going to helicopter mode as well in the back line. Swamp Gaming finally seemingly have found something to help them burst on through, but they need to find a couple more KOs. Cooper's going to lay out the dance floor to stop that from happening. Strangling Prison coming out now from Krasmang, and Scatter is getting in there, is going to take down Energy. The rage of Energy will be quelled. It will not be Ruby today. It'll be a nice, cool blue, as it's going to be all red in the KO feed, and Swamp Gaming will cruise on through.
Good fight win for Swamp Gaming, which was kickstarted by Days with a 3-man knockup with the last stand. Was able to pin down 2, and that just starts Swamp Gaming's momentum. However, there's a chance that this momentum might get cut short because of Speedery still holding on to the Soul Resurgence. That's going to allow Liquid Citadel entry their way back in. We'll see how Swamp Gaming
no
decides to
support ults
utilize
from Swamp
Scatter
Gaming, bro.
on the Meteor M. Definitely will try to use it defensively to try to keep the rest of his team
Let's see
alive.
this.
But Melophobia also there with the zoning, with the Ruby Rage. Is going to let it rip, but is not going to find the mark.
Meteor M now from Scatter, and he's looking for his mark. He wants to get Speedery, and he's going to try and go for the fake.
Bro, come on, man. I need you to be LeBron James right now.
And it's so oppressive.
We need to be LeBron James. Right now, we're Tony Snell. We gotta upgrade here. Come on, guys. We're like, who's that person that they meme on a lot? We're like,
and try and plan for this one last fight.
Angel Reese try to go up for a layup.
Again,
come on, guys.
Coming in from Liquid
There you
Citadel,
go.
biting back against Swamp Gaming. Adjustments need to be made fast. 40 seconds left now. We're going into final fight territory. Looking at the ult economy on the side of Swamp Gaming, it's not looking so hot. Forky Dog.
Bro, have you guys seen those people that are, they always bet on if Angel Reese is going to make their first shot? Bro, that's funny.
The dark teleportation comes through from Valentina. It's just not enough to absorb all the damage, and TLC just pressing the advantage and forcing Swamp Gaming one way or another back into that spawn room. The ult's going to be coming online for Swamp Gaming, but only 12 seconds left, and someone has to try and get a touch. Krasmang scurrying around like a rodent on the walls, trying to find an angle to get in for the touch, but he's being peppered away by Energy. He's going to go in for the dive, does touch the trigger OT. Daze is there as well, and they need to try and find something. Invisible Boundary is going to give them a safe harbor with which to try and play in, but they can't seem to find any elims yet, and there's yet another Strangling Prison from Vess, a Ruby Rage from Melophobia to try and cut through the chaff. It's going to be able to help take down Speedery, and it's going to have to be enough for now. But Cooper wants to lay down another dance floor. A Feast of the Abyss now coming up from Polly. It's damage.
Chat, bro, this is... Listen, I think Swamp Gaming is a great team. Obviously, there are much better players than me. Their coach, very funny. But maybe instead of being on Twitter a little too much, I think we need to... Bro, this is a big difference between the first and second seed of NA. Bro, we might need to.
He could really use some of that healing, but it's so far away, and he was pinned.
We might need to practice a little bit more. And I'm talking about practice, chat, not a game. Not a game, practice.
On the very same. Scatter now on the Wolverine, cannot make anything happen. And TLC.
Damn, bro.
How in the world did Polly get so many
if you
eliminations
told
during
me
Yeah, you did have Cooper.
If you told
popping
me
the
what the
Fable
match
Throne,
was for Team Liquid Citadel against Swamp Gaming, I would say it was a very close game, back and forth. It was a 3-2. Someone won. Team Liquid Citadel won 3-2.
Like Swamp Gaming had no opportunity to breathe, and now,
This has been one-sided.
You have the Wolverine on Swamp, but it's not just working out because Liquid Citadel are handling it so well, right? Marking where this Wolverine is at all times.
I think you go with the traditional saves and bans. I don't think you save. Listen, Daze is a great player, but we cannot be saving Wolverine, and they're going. The other team.
He's keeping pace with energy on the group.
The other team is banning Mantis,
your Vanguard
Gambit,
lineup, like sure they're gonna have a fair
Rocket,
bit of damage, but they shouldn't be
and Hulk,
outpacing
dude.
your star duelist. Like he's literally only a couple hundred shy of what energy has been putting up, and that's why I'm saying like it feels like every time Swamp Gaming walk up, Vest has another strangling prison, and I mean SG, they just can't play the game. They're locked down every time. They have to invest a huge strategist utility, whether it's an ultimate, a regen domain, something that they're relying on.
Yo, fix the camera, bro. Fix the camera. I'm getting tripped. This is trippy, bro.
In the fight.
And it feels like it all comes down to the Mantis, right? The damage amplification. You have that slight damage advantage over Swamp Gaming, which means that translates into a faster ult cycle. There's a chance that is the biggest reason why Vespa is just able to cycle the Strangling Prison almost every single fight. And now going onto the attacking side, they're going to roll out on the exact same composition. Swamp Gaming looking to do these saves. Scatter onto the Emma Frost to, at the very least, maybe try to just block some of the poke damage coming out of Team Liquid Citadel.
NRG was playing an MRI, but they didn't make it through the stage 1 teams. They went like 1-4 or something. They got this, or 1-5. They got disqualified. They didn't make it. It was the top 4 teams in each bracket.
But he doesn't know the very definition of slow. Goes in, and Cooper will take him down with a light and dark ice. It's traded out for Vest, so TLC at the very least can't put more walls up and press this advantage, but they don't want to slow down just yet. They know they're playing with house money right now, but as Cooper gets felled there by Scatter, they'll have to back off for now.
Solid recovery from Swamp Gaming despite losing Daze.
Okay, still winnable, chat. Still winnable. Still full holdable. Anything's possible.
But Nero needs to do...
If Swamp Gaming wins this, I will take back everything I said.
That he needs to, right? Use the Force Fix to keep Daze in check. That's the biggest reason why Daze has been so contained. We haven't seen him make all those highlight moments, only except when he pops the last stand at times. But the follow-up just not there in time as Prazmang...
Average gold match? Chat, this is not a gold match.
What a wall from Vest in a strangling prison of his own, locking SG up in the air, and it is literally like shooting clay pigeons. Energy again will get the better of Melophobia. A late invisible boundary now from Forky Dog. Valentina had to invest hers as well, and as they fall, Forky will feel the full force of Energy's Ruby Rage, and it's gonna have to be a TP play coming out from Melophobia if SG want to try and hold, but it's still 2:20 on the clock.
They have polys up. No, this is GG's chat. Team Liquid Citadel 1. Swamp Gaming, first of all, has no ults. Team Liquid Citadel has Cooper's ult almost. And on top of that, they have polys. It's GG's.
This fight might be over before it even starts.
There's that Feast of the Abyss, but it's only anti-healing the
Well,
clone.
Poly didn't really hit anything. Cooper popped his ults. Yep.
But Poly is getting caught out, and Daze is going to take him for a ride, and I'm afraid this one is one way, but
well,
TLC,
Daze,
be
the hero, Daze!
Daze has to give up the pursuit of Poly, and he'll live to take down Forky Dog. The last stand goes out. It's the last stand
Did he
for
do any
Swamp
damage?
Gaming's defense, and he tries to dive back in to make the save, but it's just not enough. TLC, they go up 2-0, and they are looking 1, 2, 3 steps ahead of Swamp Gaming.
It looked like Poly was overextending a tiny bit, right? Going in so deep. But it's worth it in the end. There were members of Swamp Gaming that had to draw their attention on to Poly on the Venom. And that line-of-sight manipulation meant that the rest of Liquid Citadel could just rip apart the rest of Swamp Gaming that aren't looking at Poly.
I think the strat that they're doing right now is not working.
There was a divide between Swamp Gaming.
Ban Mantis first.
On the same page.
Give them the Gambit.
From the inside
Who cares?
Well, the ban phase
ban the Mantis.
did not favor Swamp Gaming. They're going to have one more crack at it potentially as Liquid Citadel are on match points, and we'll have map number 3 on the other side of this break.
If they don't ban the Mantis, I swear to God, I'm going to rip out the remaining 2 hairs on top of my head. I'm going to be looking like Homer Simpson. I need them to ban the Mantis. You have a top-tier DPS player like Energy, and you're giving him Mantis. Nah. You and Energy have the exact same hairline? Oh, bro, that's yeah. You know, Energy and I have the same amount of hair. You know, it's, you know, I don't like to brag. Jay, why don't you play comp? Play in comp? Play comp right now? It's watch party day, chat. What percentage boost does damage Mantis provide? I think it's 8% now. They nerfed it from 12 to 8, I believe. But I also think it gives you a speed boost now. Yeah. I don't know what the percentage of the speed boost is, but yeah. There is a little speed boost. When do we see YWL play? Later today, chat. They're the third game of the day, and if they win, they're also the fourth game of the day. Jay, I hit Celestial for the first time this morning. Yo, WW. Oh, wait. I gotta take off this, unbid message. I mean, why don't you go in pro play? Nah, chat. I would rather... Listen. I would rather sit back, watch these games with you, not worry about anything, eat popcorn if I wanted to, and just talk shit like your old man on the couch. Have you guys ever seen your old man on the couch watching basketball or football? And oh man, put me in the game, bro. I have better hands. It hits you in the hands, man. Catch it. Oh, I could shoot better than this guy. I'm okay being that guy now. Jay, take your shirt off. I can't focus on the game. Oh, you're fine, bro. Go launch up Marvel Rivals and go look at the new cap skin. I heard they nerfed it, but that's awesome. That's insane. That's awesome though. Also, I'm pissed off right now, chat. Bro, I don't know. My phone motherboard got fried. So I took it to Apple. I didn't know my Apple password, so they're like, okay, whatever. We'll reset your phone and fix it. So they fixed my phone. But now it's a new phone. Like, they erased everything off of it. And now I'm trying to sign back into my phone, but I don't know my Apple password. But to get into my Apple, they apparently need to send me a text message, but I can't go into my Apple because I don't have my phone. So they're sending me text messages, and I can't fucking get into my Apple account. Oh my god, dude, it's so stupid. And now I waited 4 days for it to reset my password, and it tried to send me a text message, and I said, I don't have my phone. And that's like, oh, okay. Give us 24 hours, and I put Emily's phone in there, and like, give us 24 hours and put a new phone in there so we can reset your password, and it will update you in 24 hours. So in 24 hours, they'll tell me that I have to wait another 5 days. Bro, I swear to God, I hate Apple. I don't know why I don't know my password, chat. What do you want from me? What do you want from me, man? I'm old. Technology is just new to me. I don't know how to use technology. Also, you guys are telling me go Samsung. Chat, I was an Android user my whole life until like 3 years ago or 4 years ago. I bought an Apple and I liked it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jay, when will you do community games like with like Emily? Emily, bro, I don't like anything. I don't like you guys. I hate you guys. No, Emily did community games because I was too tired. I don't know when we'll do it. I do have an Apple Watch, but my Apple Watch is not connected to my phone. Well, it is connected to my phone through Bluetooth, but it's not connected to my carrier, so it's not sending me the password.
Welcome back, rivals. Happy 4th of July once again. We don't even know the definition of a kilometer around these parts, and it seems like
True.
They don't know the definition of losing.
What
In fact,
is
they
a
seem
kilometer?
incapable of doing so, as they are on the precipice of sweeping their greatest nemesis 3-0.
I mean, for me, 3 letters come to mind. The first letter is the letter B, but I'm going to stop there as we carry on to map number 3, because Swamp
Wait, I don't get it.
Gaming, what is going on? It feels like they haven't woken up just yet. It feels like, from what we've seen throughout the entirety of playoffs from Swamp, this has been like, this is a different Swamp, and I'm not liking the direction that this is going, because right now Swamp really need to lock things in. Especially, I feel like maybe take a look at that ban draft. Maybe you start taking a look at banning the
Wait, I don't get it.
first, because it just felt like every time
BTA.
they gave it away, Liquid kind of just
That's funny.
ran them right over.
Oh, well, like you say, Dan, I do kind of agree. I think that Swamp Gaming do need to wake up. But chat, if you are just now waking up, you missed a clinic by Vess on the Groot. 21-2 with 21k damage. And that sounds a lot like Energy's stat line from our previous MVP. And if that does sound familiar,
Hey,
it's because
where's
it
Vess's
was,
mom
and
at?
also because
There's
he was
her
keeping
boy.
pace with his
MVP.
duelist on
Well, he
the
needs to fix his
Vanguard,
face cam,
and
though.
every single fight was a strangling
It's like I
prison
took out
that
my
closed
contact
it out,
lenses.
and
Jesus.
all Swamp Gaming could hope to do was react. And I mean, there was a couple of decent reactions, but they were able to stay alive, but they were not able to thrive under the iron rule of Veswa.
I mean, speaking of reactions, Vess also, we think, blocked that strangling prison coming in from Krasmang. And that had to have been like the final nail in the coffin for Swamp. It kind of felt like they were just mental boomed at that point as we look at the stats on Yggdrasil Path. I mean, we see the numbers now, right? Look at the numbers coming in from Veswa.
I can't even sign in on my watch.
And you said it, right? It looks like Energy did all that damage, but Energy was there with 22k, so it was just too much damage coming in onto Swamp Gaming, and they just found no solution to try to combat it.
And that's even in the face of a Wolverine. Like, they gave Daze his greatest tool and said, what else you got? Like, just completely no-selling the Wolverine pick. And, you know, Daze over there with 6 and 4. Like, it just kind of feels like he's not getting the job
31
done in
and
the way
1
that we have known and gotten to love some of the highlight performances that he's put on. They're just kind of going unseen today. Like, we're just not seeing that same level of performance. And again, I do think it does circle a little bit back to that ban phase. You know, we're trying to shut down the Vibrant Vitality, but with the Mantis and the triple strategist looks and the Groot, like, it just kind of feels like Liquid Citadel look a little bit too strong in this particular composition. And Swamp Gaming have yet to be able to find a way to muscle their way past it.
I mean, now you had a game, right, where Swamp Gaming, you got the Wolverine. You even committed it one-sided. And that was your bread and butter. That has been your win condition time and time again when you're on Swamp. But now Liquid kind of just got the read, right? They got narrow on the Invisible Woman to, at the very least, keep that Wolverine in check. And it's been doing wonders for Liquid Citadel, because Daze quite literally cannot find an angle to get those key Feral Leaps onto those Vanguards.
I don't know what I'm doing
also,
Monday yet,
it's
chat.
narrow keeping that Wolverine in check. It's also shout out to the Vanguards of Liquid Citadel, both Vess and Polly doing so well in terms of positioning to make sure that they're not put in those unfavorable positions thanks to the Feral Leap.
Well, let's leap on over to our next map. And Dan, you were telling me a little bit before the previous map, like you were predicting that Yggdrasil Path map was going to be Hall of the Jalia. You were correct, just not correct in time.
Yeah, better late than never, I feel like. I mean, to recap what I talked about before we went into Yggdrasil Path, Hall of the Jalia is Swamp's comfort pick. Every time Swamp were in a position to pick a map and they pick Hall of the Jalia, they have gone 3-0. Maybe Liquid Citadel? You're kind of expecting that Swamp Gaming would want to go onto Hall of Jalia. And for Swamp being the fact that this is their playground. Is this the start of a reverse sweep? Is this the start of a comeback of something that we have not seen just yet here in America?
It's gonna have to be. Like, it's gonna have to be reverse sweep. Otherwise, Swamp Gaming will go down to the lower bracket. Again, both these teams qualified for LAN, so it's not like their lives are on the line, but their ticket to the grand finals of the playoffs here certainly is, and there is a fat stack of cash waiting for them at the other side of that one. So you know both these teams are still going to be giving it their all, while also trying not to. I guess you don't want to overheat, you know, before then, because there's a high chance of a reunion later on down the line. But you still want to assert your dominance early on here. And Swamp Gaming, unfortunately,
the difference
they haven't done
between
anything, but if there's a map
Navi and Virtus Pro today, 3-0, we're literally seeing the same thing right now, bro.
It's not just going to change up the ban phase. I think it's going to change up the style that Swamp Gaming have played with, because the front to back right now,
also, I
it just
tried
ain't
that
cutting
Winston
it.
Lewis. It doesn't work.
Swamp Gaming, you tried something to disrupt the front to back, get some extra damage amp with the Rocket Raccoon back in.
Okay, let's see this chat.
It did not work out.
So Swamp Gaming is going to ban the Gambit.
Disrupt all of Liquid Citadel that way.
They saved the Wolverine.
Swamp Gaming,
Team Liquid Citadel is going to save the Mantis.
Get the first save onto the Wolverine, and
bro,
maybe
this is I don't know what.
Something.
I don't know what we're doing.
Some kind of adjustment could have been made as Liquid Citadel. No surprises there. Take away the Rocket Raccoon, deny the super jump and the BRB and the CYA extra damage amp on the side of Swamp, but will get the Mantis, which in return will force Swamp to take away Loki.
I do think, you know, going for that first protect on the Wolverine, like, that's the lifeline. Like, it's do or die when it comes to that particular pick, and having to give up the Rocket Raccoon, I think, hurts so bad, especially when you don't have access to the Gambit or the Rocket. Like, those outside of the Mantis are easily best in slot when it comes to strategists. And speaking of slots, there's going to be that third ban slot this time, bumping it up in the prio. We're seeing the Hulk ban come through again. So again, no fastball special unless you want to bring the thing out of the spawn, and I don't think you want to bring the thing out of the spawn.
Oh, great ban onto the Invisible Woman. That has been the biggest reason why Days just could not find any moments to breathe, right? Not even make any huge clutch moments happen because of that force physics pulling him back. When he does catch someone with the Feral Leap, that force physics will put him right out of it. And with that Invisible Woman banned, Liquid Citadel, I'm sure they've been expecting it. They will find ways to try to make sure that this Wolverine works. And step one will be enabling the Mantis, which will force Team Liquid Citadel to ban away the Loki. So no devastating Vibrant Vitality team up that we saw all the way back in map number 1. So no team will just have the better front to back.
But you still get the Mantis though, like, because the Hulk ban got bumped up in prio, the Mantis gets through unseen. And you know, what a good shout from Fox to be like, you've left this on the table. Of course we're gonna use it. Our backs are up against the wall. We're on the verge of falling to the lower bracket here. We're gonna use everything at our disposal, so we'll reach for the biggest gun, and it's going to be that Mantis. Swamp Gaming are gonna be first up on the attack on their map pick, their final map pick of the series. It's Hall of the Jalia, and they are gonna be coming out, like you said, with that Mantis in the back pocket should they need it. But of course, Days, he only knows one gear, and that is Wolverine full throttle all the way.
Well, unfortunately, Days won't have access to the Rocket Super Jump because the ban came through onto the Rocket Raccoon by Liquid Citadel.
I'm liking the vibes from Melophobia right now. I'm liking the vibes.
I was about to say, I was like, there's no way he rolls out on that, right? Liquid Citadel,
I would roll out on it. I don't think it's going to save. I don't think anything they could do could save them right now.
We'll go for the Luna Snow White Fox team up to keep the dive from Swamp Gaming in check, whether it be Krasbang on the Venom or Days on the Wolverine. As
Melo's walking out. Melo's walking out with the Mantis damage boost. Okay, no, swapping back over onto the...
Okay.
I like how Swamp Gaming is trolling by walking out on,
see if there was anybody trolling, but unfortunately, you know, DLC,
Black Widow, but they're down 2-0, bro. I feel like you should troll after you win or when you're winning, chat.
Best game if they want to best TLC, but
I don't think he was trolling though. I think he was probably looking top right to see if anyone was probably there.
It's gonna be a good early kidnap from Days, and Swamp Gaming able to claim this high ground opposite TLC. They can keep this momentum going, but Energy and Cooper will stop that momentum in its tracks. Scatter and Valentina both will be sent to the wayside. Schmiedery traded out, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough to break through this defense.
I mean, Swamp Gaming we're running that first fight on a 2-strategist lineup with a Mantis on Valentina Eve. So it was just Luna Snow and the Mantis being the 2 strategists on Swamp Gaming. That's not enough healing to sustain from the sheer amount of damage Liquid Citadel are pumping out. It just felt like Swamp Gaming, their plan was simple. Go fast, get a quick elimination with the amount of damage that you have on your lineup, and try to just run over Liquid Citadel that way. But that falls flat, so Valentina will go back to the Invisible Woman as the portal will be in play.
Relentless attacks coming out from Swamp Gaming. Again, an early portal play. They'll have
Why are
access
they
to another one.
protecting
It's still early enough in the round that
the
they don't have to
Wolverine's
worry
so
about
hard, bro?
overtime and
Even
not
if they
having
ban
that tool at
Wolverine,
their
does he
disposal,
know?
but
Does
they
he
need
know
to
how to play
dispose of
like
some of these defenders, and Polly looks to be first on the chopping block again.
Daredevil?
Fate of both worlds invested early on from
Bro,
Golden
you have to
Guard
change
try
up your
and give Swamp
strategy. Why are you
Gaming
doing
a
the
little bit of
same
a
thing
safe
over and
haven.
over, expecting
Now
different
Cooper
results?
is
Isn't
gonna
that
get the later,
insanity?
better Fate of both worlds. Another strangling prison coming out from Vez, and it's again just a pure evisceration.
Like, come on, bro.
Swamp Gaming, they get locked
Come
in
on, bro.
prison, and they just can't seem to break free.
The Swamp just have no response. Every single time that Strangling Prison came out, it always tagged up 2 or 3 members. Like, Vez over here in the Americas is looking like Zeta over on XXL01. Like, these 2 players are just nailing Strangling Prison after Strangling Prison. And it's just devastating all of Swamp Gaming.
I've seen that before. He just wants to play to have fun.
Oh, he's got 2. Is he going to be able to confirm? Mello is there to help take down Nero, and that's going to be a strategist ult offline for TLC, so they're not going to have an opportunity to try and defend. Ruby Rage from Energy to try and make up for it, but Valentina has got the good healing with the invisible boundary. Polly's got the
Daze knows how to, dude. Daze knows how to play a lot of things. He's not 1-2 trick.
Right now
he knows how to play
Mello, though, is the
Ultra. Oh, I mean, Ultron's banned right now, but he knows how to play the Ultron.
Speedery, and Swamp Gaming have finally kicked the door wide open, and they've claimed 2 ticks.
Portal play coming in from Liquid Citadel. You have access of safe passage with the Soul Resurgence from Speedery. You will use it immediately. Melophobia went for the Ruby Rage, but he got exploded himself.
Kraz taking down Speedery. It's 2 big KOs. There's the Kumiho now unleashed from Nero, but he's so far away from the point. He's got to circle back. Polly has managed to take down the backline of Swamp Gaming, though. So all that's left, they don't feel like they have the staying power anymore, and Scatter is going to be wondering where those heals were. You really needed them, but they're just not there. And Daze is going to fly away in helicopter mode back to the rest of his team. 45 seconds left, and Swamp Gaming only have 1 play left to make.
Yeah, Speedery coming in with the Soul Resurgence meant that Swamp Gaming just didn't have a solid
Liquid Citadel has the Ultron ban. Swamp Gaming could do Ultron.
And
Swamp Gaming could also do Mantis.
The rip was absolutely huge.
Swamp Gaming
could have had a huge influence in terms of where Liquid
Swamp
Citadel
Gaming
could play from because the line of sight was just too much. Because Melophobia literally
this is kind of embarrassing, chat.
One central point. Speedery's going to get tagged up and
I was looking forward to this game all day, and I thought it was going to be very insane, but
Scatter, keeping the backline safe. You're going to need both of them with their ultimates coming online to be able to brute force your way through TLC's defenses as they are stanced up, ready to accept this attack coming forward from Swamp Gaming. Speedery gets kidnapped there. Melophobia is there with the finishing shot. It's going to be a Fate of Both Worlds coming up, but Mello snipes Energy from downtown, 6 Middle Earths away, and he's able to find it. And now with the last stand coming out from Daze, breaking those claws across TLC, trying to find something through that Fate of Both Worlds. Krazmang with a belly flop is going to flop right on top of Cooper, shutting that last ultimate down.
Wait, they might cap. They might cap.
The abyss, no heals. It's just not enough. And again, yeah, like you say, Dan, there is no heals. And there's going to be nothing left to stop Swamp Gaming from claiming this first
capped
point.
it, chat. We are. The game got extended 2 minutes.
Target down.
W.
Strategist.
T-Burt with the massive 100 bits. Fox thinks that Wolf is the best thing. He brags about it all the time. That's why
we might see
a
series here, but Swamp Gaming, the work is not done. The job's far from finished as they have to look for the second checkpoint. Looking at the ultimate economy, Scatter switches over to Doctor Strange. Was very close
that's your problem.
to the Heaven's Retribution.
You think something's working, but it's not. You gotta look at the statistics here, chat. And what I'm looking at right now is that it's not working.
An early diving strike there. It is forced away for the time being, but now the pinch is set up. A Ruby Rage from Energy is going to find Daze, and that is going to be an early pick that Swamp Gaming, they just can't afford, especially if they were trying to set up that pinch from Krazmang, but it's do or die now, and they are going to
Wasn't Fox saying that if Wolverine gets banned, which, you know, they can let Team Liquid Citadel ban? Weren't they saying Blade is the next best thing? Play Blade!
Precious time.
I don't agree with it, but I mean, they pulled it out yesterday.
They need to find an angle. They need to find a way to, at the very least, draw out Nero's Kumiho Unleash and find a way to intercept Veswa's Strangling Prison.
See, Strangling Prison comes out. Vest just gets burned down.
Yeah, we saw Blade yesterday. And we saw a little bit of Blade today, actually.
Any Strangling Prison coming out. So Nero with the Kumiho Unleashed trying to keep the pressure going. But Scatter thrives under pressure. It makes diamonds. And the Maelstrom of Madness makes a mess of TLC. As Swamp Gaming win the fight they need to win, but there is still one more, potentially even a stagger fight on this defensive, and only less than a minute left.
Very cheap fight win for Swamp Gaming. Only invested the Feast of the Abyss. They have both Fate of Both Worlds and Invisible Boundary. Scatter could go insanely aggressive with the Eye of Agamotto to at the very least draw out one of those strategist ultimates coming out of Liquid Citadel.
Goes for it. Well, there's that strategist ultimate, free of cost. Didn't even need the Eye of Agamotto. Got frozen.
Oh!
Charm. What a cancel. The freeze that comes out from Nero. The Strangling Prison now from
What a
Vest.
charm,
Days
bro.
with the
What a
last
charm.
Trying to carry some members of TLC out of their safe haven. And Scatter again comes up clutch, taking down Speedery. It's traded out for Forky, so there's not going to be a whole lot of healing. And Valentina is doing her best to try and stay alive and keep the front line the very same. Scatter again strikes gold, taking down Nero, and a Force Physics is going to pull Polly right back into the frying pan. And Swamp Gaming looking to get this second cap, and there ain't a whole lot left that TLC can do about it. A portal play will come through 1.3 meters away. Energy's going to take down Krasmeg, but traded out for Speedery. A Ruby Rage from Energy through the portal. Eye of Agamotto, and again Scatter.
Wait, okay, they're showing a little bit of sign, a little bit of life here.
Swamp Gaming over the line, but they need Krasmeg.
I don't think it's enough though.
Scatter
I don't think it's enough.
line. There's not going to be a portal to get him there in time. Akumiho now being unleashed from Nero. Melophobia gets low, has to back away, has to get a little bit of healing, but that gives TLC too much breathing room. And with the spawn advantage, you can't let them breathe. You can't let them be any air in their lungs. So Daze looks to take it all out of them with the last stand. He'll find two. Scatter Genji's going to fall though. Everything that Swamp Gaming are fighting for is being traded out one for another. They need to complete this cap though. Best comes back on the Angela, taking down
No,
Daze.
that's it, chat. I think that's a GG's, bro. That's a GG's. Oh, he died at 99% too. Forky Dog has Luna ult. They're teleporting back. They're teleporting back. They're going to get their DPS here in a second. They almost have Invisal, but I mean, Team Liquid Citadel has their support ults and also a lot more other ults. They're not making it. They're not making it, chat. They're not making it.
Maybe only their demise on the other side of it. Invisible Boundary from Valentina, but one by one, Swamp Gaming, they fall. Another Ruby Rage coming through from Energy. Melophobia tries to mirror, but Energy with two.
Never mind.
Off the Ricochet Force, and TLC will deny Swamp Gaming that second point.
That was a long and arduous overtime fight. Look at Liquid's coach behind Polly's camera. His hands are on his head. That was insanely tense.
He's like, this shit is easy.
Long and
he's not even worried, bro.
So well, but in the end, Swamp Gaming, they had their final moment with the Invisible Boundary to try to force some sort of comeback, but Liquid Citadel with Energy on the Ruby Rage kind of just exploded Valentina, gives TLC the hold that they need, and now put themselves in a pretty favorable position to give Swamp Gaming a fat donut here.
It's just too much damage, right? Coming out from Energy and the focus fire. Like, look at Melophobia versus Energy right now. Melo is getting the better in the pure damage number, 25k versus only 20k.
Wait, that's actually crazy. Yeah, Melophobia is doing a lot more damage.
It's like everybody from Liquid Citadel.
Melophobia is doing a shit ton more damage than Energy. But Energy was on the Cyclops. But, bro, imagine if Melophobia also had a Mantis that they could potentially save.
Their eyes are on her, and all eyes right now, I think, are on Team Liquid Citadel, as it has been foretold that Human Torch is back in the rotation, and if anybody was going to put it on display here in Americas, it was going to be
it is saved. I mean, it is saved, but no one's playing it.
All those flyers were so meta. Human Torch, Ultron, a little bit of Storm as well last year in 2025, but now coming in, looking to utilize it once more.
Someone check on Fox, bro. I don't know. Fox probably drank so much last night. He's hungover this morning. Or he's still probably drinking with these decisions. What's going on here, man?
So much of the map with the Pyro Prison.
And Melophobia is the only person who could try to stop it, and Speedery scouted that out, saw Melo was low, and went in for the hot drop, and Melo couldn't do a thing about it. Daze is going to be able to take down Polly, but that's only one elim going the way of Swamp Gaming, as it's been all TLC in the KO feed. One tick coming away, the second as well. There's going to be a portal that comes out, but it's not on the point, and there's a wall blocking them. They have to try and come through the choke now, but Speedery taking down Daze again. They're just walking into this kill box set up by Liquid Citadel, and more damage just being pumped out by Speedery and Swamp Gaming. It doesn't really feel like they're in this fight, Dan.
I mean, the portal has to be used very defensively, or else you're walking.
They have 5.5 minutes for.
And Liquid Citadel, off the back of that, will just secure themselves the first point, and they're
I think it's over,
even
bro.
more pressure with the Flaming Meteor.
Now they're not content to just take the first point. They want to take
No,
the job.
chat?
They want to take
I'm
the
gonna
3-0,
do the
and it is
toxic
within
thing.
their sights right now. Polly with a stagger onto Valentina and Daze. Not going to be kept as a pet. Mercifully will be put down and sent back to the rest of his team. And now Swamp Gaming, you're going to have to rely
That's
on
over,
that
bro.
spawn hold to be able to get themselves back into this one. As TLC don't
That's
have a lot
over.
of ultimates, but if we know Vest, he'll have one before long.
Yep.
It's over, bro.
hopefully
It's
Swamp
over, man.
We'll have Valentina Eve with the Eternal Bond coming in. The last-ditch effort for Swamp Gaming. We may be going into final fight territory if the fight goes as long as that fight we saw over and overtime right before second checkpoint. As Liquid Citadel, they have the combo ready. Strangling Prison, maybe into the Feast of the Abyss to anti-heal all of Swamp Gaming. We'll see if that's able to be executed here.
The front line from Swamp Gaming is so low. Someone heal Scatter. Genji is getting the healing finally.
That was a
As
good
the Eternal
hook.
Bond comes
That was
out,
an insane
Melophobia
hook.
Gets caught up by the Feast of the Abyss, swallowed whole in the belly of the beast, and now the
that
Strangling
catches
Prison
everyone.
coming out. It catches on to every single member of Swamp Gaming, and Valentina's doing all she can to try and heal at the front line as Forky Dog got felled in that exchange. But Liquid Citadel can't quite close this one out just yet. Daze is letting the devil out, but he'll be put back in his place by Vest. Again ruling over this map with an iron fist, and now Swamp Gaming on the back foot, on the precipice of
Melophobia is my
extinction
favorite
here,
Bucky.
as the cart inches closer, and Speedery pops the supernova for a spawn hold, and there's nothing Swamp Gaming can do as they're swept to the wayside by Team Liquid Citadel. Send your best, send anybody you like, but don't send anybody you want back.
We expected a full distance best of 5, but we instead got a quick day in the
That
office
was
for
one of
Liquid
the
Citadel.
most
They punched their ticket to the
disappointing
grand finals
games I've
here
ever
in
seen.
Stage 1 Americas. And
Team Liquid
my
Citadel
word, I'm not
BTA
sure if we
Swamp
all
Gaming,
expected this
and
kind of
not
result,
only
'cause
that,
Swamp Gaming, it
Navi
just felt like they were on the back
BTA
foot every
VP.
step of the way. Liquid
Bro,
Citadel were the
two
ones
of the
setting
most
tone,
anticipated
setting the
games I
pace
really wanted to
of
watch
this
for a very
match,
long time
and,
ended up
considering that you had access to the
they
Mantis
ended in a
time
blink
and
of an
time
eye.
again, that tempo just gets put up to around what 110%.
Nah, bro. Nah, listen.
It's so
If
hard,
I was
like,
Team
and again,
Liquid
like, we
Citadel,
go back to the picks in the band
you
phase,
could
like,
act professional
everything from
and
Swamp
not shit
Gaming
talk them
was
in the
defensive. They never got to mount
interview,
an offense
or
because of that tempo. And again, it comes with that Faustian bargain where you can try
or
and
you could
protect
shit
the
talk
Wolverine
because
for days, so he has something that he
Swamp
can play.
Gaming
But what are
shit
you
talked
giving up
100
in
Thieves.
return? I think losing out on the Rocket took away a lot of their staying power and also a lot of their playmaking potential. You know, you can't go aggressive with the CYA if there is no CYA to be had, and if your best bet is an Invis and Cloak and Dagger backline, I think your chances have already gone up in smoke. And you're like, it's so rough. Like it breaks my heart to see this, you know, as a certified Swamp Gaming glazer. But TLC are every bit as dominant as advertised, and if not Swamp Gaming, then who?
Oh, it's Cooper taking away the MVP here in map number 3. The final nail in the coffin for Swamp Gaming as they get sent to the depths of the lower bracket. I mean, we haven't talked about Cooper a whole lot in this series, but he has been quietly cooking in the backline, making sure everyone on Liquid Citadel are well sustained. And also, when they look for those target selections, Cooper's able to contribute with a little bit of damage.
He's been in the conversation for one of the best strategists in the game pretty much since the jump. It's been non-stop consistency from this guy in the backline. You know, even back to the old FlyQuest days and some of the synergy that he has with some of those ex-FlyQuest players, he was still putting up numbers like that even way back then. And it just goes to show like how good you are, how hard you work to stay at the top, and all that work paying off in spades. And now it has set them apart from the rest of the playing field. They have managed to go flawless against everybody who has stepped their way. Even the very best in North America couldn't even take a map off of Liquid Citadel in stage 1.
Yep, and now Liquid Citadel
that is so
getting
sad.
Closer and closer to that golden run. Still have not dropped a single map, and now going into the grand finals, only a best of 7 separates them and a golden road to the midseason finals. And I mean, what can you say about Liquid Citadel? Bringing in Vest right before stage 1 had to have been like the final piece to the Team Liquid Citadel puzzle.
And you know, if I can tie it back to our top of the show, right, where we showed up all the MVPs and how Energy stacked up 6 of them coming into this one. Each of these 3 maps had a different MVP.
From Team Liquid Citadel.
Energy, then it
and
was
I hope
Vest,
the coaches,
and then it was Cooper, and that just kind of goes to show how strong
I
each
hope,
and every
there's a
piece
little bit of shit
of
talk.
this team is. They're all in conversation for best in slot when it comes to their role, and if you know if they're not in the conversation, then they just are.
Yeah, and what could you say about Liquid Citadel? It was either
the next game is going to be
playing
good.
out of their minds, or it was just Swamp Gaming.
I think 100 Thieves against FlyQuest is going to be a better
Maybe
viewing
it was
game.
a mix of both, but Swamp Gaming, you gotta talk about them a little bit, right? So, like, you arguably fumbled the ban draft back in map number 1, and then you go into map number 2 with a little bit of adjustment, put a little more emphasis on the Wolverine. That falls flat. So now going into map number 3 on Hollow Dajalia, your comfort pick, you stick with your guns. You try to enable Daze, even committing bans onto the Invisible Woman to make sure Daze has
I don't think you try that in you play. I don't think you play to enable Daze, bro. You play to enable Melophobia.
Mechanics kind of just overpowered Swamp, and Swamp kind of just ran out of options.
Yeah, I mean, like, and let's also talk a little bit about Polly. You know, I was wondering if he might end up getting the MVP because I was seeing him making some clutch plays. He was on Forky Dog and Valentina like white on rice, and you can see that in the casualties. 10 for Forky Dog and 7 for Valentina, and that's just too high for your strategist. Either the peeling isn't there, or they're playing a little bit scared, or something
Velocity
just isn't clicking for Swamp Gaming right now. And you know, I hate to put all of the blame
Velocity,
on Daze
good luck
and his hero
today, bro.
pool, so,
Also, this game was a disappointment,
there's plenty
man.
of other things that it could be, but I think that's another pain point that you need to address. Is
100 Thieves did better than Swamp Gaming, at least, and they're talking shit about 100 Thieves. At least 100 Thieves took a map off Swamp Gaming.
Another day, but
Swamp Gaming took
Swamp
0
Gaming,
maps on
the
Team
day
Liquid.
is done. It belongs to Team Liquid Citadel, and I mean,
no, ain't no way Velocity just said I thought we would have a longer warm up.
I mean, you gotta give a shout out to Polly as well, right? Being able to pick up these heroes so quickly.
Nah.
He used to be
Good luck,
one
my
of those
friend.
Captain America 1 tricks, but now he's been picking up other heroes like the Groot and the Venom most notably, and his Venom has looked so clean throughout this
Wait, you're telling me
entire series.
Polly
I
has
believe he was on
increased
it for
his
the
hero
most-
pool, but
for most, if not all of the series.
we can't play
Yeah, he was
Mantis
on
on
the
Swamp
Venom, and he
Gaming?
looked so good. He was spitting the very same, and we got him on the interview to talk a little bit about his hero pool. Let's bring Polly in. Let's get this interview going. Polly, congrats on the win, and I mean, you don't look too perturbed by that one. It looks like it was easy for you. Pretty cool as a cucumber there.
Yeah, another day in the office.
It was abrupt. Yeah, just another day at the office.
Hunter
All right,
for 8 months. Appreciate it.
Let's talk a little bit about how this day at the office went, because again, like, it's just kind of easy for you being one of the best vanguards out here. We had an interview earlier on today with Space, and he was saying that you were a Cap 1 trick. You got anything you want to say about that?
No, I got nothing to say. I mean, I think I agree. I'm a Cap 1 trick, but I haven't played him yet. What can I say? I haven't played him yet. I do miss playing.
I think you got at least 2 tricks, because that Venom looked pretty good. Like, the Venom was also pretty good. Not to glaze too hard, but I feel like that's at least 2.
I mean, I also gotta ask about the ban draft, right? Was this something that you had planned going up against Swamp Gaming, right? You had an idea of what Swamp Gaming wanted to do. Was this like a premeditated ban draft? Were you kind of expecting what Swamp Gaming were gonna do, like, before you guys even loaded into the game?
Low key, I don't even look at the draft. That's my coach's job. Not gonna lie. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I don't know. Somehow they gave us Mantis every single game, and then Mantis with Venom, it's just broken. So yeah. They did some move stuff. Try.
This is Polly. Who is this kid, and why does he remind me of the funny kid from Stranger Things? I don't know what Stranger Things is.
I don't want to pry too much on that one, just in case you want to don't want to leak the ban draft stats in case you do see them again. But at this rate, like, do you think you will see Swamp Gaming again in grand finals, or do you think someone might usurp them down in the lower bracket?
Most probably, yeah, but you gotta beware of the stick drift guys. Those guys are definitely good. I do think they're also gonna be 100 trash. So.
Oof.
I like that you and Swamp are at least on the same wavelength for one thing, and it's sipping on the 100 Thieves haterade. I kind of admire it, so I take it you don't think the 100 Thieves is gonna be taking that.
They say 100. Right? The 100 Thieves is 100 trash.
Not gonna lie.
But I think 100 Thieves would put up a better fight against Team Liquid Citadel.
Oh boy. I mean, what else? What else is there, right? You got a ticket into the grand finals. Do you think you'll meet Swamp again in that best of 7 grand final, or do you think it'll be someone else?
No, it's gonna be Swamp. 70% Swamp, 30% maybe Stick Drift. We'll see. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
I'd like to see the Stick Drift one. All right, we got one last question before we have to bid you adieu, and that is, if you see Swamp again in that best of 7, do you think they're gonna take a map off of you, or is it gonna be just another sweep? Because this was pretty dominant today.
Maybe if they somehow get Hulk and Wolverine through the draft, then maybe they take a map of us. Maybe. That's all I'm saying.
I think whoever is in charge of your ban base is gonna have to be asleep at the wheel to let both of those through. Like, you can have one, my friend, but not the other. But you can have the glory all day long, Polly. Thank you so much. Any other shout-outs you want to give before we send you off?
Buy the Liquid Citadel bundle, and shout out Space. I love you, Space.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Polly, with your unparalleled amounts of swagger there. The sunglasses indoors, I admire it. I admire the chill factor there.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's just hire about this tire. And yeah, thank you, Polly, for joining us, and we'll see you around. Maybe next time.
Bye.
It's like you said, another day at the office. It's easy. It feels so easy.
I wish to be as nonchalant as Polly over there.
Bro,
after what might have been, what could have been your toughest opponent, and they kind of just brushed them aside.
You're right. Could have been the toughest opponent. And again, I'll say, if not Swamp Gaming, then who? If they can't even take a map, right? Like, what hope does anyone else have? Liquid Citadel standing head and shoulders over the competition, and not even the best of the best could best them on this day. But the day is not done. We have got so much more Marvel Rivals to play today, and don't go anywhere because we've got the rest of it on the other side of this break. We'll see you in just a bit.
Well, that was one of the most embarrassing games if I knew this was gonna be how the game was gonna go, I would have slept longer, bro. I don't know. Okay, anyways, chat. 100 Thieves against FlyQuest. I predicted FlyQuest was going to win this. So, I don't know. I hope this is going to be a better game, chat. Not a 3-0, bro. I think the interview was more embarrassing. I think it was fine. I think it was good. Also, I'm gonna finish this whole bag of popcorn until the... Your chat is more loyal to 100 Thieves than you. Yeah. Too bad my chat's channel points when they vote for 100 Thieves ain't loyal. I stuff my pockets with their channel points. Ay, 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 ay. Come on, chat. Let's get it. At least I have hair. What the hell? I am like... What's a good comparison between me and chat? I am like the Team Liquid Citadel. You guys are like the Swamp Gaming here, okay? I think Swamp Gaming would be a better team and actually get, like, games off of them if they expanded their hero pools. No one played Mantis. They saved the Mantis one. It was just completely bad. But anyways, we have 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. You are like an apple, a big fat expensive scam. How are apples scams? You know what they say, Swamp Gaming ass. Oh my god. The last chance to take this down. Damn.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ignite Playoffs Stage 1. Next stop is Elimination Station. Unfortunately, that means that some of our teams are going to be disembarking. But whose stop is it going to be? There's only one way to find out, and that's by getting into the action. But one thing I know for sure is that it's going to be a partner team that we say goodbye to today.
Yep, both of these teams are, in fact, partnered here in the Americas region. 100 Thieves up against FlyQuest. You could argue, like, FlyQuest definitely having the biggest glow up in terms of, I feel like, all of the partner teams, right? Overhauling that entire roster, trying to build around Melio and Tuzi has done wonders so far. Whereas 100 Thieves definitely riding on that playoff.
What do you mean, bro? If 100 Thieves loses, I'll never forgive you. What do you mean if 100 Thieves loses, I'll never forgive you? I voted for FlyQuest to win.
But me personally, I feel like this is where the buff starts to dry up.
And let's be perfectly clear. The T stands for Thieves, not anything else. It is 100 Thieves. We don't, you know, we're not here to disparage any of the teams. And how can you disparage teams when there's this much talent, right? Like, you have some incredible, crazy talented people. The Lana on the hit scan has been a sight to behold. Self's Daredevil has been stellar. And then you have TTK, who, you know, regardless of how well 100 Thieves has been doing in playoffs and group stage, wherever,
I think
somehow he's
wins.
always still in the conversation for one of the best Vanguard players in the world. And, you know, I think that's just a testament to his talent. Is like, all right, yeah, it doesn't really matter how the rest of the team is doing because I know I'm popping off.
Yeah,
true. 100 Thieves, 100 Tangerines.
They need to make something happen here in the playoffs to, at the very least, give themselves another lifeline to get into that midseason finals. Keep in mind, there is only one spot left. Every other team that is going to the midseason finals are already locked and loaded. And now, right now, the Americas, this is where we see that.
Remember, chat, this is do or die. If 100 Thieves loses, they're done.
Of the midseason final.
And like, what a world it would be if it wasn't a partner team. You know, if it wasn't, if it wasn't 100 Thieves, if it wasn't FlyQuest, or if We Lost or Stick Drift end up taking that throne. And we're gonna have those two playing a little bit later on, but the winner of that matchup at some point is going to have a date with the winner of this one, and that is going to be an interesting one. But we will see who that ends up being, as there will only be one team left
top right,
yet to qualify, and only one partner team left to potentially claim that spot after this matchup. Let's talk a little bit about the other side. Let's talk a little bit about FlyQuest. And you want to talk about glow-ups.
I'm blocking the edge of this guy's
absolutely had one of the most impressive glow-ups from preseason up until now. And a big part of that comes from this new Vanguard lineup. Cart and Techie have given a new identity to this team.
I mean, Cart coming in from We Lost, being that staple Hulk player on YWO, now being brought over to FlyQuest. And Cart was given.
Can you explain how this tournament works? The winners earn a land spot.
And he has done just that. He has very solid on the Captain America.
The rest earn a spot by winning. And only the top 3 teams move on to the land, chat.
The fact that he went unsigned in Ignite preseason.
If you don't make it in the top 3, you don't get a land spot.
Absolute crime. Bro is actually might be one of the best Vanguards. Maybe even the entire region, like maybe right below Holly and Vest, and he has performed so well and allowing the rest of the team, right? Tuzi going
MRI ends tomorrow, chat. We have one more day
on things like the Alice of Bloodstones. Sometimes it's been the Star-Lord, and FlyQuest have been just riding that high ever since they made it into playoffs.
Yeah, like Tuzi is definitely going to be a major player to watch, especially on that aforementioned Elsa Bloodstone, because he was one of the best at it back when she was meta, and now that she's starting to come back into the fold, Tuzi at the helm has been putting on show after show every single time
No
he
one
picks
knows
up
where the
that
land
hero,
event
and
is.
it's like,
Yeah,
all
chat,
right,
they
you want to
haven't
ban
announced
out
it.
the Cyclops, take away the most busted hit scan in the game. I got something even more
I'm pretty sure
busted
they're
that
gonna
you
announce
forgot
it
about.
maybe
Let me
soon
remind
after
you
this
how the taste of
tournament's
this
over.
elephant gun feels.
And FlyQuest, can they get it done? We get a head-to-head between the hard carry of 100 Thieves up against the hard carry
Oh my.
of FlyQuest. I mean, you could see how much more Tuzi has been doing in the KCA department, right? 97 eliminations, only 37 casualties, but 15 assists. Not
Damn.
too bad, but the final hits is where the impact is.
Yeah, but speaking of impact, like, you can't just discount that 28.6k damage on the Hello, right? Like, if the Cyclops gets banned out, we started to see, and Delena's been at the forefront of this movement as well, we started to see some of the hit scan players gravitate towards the Hela rather than the Phoenix, and Delena's damage numbers when it comes to the Hela, man, they are next level, and even though the sample
Hells, I
size
am
hasn't been as big as some of
96
his
right now.
performances on things like the Star-Lord or the Bucky or some of these other heroes, in the small amount of time that he has played Hela, he has made his presence felt, and you can see right now he's on TikTok right now.
He looks a little tired.
Yeah, he looks chill. He's
Yo,
just chilling.
Delana,
He's
get off
he's not
TikTok,
overthinking
bro.
it. He's calm
Hey,
and
he's
collected.
yawning.
He's ready
You're
to go
in the middle
He's
of a
ready to
match,
click-
bro.
he's
Wake
ready
up.
to click heads and
No,
maybe
he's
have a
ready to
little
go to
nap
bed. He wants the
afterward.
series done and dusted, but like,
Where's
you still have one
TTK?
more
I think
best of
TTK is
five
still
ahead of you.
sleeping.
You still have to play
Someone
against
wake TTK
FlyQuest,
up.
and
He has
then
a
you have
match
to
to
play
play.
against
And
the
Riot
winner
for 2
between
months. Appreciate it, my
We
friend. How you
Lost
doing?
and Stick Drift later down the line. As
what the hell?
FlyQuest, is this the moment? Do they go for the golden lower bracket run to get that final ticket into playoffs? That's going to be the big question coming in here. I feel like this matchup could be very, very even.
I suspect that it will be. I do hope that, for Delena's sake, that this head-to-head with Tuzi wakes him up, because, yeah, you're right. It might be a long series, and if they win it, they got another one on the other side of it later on tonight. So it's going to be a long day for whichever of these two teams ends up coming up with the dub. But I'm
Crappy
looking
for
forward
5
to it,
months.
right?
Appreciate
Like,
it.
I have been watching this FlyQuest team pretty closely ever since, stage 1, when they made those adjustments coming out of the preseason. They got off on the wrong foot in the preseason, but started to course correct later on. They lose Vess, and then they lose Jolly, and then they bring in these 2 new Vanguards in Cart and Techie, and like I said, they give them a new identity, a new lease on life.
You said Fly is
and
winning? Yeah,
honestly,
Fly.
even behind the scenes, some pretty, they bring some intangible things to the roster that you just won't see anywhere else. But there is nowhere else that this story could begin
Who
than
won
on
between Swamp
Celestial
Gaming and
Husk,
Team Liquid
on
Citadel?
domination.
Oh, brother.
Dan, who you think takes the first
After
shot
that
here?
last game, Swamp Gaming doesn't even
I mean,
exist anymore.
FlyQuest looks so solid.
They got taken
on
off the
these
map.
Domination maps. I got to give it to them, right? They've been performing very, very well. I feel like, if I remember correctly, when they played up against Liquid Citadel, FlyQuest actually put up a very solid fight against Liquid Citadel on domination.
It was pretty bad.
And if FlyQuest can replicate it against the best team in the Americas, I'm sure it'll be no problem.
Dude,
against
it looks
100
like there's
Thieves.
no one.
Wake up,
It looks like
Samurai,
he's
you
the
got a city
only
to
one
burn.
in that
All right,
room
it's
ready
time.
to play the
No more
game. No one else is
we
there.
gotta get this guy a Red Bull. He has got a date with Tuzi, and you don't want to be late, because he will run right over you with that Elsa if that gets through. And again, it comes at the behest of these Cyclops bans that we didn't really see a whole lot of in the last series, but we have seen a lot of across all the regions. Cyclops
He's
is a
yawning
very
too,
strong
bro.
hero,
When did the
and
100
showed
Thieves?
us exactly
100 Thieves
why
just
in
woke
that
up.
previous series. And Vinny, no, not you two.
Oh,
not
no,
you two, my
Bro.
friend.
Hey, there's like a thing, right, where yawns are like contagious and all that. I feel like the entire 100 Thieves Combine are just
100 yawns,
maybe
bro. 100. Yeah, bro.
this is the
Everyone
moment
on
that,
100 Thieves just woke
that
up.
both
Chat.
teams are gonna have to wake up here in the ban draft, as both sides
He's
not gonna take any
yawning
chances on the mantles,
too!
unlike Swamp Gaming.
Everyone just woke up.
Techie, stop that. Okay, I thought that was a yawn as well. That better not have been. Like you said, it's contagious. What is this, like biological warfare, where we make the other
TTK?
team
I
yawn?
swear to God,
Is
if
that
you
the,
yawn-
is that the strategy here? I sure hope not. As we go on through, there's a Cyclops band coming through for 100 Thieves and a Gamma Protect coming out, so we are going to be seeing some royal flushes
Don't
on
yawn.
either side, and I anticipate FlyQuest. It may be a rogue band,
Wow,
or
he
maybe the
didn't yawn.
Cyclops, and they're going to go for the latter. So right out the gate, I think the Elsa, and whether it's the Bucky or the Hela for Delena, we'll have to see, but these secondary hit scan picks are going to come out to play.
I mean, now the question is, do you start looking at the
Bro,
Rocket
someone
Raccoon,
on
you start
someone in
looking at
100
the
Thieves just needs to
Star-Lord,
inject all their
100
players
Thieves
with like
will
horse
take
tranquilizers. I don't
away
know,
the
man.
Gambit
So
Rogue team
steroids,
up
come
at
on.
the very least.
Lock it in,
FlyQuest
bro.
We'll be looking at the Rocket Raccoon. Now Star-Lord is available to take 400 Thieves. Do you go for the Star-Lord save? I mean, that would give you guys a huge opportunity to go for those key eliminations through Strategist Ultimates. Supercharged Galactic Legend with the Raging Royal Flush is absolutely devastating, but 100 Thieves, they're going to go for a more strategic approach by locking in the Luna.
What's interesting, Dan, is on a lot of the past outings for 100 Thieves, they have protected the Daredevil, and FlyQuest caught onto that as well. And with no Protect coming out, they're going to go ahead and ban that one out. And now that kind of begs the question, what does Self play? And it's kind of a rhetorical question, right? Because surely 100 Thieves, if they're not going to go for the Protect, they've already thought about that question, and they've got a plan in the back pocket. We're just waiting to see it. But FlyQuest, their ban lines are usually very strategist favored. They do go for this Luna Protect quite often, especially on domination. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, now FlyQuest definitely gonna expect 100 Thieves
and Rocket
to maybe play like the Wolverine. I mean, Daredevil's still available in play.
Or Captain America. Okay,
well,
interesting.
Daredevil's gone on 100 Thieves. Sorry, but Wolverine definitely is available. We could see maybe some sort of fastball, but I feel like FlyQuest would also want to run it, putting Cart on the Hulk, which is available to him, as the Captain America is going to be the final ban coming in for 100 Thieves. So FlyQuest, I feel like, have a decent amount of options, a decent amount of flexibility to work with, whereas 100 Thieves definitely going to rely on that Gambit and Star-Lord wombo combo.
I think, you know, the Hulk for Cart, like, it's not only available, it's encouraged. He's hovering the Venom right now, but we'll see if that fastball special does end up coming out, because like you said, Wolverine is available for both sides, but right now the hovers are
Okay, guys,
a
you
little
ready?
bit more what we've been expecting. The one-sided Daredevil for Melio as he swaps over, baits me once again over to the Star-Lord. Someday I'll stop falling for the attack response. Tuesday on the Elsa is one thing that I knew was going to be coming out, and if he changes,
yes.
I will be legitimately shocked if that Elsa swaps.
Yeah, and they're still figuring out which composition to roll on. Maybe get the better read of what the other team is doing, because we've been seeing teams
Hopefully
do that
this
in
isn't
the
a 3-0
other
like we
matches,
just
right?
saw, bro.
Try to get a read on what kind of composition the other team's going to try to roll out on, and if you win
Let's
out
get
in
it.
that
Let's
roll,
get it.
You just straight up win out in that first fight, and that gives you all the momentum in theory to just take over the round. As both teams
Ooh, TTK with the
rolling out,
portal.
but
Ooh, can we see
TTK
this? Can we see this?
channel the portal to either kidnap someone from FlyQuest, either split the team, or just go for the backline jump.
Eyes above, they are going to drop in directly above FlyQuest, but I think FlyQuest realized it was danger close.
Ooh, blocking off his heels. Smart, smart, smart. And they get the kill.
He's going to be there for the cleanup. A good section off there that comes out from 100 Thieves
is coming out swinging.
They've got advantage in this first fight. FlyQuest posturing themselves to try and contest this point nevertheless, even though they are down a man. But Techie swapping over to the Doctor Strange. He wants to be there for this first fight. He wants to make his presence
They have the
known.
sound messed up.
Teleport himself right back in, straight back into the fray, back in a full 6v6, and 100 Thieves coalescing down on one side, FlyQuest on the other. Cart dives in to try and break the stalemate, but is it going to be enough? Is now Tuesday trying to get active with those uppercuts, self on a slip
Oh
of HP,
no, you guys got to heal your tank, bro. Come on.
Now coming up for FlyQuest as they will emphatically fire the first shot.
Bro, you guys had the first pick and everything, and you guys fumbled?
Behind on the Raging Royal Flush compared to Winnie, who was at 66%. Zealous only at 43, and now that gives time for Zealous to, at the very least, match the tempo coming in from Winnie. But I feel like Velocity might be the one to pull the trigger first, because once Winnie is there with the Raging Royal Flush, combine it with Delena on the Galactic Legend, Velocity should be able to time this Fate of Both Worlds properly to, at the very least, nullify that combo.
Velocity is going to have to be careful because Vinny is swapped over onto the Captain America. There's the Glartrox coming up from Tuzi, and the Maelstrom, he's able to pop the Lena, so that is going to be an early frag, and that's going to slow out that Galactic Legend ult charge like you were calling out, Dan. He's got 90%, but is going to need to wait at least one more fight to do it, and that's going to mean FlyQuest are going to get up to 50% before that comes
TDK's
out
on the
play.
Angela.
Even more
Okay.
time for Zealous to charge up his ultimate.
Vinny is on the cap. They switched a little bit.
Maybe what Winnie is about to throw at them, but no, Velocity is going to be the one to, at the very least, be in charge of containing this Galactic Flush from being in play, as the rest of FlyQuest looking to find an angle to get the counter punch down. It's all eyes on Zealous to get the Royal Flush.
Ooh,
The combo from RP just doesn't amount to anything, and Melio is going to put Delena down, and Beast of the Abyss coming out, like you say, but it's just not going to be enough. Benny is going to take down Tuzi, trading those KOs out, but now Melio up in the sky has got a galactic flush of his own, and Techie with another Maelstrom, and all of 100 Thieves are running in fear, scurrying away from the wrath of Melio. He'll find a double in that fight, and another fight win for FlyQuest, and potentially only one more opportunity for 100 Thieves.
I'm not sure if the portal is
Yo,
available just
Natty
yet for
with the
100
massive
Thieves.
new
This fight has not, or this round
tier
has been
1
going
on
so
YouTube.
fast.
Absolutely
100
insane.
Thieves.
Appreciate
Gonna
it.
have to make
Hope you're
that
having a great day.
scramble.
Happy
We're going to
4th.
Fun Off
If you're,
territory. Thankfully,
celebrating it.
Vinny does have the freedom charge. TTK could try to set up self with the Dance of the Butterfly.
Damn, Jay, you were supposed to wake up Delena? Chat, I don't even have a phone right now.
Techi's gonna try to cut him off.
Yeah, I have Agamotto, but I think it was foreseen by 100 Thieves, so they're able to dodge, and now they don't have any ultimates. Heaven's Retribution coming out from TTK, and there's that Dance of the Butterfly, but it's not finding much of anything.
I like 100 Ds and all, but I put my college funds on FlyQuest because Dallas/Virginia server gate was these 2 teams, and I want to see FlyQuest thrive. I mean, I remember.
And they're not going to get topped up
So,
as Vinny.
what's really funny about that game that you mentioned is that was the first time FlyQuest actually came together as a team. Now they have like a few months of practice with each other. So
winning out that
I think
round for FlyQuest.
that's why I think they're better. Nice, so you remember that.
Down
Give
to
me some
critical
skin.
HP, was forced to use the Fate of Both Worlds so early, and then Velocity coming in with the Raging Rail Flush, or actually it might have been Zelos, to try to rush down the rest of 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves were able to complete the retake by the skin of their teeth, and now with Winnie getting closer to that no, not the Galactic Legend, it's going to be the Raging Royal Flush, but no combo with Delena. It's going to be used early before Delena even gets it.
But TTK still able to make the most of the damage, win that aerial duel against Techie, so
yes, if 100 Thieves, whoever loses this chat,
and that means that this backline is
does not continue the playoffs, and they have to go home.
Try and approach this point is 100 Thieves still ticking up the percentage.
This is do or die right now. Do or die.
Even though they don't have a whole lot of ultimate stand, they do have the Galactic Legend. Delena is going to let that one rip from on high, force out resource from FlyQuest. The Royal Flush comes out, but Delena can't burst down any of those targets.
And that's I think that's the first round, bro. They're not coming back from that.
Him down. Grounded is he, and now Melio.
Even if they TP, nah. Nope. Where's Vinny at? Where's Vinny, chat?
This one out right now, Vinny.
Oh, Vinny's on the point. He's stalling a little bit. Maybe Delena can get the PP down. Maybe.
No sneaky back caps today. FlyQuest will take the first point.
Oh, the portal not coming in time despite the heroic stall coming in from Vinny. He tried his best, but unfortunately it was not meant to be. FlyQuest end up controlling that first checkpoint. It's just that early momentum that FlyQuest were able to secure for themselves, getting those picks into neutral before getting
Vinny. You guys were shit talking Vinny before this game even started. Vinny is the only. He has ace right now. He's the only one on his team.
Even winning that fight is so
important. 4 assists, bro. 4 assists. Self 1 and 3. Delena 3 and 4.
Does
Brother.
that say 14-0 with 7 final hits for Melio? That's disgusting.
Sorry, not Millennium. Melio 14 and 0, 7 finals,
and it's working out. Like. No one from 100 Thieves has been able to scout out this Star-Lord pick coming out from FlyQuest.
Yeah, and it just feels like Melio is just doing so much work, dancing around the map terrain, right? Going in off angle, tickle them a little bit. Go to a different off angle, tickle them a little bit more. And it just feels like 100 Thieves, like you said a little bit earlier, right? Their heads are on a swivel trying to track them down. He is
I've been a
a
100 Thieves fan for a while.
But then the tickles start to hurt a little bit when it's supercharged.
I love 100 Thieves as well, and they're a bunch of great guys, great good friends, but
Millennia should be there to neutralize.
There's not going to be any.
I think FlyQuest has been. I think FlyQuest has been popping off. They might even be top 3 right now.
Looking to try and control this choke for the high ground.
Oh no!
You see Vinny go in deep, and TTK taking down Techie, and Melania wants to put on a show, and Melio didn't buy tickets, so he is going to back off and give the first cap over to 100 Thieves. But now as he comes back through, the cap isn't there. Melio with the Galactic Legend trying to funnel 100 Thieves into this narrow choke point where the damage could potentially come through from the rest of his team, setting Tuzi up to try and find the elims. He's under so much
the
pressure.
swimsuit cap skin is actually not in the tournament server yet, chat. That's what Finzi said. I asked him about it yesterday. Ooh, poor TTK. 07 for him, bro. He just disappeared.
Trading out from Melio, but the first cap goes the way of FlyQuest. 100 Thieves stepped off the point. Vinny's still investing the freedom charge. They gotta find something with this. Self will find Cart, but is that gonna be enough? Is now Techie with the Cloak of Levitation looks to try and fly to safety, but there is no safe haven when 100 Thieves are on the prowl.
Come on, come on. You guys gotta take out Tuzi. There we go. Take the raid boss down. Hey, they're showing a little bit of sign.
Flip is
sign.
good for
Life.
100 Thieves.
Sign. They're showing some signs, chat, of life.
or at least tried to do so much of that work, but unfortunately just was not able to win out in that fight. Great Apex Predator to shut down TTK during that fight as well, but now coming into this, both teams will have access to the Raging Royal Flush. Delena,
are you allowed to
off
gift
of the
skins?
Star Lord onto the Winter
yourself
Soldier
skins in the
to
tournament
maybe
server?
team up with TTK with the Heaven's Retribution.
They
Here's the
actually have
flushes.
everything unlocked in the
Velocity
tournament
first, then
server.
Winnie
They have
gets
all
the
the
better one.
champions,
Zelos
all the
is not gonna be
lords,
there to
all the
build up to
skins.
any
They can
healing
just
for FlyQuest, so they can't
use
really
whatever they
engage
want.
wholeheartedly.
A Vic.
Techie will take down Self, but that is going to be a Pyrrhic victory at that, as now 100 Thieves still holding on to so many valuable tools. The Heaven's Retribution and the Kraken Impact both could come online, but they don't need to, as FlyQuest will tuck tail between their legs and play for the next fight.
100 Thieves hold on to that combo. Heaven's Retribution into the Kraken Impact. Great Bionic Hook coming in from Delena to try to disrupt Cart, but he does swing to himself to safety. Self also marking out Cart, so Cart needs to do a little bit of a reset. Use the Symbiote defense to try to get himself reset, but nope, he is not stabilized.
And speaking of resets, Delena has got one in the tank, and he is going to let it loose. Taking down Zello,
Get it!
doesn't actually get the KO, finishing him off. Zelo's going to scurry
As a
away,
Bucky
and the
player,
debuff will
chat,
expire, so
I am
Delena
fully,
is gonna have to be happy with
not
just that
half,
one Elim
fully
onto Cart.
disappointed.
FlyQuest coming back to full strength, looking to try
Come
and
on,
contest here, but
come on, Delena.
70% for 100 Thieves. It's going to be one fight territory if FlyQuest can't get the dub here. The Heaven's
Oh,
Retribution, the
huge,
Heavens may fall, but
huge.
justice will still be done for 100 Thieves as they'll find two in the fight. Cart fell again, and now 80%. It's dire straits for FlyQuest.
Yeah, final fight territory is inbound. Do FlyQuest decide to invest in the portal? Techie still on the Angela, maybe to try to touch to at the very least trigger overtime, whereas the rest of FlyQuest definitely are going to be a step or two behind. Cart's going to use a piece of the abyss to
No, come on, put some respect on my name, bro. When I
I
ult, I make sure I finish the guys off.
And then FlyQuest try to win out this fight from here, but with already one down, it's going to be an uphill battle.
The fight's over. There is no fight. TTK won the fight before it even began, but he has not done square enough. Is going to poke Velocity down, make him a shish kebab, and that's going to be 100 Thieves evening up the score. And we got to talk about TTK on the Angela, and if we don't talk about it, FlyQuest needs to start talking about it because it's a problem.
Nice.
Yeah, great
That's
pick
what I like
onto
to
Zealous,
see.
Who was holding onto the invisible boundary. That was FlyQuest's best chance of making that fight a little bit competitive.
Yeah, J3
despite
has
being
never left a
down
guy
one
unfinished.
member.
Wait, what?
And TTK was able to identify it perfectly. Shut
I
him
always
down
go
before
again.
he's able to cast the invisible boundary. And then 100 Thieves, knowing that they have the man advantage, just completely wipe out FlyQuest, who didn't really want to use those ultimates because they were just down too many members.
They're going to have the Galactic Flush for this next one, and Zealo's making a swap over onto the Rocket. So
Excuse
even
me.
if
Thank
you
you.
use the Galactic Legend
All right.
and the Royal Flush, it doesn't find anything. You know, you do still have access to that secondary damage amp. I think that's a good shout for FlyQuest. It's one of the tools that they have that 100 Thieves simply don't, and I do like that adaptation. I wish it would have came in a little bit sooner on that last map, but it's here now, and it's here to stay. So we'll see if FlyQuest can get themselves back in the driver's seat for map 1.
And the fact that FlyQuest
Thank
can
you.
sync up the Galactic Legend even more reliably, you don't have to always rely on being in sync with your own Raging Royal
Yeah, bro.
Flush. You can also
TTK has to
try
use his ult,
sync it
though.
up
He's been
with
holding it for a
Zealous
very long
on
time.
The Rocket Raccoon to try to sync up the CYA. Melio still going to use this Galactic Legend dry.
Yep, with the Fateable Worlds, Melania's going to keep his team nice and topped up, but they
Oh!
He activated his trap card, and he's going to take down two with
that was called the bait and switch, bro. Use
Winnie is going to fall as well. And
use
FlyQuest
one
with an
ult,
easy
think you're gonna
fight
live
win
that one,
for
but
this
hit him
third
with the
checkpoint.
side
Oh,
like
what
left
a
hook.
read from FlyQuest. They
Damn.
knew that when Melio presses that Q button, Melania will do the exact same, and they did just that. Tuzi knocks the Vanguards down into the abyss. Velocity even holds on to the Raging Royal Flush because he knows if he pops it with the Galactic Legend, it's going to be so much more difficult to find those eliminations. Although it is possible, it is very, very difficult.
Well, Winnie is going to fire the first shot, and Velocity is going to mirror that Royal Flush. Neither team trying to combo it, but now with the Heaven's Retribution coming
Oh,
out, Velocity
TTK,
just got
okay.
snapped out of existence.
On both supports.
Delena and
Okay.
Self getting active in that KO feed, taking down FlyQuest, systematically dissecting them
Okay, it looks like TTK is doing a little bit of drunk driving right now.
4% maybe? Oh, a nice little head bump there to give them that 34%. FlyQuest will find the flip.
Great retake coming in from 100 Thieves, making sure that they are able to execute on the Galactic Legend into the Raging Royal Flush, try to get those key eliminations. Feels like as TTK and the rest of the Thieves
Ooh,
need to,
they're
at
on
the
the
very least,
Hulk
push
now.
away
Interesting.
FlyQuest, right? Suppress them, stop them from getting access to the point. Cart switches over to the Hulk now as Zelos now has the CYA available.
Once upon a time, Cart was the Hulk guy, and they called him that for a reason. They called it the Culk, and he is culling 100 Thieves. Freedom Charge now coming up from Vinny. He's going to give 100 Thieves a little bit of breathing room in this fight. The CYA, though, is making it so difficult for them to breathe. The Lena isn't there. Has the Kraken impact, and Tuzi, with the Apex Predator, just tosses Melania into a wall, so even if the Lena gets there with the ultimate, the party's over.
And 100 Thieves can't just get the hold down. FlyQuest, they invested quite a bit there. Tuzi on the Apex Predator, Zelos with the CYA, using it in tandem with each other. Now they have to find more time to at the very least get Techie and Melio, both their ultimates online. Cart is also available with the World Breaker Hulk to try to stall out a little bit, but right now all eyes are on 100 Thieves. They're able to complete the retake with Self and Delena with ultis at the ready.
Galactic Legend, but it's not going to be a flush coming out, but it doesn't matter. He's still able to single out Tuzi, and now Cart with that Hulk going in deep, trying to
they flipped the point. That's huge.
Their Kelso's choice was
flipping the point in the middle of a fight is huge, chat. That is massive.
Yeah, great picks by 100 Thieves, like you said.
They're staggering Cart. They're staggering Cart out.
Oh my, yeah, they're just letting Cart get reset, and the late stagger means that the BRB also going to be burned out. Although the stagger was devastating for FlyQuest, at the very least they were able to bring them right back, but the problem is, you don't have that for this fight.
Galactic Legend now from Melio. All of 100 Thieves looking to try and take shelter from the storm, using those rocks as an umbrella, and it'll shelter them for now, but now as the Raging Royal Flush is going to come out, Delena wants to try and make something happen with the Kraken impact. Techie looking to try and pin him down, but can't quite hunt him down. Goes to the Assassin's Charge, but like a bullfighter, Delena just gets out of dodge.
They're going to need to get the TP down. This is huge. This is big. 100 Thieves might take the first map. Oh, God.
90% now for 100 Thieves, and FlyQuest, Cart is again stuck deep behind enemy lines. He's just bleeding out time.
At the very least, Velocity was the only elimination coming in from Delena. Good cleanse from Velocity as well. Get
you
rid
okay?
of the
No, I
reset
think I
for
had a
Delena.
popcorn
Overtime
stuck in my
meter
throat.
comes up online as CTK also has to have his retribution. Velocity goes in with the Raging Royal Flush, but Melania is there to respond.
Heaven's Retribution for TTK, locking FlyQuest
down.
Yo! Completely on lockdown right now. Zelos is going to res Tuzi back up at the party again. Seemingly over as 100 Thieves are going to be celebrating this victory. Self popping off to close things off, and 100 Thieves will take map number 1.
They did it!
Fist bumps all around for 100 Thieves. They got the job done, although it was a little bit tense. 3 rounds is all it takes for 100 Thieves.
Bro, this game is already more entertaining than the last one, chat.
Husk. And it feels like both
I cannot believe, bro. I cannot believe they came back.
They get the initiative down.
The beginning,
to get things done.
The beginning of the round,
when the retake happens,
100 Thieves looked really bad.
I feel like FlyQuest kind of just didn't
really
have
bad
that response.
Well, they will still have one response on the other side of this break. We'll see what that response is going to be right after this.
Yeah, bro. The one thing that you need to learn about TTK and 100 Thieves, chat, is that they wake up around like 5:30. What time is it right now? 5:49. Okay, so they've been awake for about 19 minutes. So that first round was a warm-up. Yeah. Okay, so it's looking pretty good now. Looking pretty good. They've been awake for more than 20 minutes. So it's good. It's good. Is it too late to change my vote? What do you mean your vote? Bro, I still think FlyQuest is going to win. I think FlyQuest is still the better team. I think it's going to be a good series, but I think FlyQuest is the better team. Who did Jay predict? I predicted FlyQuest to win. They are not. FlyQuest, I think, is definitely the better team. I don't know if you guys remember, but in the preseason, FlyQuest went against 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves won 3-2, but it was a very, 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 very cinema match. But that's also because FlyQuest was a brand new team put together, and that was our first game. Now, fast forward to now, they had months and months and months of practice, team synergy. I think they're the better team. I thought that was against NRG. No, that was FlyQuest. I'm pretty sure that was FlyQuest. Pretty sure that was FlyQuest. I think I'm getting sick. Where is iRemix right now? iRemix, I think, is at his second job right now, flipping some burgers. It's 4th of July. You got to do that, and then he'll be back. I think he gets home at 6 in about 9 minutes to coach him. Wait, what is this? Wait, I don't think this is... I don't think this is Marvel Rivals, but I just saw this. Official statement from Virtus Pro. In response to valuable feedback from our community, as of 1st of April 2027, Virtus Pro will cease the employment of all coaches. Instead, all strategic decisions will be based exclusively on the highest liked comments under our match roster. Oh, it's just... Never mind. I think it's a troll. Sparker plays Squirrel Girl on LAN. I feel like if you guys actually did this, maybe you'd be relevant by 2027. Jesus Christ, bro. 19-year-old, he's still going through. God damn. This is based on CS2. God damn, though. I gotta be so mean. I need 100 Ds to win, so I could get the 100 units from the in-game predictions. Robin. I don't know if 100 Ds beat FlyQuest in group play. I don't know if they were in the same... Did they? I don't remember the group play. It was like a month ago. I mean, they're both right here. 3-2, 3-2. 100 Thieves did 2-0 FlyQuest. Yeah, damn. 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 How many teams qualify for LAN? 3 from each region, chat. 3 from NA, 3 from EMEA, 2 from China, and 2 from APAC. There's no Oceania anymore. 2 from APAC. Total of 10 teams.
Sorry, soldier.
They nerfed that skin, by the way. Hey, Perp with the massive prime sub. Appreciate it.
Tides will rise and fall. Be the unwavering force that refuses to wash away. Coast undefeated as Captain America's Seaside Sentinel, Loki's Seaside Siren, and White Fox's Coastal Kumiho costumes available right now.
I think that Captain
and
America
even though
skin
that
is too
Seaside
funny, bro.
Sentinel skin's hitbox may have caught a small nerf this morning, I don't think if you told Vinny that he would agree. I think
Captain
he's,
America's
still feeling pretty
hitbox
strong.
got a small nerf
Yeah,
this morning.
Captain America
Oh
is
my
always
god, bro.
solid on
I
the
am
battlefield,
loving
but
this right
keep in
now,
mind,
bro.
this
I
is
am
only wave one of
loving
the
this.
summer costumes. You still got another wave.
God
Who knows
damn.
who's gonna get the swimsuit skins this time around? But what we know now is
Nah, bro, we need to reverse the
on
nerf chat. Yeah,
forefront
revert
here up
hashtag
against FlyQuest.
revert
They take away
hashtag buff the
Celestial
bulge.
Husk. And I know I said FlyQuest have
Nah,
looked
man,
very
we need to do
solid
the
on
battle of the
domination
bulge,
maps.
man.
They have looked pretty solid up against 100 Thieves.
Lethal, appreciate the massive 2 months, my friend. Buff the bulge, man.
For those heads-up plays.
Yo,
trying to get
what's
those
up, Dad?
eliminations as soon as possible, but when it came to, at the very least, retaining the
How you
mission
doing,
area,
Dad? How
it
you
just
doing?
became where FlyQuest definitely fell off a little bit.
Yeah,
How was the barbecue?
The heads-up
What
plays
do you mean,
might
how
have
was
been
the
on
barbecue?
Point, but I think for FlyQuest, you might also
You
want to keep
tell
your
me
heads
how was
down
the
because
barbecue. I never
skies
had any
aren't
barbecue.
exactly friendly when TTK is flying them. He is going to be your MVP for that first map on the Angela. And we were talking about it how many times, right? Like, this kid sure is top tier, and on the Angela, he looked every bit of it. You know,
I wish
Tuesday having to
TTK's
use
dad was here,
Aatroxes
but
just to get him off
TTK's
for a second. But even through that, one stat not
MVP,
shown
24
here
and
is
3 playing. This is
14
what happens when you play for your
final
stats, chat. You become the
for an
MVP.
Angela. 14
Oh,
members of
TTK's dad is
FlyQuest
here. How you
skewered.
doing? How you
Bro is
doing?
making skewers for the 4th of July.
If you
I hope
don't
you're having a
want to
great
play the
4th of July.
Wolverine,
What's
just
up,
play
Audible?
the bigger and tankier Wolverine, right? TTK literally does the same concept of a Wolverine, right? Kidnap
Yeah,
someone, try
Dad,
to put
did you
them
come
in
over
an
today? I don't
isolated
have my
position
phone
and then go for
working,
the
so I
elimination
don't
that way.
know.
And TTK literally does just that on the Angela as we take a look at all of these stats. There you go. TTK confirmed 14 final hits on the Angela. And if you're on the FlyQuest camp, we talked about it a little bit in the green room, right? Where does FlyQuest
He
want
left
to
a
go in map
barbecue?
number 2?
Yo,
And it's
I put
likely going to
barbecue
be Heart of Heaven.
in
So
your house
maybe
at
you
2
start
p.m.?
to look at that one-winged angel.
But I was streaming, no?
Speaking of, zero healing though for Techie. Like, bro is selfish.
Hold up,
but
chat.
sometimes you just
Give
gotta
me-
give
give me a
LeBron the
second.
ball and let him dunk it. And that just kind of feels like what Techie was, or what TTK was doing to Techie. You know, dunking on him, winning out some of those one-winged angel 1v1s. And you know, every time that FlyQuest has gone down a map, their first map pick has been Heart of Heaven. I do believe they won it against Sentinels. They didn't win it against Team Liquid Citadel, but that is a map that I think where the Angela thrives. So again, to your point, I think that if you want to go to Heart of Heaven, you may need to ban the Angela. Either that or Techie needs to come alive on that hero pick. But we'll see what the map pick ends up being here very shortly, as FlyQuest have chosen to take us to...
Drum roll, please, as we go
Heart of
to Heart of
Heaven.
Heaven. Our assumptions have been correct. We can look very, very smug. We can look very, very smart on broadcast now. Thank you very much for tuning in to Stage 1 America's Playoffs. As
we might look smart, but Prod made me feel dumb for a second, really making me wait for that one. I was like, all this talk about Heart of Heaven, they're gonna like make us wait, and psych, it's Shin Shibuya. No, it's Heart of Heaven, and yeah, again, you know, gotta go back to that Angela. Do FlyQuest feel like they're not gonna get the better of that duel? Do they have to ban it out, or are they looking to try and go in a different direction?
Yeah, because the thing is, if you do invest bans onto the Angela, you open up the door when you're on 100 Thieves to other options, right? TTK, he doesn't always have to play the Angela. He's not an Angela one trick. He's still got a Magneto. He's still got a Doctor Strange. He's still got the Emma Frost as well. All of them very, very solid picks in the current meta. And I'm sure TTK, if he doesn't get access to Angela, it's just going to be that it's going to be just a tad bit more difficult to get those high ground control that he probably would want to go for.
And like I said earlier, you know, it doesn't really matter how good or how bad 100 Thieves is doing at any given moment, because this guy is always in conversation for one of the best Vanguard players, not just in Americas, but in the world. People in EMEA back in the day were still saying, yeah, that TTK guy, you gotta respect him when it comes to any of those Vanguard picks. And you just listed off like his entire hero pool, and I feel like that's only just scratching the surface. But chat, we're only just scratching the surface of this matchup here. Map number 2, and FlyQuest are gonna kick it off the same as we did before, a Mantis ban and a Gambit Protect.
And Cyclops will be the go-to option. Apart from the Rogue, from what we've been seeing
Bro
early
is
in
blurry.
playoffs, and yes, he just came back. He's still trying to get his vision in check. Either way, 100 Thieves will secure the one-sided Cyclops here.
There's some energy drinks. 100 Thieves are waking up, and that is a dangerous thing.
It's starting to
They won that first map in their sleep. Can you believe it?
There it is. Hello, Self.
All right.
Oh, goodbye.
Hello. And hello to the one-sided Cyclops, and I think that is going to put a lot of pressure onto Tuzi, because Delana, like, we highlighted his hero pool, and I will swap over to the Bucky or the Hello when the Cyclops is banned, but 100 Thieves being able to go straight for the Protect onto that one is going to, again, likely force that Elsa pick from Tuzi, and he's been great when it comes to that, but yeah, there it is. All right, yeah, we got to shift gears. We got to talk about that Angela.
Yep,
it did,
there it
in
is.
fact, come through
I mean,
and it really had to.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? Angela is very, very strong on the Heart of Heaven, making sure that you're able to control the high ground.
Is my dad here? Thank you, Dad. We got your food, but
in check and. With how well TTK
you
played
delivered the
Angela
food and it
on
kind of smelled a little
Husk,
funny.
If you go into a map where Angela is one of those power picks on Heart of Heaven, yeah, you got to take that away.
Daredevil is going to be taken away next by FlyQuest. So again, trying to tighten the screws on Self's hero pool just a little bit, but I mean, Self looked just fine when it came to the Star-Lord, and you can't ban the Star-Lord out anymore. You can only maybe protect it and try to get it one-sided, rely on some galactic flushes. I do think, you know, Melio did look to be a little bit better when it came to that Star-Lord duel.
It smells great.
It's going to be the Luna.
Yeah, but it smells like your house.
FlyQuest still sticking to this very strategist-focused protect.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you.
200 Thieves pull the trigger here. Do they take away the Star-Lord? Because you don't have access to the Angela anymore, which means it's going to be a little bit more difficult to
Thank you, Dad. Love you. I hope was the food good?
At least 100 Thieves, if they really do want to go that route, they could go for the Magneto, right? You still have that team up with the Gambit and the Magneto, so the Magneto will have a little bit more of that damage, as 100 Thieves will invest that final ban to...
Crow, by the way, appreciate the massive gift this up.
Limit Cart's hero pool just a
Appreciate it.
But again, like, Cart is likely going to come out on the Venom. You know, we've seen a lot of that Venom. Or, you know, again, the Hulk. We can see the Hulk come out to play. But I want to talk a little bit about this, about Cart, because he's not just the Hulk guy. His bag of tricks is so much deeper. Like, his Captain America does warrant a ban. It's that good. His Venom, I think, also could warrant a ban if, you know, Venom were a little bit more prio. FlyQuest roster. Every esports team under the sun always has some hard times where things get a little bit heated. You start to feel a little bit of pressure.
Show the food. Oh, it's
matches.
downstairs right now. I think Emily's gonna heat it up and stuff.
With this team on scrims, I've listened to their comms.
My dad brought food over
like
at 2 p.m. when I was taking a nap.
Back down and keeps the vibes positive, and that's the kind of thing that you don't really see on a scoreboard or on a KO feed, but it means the world of difference in situations like this.
Yeah, just like here, right? You're already down one map. Cart, like you said, has been the glue guy. Keep everyone's mental in check in this side of FlyQuest, as they have chosen to go towards the attacking side here as the gates will open
shit,
up.
wait, someone on YouTube said, talking about barbecues, somebody's house near me blew up while they were barbecuing.
You know,
our whole house shook from the shockwave.
One that we're a little bit more familiar with is, you know, going to play again for those galactic flushes. So FlyQuest more or less playing exactly what they did on Celestial Husk.
How does that even happen? Propane? I guess the propane tank blew up?
A victory for them is they look to try and control this high ground, but Self trying to use that spin move, that helicopter mode.
Were they cooking the fireworks? I just don't understand.
Techie down from on high. Regen domain forced that early on as Cart has dove in deep and put a little bit of pressure on the back line, but he'll
something with the propane. That's scary, bro.
The first blood has already been found now in 2Z.
Yeah, use charcoal. I like charcoal.
Yeah, we'll see if FlyQuest are able to keep that momentum going, or if 100 Thieves are able to stall out enough time to bring Delena back into this fight. Vinny gets so low, but great peel coming in from 100 Thieves to keep him stabilized. So now the stall is complete, and now 100 Thieves should be back to 6-man strong very soon. Techie does burn the BRB, and now FlyQuest and 100 Thieves now at an even 6 versus 6.
And Pateki just pushing the front line off of the point, guaranteeing that second tick for FlyQuest, and also forcing out the regen domain from 100 Thieves. So as they come back out of that choke, they're gonna force the copy as well. And FlyQuest, they simply leave. Wait, they found Delena. Where was Bro?
I don't know how Delena went down towards the tail end. Winnie is still holding on to the Raging Warrior Flush. Uses it.
I don't know why he's Delena 92, Chad. I think maybe that's just, I don't know.
So at the very least, 100 Thieves won't
I don't think he rebranded, but also I don't know what the 92 is for, because he wasn't born in the 92. That means he's older than me. That's an emote?
Let's just get the hell out of here.
Yeah, they got 2 ticks and they got a major ult out, and a little bit of discord between the front and back lines of 100 Thieves. They're going to be kicking themselves for that one, but FlyQuest are going to be doing some kicking for them. Regen domain forced out again. 2Z holding on to that Apex Predator.
I think last time they met, 100 Thieves won this map, so see if they do it again.
Keeping 2Z alive, keeping him out of the throes of that strangling prison, but his Self comes back. Wolverine with
this is going to be fat. This is going to be fat. I can tell it's going to be fat.
Away from him. Cart will be bursted down. Catches on to everybody from 100 Thieves, and FlyQuest will catch this first point.
Yeah, can we talk about that KO feed for a second? What in the world was that? Someone needs to clip that. Someone needs to screenshot that, because I've never seen that before. Self Wolverine? with a gun icon on the KO feed.
Wait, was there actually a gun icon for Wolverine? That's funny.
There's a Punisher rifle. There's not even a Punisher in play. I don't know where he
Wait,
got that.
wait, that's funny, dude. That's funny.
I mean, if you're FlyQuest, you're gonna hope that it doesn't. But 100 Thieves
really
gonna come on through with that adamantium resolve. A nice little portal, but Techie is gonna skew herself in midair. It's traded out for velocity, but if you're FlyQuest, you're okay with these trades because your spawn door is right there. 100 Thieves are just hoping to try and bleed out some time, but they may be bleeding out members of Melee. Say about it. They'll teleport back out to safety, give a little bit more ground to 100 Thieves, but FlyQuest, one by one, they will be falled, and gonna be a pause coming out as 100 Thieves, I think, are still trying to wonder.
This is giving me flashbacks. It's giving me flashbacks. Dallas R.
I mean, like, FlyQuest,
North Virginia
looked to
R.
be waking up a lot here. They've locked things in, addressing that TTK is just way too strong on the Angela and taking it away here on Heart of Heaven is proving to do so much of that work, right? And FlyQuest, you gotta talk about that fight as well, right? Disengaging completely from that offensive move that 100 Thieves were trying to do with the Raging Royal Flush meant that
you can see from his glasses.
Straight up didn't have to worry about the Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, it's just so easy. Like, it's so easy to read a play like that coming out. A big mistake.
So they are still paused. He's not moving or anything.
From 100 Thieves, rather, and FlyQuest are able to seize the opportunity. And again, I don't know where Delana was that he wasn't able to, at the very least, get the healing from that Raging Royal Flush.
Oh, are we back? Are we back?
But you know, FlyQuest sniffed him out like a truffle pig, and they were able to just take him down so quickly and so
we're back,
easily.
chat. Only 1 minute pause. Wow. The
The
last time we paused was a 45-minute pause. So this one was 45 times shorter.
Will be the last to fall, and this cart's gonna start rolling.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get out of this little low ground as soon as possible, right? Self and Delana could be absolutely devastating with their ultimates if everyone on FlyQuest are stacked up in this lower choke point, and they will just barely get that convoy right out of the low ground before 100 Thieves even have an angle.
They're gonna have a lot of ults, and they're also gonna have the spawn on their side. Ruby Rage, and Card is on a sliver of HP. It'll be cleaned up, but rezzed back. Now winning again with a Rage and Royal Flush, and this time, FlyQuest are ready for it again as Melio in the sky with that Galactic Legend pressuring 100 Thieves back. They don't want to show face up against that or risk losing another one. Melania is under a ton of pressure in the backline up from that veil of smoke. FlyQuest are lurking. They'll deal with Techie. A good ground coming out there from Vinny, and that is going to be an easy KO, and 100 Thieves getting themselves back in control.
TTK is holding on to that Meteor M in case something goes awry, whether it be it was possibly Techie on the Heaven's Retribution, but switches over to the Elsa Bloodstone. Tuzi good to go in with the Apex Predator, and that nets him 2 frags.
I mean, again, 100 Thieves are just so split. Like, half the team was looking for Melio in the backline. They can't even confirm that Elim, and Tuzi capitalize on it. And now 100 Thieves forced to collect themselves again coming into this next fight with the aforementioned Meteor M and a Rage and Royal Flush to boot, but a CYA from Zelos could potentially best both of them, and if that fails, there's going to be another Royal Flush, this time on Velocity's side, to keep this one going for FlyQuest. The CYA is going to be the opening salvo here. Meteor M to absorb the bulk of the damage, but it pops like a balloon. He doesn't get anything from it. Too much damage coming out, and now the Royal Flush, they have to try and invest in this one, but Velocity is happy to call their bluff. Goes in with it. TTK taking down Cart, the early frag going 100 Thieves' way, but they need a little bit more to stave off FlyQuest for the time being. Techie's health bar is super low, but Vinny's is gone. Tuzi took it away. Hit Techie gonna be taken away as well. Delana cleaning him up, and 100 Thieves getting their feet beneath them.
Yeah, just before the second checkpoint, they're able to bring things together, but Cart looks to change that. Great chomp onto Melania. Winnie's able to get the copy steal onto Velocity. Melania already went down, which means he had to be forced to use it onto the enemy gambit, and 100 Thieves are able to pull off the defense.
The Ruby Rage from Delana finding a hit, strikes gold. And 100 Thieves are able to get themselves in the driver's seat here, and this is where Heart of Heaven gets real spooky. If you only have a minute left in the time bank, the spawns for both sides are so close that it's an even fight. It's a war of attrition to try and get through, but Melio, he was bred for war. A Galactic Legend is going to force out the regen domain. Heartbreaker in response from Vinny, but Techie is trying to lock him down with the Sonic Seduction, but nobody from 100 Thieves is feeling all that seduced, as a matter of fact.
Wait, there was a lot of...
Trucks gets canceled. Self with the last stand takes him for a ride and will take Cart to boot, and that is an easy 2-piece on 100 Thieves.
I was about to say that mind control got 2 people in the back.
400 Thieves. Now we're going into final fight territory. 30 seconds left on the timer for FlyQuest if they want to make something happen. Zelos has to find ways to initiate with the CYA. The timing has to be right now, but TTK with the Meteor could easily use it as a defense mechanism for 100 Thieves.
Cart is lurking. The unforeseen threat has now been seen, and Delana taking down Tuzi again. He'll be rezzed back up, but
yeah, I think FlyQuest might win this though. They have both support ults. Unless Millennia gets his, they can match.
Doesn't need no ult. He'll take down Tuzi the good old-fashioned way.
TTK got a pick.
No
Interesting.
Save for that royal flush, but is there going to be anybody around to use
Wait, why is Velocity not using his ult, bro? It's been this is last fight, bro.
Some presence in this front line and continue to pressure. Royal Flush now coming out, but it's going to be reciprocated by Melania. Is the damage going to be there? No. Techie gets bursted down, and 100 Thieves laying siege to this cart and not letting FlyQuest have that last crucial inch on point B. They're still alive, still pressuring, still trying to make something happen, but Delana looks to snatch it away from them. Another Ruby Rage. The Glor track from Thuzy finally comes out. It catches onto one, but it's not going to be cleaned up. Velocity taking down Vinny, and Cart with a haymaker taking down Self, and hold on a second.
No way, bro. There's no way 100 Thieves is losing that fight.
From Cart says catch, and did he catch onto anybody? Clobber in time on deck, but he has to get out. 3% left to go. Another res, but the Cart inching one by one, step by step closer.
Come on, Self.
Self,
you gotta be a hero. Come on, Self.
Comes out. Vinny with another
good TP. Good TP.
With another last stand, taking two away. And
two.
It for FlyQuest. They might not be able to get
They got the rocket ult again. They gotta shoot the rocket ult. It's half HP already. Oh my god. That's fine. Traded your life for the ultimate ability. That's good. That's good. TTK. TTK. It's your time to be LeBron James.
This fight is going
TTK.
It's the power
LeBron
in favor of 100 Thieves. Is so close to that second checkpoint. TTK looking to take advantage of it. Cart's gonna go down. Overtime at a sliver.
No, I think okay. Chat. More ults are coming up. More ults are coming up, bro.
Even a second, but Melio wants to claim it for his own.
No kills. Oh, they got Melio.
Regen domain, and this domain belongs to 100 Thieves. A Ruby Rage from Delana and an Elam onto Tuzi.
Oh, damn. There's the kill feed, chat. There's the kill feed.
Thieves will stand their ground.
Nice. Nice.
The power of being held at second on Heart of Heaven. FlyQuest,
nice. They're looking good, bro. They're looking good.
With that last stand onto 2, and with those 2 quick
they are looking good, bro. Delana, wow. I'm very surprised. Delana has 3 deaths. Usually he has like 20.
100 Thieves. It just felt like
it's good.
At least in the first half of that entire overtime fight, they were always at a man disadvantage. They always were down 1, maybe 2 members. But because of how close that spawn room was to that second checkpoint, 100 Thieves had a world of advantage in terms of getting that retake down.
Jay trying to go for a bad pick.
Props to them for
what do you mean I'm trying to go for
stall time and time
if I vote FlyQuest is going to win, I still want 100 Thieves to do well.
And what a rebound, right, for 100 Thieves for how disastrous that first point defense was, to be able to stand your ground and deny the second point cap. That is everything, because it does set yourself up for another map win here. And 100 Thieves, like, you know, yeah, like you said it, like being able to stand your ground there with the spawn advantage is everything. That does mean that FlyQuest are going to have to do the very same but better in order to get themselves on the board for their map pick. And 100 Thieves, like, they're rolling right now. They're going to be feeling themselves after a rebound like that. They got
knows.
Their mojo back.
Wait, TTK better know you doubted him on the channel again. No, bro, listen. Every time I vote for 100 Thieves to win, they always lose.
They thought about utilizing the Hella No More team up, but nope, it's just going to be Amelio on the Hella. The more favored hit scan option over things like what, maybe the Elsa Bloodstone that Tuzi could have ran is going to go for the Star Wars instead. Could have also been the Phoenix, but that has fallen out of favor towards the late stages of stage 1 here, as the portal going to be the initial move here for 100 Thieves.
It takes the high ground away from FlyQuest and forces them to scatter, and now Melio doesn't have the angle that he wants. In fact, he's staring down the barrel of disaster, but Techie will bring him back from the brink with a kidnap there onto Self. It's traded up for Cart, though. That'll be res back up with the BRB, so FlyQuest able to stand tall for now, and they can keep this defense going, bleed out this time bank. Maybe they stand a chance of taking this map back.
About that, Melio looking to find that hit scan onto Vinny. Will confirm that elimination.
Nice skin choice.
FlyQuest, so far, winning out in that first fight, making sure that they're able to stall out the aggression coming in from 100 Thieves with the portal play up into the high ground, right in front of that first checkpoint. as the rest of FlyQuest just building up those ultimates, trying to find that opening opportunity. But with FlyQuest being positioned so high up, it's so hard for 100 Thieves to take them down.
Yeah, no portal, so they can't reclaim that high ground, and you can see TTK just swinging hands saying, please come down here, please fight me. Like, yeah, like a dog barking at a cat up a tree, but FlyQuest
That's one thing I don't like
down
about melee
and face
characters,
that
chat. I hate
hound.
that.
But they will have the tools
That's
to be
why I
able to
like
do
hit
so
scan
before
so
long.
much.
Regen Domain already forced
I don't
out
know
from
how
Winnie, but
melee
Hart
players can
gets
see
caught out
someone,
and
but
once again burns the BRB,
can't hit
so
them, bro,
still a
because they
full
have
6v6 and
just
100
melee.
Thieves stuck
If
in
I
this
see
little
someone, I
cubby.
want to hit
Winnie
them.
wants to get him a
I
way
can't.
out, and that's gonna be that Raging Royal Flush that comes out, and the damage is just so good. But Melio puts Winnie down with a thorn to the dome, and another for Delena, and that is gonna be that fight put to bed.
Gotta get the high ground, bro.
So
Gotta
easily
get the
with
high
just
ground.
2 simple clicks.
Well, at the very least,
I feel
Millennia
like
will
100
come
Thieves
back in
just
the next
wasted
fight
2
with
minutes doing
another
absolutely
rotation
nothing.
Of the Raging Royal Flush. The issue is Velocity and Zealous could easily shut
they-
it down. Tuzi also
they TP'd to the
pressing
high
that
ground and did
collective legend
nothing.
Is going to try to team up with either the CYA or the Royal Flush. We will see how FlyQuest decide to approach this, because they know Millennia is going to want to trigger this Raging Royal Flush for 100 Thieves to, at the very least, maybe try to get another tick of this checkpoint.
Oh no, Cart was outside of the range of the BRB that time around. Either that or it wasn't off cooldown, but nevertheless, that casualty is going to be permanent now, and he won't be there for this Royal Flush coming out. Goddess of Death now coming up from Melio to try and catch someone off guard, but the healing from that Royal Flush is going to be too much to bear, so they have no choice but to mirror it.
No. That was a huge play by Tuzi. Tuzi pushed them into that room, and then Melio was able to hit them with the ult. Velocity with the 2K as well. Yo, 100 Thieves, what are we doing, bro?
Complete the full hold.
That was an
I feel like
insane
100 Thieves right now is just like, you know, doing this.
FlyQuest's POV, and
They're just
Tuzi
like
on the left just meant that 100 Thieves, if you did not,
They gotta
if you
make a
left that
move,
shrine,
bro.
You were completely wiped out. There was no option for 100 Thieves. They had to be forced to stack
What's
together.
it called?
try to take
Twiddling the
refuge
thumbs
in
or
the
something?
Regen domain out of Winnie, but once those greens are gone, you guys are also going to be gone, as they have to look for the reset once again. Great positioning, great placement of these ultimates coming in from FlyQuest.
Vinny is going to be able to put Techie down for the time being. Again, it's res back up, but Vinny has been fighting so hard to try and dislodge Velocity and Tuzi from this high ground and hasn't been able to do it. Techie has been a thorn in his side and often one in his chest. Quite often, every single time. And now Techie with the Heaven's Retribution going in, looking to put those Axes of Icar to work. He's going to have to put up the shield, but it's enough to give Melio a clean shot onto Winnie. And
20 seconds, bro. They're going to need a TP.
At this final
Who's going to TP, though? Delena? Delena's 50% ult. No? They're going to try to make it?
It should be off cooldown by
They
now
have,
for 100
chat.
Thieves, but they do have
They
two
have
Raging Royal Flushes
5
at
ults
the
right
ready.
now.
The
I
first
swear
one
to
will
God,
be
if they
used
don't
at
win
the very
this
least, try
next
to get
fight...
entry onto the mission area. Can FlyQuest hold it off?
It was an early Royal Flush. They know it's coming. Self looking for the last stand, but he misses. He whiffs.
Oh, he missed his abilities and also missed his ult, chat. Oh, no. Oh, no, bro. He just bricked it, man. He bricked it.
The Royal Flush, and Melio feeling the full pressure of Self with that Royal Flush coming out the other way. Millennia taking down Techie. Melio will be res back up, but Winnie felt by Cart, and it feels like FlyQuest are getting the better of this one as Melio takes the skies with the Goddess of Death. It's a portal play from TTK to try and keep 100 Thieves in this fight, but Melio with another taking down Self, and it feels like it's all over but the crying. 100 Thieves doing their best to try and wipe their tears away and keep themselves in the fight, but another portal play now, this time from Techie to keep FlyQuest at full strength for the rest of this fight, and there's a Royal Flush on deck. And
I don't think 100 Thieves wins this, chat.
Do just that, the damage,
That was a good ult by Velocity, too. I don't think 100 Thieves wins this. I think that's a GR. We're going to be tied 1-1. Nope.
Will tie up the score 1-1.
Damn.
Wake-up call
That was a
has
really
been
good hold
initialized
by
on
100 Thieves on
FlyQuest.
second
They make
point,
this a
but it
series.
doesn't
We're tied
matter
up
because that was
1-1
only
off
half
of
the
a
game.
full hold
Usually your ranked
from
teammates would hit
FlyQuest.
FF. If you guys didn't cap
Coming
that
in,
second,
especially onto
they would
the
have gave up. They would have won
of FlyQuest.
Black Widow,
also
but
a shout out
like,
to
yeah.
Techie doing so much
That was a
work on the
huge
Angela.
hold,
we talked
bro.
about how strong the Angela is on the Heart of Heaven, and he has shown why it is so damn strong to, at the very least, enable both Melio and Tuzi.
I think the game changer right there was Self. I think Self, when he went in there and saw the Star-Lord ult, he missed his abilities, and then after he missed his abilities, he tried to go back and try to ult him, but completely missed, and I don't even think he hit that rocket he was aiming for.
And we've got map number 3 right after this.
Damn, bro. And that's crazy, man. Damn, bro. Yep. Hey, this is a good game, though. This is a good game. I don't think they get nervous, though, chat. At this point in these guys' careers, they've been playing so much, I don't think they're getting nervous. Unless someone put in their mind that this is do or die, and if you lose this, you go home. And if you win this, though, you continue. TTK is not nervous, bro. TTK is 20. He's not 40 like you. I don't even get nervous when I play in matches anymore. Did you not see me at the World Cup? Put some respect on me, chat. Also, I played with TTK on LAN. We literally won the TwitchCon games against who was it? Team Necros and Boger and everything. And he was cool, calm, and collected. Self-gas 3. Oh, I have a lot of that, bro. Especially after popcorn. Oof. Sunflower seeds do it the worst, though. Oh, wait. Hold up, chat. Hold up. This is my bang. This is a banger. You and TTK playing LAN win. Actually, Emily was on our team, too. Emily, it was my team at LAN for TwitchCon was me, Emily, TTK, Quesadilla, Fan, and Rain Health. Yeah, we had a... I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube, too. It was a really great edit. J3 TwitchCon Rivals. Yeah, this. Right here. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah, the lights were... What the hell is that? What the... Okay, we're gonna get off of that real quick. I don't know what YouTube has become. Jesus Christ. Thought I saw hentai for a second. Jesus Christ. Yo, that is not, nope, chat, that is not a targeted ad. I do, no, stop. Okay, you caught me. I love tentacles. No, bro, what? It's not targeted ads, man. I guarantee you, if I go back to my YouTube again, I won't see it. Hey, I got some Espa, though. Nothing. 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 These are videos. That was an ad. Well, I was looking for ads, bro. I didn't see it again. That was incognito mode. Bro, you guys are ridiculous, man. What do you even watch on YouTube? Nothing, really. I don't even have a cell phone anymore. My cell phone's locked and broken and... What? Yeah, I'm not reading YouTube chat anymore. You guys lost your privilege of me reading you guys. I'm sorry. I'm not reading you guys anymore. Jay, I don't know what's wrong with me, but my butthole stays chapped. Yeah, I'm done. Nope. No more. Nope. No one cares about YouTube chat anyway. Whoa, I do. YouTube chat has 2,000 people in it, bro. But for some reason, YouTube only liked the stream 400 times. Chat, what's going on over there in YouTube, bro? Also, get a bidet. Rich people language. A bidet is not rich people language. You could go to Costco and buy a bidet for $25. Chat. Get a bidet. It will change your life. My dad makes $19 an hour, and we have one.
Farewell tour, or
See,
will
your dad's goated. Tell your dad
find
I
themselves
love him.
being taken out to the curb? Only time will tell, as the score is even Stevens here after match number 2. FlyQuest get themselves back in the W column.
I mean, it was off of some incredible coordination from the entirety of FlyQuest.
Is it me or
We were
that
talking
guy's
about
mic's
an agreement,
quiet?
Right? It was very, very difficult to pinpoint who was the true MVP, because it felt like, at the very least, it was at least both Tuzi.
I live in Europe. Where the hell do I find a bidet? I don't know, bro. Europe is lost. They don't even know. They can't even find an AC unit.
Goddess of Death on the right side, Galactic Legend on the left, and we call that the illusion of choice.
Well, there was there was a clear choice when we chose our MVP for that matchup, and it was going to be Tuzi. You know, one of those threats.
What? Don't get mad at me, chat.
Thieves, they had to pick their poison. Like
Europe
you say,
is lost.
The illusion of choice,
you guys
which
don't even
way
know where the
Western
seasoning
team,
is.
Well, this way
No, I'm
was
joking.
the wrong way.
I've been to
Tuzi
London. They have good
flies
food.
High,
They have good
32
food.
and 6 with 30k damage and 51.1%. Accuracy. I know a lot of that is going to be with the Elsa, but it's still impressive to pull up a hero like the Star-Lord and still manage to have that level of precision.
Oh. Did the casters die? Okay, I'll be the caster.
You'll have a reliable way to, at the very down, where
Never mind.
this Star-Lord
I was
is
gonna
going
cast
to
for
be
you
in
guys.
terms of where he's going to, in like an off angle, right? He could show up one and he can reposition.
Hey, don't talk on my London lads, little man. No, I love London, bro. London was a great time. When I went there and experienced it for the first time.
Like some of these fights, though, it feels so
the train
close
system
and it
was
feels
fun.
so
I like
back and forth that they really start to break
what do you call
down.
it?
And it gets kind of
Transportation
hard to call,
system.
But then you do have situations where, like
I
you
went
say,
to some
Tuzi's free to
areas.
kind of do whatever he wants because, you know, while there's this
The only thing I was scared about is getting
cloud
stabbed.
happening down below,
I mean,
he's
you
just
guys make
above
fun of US for
observing,
getting shot.
able to
I was
go
scared I was going to get
wherever
stabbed.
He would like, you know, fly high, pick his target, take the duel, win the duel, put them down, and he was able to put 100 Thieves down and FlyQuest take that first win. And we also got to shout out Melio as well, 27-4. Like, bro was clicking some of those heads. There was a couple of fights where it felt like 100 Thieves had a shot, and then Melio just hits a couple quick headshots, and it's all
I've been on
done.
the New York
It's all
subway.
gone. Like, your opportunity
Actually,
to try
funny
and
enough,
make magic
the
just taken
profile
away
picture
from you
of my
with a couple of
Twitch, I don't know if you
swift
guys
little
see
headshots.
it.
I think that's the power of the
It's actually
Hela,
in New
and why
York.
we've seen Delena
I used to
as
do
well
photography, and I went to
reach
New
that
York for
particular
photography,
weapon
and that was actually
in the past, but
I've
as
done a
we
lot
go
of
forward,
things over there.
100 Thieves are going to be looking to try and get themselves back in the driver's seat. It's going to be their map pick, and I'm wondering which map they're going to take it to. Dan, you and I have a theory based on some recent history.
Yeah, if the pattern goes according to plan, 100 Thieves should be thinking about the Museum of Contemplation, and it makes sense, right? We've already played on Domination, we've already played on Convergence, and now we go into Convoy, the only game mode left, and 100 Thieves really love to pick that Museum of Contemplation here in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's the map that they, I believe that's the map that they beat Swamp Gaming on, where they made, you know, who we thought was one of the best teams in the region, and still very well might be, but, you know, not able to contest with DLC
where are we going,
the same
chat?
way
Are we going
as
to
they once
museum?
could,
Please
but
tell me we're not going to
the
museum.
map pick is coming on through.
Let's go to
and once
Morocco.
again, they're going to make us wait
We haven't
for
seen
it,
our...
Dan. It's surely got to be museum, and indeed it is. We called it.
I mean, it's been the comfort pick, not just for 100 Thieves, but it feels like for almost every single team here in the Americas, right? there's a lot of teams that have picked Museum of Contemplation.
I can't hear this guy, bro. I think this guy's whispering.
We've experienced it first, right? Where Museum was just everywhere.
Sounds like me when I wake up and I'm trying to not wake up Emily.
At least during the preseason, and it looks like that infection has spread all the way over to EMEA and the Americas.
It didn't take long for that contagion to break, and then for everybody to reach Museum
the
of
best
Contemplation
thing that
as
Marvel
their
Rivals
first
can
map
do
pick,
right
because
now
it's one of
is
those
take
maps
out.
where
I
you
hope
can
they have a
kind of
different map
play
pool
anything. You want to play an
for
Adam
the
Warlock
next
double
stage,
res
stage
comp,
2,
go for it.
and
You wanna play a dive
all that stuff,
composition,
bro.
go
I
for it.
don't want to
Doesn't
see
matter. You can
Museum
make it
anymore.
work. If it's in your toolbox,
No, I
then
like
it may
Museum,
very
but when
well
you
be the
watch
right
it
tool for this
49
particular
times a
job. I
day,
think
it
those
kind
are
of
the
does
kind of
get too
situations that
repetitive.
100 Thieves
Also,
thrive
Color
under. They do
Jade
like
with the
to
massive
reach for that
new
Adam Warlock
tier 1
composition
sub.
from
How you
time to
doing? How you
time,
doing?
and, you know, I do kind of anticipate that's what they're going to be coming out here with, but I'm wondering if FlyQuest will have scouted that out as well and may try to adapt on the fly here.
And it all comes down here in the ban draft. Maybe the Angela becomes addressed one more time. Angela's still a very strong map here on the Museum of Contemplation. If you're able to get that Assassin's Charge and then put them in a corner where it's out of the line of
We
sight,
just need more maps. True. I
absolutely
can't hear this guy. Am I the only one?
Either
Not
going
even.
for a
I'm not trying to be
good
mean or
hold
anything. I can't hear him.
going for
Also,
a proactive
the last
offensive
2
move,
maps
but
have been
FlyQuest
18 versus
taking
18
away
maps,
some of
bro.
those offensive options from 100 Thieves by getting rid of the rocket very early and then securing the gambit.
I do, again, like the rocket ban. I think, you know, FlyQuest have been using the rocket quite well as of late, and 100 Thieves will have an opportunity to ban it out with the second ban slot here as they lock in that one-sided Cyclops again, trying to give Delena his favorite tool. But, you know, as we've discussed, you know, even when you fall back to some of these secondary hit scan looks, Tuzi has still looked stellar, whether it's on the Elsa, whether it's on the Star-Lord, whether it's on anything else. And, you know, you call it out. There's a rocket protect coming out from FlyQuest, but the Angela ban as well.
Yeah, and the exact same spot as map number 2 is where FlyQuest pulled the trigger, denied TTK from that Angela. I mean, we it's good. There's a good reason why, right? He's been so strong on that hero, and especially on Heart of Heaven. If he got his hands on that, there was a world where 100 Thieves could be running away with this series, but 100 Thieves, however, get a good look, right? They know that FlyQuest have the Gambit and the Rocket Raccoon, so you take away one of those picks that is really strong in terms of synergizing with either of those
late Gambit save,
and it's going to be Star-Lord.
I think FlyQuest have the opportunity to mirror that Star-Lord ban now, as, you know, you were kind of forced into a situation where you have to ban, or you have to protect the Gambit in that last slot, or risk giving it up one-sided. FlyQuest instead going to ban the low.
You guys say
so,
creators
you know, 100
have
Thieves able to
influence and can
sneakily get a
contact
one-sided
them.
Star-Lord here, and I do
begging
think that
for
might favor them on the
games
attacking
since the
side a
beta.
fair bit. Is now you're gonna be wondering, all right, so Tuzi can
That's how much
play,
influence I have.
Like, he
Zero.
can't play the Star-Lord. He's probably gonna play the Elsa, or, you know, something a little bit more hit scanny. What exactly does Melio play now that Star-Lord's not an option?
I mean, we've seen him cook on the Hella in map number 2. Could be a chance that
What do you mean, don't beg on YouTube?
FlyQuest on the defensive side for now as 100 Thieves. This is their map choice. This is their comfort pick as we head into the round. 100 Thieves will start out on the attacking side first and foremost. First, FlyQuest
What's up?
looking to be on the defensive side. And CB, I gotta point this out, right? We haven't been seeing a whole lot of that triple coming out here today.
And we're getting an interesting triple look from Fly. No, actually, we're not. That's not a triple. I lied. Psych. They've got a duelist, and of course it was Tuzi on the Elsa. You know what's crazy is I said that as I was staring right at that Elsa. Like, oh yeah, she's a Vanguard now, totally. No, we haven't seen a whole lot of triple here. A couple of teams have run it here and there, but I anticipate, like, if that comes out, it's likely going to be 100 Thieves on their defensive side. But as they go first up to bat on the attacking side, they are going for something a little bit front to back, a little bit brawl heavy, but still making some space for Delena on that Cyclops. FlyQuest not with a triple, but still an interesting triple strategist lineup. Melio on that Ultron is going to give Tuzi a fair bit of damage boost and also a fair bit of pocket. And Cart is also going to be on an off end, but you can see Vinny already trying to scout out, looking behind, trying to see where that Venom may be lurking, where it's striking. Psych, it's right in front of you. A nice wall to stop any follow-up damage from coming through his Cart.
I do like TTK on the ammo, bro.
Right back up to his old stomping grounds.
And Winnie, though, already halfway towards that Raging Royal Flush. It almost seems like 100 Thieves are actually funneling all the heals for Winnie to get his Raging Royal Flush before any ultimate is available on the side of FlyQuest. Look at Winnie, already at 75. No one is close to that ultimate to match what
They didn't let
Winnie's about to throw
TTK
at
die
them.
here.
Surely FlyQuest has scouted this out. Like, they know they've done a lot of damage and Yul should be coming online. Cart tries to find the Elam onto Winnie. Tuesday does take down Vinny, and it won't slow down the Raging Royal Flush, but at the very least it'll make Winnie think twice before popping it, as Techie finds 2 with the tail end of that fight. That gives FlyQuest a little bit of breathing room.
That is very clutch for FlyQuest. Now it gives FlyQuest some room to build up those ultimates. Techie is going to be the main man to task at sustaining the 100 Thieves push that Winnie is about to provide for them. Tuesday, though, is going to try to get the jump.
Oh, nice cleanse. Nice cleanse. I would be tilted if I was Tuesday.
As Techie is going to want to use the Silent Seduction, but no, isn't able to have it in time. But at the very least, FlyQuest are able to stabilize.
Extermination event incoming.
Whoa,
as the Raging
Delena
Royal
looks
coming
a
up
lot
from
like,
Melio and other Thieves. They really wish they would have gotten something with that Raging Royal Flush, but it's just not coming. So FlyQuest will pressure them back once again. And
whoa,
Cart just
Melio looks a
seemingly
lot
has
like
not been
Delena.
repelled. He keeps going to that same angle, that same pinch.
Whoa,
waiting for 100 Thieves to step into his domain.
Techie's
FlyQuest
TTK?
out Sonic Seduction, a nice little wall in his face to try and stop the charms from coming through. But FlyQuest will still find those charms, and now Cart going in, looking to take a bite out of
Cart
Prime,
is
but
Vinny?
with the invisible boundary going to make it quite difficult, and the force is to pull him right back into the fire. The Ruby Rage, but Delano couldn't see what he was shooting at, so he's not going to find anything with that one, and now TTK has to try and make it happen with that Sonic Seduction, but Cart so far away, looking at that backline. Invisible boundary now from FlyQuest as they stand their ground. They do not allow 100 Thieves to take even an inch in this fight.
A great job.
Who's the hero that can cleanse here? Gambit.
Isolate the strategist on 100 Thieves. So if 100 Thieves want to go for those offensive moves, it gets so much more difficult because you have to deal with parts one way or another. Velocity is able to get the copy onto Zealous with the invisible boundary, and now FlyQuest looking to try to stabilize because they did lose Tuesday quite early in that engagement.
Yeah, but they were able to trade that one out for Self later on, so FlyQuest are doing a good job of making it hurt every time they take a punch, so they're not going down too easily here, but another Royal Flush may be a punch that they cannot repel, as there's no Strategist ultimates online, and Techie is going to be feeling the full force of that himself. Identifying his attack helicopter, going to go back in and carve the backline to bits, goes in again to try and take down Cart, can't hit the Pharaoh Leap. Cart's still going to be lurking back there, but there's another Predator to the front line. It's the Apex Predator from Tuesday, and he finds 2! Vinny and TTK taken off to the Shadow Realm, and the Rage of Voltron from Melio will repel 100 Thieves, and with 40 seconds left, only one more crack at it.
Yep, 100 Thieves need to get a move on. We are closing in on final fight territory.
I'm pretty sure that's Self,
Millennium
not...
needs to come up huge with either the Last Stand or the Invisible Boundary, because right
Top
now
tier
this might
Techie.
be their best
See this.
opportunity. FlyQuest don't have any ultimates coming up online anytime soon. It's only going to be eyes on Cart and Techie. If they're able to get their ultimates online ready to go, Self is able to isolate Cart for a little bit, but he's able to swing himself to safety. But again, FlyQuest need to come up huge with this anti-heal or the CC, but Cart already going down is already bad news.
Oh, Velocity getting caught out. Regen Domain already forced out. Delana wants every bit of this duel, and I still teleport out. Hello? FlyQuest have just stand-up-snapped the 100 Thieves. They're all gone. Delana, he's furious. The Ruby Rage will take down Velocity, finally winning that duel, but FlyQuest have seemingly won the war as they will full hold 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves had the ult advantage. Where was the trigger? Felt like somewhere...
They never pulled it.
Yeah, somewhere it got jammed, it feels like. Everyone, 100 Thieves, kind of just went down without pressing the Q button. And FlyQuest kind of just
That's
picked
fine,
them
chat.
apart. It felt
They
like
just
every
came out with a
single
new
duel that
update. If you
FlyQuest
keep
went
your
for,
ult,
they just won it out in
you
the end.
save it
was
for
like
the next
little
round.
skirmishes here and there.
It's a new
But
update.
then FlyQuest,
Watch.
out of nowhere, are just
like King
able
of the
to
Hill.
pull a miracle out of a hat, despite being so behind in that ultimate economy, and we're just able to fight it out in the neutral.
And they pulled a couple of miracles out of the hat. Like, let's be honest, like, even the fight before that, FlyQuest didn't really have a good utility to deal with that Raging Royal Flush. So FlyQuest just bait 100 Thieves in, and Tuesday pulls the trigger on that Glartrox and sends the front line careening off a cliff. And that's that's one way to win a fight. I can tell you for sure. Yeah. Like, that'll do it.
It might be the winning.
What do you mean ban everyone that predicted FlyQuest?
Already going
FlyQuest is winning, bro. I predicted FlyQuest.
Only 4 final hits, but they were all pretty much.
But they're on the old patch now. This is the chat. They're on the patch that we're playing on right now.
Very high impact and bailing FlyQuest out of fights where they really had no business winning, and they might get a whole map win off the back of it. And
also, wait a minute, was that? Wait, go back.
No.
Millennia, 100%
winning, and they might
accuracy.
get a whole
Wait,
map
damn,
win
wait. I
off
think
the
he's
back
cheating.
of it. And here we get to have all eyes on the thighs once again. TTK on that Emma.
See if he's able to influence, at the very least, the lane control that is on the Museum of Contemplation. It feels like Museum is just very similar to Midtown, right? These picks that are so strong at controlling those lanes, things like the Emma Frost, things like the Ultron that Melio played on the defensive side, just provides so much of that pressure in the main area, and it feels like FlyQuest were just able to handle it time and time again. Also shout out to Tuzi on the Elsa Bloodstone, because that Glartrox also controls a whole lane.
And speaking of controlling lanes, Cart doesn't matter whether it's attack or defense. This one back
Oh,
here is where he
Cart,
wants
bro,
to control
you had that
himself.
kill, man.
He
You
doesn't want that
fumbled.
smoke, and he knows where there's smoke, there is fire, and you can't seem to put out the fire inside of Cart right now. Melio is going to try and get a kidnap, but it's just not going
Jay,
to come
what's
through.
your
And 100 Thieves are
IRL?
able to stand tall
Emily
for the time
said
being, but
release
like
the
you mentioned,
fart
Dan, that
box.
Glartrox for Tuzi, it's going to be a ticking time bomb because it's been a fight win every time, and Vinny stepping into the snare, nearly fell there. Carbon Crush and Tuzi will put him down. You know the difference between birdshot and buckshot? Vinny can tell you the difference, and maybe Self will have a thing or two to say about it as well. Zealous will be pierced by the Ice Arts from Delena, and hold on a second, 100 Thieves are returning fire here, and there's no one to heal up this front line, so FlyQuest, they will be stuck.
Huge pick. Zealous was about to prep the CYA, but it immediately got taken out. And because, like you said, no heals on FlyQuest means they have to go for the soft reset, fight another
Yes, it's
day.
the best of 5.
But that gives 100 Thieves more
Chat,
time
right
to stack
here,
up
these
ultimates
little
on their
markings,
end.
right here
TTK
on the top of the
will have
screen,
access to
those
the
3
silence
markings,
reduction, but at the very least,
that tells you the map
offensive move
score.
coming in from
FlyQuest won 1,
He needs it.
100
He's going
Thieves
to
won
impress
1.
them, but
Notice
it's
how there's
not
2
forcing out
empty
any
boxes. That
resources.
means
The Raging
because
Royal Flush,
they
now that
win
TTK
3
is out
to
of
1.
position, and he has to use the Carbon Crush and the kick just to get back. Ruby Rage from Delena to try and catch out FlyQuest on the engage, but they know their limits, and they are testing them. A Glartrox is going to push 100 Thieves to their limit, and now Tuzi left all alone in this angle. Delena trying to take the duel, but Cart is there, Techie is there, and Delena, he just can't seem to find his friends. Where have they all gone? Psionic Seduction now from Techie.
Oh,
Gonna
nice.
lock
They have
Delena
Luna
down
ult. That's
and
big.
stop
That's big.
anybody
Hopefully
from
they get
Fly-
TP
from
down.
100 Thieves from coming out to contest. It's going to force out the dance
Still,
floor
2 minutes
from
is a
Melania,
long time,
but now
man.
Cart going in with the Beast of the Abyss. He's going to chomp at your backline. Melania bursted nearly down into oblivion, but Vinny, with a feast of his own, is able to take down Melio, but the Cart rolling seemingly through
Oh,
the
look at
portal.
Self. Look at everyone on the
Another
portal
map
trying to
win
go
for
through.
FlyQuest.
Such an awkward portal. TTK just barely got that down too. As soon as he popped the portal, he got crowd controlled by something. Not entirely sure what it was, but TTK.
That was a
just
TTK
barely got
portal?
that
Bro,
down,
my boy
and it might have been a little bit of a
TTK
panic,
knows
right?
a lot better.
Putting that
Chat,
portal in
can
such
someone
an
check
awkward
TTK's,
situation because of the
what
amount
do you
of
call it,
pressure
browser
coming in
history?
from
Has he been watching
FlyQuest
Silky?
Meant that FlyQuest forced
Come on,
an error
man.
out of 100 Thieves and are able to, one, get the
What are we
full hold
doing?
against 100 Thieves and then push to the finish line.
Well, 100 Thieves need to try and pull this one back from the brink of oblivion. They are 1 map away from elimination. We may very well have
Come
that
on,
map
man.
as map number 4 on the other side of this break.
Bro, listen, I love Silky, chat. He was my teammate. I could say that, right? I don't know. He's not following me back on Twitter, but we're cool, right? I'm flabbergasted that FlyQuest won that. Ever since FlyQuest did a little roster change, they've been really good. I would not be surprised if they actually did make it to the top 3 and made it to LAN. I'd be very, very happy. How many losses until they change their save strategy? I don't know. Go ask Swamp Gaming. Too soon, chat. I'm sorry. That was pretty bad. Oof. That was a pretty. Listen. I am angry, chat. That Swamp Gaming versus Team Liquid Citadel should have been a better game. I am angry as a consumer of Marvel Rivals esports. I paid $400 billion for front row tickets to a game that ended in 3-0. Come on. Do you think Swamp Gaming is just hiding strats for grand finals? That doesn't make any sense, though. Why would you deliberately lose a matchup that will guarantee you into the grand finals with a better prize pool to lose, to go to the lower bracket, to have to play another game, then to go to the grand finals to play again? That doesn't make any sense. No, tomorrow's the last day. Tomorrow, chat, tomorrow is going to be the lower bracket finals, and then it's going to be the grand finals, which is a best of 7. So it's going to be great games. It's going to be great games. Yeah. Also, tomorrow doesn't start at 7 a.m. Tomorrow starts at 11 a.m. Thank God. Yeah. New Crimzo tweet. Uh-oh. You have a link? Oh, thank you. Wait, what is it? Every decision made on our team was discussed and agreed upon by everyone. Don't try and single me out for you having a horrible attitude and being benched because of it. You can't play bad and not do your job and also bring down everyone around you. LOL. At Oasis. Sentinels Oasis. Wait, is this beef? He put a clown emoji. Who's Oasis? There's strategist who was benched. Oh, Korova replaced Oasis. Oh. Ooh, every decision made on our team was discussed and agreed upon by everyone. Don't try and single me out for you having a horrible attitude and being benched because of it. You can't play bad and not do your job and also bring down everyone around you. Damn! Low Bob Laser. I'm crying, bruh. What has this guy done since season 1? Adam triple support meta. Damn. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oh my god, there's a lot more. Warren mugs you on cat. What? You are, bro, oh my god, look at all this. Tweeted from the 5-star hotel and cat. What is going on, man? What is going on? What? How are you flaming Oasis when you've not qualified for LAN in back-to-back tournaments? You are holding Sentinels hostage with your terrorism. Have you have some shame instead of raging at your best player and maybe some? Okay, first of all, I think their best player is definitely going to be
FlyQuest, and FlyQuest are one map away from putting the Thieves to justice, taking them out of this tournament, and buying themselves another life in this bracket. It's going to be a 100 Thieves map pick yet again, and you and I in the break were kind of deliberating over where
I gotta
it is
refresh.
that they
I gotta
are
refresh.
going to take us. You know, could it be a domination map? Could it be another convoy map now that the map is going to open back up? Before we get to that, we got to talk about who had this one on lockdown.
Why
Who
is
does
there a
this map
Liquid
belong to?
Citadel?
It's none other than Techie.
I mean, Techie is doing so much.
Never winning with this guy on the team, by the way. Damn.
Anyway, Techie's the MVP. Dude, don't let your eyes deceive you. It is Techie that is coming out here with the MVP. 10-1, only going down a single time. And he's
Watch
been
the
doing a
Oasis
lot of
clip.
work with
I don't.
the
Where's the
right?
Oasis clip?
Controlling the lane with the sound seduction, making sure that when Hunter Thieves do go for those offense moves.
There's Techie. That's
yeah,
Techie.
there he is. There we go. But either way, he's been doing so much work, giving the rest of his team all the room that they need
Reddit?
in order to
Oh
beat
my
and
chat.
play
I don't
every
go
time
on
Hunter
Reddit, bro.
Thieves went for those offensive
Do you
moves.
guys have a
Techie was
link?
there to clap back.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about Techie as well. Like, he's got to be feeling good after that one. You know, this is a guy who, you know, before preseason was playing as a sub for that Lunex squad that would go on to become Sentinels, and
We
then
know
to
you
come
do.
in yesterday and best
Bro,
that
I don't
Sentinel
use
squad,
Reddit. The last time I
eliminate
used
them,
Reddit is
and
when I
now
made a
getting back
subreddit
in
for
the
myself
driver's seat here
ages
against
ago.
the 100 Thieves, putting down
thank you, Buzzin' Shark.
another
Sorry about getting timed
nemesis
out.
from his past. I'm looking forward to seeing.
See this. Apparently, Crimzo the one trick was the one that benched Oasis. I don't think Crimzo would bench. I think definitely it's going to be a team decision, chat.
Bro.
Oh,
Oasis, did you say hi to Crimjo for me?
Bro, can you stop talking about him? I don't want to hear that guy's name.
Wait, are you being serious or joking?
Bro, why do you think I was not playing? Who do you think made that decision against the entire team?
I wasn't even watching. I wasn't watching.
Bendy's a liar. He was literally in my stream asking me what Costco I go to. He's watching.
Wait, whose name must be not spoken? Must not be spoken.
Bro.
Oh shit! Boss calls.
Drama. Fuck.
I don't care anymore, bro. I actually don't care, bro. Every team do this to me. I can't feel.
Breaking. Fox travels to Liquid Citadel facility to confront Gator and legit RC for the ban line they drafted against Swamp Gaming. I think there is a lot more to a story than what we are seeing, chat. I don't think Crimzo definitely has the power to say, you know what? I don't want you to play. I think